After retiring, Special Forces soldier Jean Nan couldn't find a job and his life gradually became a problem. At this time, a neighbor lady came to him and asked Jean Nan to help her rescue her daughter who was deceived into an electronic fraud park, with a reward of 300,000 yuan. In principle, Jean Nan just wants to be a law-abiding citizen of a great country, but now eating is becoming a problem. In order to survive, he takes on the aunt's rescue mission. He broke into the cyber fraud park alone, engaged in a gun battle with the militants, escaped all the way and successfully rescued the people back to the country. He wanted to stop there and keep to himself, but he didn't expect that his reputation would spread and someone offered him a large sum of money to save someone. For the sake of money and to reunite an even more broken family, Jean Nan went further and further on the path of saving people, and gradually went astray. He not only took on jobs of saving people, but also jobs of killing people, becoming a complete mercenary. As he completed one mercenary mission after another, he was no longer alone, but began to have a team. The name of the team soon became the nightmare of countless people. Hey! Jean Nan, you are too hostile and too murderous, and you are no longer suitable for staying in the army. After organizational research, you have decided that if you have served in the Back Arrow Special Forces for 6 years and have made many first and second class achievements for the country, you will not need to go to a military court, but you will still be deprived of your rank. Do you accept the punishment of honor and expulsion from the military? Accept. A month later, Jiangxi, Shangrao, Beihu Huayuan community, the elevator stopped on the 6th floor. With a ding sound, the elevator door slowly opened. Jean Nan walked out of the elevator with a colorful backpack on his back and went straight to the door of room 601. He fumbled in his pocket, took out a slightly rusty key, and opened the door with it. As soon as the door of the room opened, a musty smell came to his face. Jean Nan frowned and walked into the house. He came to the living room. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar house in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. This is his home. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, but no one has lived in it for 6 years. 6 years ago, on the first day he was selected to enter the Dark Arrow Special Forces, his parents died unexpectedly. Because of his parents' death, he never returned home again, and the house remained vacant for 6 years. Looking around the living room, Jean Nan saw 2 photos of a man and a woman on the incense table. He couldn't help but walked over and took out a paper towel to gently wipe the photos. Mom and Dad, I'm back. He whispered, looked at his parents for a while, then put down the photo, then took off his backpack, found a few rags from the kitchen, and started cleaning the room. It took almost 3 hours to clean up. The originally gloomy home was cleaned up by him with a new look. Jean Nan moved on a stool to the balcony, closed the glass sliding door, and lit a cigarette to relieve fatigue. After a cigarette burned out, he threw the cigarette butt into the long withered flower pot, took out his mobile phone and clicked on the background of a recruitment software. There is no news. Since he came out of the army a month ago, he has been traveling. He has been to all the major cities and scenic spots in the east, west, south, and north. He has had a lot of fun and his heart is broken, but the money is almost spent. If he has no money, he has to find a job to make money, so before he went home, he used a recruitment software to send his resume to a suitable position for him. Perhaps because of the current environment, the resumes sent out in the past few days are like small stones thrown into the sea, without a trace of waves. Jean Nan opened a bank app and looked at the 3-digit balance above, and couldn't help but feel anxious. He really didn't expect that a job would be so difficult to find, otherwise, he wouldn't spend so much money. That's good, there is no money, and I can't find a job, so how can I fix it? You can't sell a house. This is the only thought left to you by your parents, and it is also your only home. If you sell it, you will have no children in the future. Jean Nan's face was covered with melancholy, and the cigarettes in his hand were one after another. Unconsciously, the sky gradually darkened, and his stomach began to protest. Jean Nan, who had been sitting on the balcony for an afternoon, got up from hunger and returned to the house. He took out the sauerkraut beef noodles that he hadn't eaten during the trip from his backpack. Boil water and make instant noodles. The process is done in one go. Just as Jean Nan was sitting in the living room, waiting for the instant noodles to be ready, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Jean Nan got up and walked to the door. He wanted to see who was knocking on the door through the cat's eyes, but found that the cat's eyes were broken. He could only open the door and poke out half of his head. It can be seen that the person knocking on the door is an ant who is dressed in ordinary clothes and is 40 or 50 years old. Seeing this ant, Jean Nan frowned slightly, and a look of doubt appeared on her face, but before he could ask, the ant first asked, "Are you Sha Nan?" Are you? Jean Nan wondered how she knew herself. "I am your neighbor and I live in 602. Li Shufan introduced herself with a smile, and then continued, "We met when your parents moved here 8 years ago. We often heard them mention that they have a son who was a soldier. I just saw a lot of garbage at the door. I was wondering if you went home." After listening to Li Shufan's words, Jean Nan suddenly realized that this was the case. No wonder she didn't know her. She knew herself. She turned out to be a neighbor who knew her parents. He really hadn't seen Li Shufan, because he went to be a soldier 9 years ago and went home a handful of times, and he hadn't seen Li Shufan every time he went home. In fact, even if he had seen it, he couldn't remember such irrelevant people. At this moment, Li Shufan seemed to smell something. She sniffed hard and found that the source of the smell was in room 601. She looked at Jean Nan in surprise and asked, "Are you eating instant noodles?" "Ah, yes, eat instant noodles." Jean Nan smiled embarrassedly. "I just came back, I'm too lazy to do it." He won't admit that it's because he doesn't have the money to eat instant noodles. After all, men also need a little face. "Oh, you kid, you really have a hard time going home. What kind of instant noodles do you want to eat? Come on, go to Auntie's house. The dishes cooked by Auntie are delicious." After Li Shufan finished speaking, she was about to take Jean Nan to her house for dinner, but Jean Nan was a little scared of society and was embarrassed to go. She waved her hand again and refused. "No, Auntie, I can just deal with 2 people casually. The dishes I cook are really delicious. I really don't need it, Auntie, my face is alright, I'll do it next time." Seeing that Jean Nan really didn't want to go, Li Shufan didn't continue to force her. She sighed regretfully and said, "Hey, well, you must come to my house to eat next time." Alright. Jean Nan nodded like pounding garlic, quite perfunctory. He just wants to get rid of Li Shufan now, and then go inside to enjoy his sauerkraut instant noodles. He thought the encounter was over, but he didn't think about it. Li Shufan had been standing at the door and had no intention of leaving. Jean Nan was also embarrassed to close the door directly. That was a bit impolite. She could only stand at the door and watch when Li Shufan would leave. "Can I come into your house and have a look?" Li Shufan said suddenly. "Huh?" Jean Nan was a little unprepared, but out of courtesy, he opened the door of the room. "Of course you can enter as you like." "Then I'm welcome." Li Shufan smiled and went straight into the house. Jean Nan sighed secretly, closed the door of the room casually, squeezed out a smile and followed. "Does Auntie drink water? Let me pour you a cup of tea." Jean Nan walked into the kitchen while talking. He didn't hear his aunt's response. When he came up with a cup of water, he saw Li Shufan sitting on the sofa with a nervous expression on her face. Jean Nan was confused and didn't know what happened to her. "Auntie, is there anything wrong?" He put the water cup on the table in front of Li Shufan, and couldn't help asking. Li Shufan took a few deep breaths, as if hesitating. "Xiao Nan, can you do me a favor?" She hesitated, as if this busy is not an ordinary busy. You said, if you can help, I will definitely help." Jean Nan replied without any hesitation out of politeness and courtesy. Hearing that Jean Nan was willing to help, Li Shufan immediately took out her mobile phone, flipped through a photo and handed it to the latter. Jean Nan took the phone and saw that this photo was a selfie. The protagonist of the photo was a woman in her early 20s, with long hair, goose-egg face, white eyes, cherry mouth, white skin, wearing jeans and a white shirt. Her figure is uneven, and she is a proper beauty. "Auntie won't be the one to introduce me again, will she?" Jean Nan couldn't help thinking about it. She was a little happy in her heart, but when she thought of the money in her pocket, it suddenly became less beautiful. "I don't have the money to talk about who to talk to." All of a sudden, he wanted to say something to refuse Li Shufan's match. "Xiao Nan, this is my daughter Xiao Nan. 2 months ago, she said she was going to Yunnan with her friends. This selfie was taken at a scenic spot in Yunnan. I originally thought it was an ordinary trip. Who would want to take it after this?" Li Shufan couldn't help but burst into tears as she spoke, sobbing while saying the last sentence. "After that, I won't be able to contact her. When I know her news again." It was a man with a heavy accent who called him. He claimed to be from Cambodia and said that Xiaobu was in their hands. "We have to pay 200,000 before we can let people go. The child's father and I realized that she had been deceived or abducted. Turned to the e-commerce park in Cambodia." After saying this, she couldn't help it anymore, sobbing loudly. Her eyes turned red all of a sudden. After listening to her narration, Jean Nan's expression was both surprised and a little embarrassed. She thought she was going to introduce herself to someone, but she didn't expect that her daughter was abducted to a wire fraud park in Cambodia. After that, after digesting this information, Jean Nan asked Li Shuf and took out a paper towel from her pocket and wiped away her tears. It took a while to calm down, and she continued to tell the story. After that, we called the police and the police filed a case, but after a week, there was no news from the police. At this moment, the Cambodian man again. When I called, I asked Shabu to call on the phone. Mom. Just me when mom comes. Speaking of this, her emotions that had just calmed down couldn't be stretched again, and she was trembling all over, crying. Jean Nan couldn't bear to look directly, approaching Li Shufan and patting her on the back, trying to give her some comfort. Li Shufan cried for 2 or 3 minutes and calmed down again, but her voice still choked with some choking. Cambodia asks for a remittance of 200,000 yuan within 3 days, otherwise the little girl will be sent to the reception. The child and her father have no choice but to send the money over. But who would think that that person didn't let anyone go when he received the money? Instead, he asked us to make a payment of 800,000. My child and her father are just ordinary employees. If we get rid of expenses in a year, we can only save 50,000 or 60,000, and the mortgage was just paid off the year before, so we didn't get it at all, less than 800,000. Our family can't get 800,000 yuan now, and we don't want to change people with 800,000 yuan. It's not that we don't want to, but that we are afraid that he won't let people go when he receives the money. Xiao Nan. Li Shufan suddenly grabbed Jean Nan's arm and stared at the latter with pleading eyes. Your mother mentioned before that you went to be a soldier 9 years ago. You have been a soldier for 9 years, and you are definitely not an ordinary soldier. Can you help Auntie save Xiaoyu back? Let me get her back? Jean Nan didn't expect that Li Shufan's job was to save her daughter. He thought the latter just wanted him to go for a walk in the military relationship. Is it okay? Li Shufan's hand holding Jean Nan's arm tightened a little bit. Jean Nan sighed. Although he didn't want to disappoint the sad mother, he shook his head decidedly. Auntie, I have retired. According to the rules of the army, I am still in the period of seclusion and cannot go abroad, so I can't help this favor. In fact, the reason he didn't want to go was not only the period of seclusion, but also the reason was that he just wanted to keep himself safe and live a stable life, and didn't want to fight for his life in the rain of bullets. Shannan, don't worry about rejecting, Auntie won't let you help for nothing. 300,000, as long as you can bring Shannan back, I will give you 300,000. Li Shufan didn't give up, holding on to Jean Nan's arm tightly. Jean Nan pushed her away hard, got up and walked aside, pulled away, and said in a firm tone, I really can't help, Auntie, don't embarrass me. He doesn't want to break the law for 300,000, let alone go to the dangerous Cambodian electricity fraud park to save people for 300,000. If he is still a soldier, he might consider it. The duty of a soldier is to protect his family and defend his country, but now, he has taken off his uniform and has no such obligation or responsibility anymore. After listening to Jean Nan's words, Li Shufan didn't show frustration. She stood up, groped for something on her body, and finally took out a business card and put it on the table. You think about it, and when you think about it, you can call your aunt. As long as you nod your head, I will send 300,000 yuan right away. After speaking, she turned and left the living room, opened the door and left. Jean Nan looked at the business card on the table, shook his head and sighed. Although he sympathized with the experience of his neighbor's aunt and felt sorry for her daughter, he still not good a fuck. My instant noodles. Jean Nan suddenly remembered his instant noodles, quickly opened the lid on the instant noodle bucket, and picked the fork inside. His hanging heart was still dead. It's ripe, the face is soft, the hemp rope is specially selected to break in the fine places. Jean Nan wanted to cry without tears. After eating the not-so-delicious instant noodles, Jean Nan logged into a recruitment software again. This time, no matter what position, he would submit a resume for each position. After he had invested in all the positions in the software in a row, he went to take a bath contentedly and went to bed to rest. At 7 o'clock the next day, Jean Nan got up early. The first thing he did when he got up was to check the background of the recruitment software. As always, it was disappointing that there was no response from the company. He sighed and decided to take a look at the local talent market. Half an hour later, Jean Nan went out, used his mobile phone to navigate the talent market, and then swept a shared bicycle at the entrance of the community, stared wildly on both legs, and rode for half an hour to reach the talent market. When he got to the place, he discovered that the talent market was not as lively and prosperous as he had imagined. There were many people holding signs to find jobs, and many corporate personnel holding signs to recruit people, or the bulletin boards were plastered with recruitment announcements. On the contrary, the talent market was empty, no one was looking for a job, and there were no companies for recruitment. The bulletin boards have been rusted and rotted, and some recruitment announcements on the walls are also yellowed and damaged. Looking at the desolation in front of him, Jean Nan lit a cigarette and fell into contemplation. Is it so difficult to find a job? I don't believe it. Can't I enter the factory? After smoking a cigarette, Jean Nan got on the shared bicycle again and slammed into the industrial zone. After arriving in the industrial zone, he really saw recruitment announcements posted at the door of some factories, and the wages were all good, 4,000 to 6,000 yuan, so he came to one of the factories without saying a word. Parked his shared bicycle at the door, and dialed the number on the announcement. Are you hiring people here? Yes, you want to come, right? Yes. Then come over for an interview and tell me when you get to the place. I am right in front of your factory. A day later, Jean Nan successfully joined the electronics factory and worked as an assembler on the assembly line of the workshop, but he quit after 3 days. At first, the length of the line is the same as 258,000, and it yells and drinks at every turn a second. The working hours are 14 hours a day, there is no overtime pay during the internship period, 3 months, and 6 hours of compulsory overtime. Third, after 3 days of work, I know that the salary for the internship period is 2100/month. What? Can he do a 2100/month? He has a pack of cigarettes a day, and it costs 500 to 600 to smoke every month, plus eating. He can't support himself at all. Coming out of the electronics factory, Jean Nan breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt confused about his future. I thought about it before, no matter how hard it is to find a job, there is still a way to enter the factory. But now it seems that this idea is too naive, and the factory is not so easy to do, and I am still angry if I work more and earn less. No wonder there is a cloud on the internet. Even if you starve to death, you won't enter the factory. With melancholy, Jean Nan pedaled a shared bicycle back to Beihu Huayuan community. In order to relieve his inner anxiety, he spent a lot of money at the convenience store in front of the community to buy 2 bottles of 500 milliliters Red Star Erguotu and a pack of peanuts, costing 35 yuan. As soon as the huge sum of 35 yuan was spent, he became even more anxious, because he only had 420 yuan left in his pocket. Back home, Jean Nan sat on the sofa with a convenience bag, first poured peanuts on the coffee table, then unscrewed the liquor, and drank directly from the bottle without hesitation. A mouthful of white wine and a grain of peanuts. In this way, there was not a drop of the 2 bottles of Red Star Erguotu left, and there was not a grain of peanuts left. Jean Nan also drank with a flushed face and was already tipsy. Borrow wine to relieve your worries and make you more worried. Under the 2 bottles of white wine, Jean Nan's anxiety was gone, but he was even more melancholy, and he couldn't help but feel aggrieved in his heart. I want to be the Army-wide sniper champion, the Army-wide fighting champion, the Army-wide shooting champion, the Army-wide capture champion, the Army-wide melee champion, and the secret Aero Special Forces Aero Front. It has fallen to such a point that not only can't I find a decent job, but even life is almost a problem. With a belly of grievances and self-deprecation, he wanted to pick up the wine bottle and take a big sip, but found that there was no drop of wine in the wine bottle. He sighed and secretly said that he should buy an extra bottle. Just when he was full of depression, the corner of his eye noticed the corner of the business card pressed by the garbage on the coffee table. He swept away the garbage on the table, picked up the business card and stared at the string of numbers on it. After hesitating for a while, he finally picked up the phone and dialed the string of numbers. Hello? This is Xiaonan, and I will set out to save Xiaonan tomorrow. In principle, Jean Nan didn't want to cause trouble to himself, but the current situation was that eating was about to become a problem, and he would starve to death if he continued to stick to his principles. If the dignified soldier king just starved to death, wouldn't he be ridiculed by the enemies who were killed by his own hands when he got down there? The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Shufan and her husband Zheng Ximu, holding a school bag, knocked on the door of room 601. The door opened from the inside, and the couple immediately entered the house. Jean Nan in the room quickly closed the door and casually said, "Follow me," bringing the couple to the living room. After arriving in the living room, Jean Nan didn't say a word of nonsense, and asked directly, "I need a picture of Xiaobu and her mobile phone number." Li Shufan had already prepared these, and took out a slap-sized photo from her school bag. Jean Nan picked up the photo and frowned slightly after just a few glances. "I'm pretty, don't put on makeup. That's what my little girl looks like," Li Shufan explained, with a bit of pride in her words. Zheng Ximu's expression was solemn. He looked at Jean Nan's serious look at the photo, with a bit of worry in his eyes, and said, "Child, are you really sure? If you are not sure, don't hold it hard, don't catch you up at that time." Jean Nan yelled softly, but did not speak. After reading Shabu's photo carefully, and remembering all her characteristics, he turned the photo over and wrote 2 strings of numbers on it. Seeing this, he couldn't help but ask, "What are these 2 numbers? The one above belongs to Shobu, and the one below belongs to the Cambodian man." Li Shufan replied. Jean Nan nodded and put the photo in his wallet. Seeing that Li Shufan was not vague, she pushed the backpack in her hand to Jean Nan. "Shanan, this is 300,000, you can count it." Jean Nan directly picked up her backpack, looked at Li Shufan and Zhang Ximu, and said, "Just wait for my news at home, I'm leaving." After speaking, he turned around and left the room, leaving his sentence, "Remember to close the door for me." Boom! There was a sound of the door closing, and Jean Nan just went out. "Are you leaving now?" Zhang Ximu's face showed worry again, but this time he was not worried about Jean Nan's safety, but about his 300,000 yuan. That if Jean Nan just runs away in such a role, where can I find it? Li Shufan felt her husband's worry. She put her hand on Zhang Ximu's back and said softly with moist eyes, "Now, we can only pin our hopes on him." Hey, Zhang Ximu let out a long sigh, revealing endless helplessness. An hour later, 10 o'clock in the morning, Jean Nan appeared in front of the counter of a bank, took out 300,000 cash in his backpack and told the teller to save money. "Hello sir, there are now regulations. For large deposits, you need to talk about the source of the money. Oh, some time ago, on a blind date, the family paid 300,000 bride price. Now that the marriage has been cancelled, the other party's bride price has also been cancelled. This is a refund of the bride price, isn't it?" "Yes." It didn't take long for 300,000 renminbi to arrive successfully. Jean Nan left the bank after receiving the receipt text message, and took a taxi to a nearby outdoor goods store. Here, he bought a black bomber jacket, a black casual pants, a pair of hard-soled high-top shoes, a black cap, and a 65-style scout dagger. It costs 2,000 yuan. Jean Nan found a public toilet to change his clothes, then went to an internet cafe and got a single room. Of course, he didn't come to the internet cafe to play games. He turned on his computer and entered a string of web addresses, and entered a website with white characters on black background that was all in English. This website is a global telephone positioning system built by a hacker organization in Europe and the United States. It is very easy to use and free. He knows that this website was also learned from the interrogators during an interrogation. He also didn't expect that he would be useful to this black website one day. After all, he had used the Army's own global telephone positioning system before. The method of using this website is very simple. You only need to enter the number. You can check its location at the time of the last call. Jean Nan first entered the phone number of the Cambodian man. After a few seconds, the screen showed a location. He immediately took out his mobile phone to take a picture of the location, then entered the phone number of the Cambodian man again, and then took a picture of the displayed location. After doing this, Jean Nan quit the website and checked the 2 positioning pictures just taken by his phone. Both phone locations are located in the same location, Sihanoukville, Cambodia, a coastal city located on the southwest coastline of Cambodia. The specific location of the telephone location is at the Sihanoukville Charm Hotel and Casino. After knowing the target location, Jean Nan put on his cap and left the internet cafe without delay. He went to Shangrao bus station to take the long-distance black bus from Shangrao to Nanning. As for why not take the high-speed rail, point 1 is that he has a dagger on his body, the second is that he is still in the D-secret period. If he wants to go out of the market during this period, he needs to report in advance. He doesn't want to report and let the military office know that he has left Shangrao. The straight distance from Shangrao to Nanning is 1,100 kilometers. Jean Nan got on the car at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and arrived at 9 o'clock the next morning. After arriving in Nanning, Jean Nan didn't rest, so he got into a black car and went to a small town on the Sino-Vietnamese border. At 12 noon, Jean Nan had something to eat in the border town, and then entered the vast mountains alone. Although he had never been here before, relying on many years of field experience in the special forces, he passed through the border smoothly and entered the territory of Lang San Province, Vietnam. After walking for more than an hour on a mountain road in Vietnam, Jean Nan came to a small border county. Since this is the border between China and Vietnam, the renminbi is very popular in the local area. He can also use WeChat to pay. Here, he used WeChat to scan 20,000 renminbi in exchange for 70 million VND. The exchange rate is slightly lower than the official. Jean Nan spent 35 million VND to buy a pickup truck that had passed through an unknown number of hands in the local area. bought some food and water, and then drove away alone. The destination Haiyan County, the county on the southwest coast of Vietnam, Haiyan County is only 100 kilometers away from his final destination, Sihanoukville, Cambodia. He plans to cross the border from Haiyan County to Cambodia and sneak into Sihanoukville. This self-driving trip is destined to be a long journey. From the place of departure to Haiyan County, the whole journey is 1,600 kilometers. Jean Nan departs at sunset and arrives at sunset the next day. It was open for a full 24 hours. After a long journey for several days, even Jean Nan, who retired from the special forces, couldn't bear it. After arriving in Haiyan County, he found a small hotel to live in, and used the remaining 35 million VND from the innkeeper in exchange for 5 million Cambodian riels. Jean Nan rested in the local area all night, and continued to set off at dawn the next day. Because he wanted to cross the border into Cambodia, the road could not be taken, so Jean Nan gave up his pickup truck and walked lightly into the mountains. After 3 hours of going around, he finally managed to bypass the Cambodia-Vietnam border and enter Cambodia territory. After crossing the border, Jean Nan walked for another 2 hours to a local village. In this village, he took a break for a while, and then spent 1 million Cambodian riels to hire a local black car to send him to Sihanoukville. An hour and a half later, after 4 full days, Jean Nan finally arrived at his final destination Sihanoukville. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he arrived in Sihanoukville. Jean Nan first found a hotel to stay, took a bath, shaved his beard, cleaned himself up, and left at 7 o'clock in the evening. The mobile phone locations of the Cambodian man and the little girl were all at the Mani Hotel and Casino. In order to inquire about the news and understand the hotel and casino environment, Jean Nan went directly to this hotel. Sir, gambling or housing? When Jean Nan walked into the lobby of this hotel, a dark-skinned male waiter walked over with a smile on his face. Can you understand Chinese? Jean Nan smiled at him. I understand. The waiter immediately switched to Chinese mode, and he said it very well. This is not surprising. After all, Sihanoukville is also a tourist city. I want to gamble. Where are you going? Jean Nan asked. Please follow me. The waiter politely made a gesture of invitation, and then walked in front to lead the way for Jean Nan. Under his leadership, Jean Nan walked into an elevator with him. Keenly, he noticed that there are 12 buttons in the elevator, which are on the negative first floor, the negative second floor, the negative third floor, and the ground floor. From the first floor to the 9th floor. The buttons are not the point. The point is that, except for the 8th and 9th floors, which are not lit, the rest of the buttons are on. He deliberately put his hand on the 8th floor and pressed it gently. When the waiter saw that his face changed, he immediately grabbed his hand and said sternly, Sir, the 8th and 9th floors are not open to the public. Oh, sorry, I'm just curious that the other button lights are on, but they are not on. I thought it was broken. Jean Nan quickly put his hands together and apologized to him. The waiter did not become suspicious, his face quickly calmed down. He returned to smiling, raised his hand and pressed the 3rd floor. The elevator began to go down, and with a ding, the elevator door slowly opened, and a scene instantly came into view. This is a large-scale casino with hundreds of tables, large and small, and hundreds of gamblers of all kinds sitting at the gambling table to place bets. The lights here are very bright, which makes people feel better. As soon as I entered, I couldn't help but feel a shock, but Jean Nan was not interested in these things. He had already known the information he wanted to know just now, but in order to avoid the waiter's suspicion, he still took some money and went to the gambling table. After playing in the casino for 3 hours and losing 3 million Cambodian riels, he pretended to be sad and left. Sir, it came out so soon. Did you win or lose? When he came out of the elevator and walked to the front hall, the waiter who had previously led Jean Nan smiled and asked, Oh, my hands are stinky today, so I'll come back tomorrow. While Jean Nan responded, he glanced at the nameplate under his chest with a casual gaze. Cabello, the waiter in the front hall. A plan was born in his heart. You go slowly. Cabello, the waiter in the front hall, smiled and bowed. Jean Nan waved his hand at him and quickly walked out of the hotel. After coming out, Jean Nan began to observe the terrain around the Charm Hotel and Casino, and formulated an evacuation route. Another 3 hours passed. After completing the reconnaissance around the hotel building, he came to the road opposite the entrance of the hotel, leaned on the road sign, lit a cigarette, and stared at the entrance of the hotel from time to time. After squatting for almost 2 hours, around 3 o'clock in the morning, Waiters came home from get off work one after another, and Cabellon, the waiter in the front hall, was also among them. Seeing Cameron's figure, Jean Nan lowered the brim of his hat and quickly crossed the road like a ghost, keeping a distance of 50 meters from the ladder to follow. At this time, Cabello was walking alone on the sidewalk of the street. He was wearing headphones and humming a song. He didn't realize that someone was following him not far behind him. He walked on this road for more than 10 minutes as usual, and finally turned into a dim alley. His house is here. In the alley. Just when he first entered the alley, he suddenly felt a strong wind blowing behind him, and the sense of crisis was instantly triggered. Subconsciously, he reached out and touched his pocket, as if to take out some weapon, but before he took it out, he was kicked 3 or 4 meters away by a flying foot. After Cameron fell to the ground, he groaned in pain. He was about to get up to see who attacked him. Jean Nan came behind him, grabbed his back collar and picked him up from the ground. He fell heavily on the wall, then put his arm against his throat and controlled him tightly. Cabello was controlled by this fall, and almost saw his own milk. There was a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of pain, but after seeing Jean Nan's appearance, his pain was suddenly shared a lot by surprise. "It's you." Cabello recognized Jean Nan. "Don't yell." Jean Nan warned him, then let him go, took out the remaining 1 million Cambodian riels from his arms and handed them over. "I asked you a few things, and you answered truthfully." Looking at the money in Jean Nan's hand, Cameron didn't feel any pain immediately. He quickly took the money in the former's hand with his hands and eyes. "What do you want to ask?" He looked vigilant. "What exactly are the 8th and 9th floors of the hotel?" Jean Nan asked the first question. Cabello stared at Jean Nan. "Who the hell are you? I'll give you the money and ask you questions. You ask me? Did you give money?" Jean Nan said. Cabello was speechless for a while, then thought for a while and said, "It's nothing. It's just a VIP suite. Only hotel members can go up." The corner of Jean Nan's mouth raised slightly, showing a wicked smile. "If you don't tell the truth, I will." He slowly took out the Type 56 Scout dagger, and in the dim light, the dagger still shone with a cold light. When Cabello saw the dagger, his face paled a bit, and he hurriedly said, "The 8th and 9th floors are actually our boss's business offices." "What business?" "Fraud." Hearing this answer, Jean Nan could finally be sure that his guess was correct. The 8th and 9th floors were e-fraud parks under the cover of hotels and casinos. Who is in charge of where? He continued to ask. "Lou." "Mr. Lou." Cabello hesitated for a moment. "Mr. Lou?" Jean Nan heard the surname Lou, so he asked one more question. "Are you Chinese?" Cabello nodded. "Mr. Lou is the boss here?" "No, Boss Zhang is the boss, and Mr. Lou is just the manager of the 8th and 9th floors." "What is Boss Zhang's origin?" "Boss Zhang is also Chinese. He came to Cambodia 10 years ago and caught up with the local warlord General Morin. In addition to Manny, there are several hotel casinos under his name." "These hotels and casinos have a fraud business?" "Correct." When asked about this, Jean Nan's expression became a little more solemn. He is now worried that Xiaoyu is not in Manny, but in other places. If this is the case, the difficulty of finding someone will undoubtedly increase a lot. "Where is your President Lou now?" Me. Cabello looked embarrassed. "I'm a waiter, so I know where a character like Mr. Lou is." "Then where does he usually be?" Jean Nan asked in a different way. Cabello shook his head and said, "I really don't know." "Do you have a picture of him?" Hearing this, Cameron stretched out his hand and touched his trouser pocket, took out his mobile phone, flipped through a large group photo from the photo album, and pointed his finger at the middle-aged man in a gray suit in the middle of C. "This is our President Lou." Jean Nan silently wrote down Mr. Lou's appearance, then took a step back, looked at Cabello indifferently and said, "Just treat it as if you haven't seen me." After that, he turned and left the alley, quickly disappearing into Cabello's sight. After seeing him leaving, Cabello first breathed a sigh of relief, then picked up the number in the address book, found a phone number with the note "Mr. Lou," and dialed it without hesitation. At the same time, room 3066 on the 3rd floor of the Manny Hotel. In the room, a middle-aged man wearing a floral plaid shirt, black suit pants, and thinning hair was playing mahjong with 3 young people with colorful hair. This middle-aged man with a plaid flower grid is Mr. Lou. He is not only the manager of the Manny e-commerce park, but also the manager of the hotel and casino. He likes to play mahjong, so he took his 3 cronies to play mahjong when he had nothing else to do. These 3 cronies were also relatives of his hometown. In terms of seniority, they were all his nephews. It's all the same, who? Mr. Liu held a cigarette in his hand, laughed and flattened his card, with regrets on their faces. The three nephews reluctantly took out a few renminbi from the drawer and handed it over. Just when Mr. Liu happily collected the money, the phone on the desktop rang, and the mobile phone interface showed a group photo of a family of three. Hello? Mr. Liu picked up the phone and put it in his ear to answer. Mr. Liu, this is Cabello, a waiter in the front hall. There was a hint of excitement in the other party's voice. Cabellon? Mr. Liu frowned, with no impression, but he was not surprised that Cabello called him, because in order to prevent someone from investigating, he gave his phone to every staff member of the hotel, and called himself as long as there was a situation. Pass on effective information once, and the bonus is 10,000 yuan. Is something wrong? Mr. Liu, just now. The other party's voice suddenly stopped abruptly to eye in the alley 1 kilometer away from the Mani Hotel. Cabello looked at the blade less than 1 centimeter from his eyes, his body instantly stiffened, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Hush. The owner of the blade, Jean Nan, hissed at him. Cabello swallowed. He is a smart person and knows what he needs to do if he wants to survive. He continued to his mobile phone. I just went downstairs to gamble after get off work and lost money. I have no money to eat now. Mr. Liu, you. Can you lend me some? Mr. Liu originally raised his heart, but when he heard that Cameron was calling to borrow money, he couldn't help but yell in anger. Damn it, borrow money from your sister, get out of here for Lao Tzu. Mr. Liu hung up the phone angrily, and then continued to start the next game with his three nephews. After hearing the busy tone on the phone, Cabello on the other side immediately knelt on his knees and begged Jean Nan for mercy. Get around me, I won't dare anymore. Where the hell is Mr. Liu? Jean Nan was expressionless and his tone was cold. Although Cabello didn't want to say it, he was really afraid that the man in front of him would kill himself. After a while, he shook it all out. He usually likes to play mahjong at 3066 on the 3rd floor of the hotel. You didn't lie to me, did you? Jean Nan stared at him tightly. Cabello shook his head like garlic. I didn't lie to you, I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, catch a few more waiters like me. Everyone knows that he likes to play mahjong in 3066. Why does he like to be in 3066? Jean Nan asked out of caution. Because the 3066 window faces the street and has a good view. You can observe the situation on the street without dead ends. Cabello replied quickly. Jean Nan believed this statement and said lightly, in the next life, don't lie to me. The moment the voice fell, the dagger in his hand pierced the fabric in front of Cabellon's chest accurately without any hesitation, and went straight into the opponent's heart. The tip of the knife penetrated the flesh and bones until it was shankless. The strength was so great that the handle of the knife hit Cabellon's chest heavily, making a dull sound. Cabello trembled all over, as if hit by a high-voltage current. He widened his eyes in disbelief, and slowly lowered his head to look at the murder weapon that hadn't entered his chest at all, leaving only the handle of the knife exposed. Outside. If he had been drained of strength for an instant, he fell straight back and hit the cold and dirty ground. His pupils quickly dimmed and collapsed. In just a few seconds, his eyes were empty and completely lost their vitality. Jean Nan stared blankly at the rapidly cooling corpse on the ground, without the slightest wave in his eyes. He squatted down, moving steadily and skillfully, holding Cabellon's chest with his left hand, holding the handle of the knife with his right hand. His wrist calmly exerted force, without the slightest mud and water. With a puff, he put the blood-stained dagger, pulled it out cleanly. Then, he wiped the dagger with the clothing in front of Cameron's chest, and the cold blade regained its cold luster, but there were still imperceptible dark bloodlines in the groove of the knife. With a bang, Jean Nan neatly retracted the dagger from the leather sheath around his waist. Then, he reached out and fumbled in several of Cabello's pockets and took all the money from him. After doing this, Jean Nan slowly got up, turned around, and left indifferently. After drilling out of the dim alley, he walked towards the Mani Hotel with a clear goal. Sir, gambling or housing? Housing, let's arrange the 3rd floor for me, you can see the night view. Sir looks like an old customer. Okay, please follow me. 15 minutes later, Jean Nan was led by a male waiter to the 3rd floor of the hotel. He first followed the waiter very well on the upholstered hotel corridor, but his gaze was always inadvertently checking the room number along the way. When he reached 3066, Jean Nan stopped. The waiter heard that Jean Nan behind him was silent, and immediately stopped and turned to look. After seeing Jean Nan parked at the door of room 3066, and staring straight at the digital house number, he frowned and said displeasuredly, "This is not your room, follow me, your room in front." Before his voice fell, the dagger had already been inserted into his abdomen. "Don't talk, knock on the door." Jean Nan put his hand on the waiter's shoulder and said with a smile. The smile was simply a demon in the eyes of the waiter. He didn't dare to hesitate, and used all the strength left in his body to raise his arm and knock on the door of 3066. The next second he knocked on the door, Jean Nan tilted his body to the side to avoid the cat's eyes. When the people inside heard the knock on the door outside, Mr. Liu immediately asked his eldest nephew to see who was knocking on the door. The eldest nephew got up from the mahjong table and walked to the door impatiently, checking the situation outside through the cat's eyes. Seeing that the waiter was standing outside, he opened the door directly without much vigilance. At the moment of opening the door, Jean Nan grabbed the waiter by the neck and slammed into the door. Boom! With a sound, the door of the room was knocked open, and the waiter was also hit by chi or 8 elements, and he fainted on the spot. Mr. Liu's eldest nephew was taken aback. Before he could react, he saw a flash of cold light, and a deep bone visible blood mark was cut across his neck, and the blood sputtered out like a fountain. The eldest nephew clutched his throat and fell to the ground in horror, moaning weakly, "What kind of person?" The movement at the door shocked Liu and his second nephew, and the third nephew suddenly stood up from the chair. At this moment, they saw a man wearing a peaked cap rushing over. The man moved fluently, and when the knife fell in his hand, the second nephew and the third nephew fell down clutching their throats. Mr. Liu was surprised and quickly opened his coat, revealing the handle of the gun from his waist. He wanted to draw his gun to fight back, but as soon as his pistol was taken out, the palm of his hand holding the gun was pierced by a dagger. "What?" Mr. Liu let out a pig-killing howl, and the pistol in his hand also fell loose. Jean Nan quickly took his loose pistol and glanced at the model of the gun. "Well, it's quite tasteful, 1911 pistol, don't scream." Jean Nan sat on the mahjong table and raised his muzzle against Mr. Liu's forehead. Feeling the coldness of his forehead, the sense of death crisis instantly occupied Mr. Liu's whole body, and he immediately forgot the pain in his palm, and asked with a shivering mouth, "You? Who are you?" Jean Nan raised the butt of his gun to smash Mr. Liu's head and bleed, and also smashed him to the ground. Jean Nan got down from the mahjong table, came to Mr. Liu and squatted down. He took out the photo of Xiaoyu from his pocket, and pointed the photo at the latter at gunpoint. "Do you know each other?" When Mr. Liu saw Xiaobai's picture, his pupils obviously changed slightly. "I don't know, I haven't seen it before." He shook his head firmly at Jean Nan, but how could his poor performance deceive Jean Nan, who had a perfect score of torture, and when he saw that he had fallen to this point, he didn't admit it, so he just smashed it with the butt of a gun, smashing several teeth. This was not enough. Jean Nan immediately pulled out the dagger from his palm, pointed the blade at his thigh, and said coldly, "This is the aorta. If you stick it down, you will feel the coolness soon. Within half an hour, you will die. Do you want me to stab you first? Let me ask you again." Mr. Liu's face was pale and his expression was full of fear. He waved his hands again and again and said, "No, no, I said, I know her, don't stab me." "Where is she?" Jean Nan asked immediately. "Room 7011 on the 7th floor. "What did you do to her?" "A few beats, nothing else." Jean Nan looked at him suspiciously. "She looks so good looking, didn't you do anything else?" He couldn't believe it. With such a big beauty, this group of beasts could hold back from doing other things. "Our boss Zhang has a crush on her and won't let us move. You may not believe it when you say it. Our boss Zhang doesn't like the strong, so he likes to make women surrender to her willingly like an eagle. Therefore, she has been locked up in 7011 and is being boiled." Jean Nan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this answer. Just don't do anything else. The result he was most afraid of seeing was that although people were saved, they were ruined. Otherwise, the neighbor aunt didn't know what it was like to be sad. "Call and ask your people to bring her over." Jean Nan threw him the mobile phone on the mahjong table. Mr. Liu didn't rush to call, but asked, "Are you here to save her, alone? Cut the nonsense and fight quickly." Jean Nan shook his muzzle, and didn't have time to chat with him. Mr. Liu rummaged through his address book and said, "You can't save her. As long as you take her out of this hotel, Boss Zhang will receive the news immediately. You don't know Boss Zhang's power here. Even if you have 100 people, you can't take people away." After he finished speaking, the phone was also connected. "Hello, Mr. Liu. Xiao Wang, you are now bringing the woman from 7011 to 3066. Huh? Isn't that Boss Zhang's woman? Are you? Cut the nonsense, I will explain to Boss Zhang, just bring it. Okay, I'll bring people now. Mr. Liu finished the call in less than half a minute, and after hanging up the call, he took a few deep breaths, and looked at Jean Nan with some appreciation in his eyes. You are so good at skills, have you considered mixing with Boss Zhang? His favorite thing is your kind of cultivator. If you are willing to talk to Boss Zhang, maybe he can cut off your love for you and give you the woman. When the time comes, you will have the woman and the money. Jean Nan couldn't help being amused when he heard it. I killed one of your subordinates. You don't want to take revenge. Do you still want me to talk to you? What do you think? Ha ha. Mr. Liu smiled. To tell you the truth, the 3 you killed just now are nephews of my hometown, but so what? If they die, they will die. Anyway, they also enjoy it. It's worth it. You are really a cold-blooded guy. Jean Nan grinned, clenched his dagger and plunged it into Mr. Liu's chest, pierced his heart, and killed him with a single blow. Jean Nan stood up, pulled out the pistol magazine, and saw that it was full of bullets. He contentedly put the pistol in his waist, then opened the drawer of the mahjong table, and sure enough, he saw bullets in it, about 30 rounds without counting. He directly grabbed 2 of them into his jacket pocket, then walked out of the room with a dagger in his hand and came to the elevator entrance. At this time, the elevator was going down. Jean Nan stared at the elevator floor display screen. 6, 5, 4, 3. The elevator stopped going down on the 3rd floor. With a ding sound, the elevator door slowly opened. I saw 3 men and a woman standing in the elevator. The 2 men were supporting a woman. The woman had messy hair and many scars on her face, but Jean Nan still recognized her. This woman is Xiaoba. The 3 men in the elevator saw the elevator door open, and a strange man stood outside with a dagger in his hand, and his brain stopped for a short second. By the time they realized something was wrong, Jean Nan had already rushed in. He was fiercely aggressive and deadly with a knife. After 2 or 3 hard work, 2 of the 3 men were wiped out and 1 was pierced through the heart. Where had Xiaoyu seen this kind of battle? He sat on the ground with his legs softened and paralyzed on the spot, sticking himself tightly to the corner of the elevator. After Jean Nan got rid of the 3 men, he didn't go to see Xiaoba's situation. He turned his back to the ladder and pressed down the 1st floor. When the elevator door closed, he said, Xiaoba, right? Your mother asked me to save you. I will follow closely later. Mom, save me. Xiaoyu's sad eyes suddenly brightened a lot, and her desperate heart also felt a glimmer of hope at this moment. Are you really the one my mother invited to save me? Although she asked, her body honestly believed Jean Nan, and she stood up and pressed tightly behind him. Jean Nan was expressionless, staring at the subtle crack in the elevator door. As the elevator floor number became 1, Jean Nan quickly took out a 1911 pistol, pointed the muzzle at the crack of the door, and with a ding, the elevator door slowly opened. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger continuously. The 3 gunmen standing outside the elevator door were shot in the head and fell before they could pull the trigger. What? The waiter in the lobby of the hotel let out a sharp scream. Keep up. Jean Nan said, walked out of the elevator with a gun posture and came to the bodies of the 3 gunmen. After seeing that the pistols dropped by the 3 gunmen were 1911 style pistols, he squatted down and quickly removed the magazines of the 3 pistols. Put it in his pocket. Then, he walked quickly to the hotel gate. Xiaobu came out of the elevator and saw 3 headshot corpses on the ground. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She only realized now that her mother had invited a fierce person to save herself. Wait for me. Xiaobai saw Jean Nan walking out, and quickly followed. The 2 walked out of the hotel smoothly. It happened that at this moment, a black BMW 7 Series came from the street and stopped at the entrance of the hotel. A man and a woman got out of the car, like gamblers who came here to gamble. Jean Nan stepped forward and put a gun to the man's head. Take out the car keys. Looking at the cold muzzle of the gun against his forehead, and seeing the panicked waiter in the hotel door, the owner of the BMW immediately lost consciousness of resistance and immediately handed over the BMW car keys. Don't kill me, the car is for you, for you. Jean Nan raised his hand and smashed the man to the ground with the butt of a gun, then opened the car door and sat in the main driver's seat, started the engine, and Xiaoyu didn't move slowly. As soon as he got in the car, she opened the car door and sat in the back seat as soon as possible. Sit in front. After thinking about it, Jean Nan shouted as soon as she sat in. Xiaobu didn't have time to think about it. So he immediately got in the car and got in the co-pilot. Jean Nan drove the car into the street. He raised his pistol and pressed the magazine closer. With a gentle flick, the magazine fell on Cheyenne's thigh. I have a bullet in my pocket, help me press the bullet. Good. Xiaoyu hurriedly took out the bullet from Jean Nan's pocket, and then pressed the bullet into the magazine less skillfully. Jean Nan also replaced the pistol with a full magazine while driving it. This time Jean Nan had fired 3 shots just now, and Xiaobu had pressed 3 bullets and filled the magazine. After she had done what Jean Nan had arranged, she asked nervously, "Where are we going?" Code mouth. He has seen it. It is basically impossible to return home by land, let alone by sea. It is impossible to get out of Sihanoukville. The only escape route is by SEA.as. The voice fell. Jean Nan stepped on the gas pedal and rushed to the nearest pier as quickly as possible. The nearest pier is also 6 kilometers away. This will also be the most dangerous 6 kilometers. In a manor on the outskirts of Sihanoukville, Boss Zhang was sleeping in his wife's pile when suddenly, a rapid call rang from the mobile phone on the bedside table. Boss Zhang had previously told his subordinates that non-emergency calls were not allowed in the middle of the night, so when he heard the phone ring, he was immediately awakened, pushed away the sleeping wives next to him, and picked up the phone to answer the call. Hello? What happened? Boss Zhang, someone just broke into the Maini Hotel and killed Lu and his 3 nephews, as well as 3 gunmen, and took the woman in room 7011 away. What? Someone actually took Zhang Xiaobai away. Boss Zhang's eyes widened, and Mr. Lu didn't feel distressed at all when they died, because as long as they had money, the last thing they lacked was their subordinates, but Zhang Xiaoyu was taken away by a beautiful woman of national color. He was really hurt and angry. Fuck, who on earth didn't take my Zhang Tianlei seriously and ran to my territory to take my woman away? You immediately lead your subordinates to chase me, and you will definitely chase them back. Boss Zhang is yelling at the phone. Yes, I will take someone to chase right away. They ran over there? They grabbed a car and walked to the coast. I see. Boss Zhang gritted his teeth and hung up the phone, and immediately dialed General Morin. General Morin, someone came to my territory to make trouble and took away a Chinese woman. It should be from China. Never let them escape, otherwise, you know the pressure. I have already sent someone to chase after me, but the people who came to save seem to have good hands. They killed several of us. I want to ask General Morin to help me. There's no problem helping you, they ran over there. On the coast, I should be going to the pier and looking for a boat to run. I see. After Boss Zhang ended the call with General Morin, he never felt sleepy again. He quickly put on his clothes and rushed to the Maini Hotel with some armed personnel. After he left the room, the women on the bed opened their eyes one after another. Although they didn't say a word, their eyes were full of envy. It's nice to have someone to save. On the main road in Sihanoukville, a BMW 7 Series was speeding at a speed of 120 km per hour. At this time, Jean Nan and the others were still 3 kilometers away from the pier. It was also in this section of the road that 2 Santas suddenly rushed out of the road on both sides of the intersection in front of them and stopped at the intersection, blocking the 2-lane road tightly. 5 or 6 armed men got out of the car. Some of them were armed with rifles and some with pistols. They stood in front of the car and fired frantically at the BMW 7 Series driving in front of them. Chug chug. Boom. 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 With the sound of gunshots, the front windshield of the BMW was instantly shattered by the whistling bullets. Jean Nan lowered his head and reached out to lower Xiaoyu's head. With the other hand, he clenched the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator to rush to the intersection. The armed men stood motionless and continued to shoot at the vehicle until the BMW was about to rush in front of them. Seeing that the car had not stopped, the armed men jumped away from both sides in a panic. Kaboom! With a loud noise, the front of the 2 Santana cars were hit, and the BMW abruptly tore open a road, but the vehicle quickly lost control and hit a tree trunk on the side of the road, and was forced to stop. The scene calmed down all of a sudden. 6 armed men looked at the stopped car and cautiously walked forward with their guns to check. When they approached the vehicle less than 10 meters away, a hand holding a gun suddenly stretched out of the driver's window. Accompanied by 3 gunshots, the 3 armed men fell down in response. The other 3 militants were obviously frightened and shot frantically at the car subconsciously, and the body was instantly covered with bullet holes. They quickly emptied the magazine, and just as they hurriedly replaced the magazine, Jean Nanda swung out of the car and pressed towards them step by step with a pistol. Seeing this scene, The faces of the three militants turned pale, their hands holding guns and magazines trembled violently uncontrollably, and their bodies retreated uncontrollably. In this kind of complete panic, the three of them hadn't changed their magazines until Jean Nan walked a meter in front of them. No. The three militants were about to surrender, but Jean Nan pulled the trigger on them. Boom. 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 3 gunshots rang out, and the 3 militants were shot in the forehead and fell into a pool of blood. After disposing of them, Jean Nan calmly took away the 2 AK-74 assault rifles and 4 pistols they had fallen on the ground. Among the 4 pistols were 2 1911 style pistols and 2 54 style pistols. He left a Type 54 pistol. The remaining 3 pistols were removed from the magazine and thrown away. 2 assault rifles were hung on his body, and then all the ammunition on them was searched. After doing this, he walked outside the co-pilot of the BMW, opened the door, and said to the shivering little boy, "The car can't be driven anymore, let's walk. The opponent's support will arrive soon. If you continue to drive, you will easily be blocked on the road by the E-Fraud gang who are familiar with the terrain. Now the best way to escape is to intersperse the buildings. I believe that even if they are familiar with the terrain, they cannot encircle themselves in complex buildings, and interspersing them in buildings can effectively disperse their manpower and reduce their numerical advantage." Good. Good. Xiaobu got out of the car trembling all over. She was frightened. If it weren't for the desire to survive in her heart, she would have given up such a desperate escape a long time ago. Soon, the two left the road and turned into a dim alley. After entering the alley, Jean Nan took out his mobile phone and opened a map software. After just glancing at it, an escape route appeared in his mind. He turned off his cell phone and led the boy through the alley. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Jean Nan found an abandoned bungalow. Without saying a word, he took Xiaoyu through the window and went in. Then he took out several empty magazines and bullets from his body, and leaned against the wall to reload the magazine. Xiaobai stood by and watched. She watched Jean Nan's skillful pressing action and couldn't help but ask, "Have you ever been a soldier?" Jean Nan did not answer, and reloaded on his own. "How did my mom find you to save me?" Xiaobai is like a curious cat, constantly asking. Jean Nan was a little impatient. "If I were you, I should have a good rest now and don't waste my strength." Xiaobai didn't dare to speak for a while, so he found a place to sit down casually. Jean Nan quickly filled several magazines with bullets. He took off an AK-74 assault rifle, loaded the magazine first, and then skillfully pulled the bolt with one hand to load it, took the gun and took a look. Then, he took off another AK-74 assault rifle and 2 pistols on his body, and did the same. After doing this, Jean Nan took 2 rifles and 2 pistols with him, left the abandoned bungalow with a small group of people, and continued to escape to the pier. This time, armed personnel belonging to the electronic fraud park and General Morin's army came nearby. Nearly 200 militants surrounded the area and then dispersed to conduct a carpet search of all the alleys in the area. On Jean Nan's side, after walking in the alley for about 2 minutes, he heard the sound of people communicating in front of him, and he immediately took the little girl to hide in a nearby corner. Some people said, "It seems that there is only one person coming. This person is so courageous, he dares to come here alone to save people. These people have killed a lot of people, let's be careful." As the visitors got closer and closer, Jean Nan and Xiaobu were gradually able to hear their footsteps clearly. Xiaobu couldn't help but get nervous, pulling the corners of Jean Nan's clothes tightly. In a tense atmosphere, soon, 2 soldiers in camouflage uniforms walked past the corner. Jean Nan drew out his bayonet and rushed up without hesitation. He plunged a knife into the back of one soldier's neck. The other soldier was shocked and wanted to raise his gun to resist, but he just stood still. Dagger had plunged into his neck. A puff. Jean Nan pulled out the dagger vigorously, and the blood from the soldier's throat suddenly gushed like a fountain. Xiaobu looked at Jean Nan blankly. Although it was not the first time she had seen him kill, the latter's skillful killing technique still stunned her. "My mom, where did you find such a fierce man?" Jean Nan squatted down, took off the magazines of the 2 soldiers' AK-74 assault rifles, and threw them to Xiaoyan. "Hold it for me." "Oh good. Here it is." As soon as Xiaobu caught the 2 magazines, 3 armed men from the electronic fraud park appeared at the intersection of the alley in front of him. They raised their guns and shot while yelling. The bullet hit the wall and splashed gravel. Jean Nan immediately got down and pointed his gun at them to counterattack. Chug chug. There was a burst of gunfire, and 3 armed personnel from the electric fraud park fell down in response. Jean Nan got up quickly and shouted to Xiaoba, "Keep up." After shouting, he immediately straightened his rifle and marched forward. Although Xiaobu was scared, he still kept up as soon as possible. When he was about to walk out of this alley and came to the intersection of several alleys, two more armed members of the electric fraud park rushed out. Fortunately, Jean Nan reacted quickly enough and overturned them to the ground in a burst. Jean Nan realized that more armed personnel would arrive here soon, so instead of picking up the magazine, he quickly led the squad into another alley. However, it has been infiltrated by the armed forces and the army of the electronic fraud park. Jean Nan can encounter enemies every minute or two he walks, but the number of enemies he encounters each time is not large, so they can be easily dealt with. Chug chug. Chug. Scattered gunshots continued to ring out. Every sound of gunshots meant that Jean Nan had encountered the enemy and the enemy had seen Jean Nan. At the same time, it also meant that some militants were killed by Jean Nan. About half an hour passed. Jean Nan took Xiaoyu out of the streets in near misses. At this time, he didn't remember how many people he had killed. He only knew that the ammunition consumption was only the full magazine of the AK-74 assault rifle in his hand and the full magazine of the 1911 pistol on his waist. Let's go. At this time, the pier was just across the road. Jean Nan panted and ran over quickly, pulling the small boat. At this time, gunshots also came from behind him, and Jean Nan also heard the whistling sound of bullets flying over his ears, but he remained silent. In this kind of day of bullets, crawling and rolling, he passed 6 years. After successfully bringing Xiaobu to the opposite side of the road, Jean Nan first pushed her down, then got down and raised his gun to shoot at the oncoming armed pickup truck. The semi-shuttle bounced over, the armed pickup truck crashed into the greenbelt, and the gunfire stopped. Go. Jean Nan pulled up his pony and ran to the pier as fast as he could. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. In addition to the fishing break, many fishing boats are parked on the edge of the pier, and there are no people. After arriving at the pier, Jean Nan glanced at the ships and finally locked a speedboat that was more than 10 meters long. He quickly ran over with the small boat, and the trestle rattled when it was stepped on. It didn't take long for the two of them to successfully board the speedboat. Jean Nan ran to the open-air cockpit room on the upper deck of the speedboat for the first time, swung the butt of his gun with both hands and slammed into the wire box under the control panel. Bang. Bang. In 2 seconds, the wire box was smashed, revealing dense wires. Jean Nan accurately recognized the ignition harness and took out the two wires to collide with each other to expose the wires. However, at this time, he found something in Yu Guang and was suddenly stunned. Damn it, the key is inserted in the keyhole under the rudder. Whose ship didn't pull out the key? Jean Nan complained a few words in his heart, immediately stuffed the ignition harness back, walked to the rudder and twisted the key. Boom. With a sound, the speedboat engine started instantly. Ah, it's activated, it's activated. The little girl on the deck heard the sound of the speedboat engine, and she almost burst into tears with excitement. I'm finally going to escape from this shithole. Don't run. Fight. Chug chug. At this moment, 20 or 30 militants came to the pier, and they shouted angrily while firing at the retreating speedboat. Dense bullets rushed on his face, and Jean Nan got down for the first time. Xiaoyu also had experience now, and he was already lying close to the deck when he heard the movement of the pier. Facing the enemy's intensive firepower, Jean Nan didn't dare to look up at all. He could only rely on intuition to control the ship to retreat. After feeling that the distance was almost the same, he stepped on the accelerator while pointing. Boom boom. Accompanied by the sound of the engine roaring, the speedboat turned its head sharply and galloped towards the sea. The militants yelled angrily, chasing and shooting on the trestle bridge, but they were fast and drove out 300 or 400 meters away with little effort. When the militants saw this, they all looked at the ship inside, and lowered their muzzles helplessly. At this distance, they thought they couldn't hit it, so there was no need to waste bullets. Damn, hundreds of people chase two people, and they can still get them away. On the deck of the speedboat, Xiaoyu looked at the drifting pier, stood up and jumped excitedly. We escaped, we succeeded. At this moment, she felt like a new life. Excited, she immediately ran up to the open-air command cabin on the upper floor, wanting to celebrate the escape from the dead with Jean Nan, but she came up and found that Jean Nan was aiming at the pier with a rifle. Can this be hit? Her voice was the size of a mosquito, full of doubt. After all, it was so dark, and at a distance of 400 to 500 meters, she was still on a high-speed speedboat, but the next second her voice fell. Boom. With a gunshot, the muzzle of the AK-74 assault rifle in Jean Nan's hand burst out with an orange flame, and metal bullets whistled out. After 0.5 seconds, a blood mist spattered from the chest of a militant on the trestle bridge, his body trembled and he fell weakly. Boom. 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 On the speedboat, the gunfire of AK-74s sounded quickly, but the militants on the trestle bridge had not reacted and were knocked down by bullets one after another. In just a few seconds, 12 militants were killed by Jean Nan at a distance of 400 to 500 with AK-74 assault rifles. The remaining militants were so scared when they saw this scene that they almost flew away. In a hurry, some jumped into the sea, some jumped onto a nearby boat, and some ran back. Boom! 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 The gunfire continued to sound, and the militants who were running back were hit one after another. After a while, those who were running back were all killed. Jean Nan also emptied the magazine of the AK-74 assault rifle. Bullets in the magazine. He did not hesitate to throw the bulletless rifle into the sea, and concentrated on driving the ship all the way south to ride the wind and waves. The little girl on the side looked at Jean Nan intently, and there was a touch of admiration in her eyes. This man. It's too fierce. How much money did mom and dad spend, and they actually invited such a big hunk to parachute into Cambodia to save themselves? Could it be that my family is actually a wealthy man faintly in the city? Xiaobu couldn't help but think about it. Time passed quickly. I don't know how long it took, until Sihanoukville's last neon light disappeared from sight, and the speedboat suddenly stopped. Xiaoyu, who was whimsical, felt that the speedboat stopped, and his mood suddenly tightened when he just relaxed, and he hurriedly asked, "Are you out of gas?" Jean Nan was silent. He first turned on the hanging lights in the open-air cabin, found a clean place to sit down at will, and took off his pants. Upon seeing this, Xiaobai quickly turned his head around. "What are you doing?" Her little face is already flushed. Jean Nan let out a muffled snort, with a faint hint of pain in his voice. Xiaoyan turned his head curiously, and saw a blood hole suddenly appeared on the former's calf, bleeding constantly. She widened her eyes in surprise. "You are hurt." She didn't notice at all when Jean Nan was injured. In fact, the blood hole in the calf was caused by a stray bullet from a pistol during a fierce battle in the alley. Because the alley space is narrow and the stray bullet hit rate is high, you go to the storage cabin below to have a look. There should be a medical box. Jean Nan ordered while tying the calf to the knee with a cloth strip. Oh. Xiaobu couldn't care about when Jean Nan was injured on the spot, so he immediately ran down the open-air cockpit according to Jean Nan's instructions and went to the storage cabin below to find a medical box. As expected by Jean Nan, she found a white box with a red cross in a cupboard without rummaging through it. She immediately ran up with the medical box and put the medical box next to Jean Nan. Jean Nan opened the medical box and took out a medical pliers, and did not hesitate to stick the pliers into the wound. Xiao Jingguan couldn't help frowning when he looked at it, but he didn't blink his eyelids. It's not that he doesn't feel pain, but he has long been used to it. In about 2 minutes, a 9mm warhead was successfully taken out of the wound by Jean Nan. He threw the warhead away casually, then took out iodine from the medical box and poured it on the wound, and then wrapped it around with a medical bandage several times. After watching this one-step ejaculation operation, Xiaobai couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. This man made her more and more curious. "Have you been shot in the shoulder too?" Xiaobu suddenly noticed a large piece of blood on Jean Nan's left shoulder at this time, and asked quickly. Jean Nan nodded. He was hit not only by a stray bullet from a pistol, but also by a bullet in his shoulder. He quickly took off his bomber jacket and black t-shirt, revealing a golden ratio of 6 abdominal muscles and 2 raised hard pectoral muscles. Xiaobai couldn't help swallowing, but just when she was attracted by this perfect figure, she was attracted by something else. A scar. Jean Nan not only has abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles, but also 7 or 8 bullet holes and 4 or 5 hideous and slender knife marks. Xiaoyan couldn't imagine what this man had gone through, and he actually left so many scars on his body. Jean Nan glanced sideways at the wound on his shoulder, took a deep breath in his nasal cavity, and picked up the pliers again to reach in to get the bullet. But at this moment, Xiaoyan grabbed his hand holding the pliers with both hands. Let me do it." Jean Nan looked at her and asked hesitantly, "Do you know this?" "I am a major in surgery." Jean Nan's face darkened. "Then why didn't you say it just now?" You didn't ask either." Xiao Bai's eyes flickered. A little embarrassed, Jean Nan was speechless, and immediately handed her the pliers. Xiao Yu clenched his pliers tightly, stared at the wound and took a deep breath, allowing himself to concentrate, then slowly put the pliers into the eye of the gun, looking for the warhead. The professional is worthy of being professional. In about half a minute, she took out the bloody warhead, and although the process was a bit painful, it felt a lot less painful than Jean Nan handled it by herself. After removing the warhead, Xiaobu immediately disinfected the wound, wrapped a bandage, and finally tied a bow. Jean Nan looked at the white bow on her shoulders, a little helpless. When was it? She was still in the mood to tie the bow. But he was also complaining in his heart, and he didn't really say anything. Anyway, when he put on his clothes, no one else could see the Bao Jin Nan quickly put on his pants and clothes. After he was dressed, he returned to the console, started the speedboat, and continued sailing south. Where are we going now? Xiaoba came to him and couldn't help asking curiously if first out of Cambodia's territorial waters, before entering the South China Sea, we disembark in Hainan, and then buy a plane ticket to return home. It's rare for Jin Nan to say so much to her in one breath, go to Hainan and disembark. Xiaobai frowned slightly, and said slightly puzzled, why don't we go to Vietnam, find the local military and police to send us to the embassy, and then let the embassy send us back? Isn't it faster? Jin Nan replied blankly, can you guarantee that the Vietnamese military and police are not colluding with the wire fraud gang? Do you dare to bet? There is another reason he didn't say, that is, he can't let the country know that he has gone abroad. If he returns home through the Vietnamese embassy, the domestic military will know that there is a retired special forces who have gone abroad during the de-secret period. When Xiaobai heard this answer, he immediately fell silent. She couldn't guarantee whether the Vietnamese military and police had colluded with the electronic gang, and she didn't dare to bet. Charm Hotel, 3rd floor, room 3011. As soon as Boss Zhang, who was wearing a blue tang suit, entered the house, he saw the bodies of the waiter and Mr. Lu's nephew lying at the door. He frowned slightly, crossed the body and walked into the depths of the room, and soon saw the bodies of Mr. Lu and his other two nephews. Corpse, he's a master. He looked at the scars on the corpse and realized that the man who came here to save people was not an ordinary person. 2 people had their throats cut and 1 was stabbed in the heart. Most people didn't start so fiercely at all, and there were no signs of fighting in the room. It was obvious that after the conflict between the two sides, Mr. Lu was crushed and suppressed. Boss. A long-haired, tall and thin man came to Boss Zhang. His name is Bentong, a native of Cambodia. He served in the Cambodian army for 4 years. After he was discharged from the army, he entered Boss Zhang's casino as a security guard. He showed good skills due to a gambler's trouble and was valued by Boss Zhang. Along the way, he was valued by Boss Zhang, promoted to become one of the 8 great kings under Boss Zhang. He and Lu ran the Mani Hotel, one in charge of the staff and the other in charge of the operation. He was the one who tipped off Boss Zhang earlier. Where were you when it happened? Boss Zhang sat down on the sofa beside him and asked slowly. Bentong lowered his head and did not dare to speak. I'm asking you. Boss Zhang was expressionless. Bentong took a deep breath, bit the bullet and said softly, I'm gambling in a casino. Boss Zhang slowly got up and walked in front of him, and slapped him without warning. The sound of the slap was very crisp. Bentong's head was tilted to one side, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. How many times have I told you that gambling is not allowed, beauties are not allowed, and cards are not allowed while on duty? Boss Zhang slapped the mahjong table angrily, pointed to the body of Mr. Lu on the ground and continued, look at him, he just didn't listen to me and fell to this point. Bentong lowered his head again with dodging eyes, not daring to take a breath. At this moment, 2 different phone rings suddenly sounded. Both Bentong and Boss Zhang were taken aback, then reached into their respective pockets and took out their mobile phones, and walked aside to answer the call tacitly. Brother Bentong, people ran away by boat, we have a lot of brothers who have died. Boss Zhang, my subordinates told me that people ran away by boat, and more than 40 subordinates died on my side. You must give me an explanation. When the two hung up the phone, the faces of Bentong and Boss Zhang were full of dignity. Boss Zhang looked at Bentong with a gloomy expression, and couldn't help but grab the mahjong on the table and throw it at him, cursing with an angry expression, you bastard, what's the use of me raising you? More than 200 people, actually let the 2 of them successfully ran away, and so many people died, can you do it? Ah! Boss Zhang is really mad to death. The opponent was alone, broke into his own territory in a dignified manner, rescued his own queen, not to mention, and was killed by the opponent with so many subordinates. What is even more irritating is that so many people went after them, or let them run away, after this incident broke out tonight. How could he still be the boss of the Southeast Asian E-Fraud Circle? This incident also angered General Morin, and he had to explain how much money it would take to explain it. It was really Zhou Lang's clever plan to settle the world, and he lost his wife and then lost his soldiers. Bentong stood where he was, letting the mahjong like a stone hit him. He gritted his teeth, held a breath in his heart, and said in a dull voice, I will definitely make up for it, find out this person, and kill him. Just you? Boss Zhang smiled angrily. People rushed in unarmed, killed 7 of us as soon as they entered the hotel, robbed a woman and took a gun, and killed nearly 100 people on the way to the pier. No one escaped. I ask you, can you do it? You still killed him. I'm afraid that if you hadn't been in front of others, they would have collapsed you." Although Boss Zhang's words were angry, they were also the truth. He didn't think that Bentong would be that man's opponent, because he consciously changed to Bentong. Bentong would have been collapsed by his followers on the road. Bentong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Okay, don't be dissatisfied," Boss Zhang said angrily, and then said again, "We are unlucky this time. Clean up the place, and then be vigilant. On General Morin's side, I will explain." Bentong raised his head in surprise and said inexplicably, "Will we not avenge this hatred?" Boss Zhang didn't speak, so he bypassed him and left directly. In fact, Boss Zhang never thought about revenge from beginning to end, and ran away, because for him, since the matter has already happened, the loss has also been lost. If he chooses to take revenge, he may bring himself new troubles and losses anyway. This loss is just the loss of a beautiful woman and dozens of subordinates. He has many women. His subordinates can recruit a group of them locally for a little money, and he can earn it back in a month by recruiting people and accounting for General Morin's money. E-fraud is also business, and this incident is regarded as a loss of business, and Bentong couldn't understand Boss Zhang's logic. He wanted revenge and killed Jean Nan to shame him, but Boss Zhang didn't want revenge, and he couldn't take revenge either. "I just hope this person will show up in Cambodia next time." 3 days later, at 9 o'clock in the evening, China, Hainan Province, Wanting City, a yacht with sails appeared in the shallow sea of a certain reef beach. A man and a woman came down. Both men and women were dressed in dirty clothes and their hair was scribbled. They helped each other and waded ashore. When the woman set foot on the land of the motherland and saw the lights not far away, she couldn't help but kneel to the ground in excitement, holding her head and crying bitterly. Jean Nan also lay down exhausted, looking at the bright starry sky in the sky and exhaling a long breath of turbid air. He was too tired. The yacht ran out of oil after driving for a long time. Fortunately, the yacht was able to raise its sails. It took 2 days and 2 nights to come back successfully. Let's go quickly. Although he was very tired and wanted to get a good night's sleep, Jean Nan knew that the yacht was a trouble. Once discovered, he would be exposed. It was imperative to get to the city as soon as possible. "Okay, let's go." Xiaobu stood up with his last breath, and Jean Nan helped each other out of the reef beach. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach the Wan'an Highway in Wanning City. They were full of luck, and they ran into a taxi not long after they walked on the highway. Although this place is not as popular with tourists as Sanya, there are also many tourists here all year round. Therefore, the taxi driver did not become suspicious when he saw the two people who looked like refugees. It was just the appearance of foreign tourists rushing to the sea here. Half an hour later, Jean Nan and Xiaoyan got off at the entrance of a hotel chain in the city, but instead of entering the hotel, they took a detour and went to a self-catering homestay. The self-service homestay is not strict in verifying the identity of the guests. As long as you provide an ID card. Jean Nan casually found an ID card on the internet and placed an order on a software, then added the staff WeChat to obtain the room number and password. About 10:30, the two finally opened the room and came to a small but warm and comfortable room. This is undoubtedly a long drought and rainy season for Jean Nan and Xiaobu, who have been wandering on the sea for 3 days and 3 nights. As soon as they enter the room, they can't wait to line up to take a bath, and then go to bed to rest, sleep in seconds. But neither of them realized that they were in the same bed as each other. "I'm too tired to care about so much." Moreover, on the boat, because of the strong wind and low temperature, in order to keep warm, the two of them slept together. After sleeping for 3 days, they were used to each other, so they didn't feel anything wrong when they went to bed. With this sleep, the two of them slept soundly and sweetly. It wasn't until 10 o'clock the next morning that the sun outside hit Jean Nan's face that he slowly woke up. When he woke up, he subconsciously scratched his hand. When he felt the heat and softness coming from his palm, he was stunned for a moment. Why is it so soft? He turned his head and saw that there was an earthquake in his pupils. He quickly retracted his left hand from his small chest, then got out of bed as if nothing had happened, entered the bathroom and used the coldest water to flush out his hot abdomen. Xiaoyu listened to the sound of the shower in the bathroom, quietly opened his eyes, then closed again, with a shallow smile at the corner of his mouth. At 4 o'clock last night, she got up for the night, and when she came back, she found Jean Nan also lying on the bed, but she did not wake the latter, but gently lay back and carefully put Jean Nan's hand on her chest. Half an hour later, Jean Nan came out of the bathroom. At this time, he not only successfully suppressed the heat in his abdomen, but also put dirty clothes on his body. Jean Nan saw that Xiaobu hadn't woken up yet, so he walked softly to the door. Xiaoba seemed to perceive something, and immediately opened his eyes. "Where are you going?" There was a bit of anxiety in her tone, and she was worried that Jean Nan would just leave her behind. Jean Nan was taken aback for a moment when he heard the voice coming from behind, but he didn't stop. "The clothes are dirty, I'm going to buy 2 sets of clothes." With the door gently closed, Jean Nan left the room. Xiaobu, who knew it later, suddenly thought of something and yelled, "Hey, you still don't know how many sizes of clothes I wear." "Hey, why did I call him hello? Oh my god, I still don't know his name." Xiaobao covered her face with her hands, feeling speechless for herself. 40 minutes later, Jean Nan returned to the room. At this time, he had already changed into new clothes. His style was still that style. His upper body was bottomed in a gray t-shirt, his coat was a black bomber jacket, black casual pants, and his shoes were also replaced with desert yellow flat sneakers. He also treated his face and shaved his beard. The whole person looks clean and refreshing. It also made Xiaobu's eyes shine. Although she had been with Jean Nan for many days, it was the first time she was able to appreciate the man's beauty so intently. "What are you looking at?" Jean Nan raised his brows and threw the gift bag in his hand on the bed. "Go and change your clothes. Go back early. Your parents are probably in a hurry." "Oh, I almost forgot about them." Xiaobu hurriedly got out of bed, took the gift bag and ran into the bathroom. It didn't take long for a pair of beautiful dolls and beautiful women to appear on the streets of Wanning City. The man was upright and had a steady and powerful pace. The woman was tall and uneven. She was dressed in a gray casual suit. She looked youthful and energetic and glamorous. Both of them wore caps and walked side by side. Who didn't think the two of them were a couple? Jean Nan and Xiaoyu first came to the bus terminal in Wanning City. Sure enough, the bus terminals are the same everywhere, and there are always black cars at the door. The two of them took a black car to Haikou for 2 hours to arrive at the ferry terminal in Haikou at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. As the saying goes, if there is a black car, there is a black boat. After searching for a few times, Jean Nan found a so-called private cruise ship. He spent 1,000 yuan to buy 2 tickets, and finally arrived at a private pier in Shiwen County, Guangdong at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Next, the two of them were either in the black car or on the way to the black car. Although the black car lengthened the route and the itinerary, neither Jean Nan nor Xiaoyu liked this time of the next day. 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiangxi, Shangrao, Beihu Huayuan Community, number 602, in the bright living room, Li Shufan and Zhang Ximiu were eating dinner, but both of them were eating absent-mindedly. The reason is that it has been a week since Jean Nan left. During this week, the two of them have not received any news from the former. Li Shufan has also tried to contact them proactively, but every time they call, it shows that they are being connected. It seems to have been blacked out. Our family is really miserable. First, my daughter was abducted, then she was defrauded of 200,000 by the Cambodian, and now, she has been defrauded of 300,000. Zhang Ximiu picked up a glass of white wine and drank it all, his words full of sorrow and despair for life. Li Shufan ate quietly, seemingly indifferent, but the tears dripping into the rice bowl told the man opposite that she was not at peace in her heart. Knock. Knock. At this moment, 2 dull knocks on the door came from the room. When Li Shufan heard the sound, she got up and went to open the door. Zhang Ximiu sighed heavily. "Go to the police tomorrow and see if you can recover a little bit." Li Shufan paused, but still ignored her husband, walked to the door on her own, and opened the door. The moment when she opened the door, Li Shufan saw her longing, very familiar face, and her whole person was stunned in place. She looked at her little sister, her lips trembled with excitement, and her hands couldn't help but lift up, trembling. And the first time Xiaobu saw her mother, although she had already rehearsed the scene when she saw her mother and daughter meet 10,000 times in her mind on the road, she also organized a lot of things to say, but when she really saw her mother standing in front of her, she didn't know what to say, especially when she saw her mother. She was much older, and her heart couldn't help but ache faintly. Her eyes were quickly wet and red, and she shed lines of tears. Mom! Xiaobao yelled excitedly and rushed forward to hug Li Shufan tightly. "My daughter!" Li Shufan shouted with a crying voice. With this cry, she ventured too many emotions. There was the joy of recovering from loss, the joy of the rest of her life, and the grievances and sorrows accumulated for 2 consecutive months. Zhang Ximiu in the room heard the movement outside. He suddenly got up like a frightened bird and rushed to the door. When he saw the scene of mother and daughter hugging each other, he seemed to be drained of strength in an instant and sat paralyzed on the ground, with tears in his eyes. At this moment, after carrying the pressure for a full 2 months, it all turned into joy in an instant. Dad. Xiaoba ran to Zhang Ximiu crying and hugged his father tightly. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Zhang Ximiu sat on the ground and hugged his little sister. He slapped his daughter on the back while crying, as if telling her, "Don't be afraid, child, you are going home." Standing at the door, Jin Nan watched the family reunite. The corners of his mouth rose slightly to show a touch of relief, then left without disturbing, and returned to his home gently. When he entered the house and turned on the lights, a familiar smell came to his face. Although he hadn't lived here for long, home was home, and it always brought people a sense of belonging and security. Jin Nan came to the living room. In front of his parents' photos, he picked up a piece of paper towel and gently wiped off the shallow layer of dust on it. Then he burned 6 incense sticks, lit a cigarette for his father, and turned his head to the bathroom to wash. When he came out, he had already changed into a set of home clothes. He first threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine, then came to the balcony to light a cigarette and swipe his mobile phone. Although it's a bit lonely, it's better to be comfortable. After the clothes were washed in the washing machine, Jin Nan simply dried them and went back to his room to go to bed. He was very tired and fell asleep soon, but he only slept for an hour before he was awakened by a knock on the door. Jin Nan walked out of the bedroom with loose eyes, came to the door to open a little room door, and looked out with his head out. He saw Xiaoyan standing at the door, holding a soup bowl in his hand. The soup bowl contained braised pork, vegetables, and chili fried meat. "This is what my mother fried with the stock in the refrigerator to thank you." Xiaobu handed the soup bowl to Jin Nan and said with a smile on his face. Jin Nan smiled politely and declined. "Your mother should have already told you that it was your mother who paid 300,000 yuan before I went to save you, so there is no need to thank you." "What if it's my intention?" Xiaobu handed the soup bowl forward again. In fact, this meal was not what Li Shufan wanted to cook. But when she asked her mother Li Shufan about Jin Nan, the latter revealed that Jin Nan's parents had passed away 6 years ago, and he was the only one in the family. When Xiaoyu heard this, he felt that Jin Nan must be very lonely by herself. When she went home, someone at home cooked for her to eat, but when Jin Nan went home, there was definitely no one to cook for him to eat. In addition, he had a long journey. There is a high probability that he will not eat and go directly to bed. Out of sympathy for Jin Nan's loss of her parents and the kindness that saved her, as well as the affection that has been with her day and night in the past few days, she asked Li Shufan to make an order in the name of gratitude and personally delivered it to him to eat. Looking at the food Xiaobu handed in front of him, Jin Nan hesitated a few times and then picked it up. "Thank you. Then you can go back early, and finally come back." After speaking, he closed the door softly regardless of Xiaobu's answer. "It's not, you just closed the door like this, won't you invite me in?" Xiaoyu looked at the closed door in front of him, feeling somewhat speechless in his heart. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to enter Jin Nan's house to have a look and learn more about this man. By the way, she is now more and more curious about this man, because even her mother only knew that Jin Nan was a veteran, and she didn't know anything else, and she felt that if she was just a veteran, she would definitely not have such good skills to rescue her from the Morgul. "Forget it, Xiaobu, there is a long stream of fine water. Jin Nan lives next door, and he will be able to figure him out sooner or later." Xiaobai secretly thought that after he breathed himself out again, he turned and returned to his home. "Xiaoba, did you get kidnapped or tricked?" "I was deceived. At that time, I wanted to make a blockbuster movie. Someone told me that there was a good seat. In addition, many photographers went, so I didn't think so much. I went together, but as soon as I got in the car, I felt dizzy. When I woke up again, from Yunnan to Cambodia. Those photographers have all been deceived?" "I thought so at first, but then I learned that those photographers were all pretended by gangs, and even the cameras were models. Those beasts didn't do anything to you, did they?" "They asked me to call fraud, but because I was too nervous, I always nodded when I spoke, and I was beaten by them a few times. Later, the park owner took a fancy to me and wanted me to be his wife. I refused, so he locked me in a small black room and gave me one every day. After a meal, it was still rancid, and I didn't let me take a bath, so I kept smelling. They just wanted me to be soft, but who is your daughter? I would rather die than obey. In the end, it was the divine soldiers who descended from the sky and rescued me from where?" "Hey, that's good, old lady, you can cook more food tomorrow and invite Shan to come to the house for dinner." Although we gave him 300,000 yuan, we should still be grateful. Thank you. Hee, now I know how good Xiaonan is. I wanted me to call the police to catch Xiaonan before, but it was Xiaonan who suffered. Otherwise, my daughter would not know what she was going to suffer. Thanks to me, if it weren't for my persistence, humph. Yes, you have great merits and great achievements. I will cook and treat you tomorrow. Sheba, let me tell you something, and Lao Zhang, you also listen. Xiaonan said before that he is in the period of seclusion and cannot go abroad, so don't tell others afterwards. Xiaobao was rescued by Xiaonan. Just talk about self-help, you know? Oh, I got it. Well, I see. Early the next morning, Xiaobu, accompanied by Li Shufan and Zheng Ximu, went to the police station to report, because the police had said before that if their daughter came back or had news, she must come to the police station to explain the situation. When he arrived at the police station, Xiaobu was taken to the conference room for questioning, mainly asking how he got to Cambodia, whether he took the initiative or was deceived, whether he participated in fraud after arriving in Cambodia, and how did he return home, except for the aspect of returning to China. Xiaobu was telling the truth. After the police determined that Xiaoyu was not involved in the fraud, they quickly released him. A family of 3 came out of the police station, happily went to the mall, bought a lot of Japanese food, and began to prepare a hearty lunch when they got home. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiaobu came to 602 and wanted to find Jin Nan, but after knocking on the door for a long time, there was no response inside. Are you out yet? Xiaoba quickly gave up and returned home. At this time, Jin Nan was interviewing. As soon as he woke up today, he received an interview invitation from a local security company. The interview position was the security captain. Although he is no longer short of money, with 280,000 yuan lying in his account, the days are still long, and he can't eat up the mountains. Finding a stable job is king. He also didn't want to go to find those whose family members were deceived into overseas wire fraud, relying on saving people to make money, because he just wanted to keep himself safe from beginning to end, and spend his life in peace. He didn't want to travel through the rain of bullets and bullets to save his little brother. It was purely forced by life. Now in his account, if you have money, your life problems have been solved, and there is no need to make this kind of money anymore. Otherwise, surprises don't know that one will come first. You have been a soldier for 9 years and you fully meet the requirements of our Changlong Security Company for the position of security captain. What is your expected salary? The interviewer was very satisfied with Jin Nan's resume and asked him about his expected salary. Jin Nan said with a sincere expression, "This is my first interview. I haven't understood how much the security captain can be paid before. How much can you give me?" After thinking for a while, the interviewer pondered, "We can give it to about 5,000, plus 5 insurance and 1 gold. We can pay you the full amount of social security. You don't need to pay for it yourself. In other words, if you get 5,000, a lot of money. If you catch a thief or something, our company has additional rewards. It's a performance." 5,000? Jin Nan frowned slightly, feeling that the salary was a bit low, but after thinking about it, 5,000 a month is enough for him to live as a bachelor, and Shangrao is not a first or second tier city. It is considered a third tier city. The salary of 5,000 is not low in the local area. As for if you talk about a girlfriend and start a family in the future, you can find a new job at that time. Let's do it now. After all, it's hard to find a job. Okay, 5,000 is okay. When can I go to work? Jin Nan promised a salary of 5,000 yuan a month. The interviewer smiled and was very satisfied with Jin Nan's enthusiasm for working as soon as possible. Your place of work is in Beihu Huayuan community. You will report to the community property office tomorrow and be responsible for the security management of that community. Beihu Flower Garden? Jin Nan was taken aback for a moment. Isn't this his own community? Is there a problem? No problem. Jin Nan was very happy. It's not too good to be a community security guard in Beihu Huayuan. Not to mention the others, just commuting saves a lot of things. He goes to work at 8:30 and gets up at 8:20. It's too late. It didn't take long for Jin Nan to sign an entry contract with Changlong Security Company, and the unemployed vagrant officially became the security captain of Beihu Huayuan community of Changlong Security Company, DDDD. After coming out of the company, Jin Nan received a call. She took out her mobile phone and looked at the call display. It was from Li Shufan. During the execution of the task, he turned on the anti-disturb mode, and no phone calls could be made. This was to prevent the phone from ringing during the task. After returning home yesterday, he turned off the anti-disturb mode. Naturally, the phone can come in. Hello, Auntie? Jean Nan answered the call and put it in his ear to answer. Xiao Nan, it's dinner time now, so hurry up and come to Auntie's house for dinner. Where are you? I knocked on the door and there was no one in the house. When he heard that his aunt was asking him to eat, Jean Nan immediately replied, I'm outside, I just had dinner. After all, he has already taken the money he should have taken, and he doesn't want to trouble others anymore. Of course, there are also reasons for social fear. I just had it. Oh, it's all my fault that I didn't say hello in advance. Then you can come to eat at night. You must come at night. Li Shufan was too enthusiastic to make Jean Nan a little unstoppable. She felt that this meal could not be avoided. She had avoided today, but she could not avoid tomorrow. It was not good to refuse all the time. Okay, thank you, Auntie, I will definitely come tonight. Kindness is difficult. He can only respond. 7 o'clock in the evening, Beitou Flower Garden, room 601. In the living room, there are 6 plates on a large square table: stir-fried meat with chile, stewed radishes with ribs, stir-fried beef with radishes, stewed soybeans with chicken feet, vegetables, tomato and egg soup. It is very hearty. Oh, why hasn't this Xiaonan come yet? Li Shufan looked at the time on her mobile phone and was about to call Jean Nan when there was a knock on the door. I'm going to drive. Xiaobu got up quickly and trotted all the way to the door. Li Shufan and Zhang Xinyi couldn't help but look at each other. They were both old husbands and wives for many years, and they understood what the other party was thinking with a look in their eyes. Xiaonan, this kid is still pretty good. Zhang Xinyi said meaningfully. Li Shufan smiled and did not speak. Xiaobu quickly came to the door and quickly opened the door. The person outside the door did not disappoint her. It was Jean Nan. This time, Jean Nan was wearing a cyan sweater, black pants, and white flat shoes. He was less sharp and more young. He was carrying 2 boxes of milk, 1 box of anmuxi, and 1 box of 6 walnuts. Why are you still shopping? Xiaobu knocked the door to the most open as he said, and stood aside to make way. Come for the first time. Jean Nan replied with a polite smile. Although he has been in the army for 9 years, he also knows basic etiquette. When he visits someone else's house for the first time, he must bring something and not empty-handed. This is courtesy and etiquette. Oh, Xiaonan, why are you still shopping? Sit down and sit down. Li Shufan got up to greet him, took the 2 boxes of milk in Jean Nan's hand with both hands, put it aside at will, and then took his arm to the dining table to take his seat. Auntie, uncle. Jean Nan called politely before taking his seat. Don't call me uncle. Your dad should be older than me, so you can call him uncle in the future. Zhang Ximi said with a smile, stretched out his hand to take the wine cup on Jean Nan's table, poured a full glass, and put it back. Li Shufan and Xiaonan also sat down at this time. The former sat down and asked, Xiaonan, what have you been up to all day today? I haven't seen you. Li Shufan just asked casually about her family, but her casual question was what Xiaobu wanted to ask most now, because she had been squatting with Jean Nan all day, and she hadn't seen him in a days. She looked at Jean Nan silently, wondering what this man had been doing all day today. Jean Nan was sincere, not perfunctory, and said honestly, I went for an interview today. Interview? All 3 of Li Shufan's family became interested. What's the interview? Zhang Xinyi picked up his wine cup and motioned to Jean Nan. Upon seeing this, the latter also picked up the wine cup and clinked the glasses in the air, and then the 2 drank it all together. After a glass of wine, Jean Nan replied again, interview the security captain. Now I have signed the entry contract. Security captain? Xiaobu smacked her tongue secretly. She knew best how capable Jean Nan was. It was really a pity for such a fierce man to be the captain of the security guard. Is this job okay? How much money can you get in a month? Zhang Xinyu asked while eating vegetables. Not much, 5,000 yuan, but enough for me. In the next time, the 4 of them ate while chatting about home cooking. Li Shufan and Zhang Xinyu mainly asked, Jean Nan replied, and Xiaobu listened, and when Li Shufan's family learned that Jean Nan was working as a security captain in the Beitou Huayuan community, they all looked excited, saying that they would be considered a backer in the community in the future, allowing 601 takeaway and express delivery into the community and the like. An hour later, everyone was full of wine and food. Li Shufan and Zhang Xinyi cleaned up the dining table and washed the dishes together. Jean Nan politely offered to help, but of course Li Shufan would not let Jean Nan, a guest, help finish the meal. After being rejected, Jean Nan was at a loss and wanted to leave, but felt that it was impolite to leave when he was full. At this moment, Xiaoyu, who had moved 2 chairs on the balcony, shouted to him, "Come to the balcony to blow the wind when you are full." Jean Nan responded and came to the balcony. "Sit down." Xiaoba smiled and motioned to a chair. "Thank you." Jean Nan thanked him politely and sat down. Xiaobu moved his chair to Jean Nan and sat down, holding his chin with both hands, and looking at Jean Nan's angular side face with a blink of an eye. He couldn't help but puff with a smile. Jean Nan looked at her suspiciously, only to hear Xiaobu say amusedly, "You now and you in Cambodia are simply 2 people. Is there?" Jean Nan didn't think so. "Yes." Xiaoba said with certainty, "When you were in Cambodia, you were just 2 words, cold, and now it looks a bit honest and formal. Are you pretending to be on purpose or something, just to keep people from noticing you?" Jean Nan thoughtfully replied with a sincere expression, "I went to be a soldier in my senior year of high school. I stayed in the army for 9 years. When I walked out of the barracks and entered the society, I felt that I was out of place, so I didn't pretend to be. I might just not adapt and don't know how to integrate. Society." After listening carefully to Jean Nan's words, Xiaobu couldn't help but nodded in agreement. After listening to what he said, she also felt that Jean Nan shouldn't be pretending. The honesty and restraint she is showing now is just not suitable for society. Don't you usually be a soldier for 2 years? Why have you been a 2nd lieutenant for 9 years? 9 years, you should be at least a 2nd lieutenant, right? Xiaobu's curiosity couldn't help but start to burn, trying to dig out the secret of this man. Jean Nan smiled slightly and did not answer. He didn't want to reveal the army's affairs, nor could he reveal them. Seeing that Jean Nan didn't talk about the army, Xiaoyu didn't ask about it very interestingly, and instead asked other questions. "You killed so many people, don't you have that PTSD?" "I'm used to it." Jean Nan responded lightly, "Used to it." Xiaobu was taken aback. How many people had been killed before he could say the phrase "used to it"? Involuntarily, she became more curious about Jean Nan, and she couldn't wait to turn herself into a cellular creature and drill into the latter's mind, absorbing all his memories. However, she knows how to cycle incrementally, knowing that if she asks too much, it will only arouse Jean Nan's disgust, so she didn't ask anything next, and talked about her experience and feelings in Cambodia. Jean Nan didn't answer her many words, but she listened carefully throughout the process, and responded with a from time to time. The two talked for about half an hour, and Jean Nan felt that it was almost done, so she said goodbye to Li Shufan, returned to her home, rested early, and prepared to report to the property office the next day. 8 o'clock in the morning. Jean Nan went out early and went downstairs, and came to the property management office through navigation. After coming, I found that I was early. I go to work at 8:30. He waited at the property management office for half an hour and successfully met the property manager Lin Jiangshu. Manager Lin is a middle-aged man with a big belly. Jean Nan had a brief chat with him and learned that Changlong Security Company and the property company are a cooperative relationship, not an upper and lower relationship. More specifically, Changlong is an outsourcing company, and the property outsources security to Changlong, so although nominally it does not belong to the management of the property company, but in fact the direct leader of the superior is still Manager Lin. After the chat, Manager Lin summoned all the security guards in the community, so Jean Nan met his soldier. There are quite a lot of people. There are 40 people, including him, 41 people, because Beihu Huayuan is a large-scale community with 2,000 households, which is equivalent to the size of a small town. However, these people are of no quality. Counting Jean Nan, the average age is 40 plus, and there are several white-haired people. This is the new captain after you, Jean Nan. Everyone give it a round of applause. Manager Lin introduced Jean Nan to everyone, and then took the lead in applauding. The security guards who lined up in an untidy line applauded steadily, and the applause was sparse. Jean Nan didn't care about this. After all, they were security guards, not soldiers, so there was no need to ask for their cleanliness. Hello everyone, this is Jean Nan, so I will take care of it in the future. Jean Nan nodded to everyone and tried his best to behave mildly so that he could integrate into the security service in the future. Xiao Nan, I'll leave the rest to you. How to arrange the tasks, you can look at it, and I'll go back and get busy first. Manager Lin didn't stay for a long time, and left the scene after speaking. After watching Manager Lin leave, Jean Nan turned to look at his team and said, I just came here to work and I'm not very familiar with it. How were you before? What are you doing now? Let's get busy. As soon as the voice fell, several security guards in their 40s and 50s came over and handed Jean Nan a cigarette with a smile. saying that they would take care of him in the future. Jean Nan smiled and responded with a good talk, and after sending them away, he went to the office of the security department. It is better to say that it is an office than a monitoring room or an equipment room, because the security office is just an office. Community monitoring and security equipment are all stacked in one room. The office of the security department is not large, about 70 to 80 square meters, and there is a glass room separated from the corner, more than 10 square meters, which is the captain's office. After turning around in the security office, Jean Nan started his job as the security captain. In fact, there was nothing to do, just to supervise whether the other security guards were working seriously. Leisure is quite idle and very majestic. Wherever you go, the security guards will hand out cigarettes, respectfully. In fact, Jean Nan, the security captain, does not have much power. He has no power to let anyone go, let anyone in, and cannot set up any rules in the community. Everything is done in accordance with the company's rules and regulations, but he has one power, and that is to punish. If the security guard under his command does not act and the matter is not in place, he can issue a penalty form and inform the company to punish the security guard involved. As an old district of Beihu Huayuan, the security department is full of old fritters. How could they do such a good job? As long as they carefully check it, at least half of the 40 security guards can issue penalty orders. It is precisely because of this that these old fritters security guards handed out cigarettes when they saw Jean Nan, for fear of being set on fire by the new security captain, the new official, who took office 3 times. But Jean Nan didn't have a specific place for their work, so he chose to turn a blind eye. This was not because they were bribed, but because they were all in place in some small details, such as standing guard. The company stipulates that there is one person on duty indoors and one person outdoors at the entrance of the community. When the owner enters the community, the outdoor security guard must salute, but in fact, both security guards will stay in the duty room and blow the air conditioner. As for the salute, I look up to you when I say hello to you. So it's all about small details. Jean Nan thinks that everyone is a hard worker. As long as they don't get lazy on big things, there is no need to embarrass everyone. Time passed like a flash, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. After being the security captain for 7 days, Jean Nan had fully integrated into the security department and mingled up and down. But in the afternoon of that day, he found something he had to take care of. That buddy named Ma Dabai, I don't seem to see him on duty often. What did he do? Did he always do this before? Jean Nan found that every time he checked various positions, he often couldn't see a security guard named Ma Dabai in the post. Ma Dabai was regarded as the youngest in the security service. He was only 26 years old. He was very big and fat, so he was very impressed with him. In order to understand the situation and avoid excessive influence, he called the old fritter from the security department, Zhang Gang, nicknamed Rebar, to his office to inquire about the situation. Zhang was in charge of monitoring in the security department. It can be regarded as the most relaxed security position and the one who knows the Beihu Huayuan community in the security department best. People, Captain, have a cigarette. Zhang Gang handed Jean Nan a cigarette before sitting down. The latter skillfully took the cigarette in his mouth, and the former immediately took out a lighter to help light it. Since becoming the captain of the security guard, Jean Nan has never bought a cigarette himself, and he basically doesn't need to light a cigarette by himself. The big spray kid still fell into the hands of the captain. Zhang Gang sat opposite Jean Nan while grinning and talking. He lit a cigarette for himself and said in a daze, "It's not like this before the big spray." A month ago, his parents set up a stall on the side of the road to sell roasted sweet potatoes at night. They just encountered a severe crackdown by the city management. His parents panicked all of a sudden, and the cart just ran and hit a Mercedes-Benz as soon as he got off the road. People are fine. The Mercedes-Benz car was damaged a little bit. The owner of the car mainly compensated, and it cost 20,000 yuan as soon as he opened his mouth. The situation in the Big Spray family is a bit special. The local, who has also served as a soldier like the captain, was originally very rich in the family, but because his mother was sick a few years ago, she spent all the money in the family. Finished reading. A family of 3 now relies on the income of the second old man selling sweet potatoes in Dubai as a security guard. They can't afford to lose 20,000 yuan, but they can't afford to lose it, so Dubai started a part-time job and ran a takeaway. After Jean Nan heard this, he immediately became clear. In other words, he went to take out food during his absence? Correct. Zhang Gang took a deep breath of smoke and said embarrassedly, "Captain, it's really difficult to spray." The last captain knew his situation and turned a blind eye. "I don't ask you to turn a blind eye. I just ask you not to report it yet. I will go back and persuade the spray so that he won't be here in the future. Work part-time during the post." Jean Nan thought for a moment, then pondered, "You go out first, and after you go out, you will be treated as if I haven't called you. I won't report the big spray." "Okay, thank you, Captain, and thank you for the big spray." Zhang Gang hurriedly got up to thank him, and left the remaining half-pack of Tangwang on his desk before leaving. Jean Nan picked up a cigarette and muttered to himself thoughtfully, "It's a bitter man." 2 days later, in the scorching summer, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ma Debi was galloping on the road on a small electric donkey in a 38-degree heat. Looking at the words about to expire displayed by the mobile phone fixed to the bracket, he was so anxious that he couldn't wait to drive the electric car. Flyaway.at This moment, a call came in. Remarks show, Mercedes-Benz owner, Ma Daton looked embarrassed. He wanted not to answer but did not dare not answer. He was forced to stop the car, remove the mobile phone on the stand, answer the phone in his ear and respond, "Boss," I said, "I will return the car repair money to you in 3 months at most. 2M running a takeaway, don't rush, okay? I will never repay the money owed by Ma De Quan." He sounded very anxious, thinking that the owner of the car had called to collect debts again. These days, the owner of the car often calls from time to time to urge him, and he is tired of urging him. "Brother, I'm not urging you, you don't have to pay back the money." The Mercedes-Benz owner replied unexpectedly, "What?" Mada was taken aback for a moment. "Okay, I'm playing mahjong too, so I won't talk nonsense to you anymore, just hang up." The owner of the Mercedes-Benz hung up the phone quickly, while Ma Dafe couldn't react for a long time, looking at the hung-up phone with a blank expression. In order to determine if he had heard it wrong, he turned on the recording, tuned out the recording of the call just now and listened to it. After listening to it several times, he was sure that he had heard it correctly, and the owner said that he didn't need to pay the money back. "What's the situation?" Ma Debi scratched his head, completely confused about what happened. Why didn't he let himself pay it back? Is this boss a caring person? Can't bear it? Or is it that the boss won a lot of money playing mahjong, and it doesn't matter if the car is repaired for 20,000 yuan? Ma Debi thought about several reasons, but he didn't continue to think about it. He felt that since the owner said that he didn't need to pay the money back, he wouldn't pay it back. It's not that he didn't pay it back. "What do you want to do so much?" After a period of time, Ma Debi returned to the community on an electric bicycle after delivering the last few orders on his hand. "Before, I ran out to deliver food during my shift in order to make more money and repay the money early. Now that I don't need to repay the money, I can't run out during my shift. If I want to run, I have to wait for get off work." Ma Dafe thought so. After returning to the community, Ma Dawe opened the trunk of the electric car, took out his security uniform, found a hidden place to change it, and then went to the duty room at the south gate. The partner on duty with him is a thin old man in his 50s, named Li Chunjian, nicknamed Somersault. Li Chunjian was watching a movie on his mobile phone while watching Erlang's legs in the duty room. The air conditioner was blowing and it was very comfortable. When he saw Ma Dejin pushing the door in, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What's the matter? It's not easy to take out today." "It's not easy to run." Ma Debi sat on the chair and said with surprise, "I don't know if I hit the big luck today. The owner called and told me that there is no need to pay for the repair of the car." He took out a pack of $8 big sticks from his pocket, took out one and handed it to Li Chunjian, and then gave himself one. "Is there such a good thing?" Li Chunjian looked surprised, but he didn't expect Ma Debi, the unlucky child, to have such good luck. The debt of 20,000 yuan was thus waived. Ma displayed haha with a smile, showing a relieved smile. Now Lao Tzu can be regarded as a light boat that has passed 10,000 mountains. Li Chunjian smiled and was happy for Ma Dafe from the bottom of his heart, but he couldn't help but persuade him when he thought of something. "You are so young and you have been a soldier. It's a waste to be a security guard. You have time to find a job. An old man like me has a family with his son. It doesn't matter if the security guard is or not security, the future is not promising." It has been a year since Ma Debi joined the job, and he really feels a pity to see such a young person wasting his time here. Hee. Ma Dafe smiled disapprovingly. "What's wrong with being a security guard? It's so comfortable. Besides, the captain is not young. He has been a soldier in the same way, but he is not the same as a security guard. Although he is the captain, his salary is not much higher than ours. When he said this, there was an imperceptible bitterness on his face. In fact, he didn't know that there was no future as a security guard. He didn't want to find a promising job, but how could a promising job be so easy to find, and he graduated from junior high school. Fortunately, he caught up with the time, otherwise he would not be qualified to be a soldier, and there is another point. Although the fucking disease is cured, his health has become very poor and he needs someone to take care of him. When his father can't take care of him, he has to help. Although the security guard has no future, he is relatively idle. If he has something to go out, no one on it would be difficult. If it weren't for him, he would be a 26-year-old, the young guy who works as a security guard? Resigned a long time ago, Captain? Can you compare with the captain? Li Chunjian couldn't help laughing when he heard him compare himself to the captain, and then said in a disdainful tone, although the captain is also a security guard, his salary is not much higher than yours, but he has a house. Apart from being your captain, he is also your owner. How about you? What do you have? Only the old house in the village. And the captain also bought a car, ran around, and made a bid. Being a security captain is to experience life. What are you? What a mu lao cow, idiot. Hearing the first half of Li Chuangan's sentence, Ma Dapeng was indifferent and pulled out his ears, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, he suddenly tilted his head and looked at Li Chunjian. What? The captain also bought a car? Big Ben? Is he so rich? Really experience life? Li Chunjian took a big sip of a cigarette and smiled confidently. It's absolutely true. It seems that I bought it today. I opened the door for the captain in the morning. If you don't believe it, the car seems to be parked in the parking space at the entrance of the security office. Just look over and you'll know. Damn it, it's really the rich second generation who experiences life. Envy and jealousy appeared on Ma Dabiai's face, but at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Today. Mercedes-Benz. Set the standard, the owner of the car called so that he didn't have to pay for the repair of the car. One thing seems to be connected in series, and a truth seems to be about to surface, but Ma Daquan doesn't believe it a little bit. He and the captain have only known each other for a few days. How could it be possible? He smoked one cigarette after another, constantly examining the possibility of this matter in his heart, and the sad expression he showed made Li Chunjian think he was hit, and immediately comforted him. There is no need to be so stressed. Some things are born if they are born, and if they are born without them, they will be born without them. No. Ma Dafei didn't speak, but smoked and thought for himself. After a while, there were 7 or 8 more cigarette butts under his feet, and the fairy aura fluttered in the duty room, and Li Chunjian, who was choking, had to open the window. Ma Daquan also opened the door and left the duty room at this moment. Where are you going? Ma Dafei did not respond to Li Chuangan's questioning behind him, and walked firmly towards the security office. He was going to the security office to verify his conjecture. A few minutes later, Ma Da sprayed a light car and came to the vicinity of the security office. Before he arrived, he saw a brand new Mercedes-Benz E350 in the open-air parking lot in front of the security office from a distance. He took out his mobile phone and turned on the camera function, aimed at the car to get closer, and clearly saw the license plate number, GON E01023. It really is. Ma Dapeng put down his mobile phone and stared at the Mercedes-Benz E350 dozens of meters away in disbelief. This Mercedes-Benz E350 with the E01023 license plate number was the one his parents hit. He took out his cigarette case, took out a cigarette and lit it, and sat on the edge of the green belt in contemplation. At this moment, he was in a complicated mood and was puzzled. He didn't understand why the captain helped him. He was just a colleague, and he was a colleague who hadn't been there for a few days. There is pressure. What he is most afraid of in his life is that he owes others, because he can't afford to pay it back. Now he owes the captain such a big favor. This tells him how to pay it back in the future. He is grateful, but he doesn't have a deep relationship, but he takes so much money to help himself. After so many years out of society, he has never heard of or seen such a good person. Now, he has met him. He really wanted to go to Jean Nan and ask him why he helped him, but he was afraid that he would make things clear, and he would have to bear this human life in the future. He was already under a lot of pressure, and when he was under this pressure, he was worried that he would not be able to breathe. In fact, Now he is a little overwhelmed and can't breathe. In the security department in the captain's office, Jean Nan shook Erlang's legs and played with the Mercedes-Benz car. Keys in his hand. He didn't expect that he would also drive a Mercedes-Benz, or a Mercedes-Benz E350. However, the cost of driving a Mercedes-Benz is a bit heavy. Although the car is a three-handed one, it is also a 23-year-old model. It is a new car in less than 2 years. The first-hand owner landed 550,000 yuan and drove it for less than half a year. The second-hand car was mainly sold for 350,000 yuan. After driving for less than a year and a half, there were several major accidents, and it was in his hands. It cost 270,000. The deposit was originally 280,000, but after 270,000 were thrown out, there were only 10,000 deposits left. Fortunately, there is no family and no girlfriend, otherwise you will have to eat soil. Hey, it's not that easy to be a good person. Damn kindness. In the next few days, Jean Nan continued to spend in comfort, and his smoking addiction grew bigger and bigger. Under the dedication of his subordinates, and it took a pack of cigarettes a day to be enough, not only did he become addicted to smoking, but he also gambled and drove cattle. But the gambling is not big. If you play for a few dollars and a few dollars, no matter how bad your luck is, you will win or lose by 20 or 30. Take a small bet and spend the boring time. But this kind of comfortable life was quickly broken. On the 15th day of being the security captain, in the afternoon of that day, the door of 602 Li Shufen's house was knocked on. It happened to be the weekend. Li Shufen's family of 3 stayed in the living room of the house to watch TV. Hearing a knock on the door outside, Li Shufen got up from the sofa and walked to the door and opened the door. When the door of the room opened, I saw a man and a woman standing outside. Men are dressed in suits and shoes, wearing famous watches, rubbing shiny leather shoes, and their hair is combed high. At first glance, they are business elites. Women are also beautifully dressed, with their hair coiled up, wearing a black dress, wearing a small lady's watch, and carrying a small Hermes bag. Extraordinary temperament, are you guys? Li Shufen didn't know them, but she was dazzled at first sight when she saw them. Are you sisterly? The man politely called him by the word you. Li Shufen nodded. My last name is Li, but I don't know if it's not the eldest sister you were looking for. She was also thinking in her heart, she didn't know them, they should have found the wrong person. But the woman's next sentence let Li Shufen know that they were looking for herself. Is your name Li Shufen? Li Shufen was taken aback for a moment and nodded. The man immediately took out a business card from the lining pocket of his suit and handed it to Li Shufen with both hands. Hello, sister, this is Zhou Jianbang. He raised his hand to the woman. This is my wife Du Jianwei. After listening to their self-introduction, Li Shufen took a closer look at the film Zhou Jianbang, chairman of Jiangzhou Clothing Trading Company. Li Shufen had never heard of this company. She looked at Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei suspiciously. Do you have anything to do with me? Zhou Jianbang was just about to speak, but his wife Du Jianwei took the lead. She only saw her expression with a bit of eagerness and asked, Is your daughter Zhang Xiaobei going home? Hearing her daughter's name, Li Shufen immediately became vigilant, and grabbed the door with one hand. What the hell are you doing? Zhou Jianbang saw Li Shufen's movements and quickly explained, Don't worry, sister, we are not here to find Zhang Xiaoqing. Just like you, our children have also been deceived by wire fraud gangs abroad. Ha? So are your children? Li Shufen looked surprised, and immediately felt sympathy. At the same time, she instantly let go of her vigilance and invited Zhou Jianbang and his wife into the house. Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei came to the living room. When they saw Zhang Xiaoyu sitting on the sofa unharmed and Zhang Ximiu eating snacks, they were both eager and envious in their eyes. Who are these two? Zhang Ximiu saw Zhou Jianbang and his wife with doubts and vigilance on their faces. The same is true for Xiaobai, their children have also been deceived abroad. Li Shufen dispelled Lao Zhang's suspicion with a word, then she asked Zhou Jianbang and his wife to take a seat, went to the drinking fountain to pick up 2 cups of warm water and handed them to the latter. Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei took the warm water and said thank you. Xiaoba, go to the room. Li Shufen threw Xiaoba a look. Xiaoba immediately realized, but when she was about to leave in her shoes, she was stopped by Zhou Jianbang at the exit. Sister, we have something to ask Xiaoba. Can we have a few words with Xiaoba? Xiaobu looked at Li Shufen and Zhang Ximiu blankly. Zhang Ximiu frowned and asked hesitantly, How did you know that my daughter is back? Li Shufen reacted immediately when she heard this. Since she was a child, in order to avoid being targeted by criminals, she didn't say a word outside except for her relatives at home. Seeing that the family was nervous, Du Jianwei immediately explained, Jianbang and I have a bit of influence in Shangrao. This news was told to us by a friend of our police, saying that a girl had stolen a boat from Cambodia and ran back by herself. Li Shufan, Zhang Ximu, and Xiao Yu all raised their brows, and they could all see from these words that the couple were very rich and wealthy. You can ask whatever you want. Li Shufan is a warm-hearted person. For the sake that they are also children who have been deceived, they will tell him everything they want to know. Zhou Jianbang heard that you are welcome, and asked Xiaoba, did you really run out of Cambodia alone? Xiao Yu nodded without hesitation. Yes, they were engaged in activities that day, and there were very few guards, so I was taken advantage of the opportunity to escape, and then I met a kind person and sent me to the pier. It happened that the key of a yacht was not pulled out, so I drove the yacht and ran away. My daughter usually likes to watch some short videos of sailing. The children have some experience. Zhang Ximu added, this explanation is seamless in others, but here Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei, who have played on yachts, are full of loopholes. I have watched a few sailing videos, and I can still believe it if I can drive a yacht, but if you just watched a few sailing videos and drove the yacht from Cambodia to Hainan, this is absolutely impossible. First, this sea route is almost 1,500 nautical miles, and sea navigation is no better than land. There are road signs on land indicating that there are no signs at sea, and one has no experience in sailing. It is impossible for a person to drive a ship through 1,500 nautical miles a second. No matter how large the yacht's fuel tank is, it is impossible to have an endurance of 1,500 nautical miles. The small boat took the opportunity to run again, so it is impossible to carry spare fuel. Without spare fuel, the yacht will go on strike halfway through the voyage, and it can only raise the sails and adjust the direction of the ship according to the wind direction at the time. A person with no experience in sailing can't do this. Elder sister, elder brother, to tell you the truth, our family has yachts. This is not to show off wealth, but to tell you that my wife and I have been playing on yachts for 2 or 3 years. We know that yachts can only sail offshore and distant seas can only sail with sails, and the two of us have not learned it for 2 or 3 years. Sail with sails. Zhou Jianbang first pointed out the loopholes in their words, and then he looked at Xiaobu and asked, you must have someone to save, right? Can you tell me who it is? Xiaobu shook his head like pounded garlic. No, really not, I ran out alone. On the first day she came back, Li Shufan told her that she couldn't reveal Jean Nan to the outside world, and she didn't want to cause trouble to Jean Nan, so she bit her heart to death. Xiaoba, auntie, please, can you tell us the truth? Du Jianwei actually knelt down directly from the sofa, his eyes moistened and his voice choked. Li Shufan was taken aback and hurriedly went to help her up, but at this time, Zhou Jianbang also knelt down. Ken. With a sound, kneeling very loudly. Our daughter is only 23 years old. She just graduated from college. She is very young. She can't just ruin it. Please, just tell us. We will never say anything to the outside world. We just want to beg that person to get our daughter out. Zhou Jianbang was no longer the boss of a company at this time, nor was he an all-powerful business elite, but a father who was humble to the bone. Li Shufan and Zhang Ximu looked embarrassed. As parents, especially those whose children were also deceived into crossing the border, they can especially understand the feelings of Zhou Jianbang and his wife, but they feel that they cannot betray Jean Nan because of their sympathy. They were very embarrassed, they wanted to refuse but couldn't bear it, and they felt uncomfortable when they wanted to say it. Xiaoha didn't know what to do. She was in the same mood as her parents, and as a person who was tricked into Cambodia, she knew how terrible the Efraud Park was and how miserable the people inside were. Being beaten and locked up in the small black house were considered light, and some had a big temper. The manager of the company directly went to the knife, and the women were even worse. If they were a little bit more beautiful, they would be raped by the manager's thugs in turns. After they were tired of playing, they would change their hands and sell them. Life is better than death. She was lucky and did not experience these tortures and humiliations, but others, such as the daughter of Zhou Jianbang and his wife, may not have her luck. Now, all 3 members of Li Shufan's family have been set on the fire. If they refuse, they will not be saved. If they are honest, they will betray. But when Du Jianwei saw that they were all silent, he knew they were hesitating, so he took advantage of the hot iron and continued to plead with a crying voice, we will never talk about it, absolutely not, and we are willing to give money, as much money as you want. Big girl, it's not about money. We promised others, so we can't say it. Li Shufan said helplessly. Get up, it's useless to kneel. Zhang Simi aside, Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei secretly said that sure enough, Xiaobu really didn't run back by himself, but was rescued by someone, elder sister, elder brother. If you don't say it, we won't be able to kneel for a long time. If you drive us away, we will kneel at the door, kneeling every day, kneeling all the time. Don't blame us for being shameless, we are just such a daughter, we only have this way. When Du Jianwei said anything, she had to find out who rescued Xiaobo from Cambodia, because this was her only hope of saving her daughter, elder sister, elder brother. Please, I will kowtow to you. As Zhou Jianbang said, he knocked his head on the floor, and all of a sudden there was blood. This scared Li Shufen's family. The three of them went into battle to hold Zhou Jianbang and continued to kowtow. Zhou Jianbang was as stubborn as a cow. Even though he was pulled by three people, he still tried his best to push his head towards the floor. Li Shufen really couldn't stand it anymore. Even if she couldn't stand Zhou Jianbang and his wife kneeling, she couldn't bear it, and shouted, okay, sit down, I'll go to the contact person's house. If you don't get up, I won't contact you. Hearing this, Zhou Jianbang just gave up, sat on the ground and cried, thank you, elder sister, thank you, elder brother. Du Jianwei couldn't help crying bitterly after Li Shufen calmed the two of them. She went out alone and went downstairs in a hurry. After arriving downstairs, she took out her mobile phone and wanted to call Jean Nan, but it happened that Jean Nan happened to be riding a small electric donkey from the security department on the road inside the community not far away. He was patrolling alone. Seeing Jean Nan's eyes lit up, Li Shufen immediately put down her mobile phone and beckoned to the latter and shouted, Xiaonan, Xiaonan. Jean Nan, who heard the greeting, turned his head. When he saw the neighbor's aunt calling him, he did not hesitate to turn the front of the car, drove slowly in front of Li Shufen, and asked, what's the matter, auntie? Li Shufen looked around and saw that there was no one around. She bit her lip and said embarrassedly, can you still go abroad to save people? Jean Nan frowned suddenly, and asked in a hesitant tone, Xiaoba has been tricked into going abroad again? That's not true. Li Shufen then said, a family heard that Xiaoba ran back, and guessed that Xiaoba didn't run back alone, so they came to us and wanted to ask you to go abroad to rescue their daughter. Back. Don't go, don't go. Jean Nan refused very readily. It was the first time and the last time he went abroad to save Xiaobu. He didn't want to risk the rain of bullets again. It's terrible. It's pretty good now. I have a little deposit in my pocket, my monthly salary is stable, and my life is comfortable and relaxed. I went abroad to save people when my brain was convulsed. That's a police matter. What are the little civilians involved in really not going? Li Shufen couldn't bear it. Jean Nan still shook his head firmly, don't go. By the way, auntie, you won't tell them about me, will you? He asked with a turn of his words. No, I didn't tell them who you are. Jean Nan nodded in satisfaction. That's it, let's not talk about auntie, I'm going on patrol. After that, he adjusted the direction of the electric car, unscrewed the throttle and left. Li Shufen looked at Jean Nan's drifting back and stopped talking, and finally shouted out, their family is very rich. No matter how rich you are, you won't go. Jean Nan shook his hand and said, 2 million. They paid 2 million. 2 million, Jean Nan stopped the electric car and stopped. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Although I don't care if I have more money in my pocket and less money, I don't mind if I have more money in my pocket. Seeing Jean Nan stop the car, Li Shufen's eyes flashed with joy. She quickly stepped forward to catch up with the former, and persuaded, their family is really rich, they run a company, and there are yachts in the family. If you save people back, you can make money again, and you can save a broken one. Family, how nice. Jean Nan fell into contemplation, and he said for a long time, you let me think about it. He couldn't make up his mind for a while, so he decided to think about it before making a decision. Okay, you can tell your aunt when you have thought about it. Good. Jean Nan quickly got on the electric bike and left, patrolling while considering whether to take the order. After watching Jean Nan go away, Li Shufen turned around and returned to the building with a satisfied smile on her face. When she got home, Li Shufen told Zhou Jianbang and his wife about Jean Nan's considerations, and then said that she was good at making her own ideas and offered a reward of 2 million. She thought that Zhou Jianbang and his wife would blame her for driving too high. Who would think that Zhou Jianbang hated iron instead of steel and said, 2 million, you are driving too low. To tell you the truth, those scammers have extorted 3 million from us. Sister, tell that person again, we are willing to pay 5 million. As long as he can bring people back, we will give 5 million. Du Jianwei also agreed and said for them, millions of dollars are just a small amount of money, and they can earn it back in a month, and in addition to being blackmailed by fraudsters for 3 million, they also found people on the road to spend 1.5 million to hire a so-called overseas mercenary retired master, but the master took the money the first day and disappeared the next day. They had already spent enough money unjustly, and they didn't mind drawing another 4 or 5 million to ask a reliable person to save their daughter. After listening to them, Li Shufen's family of 3 were surprised. They knew that Zhou Jianbang and his wife had money, but they didn't expect to be so rich. Okay, I see, then I will go to him later, you can go back now, and when there is news to call you. Anyway, you also gave me your business card. Elder sister, elder brother, then we will go back first and wait for your news. Although Zhou Jianbang and his wife are in a hurry now, they also know that there are some things that are not in a hurry. Since the other party has said that they are considering it, then give them some time to think about it. It didn't take long for them to leave 602 under the guidance of Li Shufen's family. There are so many people who have been deceived into going abroad these days. Zhang Ximia returned to the living room, sat on the sofa and said with emotion. Li Shufen walked to the drinking fountain and gave herself a glass of water to drink, and said in agreement, yes, whether it is the poor or the rich, some people are deceived. Xiao Bai's eyes rolled around twice, and he asked curiously, Mom and Dad, do you think Brother Nan will agree to them? If they really pay 5 million, Xiao Nan will definitely go. Zhang Ximia said in an affirmative tone, thinking that Jean Nan could go to Cambodia to save people for 300,000, and he would definitely be able to save people for 5 million. That's not necessarily true. Li Shufen was non-committal. Judging from Jean Nan's reaction just now, she knew that Jean Nan was not a person who was open to money, because if she was open to money, she would definitely sit on the ground and start the price when she agreed to a small price. When she heard that she was going to save people again, she would not directly refuse, but would bargain. Zhang Ximia smiled and did not speak, but felt a kind of joy in his heart. Compared with others who spent millions of people to save people, I only spent 300,000, which is too profitable. Xiaoba didn't speak either, her eyes were erratic, she didn't know what she was thinking. In the evening, 7 o'clock, Jean Nan returned to his home, closed the door and came to the living room. He habitually took out a bottle of iced Harbin beer from the refrigerator, sat on the sofa in the living room and drank it directly. After half a bottle of wine, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Li Shufen. He has already considered it, quit. He feels that he still has 30 or 40 years to live, and it is not cost-effective to spend his life for 2 million. Although he has sufficient confidence in his strength, if he is lucky, bullets will be shot into his body from unexpected angles and ways. Angle, hello, Xiao Nan. The phone was quickly connected, and Li Shufen's voice came just as Jean Nan was about to say that he would not save people. Li Shufen spoke faster than him, and said on the phone, the family said, as long as you are willing to go, they are willing to pay 5 million. 5 million, Jean Nan's hand holding the phone tightened, the rejection in his mouth also suffocated. 0.5 million, I finally considered the decision I made for a long time, but now I was dizzy and entangled by this number. Jean Nan couldn't help thinking that if he had 5 million deposits in his pocket, he wouldn't have to have economic problems for the rest of his life. He could go anywhere in the country if he wanted, and go whenever he wanted. It's okay to save people, but they have to pay first. Without hesitating for long, Jean Nan made a decision. I didn't want to go, but I gave too much. He also secretly swore in his heart that this was definitely the last vote, and he would definitely not do it again after doing this vote. Okay, I'll call them now. Okay. Jean Nan hung up the phone, lay down on the sofa and exhaled a long breath, muttering to himself, all evil money. 10 o'clock in the evening, the door of room 601 was knocked on, and Jean Nan, who had been sitting in the living room waiting, got up and walked to the door, looking out through the cat's eyes. He had already fixed the cat's eye a few days ago. It can be seen that there is a beautifully dressed middle-aged couple standing outside the door. Jean Nan didn't rush to open the door. He first went to the kitchen and hid a fruit knife in his body, and then returned to the door to open the door. Come in. Jean Nan didn't ask who they were, so he let them in directly. Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei didn't hesitate either. After entering the door one after another, Jean Nan closed the door and locked it, leading them to the living room. Don't ask anything. What do I say? What do you answer? He said to the two of them before taking his seat. Zhou Jianbang and his wife looked at each other, both feeling that Jean Nan's cold appearance was very reliable. They nodded and sat down gently. Jean Nan sat opposite them and asked, tell me about your situation. Zhou Jianbang recalled for a moment and replied, it was about 4 months ago. My daughter Zhou Yuntang and her boyfriend went to Thailand for a trip. After playing for about 7 days, they told us that they were ready to come back. But the next day, the child and her mother and I did not receive the news of her plane landing, so we called to ask her, but the phone couldn't get through. After a long time, we couldn't get through to more than 100 calls. We realized that something might have happened to her at this time, so we asked our friends from the public security to help us find out, and we also reported the case to the Thai embassy. About 18 hours later, a letter came from the embassy saying that it was determined that the contact had been lost, and it was probably that someone had been defrauded or kidnapped to a certain e-fraud park. Du Jianwei answered and said, "In the past 2 days, my daughter called, but the person who called was not my daughter. It was a man with a heavy accent who called and said that our daughter is in their hands. If you don't want to be killed, you don't want to be resold, and you don't want to be." Speaking of which, she can't talk anymore at Zhou Jianbang's side. They said that if they want Zhou Yuntang to be safe, they will call them 1 million, otherwise they will gang rape and resell the brothel. I was worried about what they would do to my daughter, so I immediately called them 1 million. But after 1 million calls, they had no news, and then a month later, they came to us for 1 million, and last month, they came to us for 1 million. We know they are extorting, but we have no choice but to make money obediently, and we have no choice but to ask someone to save people. We found a man who said he was a retired overseas mercenary and gave him 1.5 million, but the next day after the money was given, there was no one. After the letter, the phone also shows an empty number. After listening to the narration of Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei, Jean Nan's face was calm. After digesting this information, he continued to ask, "What about the victim's boyfriend?" "Her boyfriend's name is Hong Jialin. He and my daughter are college classmates. My daughter hasn't told me before, so I always thought his boyfriend was Chinese, but afterwards I asked someone to check it out and found out that he was a Burmese international student." Zhou Jianbang said regretfully, "If I had known that this man was a Burmese international student, I would never let them be together, let alone let them travel to Myanmar. It's all my fault that I took care of my daughter too much." Jean Nan interrupted him, "It's useless to say this nonsense. Anyway, one thing that can be determined now is that your daughter disappeared in Myanmar, right?" Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei both nodded. "Is the specific e-fraud part clear?" Du Jianwei shook his head, "We don't know this." "Okay, then give me your daughter's picture and phone number." "Did you bring it with you?" Jean Nan said, "I brought it with me." Du Jianwei immediately lowered his head and rummaged through his bag, and found a selfie from inside. "My daughter wrote to you on the phone." She found another eyebrow pencil and wrote down a string of numbers on the back of the photo, and then handed the photo over to Jean Nan. Took the photo and glanced at it a few times. She has shoulder-length short hair, goose-egg face, fair skin, and she grows well. She just doesn't know if she has the good luck of a little girl. It's Zhou Yuntang, right? He put down the photo and had already remembered Zhou Yuntang's appearance. "Yes, Zhou Yuntang." Zhou Jianbang nodded and replied, "Little brother, you must rescue my daughter." The father's eyes were full of hope at this time. Jean Nan was expressionless. "I can't guarantee it, but I will try my best." He took a deep breath in his nasal cavity, then turned his conversation and asked, "Aunt Lee should have told you. Before I set off, you have to pay first, in full." Jean Nan reached into his pants pocket, took out a bank card and put it on the desktop. Zhou Jianbang wanted to say something, but before he could speak, Jean Nan interrupted, "That's how I do things. I pay first and then I do things. If you don't believe me, you can find someone else. Don't be embarrassed or try to bargain with me. I didn't even plan to go. It's really you have given too much." Chapter 21. Taking orders. The couple fell silent, and after a while, only Du Jianwei sighed softly, "Give it to him." She was a little helpless. Zhou Jianbang said nothing. He took Jean Nan's bank card and took out his mobile phone to perform a transfer operation. About a minute later, Jean Nan's mobile phone rang with a text message tone. "Pick it up and take a look. 0.50000000 yuan arrived. I got it." Jean Nan put down his mobile phone and looked at Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei. "I will tell you about my rules. First, during my mission, avoid disturbing the rhythm of incoming calls. I will turn on the anti-disturb mode. You can't contact me. Second, after you save people back, you treat them as if you haven't seen me before, and you are not allowed to divulge my identity to anyone," he said with a serious expression. Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei nodded without much hesitation after hearing this. They were not afraid that Jean Nan would run away with money, because Jean Nan lived here and couldn't run away from the temple after running away from the monk. No problem. When will you leave? Du Jianwei was a little anxious. Take a night off and leave tomorrow. It didn't take long for Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei to be sent away by Jean Nan. After the two of them left, Jean Nan called manager Lin of the property and asked him for leave. Why did he ask for leave instead of resigning? Because he felt that although he had 5 million, he still had to have one job, and besides, this job was so comfortable and suitable for the elderly. What's the matter to ask for leave? My hometown is going to move the grave, and I need to go back. How long will it take? 1 week. 1 week, for so long, you just went to work for less than half a month. There is really no way. Let's do this. You can find your company. If your company agrees, I will approve it. Jean Nan then called the personnel department of Changlong Company again. After a while, the personnel department agreed to ask for leave, but 1,400 yuan in salary was deducted. 400 yuan was a lot of money for Jean Nan before, but for him, who now has 5 million yuan, Drizzle Rain did not hesitate to accept the conditions. With the permission of the personnel department, Jean Nan immediately called manager Lin back. Manager Lin learned that Changlong had agreed, and did not embarrass him, and gave him 7 days off. Jean Nan, who was successfully invited, quickly left the house, scanned a shared bicycle at the entrance of the community, and rode to a nearby internet cafe. He opened a single box in the internet cafe, locked the door, covered the doors and windows, turned on the computer and entered a string of web addresses to enter the Global Telephone Positioning System website. Jean Nan entered Zhou Yuntang's phone number and click search of the website reacted for 3 or 4 seconds, and a location popped up: KK Park, Mayawati Town, Mayawati City, on the Thai-Myanmar border. Seeing this location, Jean Nan frowned slightly. It was not because the KK Park was notorious, but because he had read a news. As early as 6 months ago, in February this year, Thailand cut off water and electricity to the KK Park and cut off gas, causing the power of the KK Park to drop by nearly 90%. Forcing the park to cut off electricity. The controller, Shi Zhejiang, had to transfer wire fraud personnel to Yangon and Boabe, Cambodia. General Su Chi-du, the leader of the Karen border guards, the protector of the KK Park, also organized troops to conduct an unannounced inspection of the KK Park under the influence of international public opinion. Although it was a superficial fuss, it also handed over 6,500 victims. Because he knew this, he had a question when he saw this location. Is Zhou Yuntang really in the KK Park? Has she been transferred to another place? It's just that the mobile phone is still in the hands of the left-behind personnel in the KK Park. If so, the difficulty of finding someone will undoubtedly increase greatly. Jean Nan leaned on the computer chair, closed his eyes and began to think about what rescue plan was the safest. Soon, a crazier idea was born in his mind: just do it. Jean Nan opened his eyes and a flash of light flashed. He raised his hands and placed them on the keyboard, entered a string of web addresses, and entered a global information-based website dedicated to investigating information. On this website, you can investigate the identity of anyone. However, it is not free, and users need to post a reward on it by themselves, with a few pops. Jean Nan quickly posted a reward on the global information-based website: all the information and telephone numbers of relatives of General Su Chi-du of Myanmar. The reward amount is $10,000. He lit a cigarette and waited quietly for the news of the order. After about 10 minutes or so, a prompt box popped up on the website page: your reward has been accepted. Jean Nan checked out the prompt box, and the page automatically jumped to a chat interface. The person who received the order sent a message on it: hello boss, I have checked the information you want. This is my bank card number 1564-212-4212. Jean Nan took out his mobile phone and opened the banking app. He first exchanged 72,000 yuan for $10,000 in foreign exchange, then clicked into a small overseas transfer, entered the transfer party's card number, and remitted $10,000. Overseas remittances are relatively slow. After about half an hour, the person who received the order received the transfer message, and then he quickly sent the information Jean Nan needed. Thank you. Jean Nan turned on the camera function, raised his mobile phone and pointed at the computer screen to shoot, then closed the website, opened a map software, and formulated an evacuation route. A few minutes later, he found a Thai yacht company on the internet. He pretended to be the owner of a Thai company and bought a 12-meter speedboat worth 500,000 yuan. He paid the full amount directly and asked to put the speedboat at the Kikanmai Pier in Myanmar within 3 days. Kikanmai, Myanmar, is located on the east coast of Motama Bay, Myanmar. It is 300 kilometers southward to enter Manglaga Bay through the Nan Preparis Strait. After buying the yacht, Jean Nan used his old skills again and found another Carrefour shop in Manglaga. He pretended to be the owner of a company in Manglaga and bought a jeep off-road. He paid 600,000 yuan in full in advance and asked to put the vehicle in Binhai County, Manglaga within 3 days. The food pier in Garabala. That's right, Jean Nan's escape route was to take a car from Mayawati to Jakamai Pier after saving the person, a distance of 125 kilometers, and then take a speedboat from Jakamai Pier into the Nan Preparis Strait. The south of the South Preparis Strait is the Indian Andaman Islands. Here you can refuel, resupply, and then go north from the Andaman Islands to Garabala, Bangladesh. Here, you can change cars by boat and cross the 6 northeastern states of India, Myanmar, and finally cross the border in Yunnan, China. This retreat route is the safest, but it is also the longest route, with 1,600 kilometers by sea and 1,300 kilometers by land. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Jean Nan got up early and prepared to go to the outdoor goods store to purchase some equipment, such as body armor. This task was more difficult than last time, and he couldn't do it without body armor. Chapter 22, Ma Dapeng joins the team, teammate +1. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Ma Daquan standing at the door. Jean Nan was taken aback for a moment and asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Ma Dapu glanced at Jean Nan meaningfully, then walked into the room without saying a word, closed the door, and said to the latter, "Brother, take me one." Jean Nan didn't have waves, but a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "What do you take you?" He pretended to be puzzled and asked, "A few years ago, my dad and I bought roasted sweet potatoes in front of Jiangzhou building. Mr. Zhou Jianbang and Mr. Zhou looked at us as pitiful and bought all the sweet potatoes, so I remember him. He doesn't live here, but he came here twice. After the second time, you asked for leave. Intuition told me that this matter is related, so I found someone to check the surveillance. I found that the daughter of the 602 family who was abducted to Cambodia and disappeared for a few months appeared in the community for the first time. You showed up with her on the night of the 9th. I checked the local news in Shangrao again and found that Zhou Jianbang's daughter lost contact in Myanmar 4 months ago. Through these things, I know that you rescued the daughter of the 602 family from Cambodia. Zhou Jianbang came to the community to find you. You asked for leave because of you, promised them to save their daughter back." Ma Da sprayed and talked eloquently. Jean Nan let out a sigh of relief, not expecting that Ma Dawan, who seemed to be 5 or 6 thick, was so meticulous, and he guessed it all. "Besides, you know this, who else knows?" Jean Nan asked without changing his color. "I didn't tell anyone." Ma Dafe replied quickly and affirmatively. Jean Nan looked him up and down, then waved him to the living room, picked up a glass of water and handed it to him. "Thank you, Captain." Ma Daquan took the water with both hands but didn't sit down. Jean Nan didn't care about him. He sat on the sofa by himself, without looking at him, and asked, "Do you want to follow me?" "Why?" "I am short of money." Ma Dashwan answered very simply. Jean Nan lit a cigarette, vomited, and considered secretly. After half of the smoke was burned out, he asked, "What are you capable of?" Ma Dapan put down the water cup, straightened his waist and stood at attention and shouted, "Report to the squad leader, the champion of the 7th machine gun shooter competition of the 14th Army in the Southern Theater, the 7th place in the 26th martial arts competition in the Southern Theater, the seed player of the Southern Sword Special Forces, and the 4th place in the machine gun shooting project of the 18th Gun King Challenge of the Army." Jean Nan raised his brows lightly, and couldn't help turning his head to look at Ma Dawan. He really couldn't tell that Ma Dawan had these abilities. He stood up and asked Ma Daquan, "How many years have you been a soldier?" 2 years. Ma Dafe replied forcefully, "When will you enlist and when will you retire?" He enlisted in the army in 17 years and was discharged from the army in 19 years. "What do you do after you get out of the army?" "I took care of my mother for 4 years and helped my dad sell sweet potatoes. I entered here as a security guard last year. Now, it's exactly 1 year." Jean Nan walked around him and stopped to express his confusion. "According to what you just said, you are a good seedling in the army. If you stay in the army and continue to develop, you have a bright future. Why did you leave the army?" He suspected that the honor in Mada's spout was all lying to him, because if there are conscripts in the army who can get so many honors, the chief officer will find a way to leave people behind, shine in the army, and I will not leave the army. There is no way to deal with the situation at home. My dad has to make money and take care of others. He is too busy, and the subsidies in my army will be very small, and because of my education, I don't have the bright future that the monitor said. Ma Da's powerful tone was somewhat helpless. In the 1920s, in order to comprehensively formalize information technology, the army engaged in academic rectification and completely eliminated low-level soldiers. Soldiers with low education and high grades like him were also on the elimination list. Of course, this is not the main reason for his decision to retire from the army, because the chief officer said before retiring that if he continues to stay in the team, although he will not be able to make great progress, after 4 years, he has no problem raising a non-commissioned officer. The main decision to retire was his mother's condition. The condition was very serious at that time, and he couldn't tell when he would leave, so in order to accompany his mother and do his filial piety, he decided to retire from the army. Jean Nan became silent. Before buying the Mercedes-Benz E350, he carefully inquired about Ma Dawan's family situation at the security office, so he could be sure that Ma Dawan did not lie to himself. He may have really chosen to retire with honor in order to go home to fulfill his filial piety and academic qualifications. Jean Nan's silence was a kind of entanglement. He didn't know if he should take Ma Dawan to Mayawati, Myanmar, with him. If he took one more person, he would definitely relax and take care of it, but what if Ma Dawan was unfortunately shot and died? What should he do? He couldn't afford this responsibility for a small civilian. Ma Dabi glanced at Jean Nan and saw that the latter was hesitating. In order for him to successfully join the mission, he knelt down, lowered his head and said sincerely, "My family is very poor. I can't open the pot anymore. This is not an exaggeration. I can't make a lot of money as a security guard. It's hard to find a job, brother. Even if you have pity on me, let me follow. Other jobs are hard to find." Ma Da's other words did not touch Jean Nan, but these words touched him and reminded him of the dilemma of finding a job when he first returned to Shangrao, the same as the person who has fallen to the end of the world. "Since your attitude is so determined, let's go together. After it's done, I will pay you a penny according to the actual difficulty of the task." Jean Nan paused. The ugly words are said in front. "No matter how much money I give you, you can't have any dissatisfaction, even if you give you $1. There are some things to be clear. He doesn't want to be entangled in a fight because of the two people who are involved in the money draw their swords against each other after the matter is done. Good." Ma Dashwan responded softly, with an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Jean Nan was just talking about it, and he would definitely not be stingy at that time. After all, in order to help himself, he bought someone else's car directly. How could such a person be stingy? Jean Nan pulled him up from the ground, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile on his face, "From now on, we are comrades in arms." Ma Dafe solemnly saluted Jean Nan with a military salute. Jean Nan also returned him a military salute, and then said, "Now call Manager Lin to ask for leave, please, for a week, then change into clothes and buy some equipment." "Good, Captain. Just call Brother Nan when you go out, you don't need to call the captain. It's Brother Nan." It didn't take long for Ma Dasheng to dial Manager Lin in front of Jean Nan and said that he would take a week off. In fact, according to the normal process, Ma Dafe should ask Jean Nan for leave, but this is not that. Jean Nan also asked for leave, so he went directly to Manager Lin. "Why did you ask for leave and ask for another week, and your family's ancestral grave will also be moved?" Chapter 23, Illegal Car? It really is an illegal car. No, my mother is in the hospital again, and my dad has not been in good health recently. I can only go to the hospital for a while and come back to work when my dad is better. Oh, your family is really. If you want to borrow money, I can lend you $1,000 here. Thank you, Manager Lin, no need. That's okay, don't worry, take care of your mother. I will ask you for sick leave and your security company will deduct your salary. Good. After hanging up the phone, Jean Nan and Ma Daquan left 601 and came out of the building. The two separated, one to change clothes and the other to drive. In about 5 minutes, Ma Dejie, who had changed his clothes, met at the entrance of the community and took a car to the outdoor goods store. Last time in this outdoor goods store, Jean Nan bought 2 ceramic bulletproof vests, a Type 65 Scout dagger, a Type 95 multi-purpose bayonet, 2 black /gray bomber jackets, 2 black casual pants, 2 pairs of high-top hard-soled black/gray high-top shoes and insect spray, first aid package. Total of 7,000 was spent. When the two returned to the car, they changed their clothes. Jean Nan wore a black bomber jacket and Ma Dayuan wore a gray bomber jacket. They didn't mean anything. They just liked the color. After changing their clothes, the two began to set off. Instead of taking the black car this time, they drove the Mercedes-Benz E350 out. After all, there was no such condition before, but now that there is no need to take a black car. The destination this time is Tingchong, Yunnan. In fact, the best route into Myanmar is Pur, Yunnan, where it is closest to Mayawati, but considering that the retreat route is from Manglaga through the 6 northeastern states of India and Patong, Myanmar, and finally enters Yunnan, China, so I drove the car directly to Tingchong and came back then. After that, you can directly drive your own car back to Shangrao, that is, it is convenient and avoids exposure. Shangrao is 2,200 kilometers away from Tingchong, Yunnan. Gauda's map shows that it takes 25 hours. Jean Nan drives for 10 hours before changing to Madapai. Madapai drove for 15 hours in one breath and arrived in Tingchong at 9 o'clock the next morning. When they arrived in Tingchong, the two did not rest. They first parked their car in a roadside parking space in the city of Tingchong, and then took a black car to the forest area on the China-Myanmar border. In order to save their strength as much as possible, the two closed their eyes and rested in the car. However, what neither Jean Nan nor Ma Dafei expected was that everything was normal in front of them, but when they were about to reach the border forest area, there was a sweet smell in the car ether. Jean Nan immediately smelled what the smell was. Ether is a colorless, highly volatile, sweet liquid that has an anesthetic effect. Excessive inhalation can lead to coma. He is very familiar with ether, because in the Dark Arrow Special Forces, he will specifically train for anti-coma. Most of them use ether for training, because although this thing will go into a coma after smelling too much, it will not hurt the body. This car is really a black car. Jean Nan closed his eyes and thought about it secretly in his heart, but he didn't move. He could probably guess that this black car should be a car dedicated to sending piglets to the e-commerce park. He just happened to be going to Myanmar. It's better to take this trip to SF Express anyway. He had already practiced drug resistance in the army a long time ago, and ether was basically ineffective against him, and he could counterattack at any time if he had an accident. Madabi opened his eyes at this time. Although he didn't know that the smell in the car was ether, his intuition told him that there was a problem with the car. Just as he was about to control the driver, Jean Nan grabbed his wrist. He looked at Jean Nan suspiciously, only to see the latter close his eyes and gently shake his head. Madabi is not stupid, on the contrary, he is very smart. He immediately guessed Jean Nan's intention. He pretended to be uncomfortable with his head covered, and said, "What's the smell? Why do you want to sleep a little bit?" The driver was wearing a mask and his forehead was bare. His smiling eyes narrowed and he responded, "There is a kind of tree here. This is the smell of a tree. It's sweet. It will be fine after this period. If you are sleepy, you should be tired. It's okay. Have a good rest. It's here. My name is you." Ma Dajiao didn't speak, so he tilted his head and fell asleep. It's not pretending, it's really unconscious. Jean Nan also tilted his head and pretended to be asleep. The bald-headed driver saw the two people who had passed out through the rearview mirror, with a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth under the mask. After a few minutes, he stopped the car and reached out to slap Ma Dafei and Jean Nan in the back seat. "Hey, here we are, two brothers." The two of them remained motionless. The bald driver slapped them a few more times and shouted a few words, but the two remained motionless. After confirming that the two of them had passed out of a coma, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a phone call. "Brother Jiang, I was lucky this time. I got two piglets who took the initiative to come to the border forest area. Don't lie. Okay, you wait, I'll send someone to pick it up." "Brother Jiang, how much can you give this time?" 5 coins, is Lao Tzu less money than you? For 50,000 yuan, I will let someone bring cash over." "Okay, thank you, Brother Jiang." After hanging up the phone, the bald-headed driver walked out of the car, closed the door, took off his mask and took a big breath, then lit a cigarette and looked around vigilantly. After waiting for about an hour, there was some movement in the woods not far away. The bald-headed driver was very careful. When he heard the movement, he subconsciously hid behind the car and poked out his head to explore the woods. He saw 5 young people in plaid shirts and jeans appeared in the woods. They were all wearing masks and waist lengthened. Walking towards the car. Soon, 5 young people came to the car, and the bald driver also came out of the back of the car. The first young man with a satchel took out a stack of red banknotes from his bag and threw it at the bald driver without saying a word. The bald-headed driver took the heavy 100,000 yuan, turned to look at the car and motioned, "The piggy is in there." The young man with the satchel gave the other two people a wink, opened the rear seat door, dragged Jean Nan and Ma Dequan out of the car, laid them flat on the grass, and then began to search. "Brother Lu, there is a knife." The young man in the satchel is called Brother Lu. He is specifically responsible for the transportation of piglets in this area. When he heard the younger brother's words, he put his head aside. Sure enough, he saw the sharp and shiny Type 65 Scout dagger in the younger brother's hand. "Brother Lu, there are also insect repellent spray medical kits here." Another younger brother also found Type 97 daggers and other things from Ma Dequan. Brother Lu frowned, stepped forward and squatted down in person, and found something as soon as he touched it. He unzipped the tops of Jean Nan and Ma Debai and saw the ceramic bulletproof vests on the two of them. Damn bald head, what the hell do these two people do? Brother Lu realized that the two of them are not easy. After all, who is a good person wearing body armor? The bald head touched his shiny scalp, and said suspiciously, "I don't know, they said they were going to the border forest area, so they should be here for a wild adventure." Brother Lu casually picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it at the bald driver, yelling, "You fucking wear body armor for field expeditions, this is definitely a cop." Chapter 24, Being a piglet for the first time. The bald head is not a good-tempered person either. When he was beaten and scolded by Brother Lu, he immediately became irritable. "You have a problem with your brain. Why don't the police bring guns and the police take a black car?" If it were really a policeman, Lao Tzu would have been caught a long time ago. He directly threw 100,000 cash at Brother Lu. "Do you want it or not? Don't take the money and get out of here. I'll send it back. Damn it, don't do it if you don't have the guts." Brother Lu's back molars were almost crushed, and he couldn't wait to pay to open Brother Lu's head to spend, but his sanity finally prevailed, and he began to calmly think about the identities of the two of them. The police should not be the police. No relevant police documents were found on his body, no gun was found, just a knife, and some field supplies. Maybe he is really a lover of survival in the wild, and wearing body armor may be insecure. Brother Lu stood up and kicked away the bundles of renminbi under his feet. "Take the money and get out of here." The bald head snorted coldly, and walked forward and squatted down to pick up the renminbi. At this time, Brother Lu took out a pistol and pressed it against his Tianling cover. The frightened former was startled and did not dare to move. "Next time you treat Lao Tzu unceremoniously, Lao Tzu will make your head bloom." Brother Lu warned fiercely with his eyes. The bald head did not speak, but only nodded lightly. Brother Lu put away his pistol unsatisfied, and then asked his younger brother to take off the body armor of Jean Nan and Ma Daban and put them on him. He also put away all the knives and mobile phones. In the end, the four younger brothers carried one by two and did not enter the dense jungle. After they left, the bald head also drove back. He drove a mountain road. When he came up the mountain, he drove uphill. When he went down the mountain, he drove downhill. At the beginning of the mountain, he did not step on the brakes, nor did he step on the gas pedal, taking advantage of the inertia of the car to save fuel and drive. But as the slope got bigger and bigger in the back, and the car was getting faster and faster, he started to hit the brakes, but at this time, he suddenly found that the brakes seemed to be out of order. Fuck. The bald head shook his hands in a panic and slammed on the brakes desperately, but the speed remained unabated. No. Accompanied by bald head's horrified cry, the out-of-control car rushed out of the road at a corner and fell into a 100-meter cliff. Brother Lu and the others didn't know that the bald heads who transported the piglets for them had already fallen off a cliff with their cars to their deaths. They took Jean Nan and Ma Debai, two piglets, around in the woods, and successfully entered Myitkyina, Kachin State, Myanmar, after more than an hour. Territory. After entering the country, Brother Lu and his party lifted Jean Nan and the two of them into one of their vans, tied their hands and feet with ropes, and then a group of people waited to leave in the van. 4 hours later, the van stopped at a gas station, and the younger brother in the co-pilot's seat went to refuel. At this moment, the medicinal properties of ether passed, and Ma Dawe woke up, feeling the movement of Ma Dafe waking up. Jean Nan also pretended to be awake and opened his eyes. He first glanced at the bound hands and feet, with horror on his face. "Where is this?" Ma Dabai struggled for a while, staring at Brother Lu sitting in front of them angrily. "Who are you?" Brother Lu looked at the expressions of fear and anger of the two of them, and the last doubt in his heart was completely dispelled, because the piglets he had caught before woke up with such expressions, either scared or angry. He slowly took out the 1911 pistol from his waist, put it in his hand and smiled softly while playing with it. Welcome to Myanmar. Myanmar. Jean Nan and Ma Dapai's eyes widened in horror. Why am I in Myanmar? Let me go, I want to go home. Jean Nan struggled with both hands and feet, with a hint of crying in his voice. Ma Dawei glanced at him, but he didn't expect the captain to be so good at acting, so he also cried, I don't want Myanmar, I want China, I'm Chinese. Damn it. Brother Lu couldn't help scolding. Why are you crying and yelling like women? Don't scream, and then ask Lao Tzu to take out your organs and sell them. The two younger brothers sitting next to Brother Lu cooperatively took out their daggers, which were still the 65-style daggers and 97-style daggers of Jean Nan and Ma Dapei. Jean Nan and Ma Dapei immediately closed their mouths and did not dare to speak again. It didn't take long for the car to be refueled, and the group continued to set off, driving on the sparsely populated highway. Where are you taking us? After the car drove for a while, Jean Nan asked her. Brother Lu glanced at him, as if he had seen through Jean Nan's trick. If you want to know the location, let someone come to save it, right? He smiled disdainfully. I'm telling you it's okay. You are going to be taken to Yangon and go to the park for further studies. Don't waste your time. It's useless. No one can save you. Yangon. Jean Nan secretly thought that according to the map he had seen before, Yangon was 200 kilometers away from Mayawati, and when he arrived in Yangon, it was not far from Mayawati. Yet he also calculated his current position in his heart. From the moment I got on the bus to the present, for almost the past 4 hours, the speed of the van has been at 100 kilometers per hour, so now my location is probably near Mandalay in Myanmar, and there is less than 5 hours to drive from Yangon. After calculating this, Jean Nan began to calculate the time in his heart, but at this moment, He Guang noticed Ma Dafei's finger movements, and the 2 fingers of his right hand beat on the back of his hand, and he immediately realized that this was the Holmes code. He even knows this. While Jean Nan was surprised, he also began to watch him knock on Holmes. He quickly knew what the latter meant, and he was asking himself, when will you do it? Jean Nan also knocked on the back of his hand with his fingers and replied, when you get to Yangon, do it and take the car to Mayawati. After seeing this, Ma Dafei knocked on the back of his hand twice to express his understanding. What are you doing? Knock on the door? The movements of the two knocking on the backs of their hands were both seen by Brother Lu. He stared at the two of them with wide eyes. Although he didn't understand Sherlock Holmes, he had watched a movie. Jean Nan and Ma Dushan looked at each other, and then before Brother Lu made an action, they slammed their bodies into Brother Lu and one of his younger brothers on the opposite side. The trunk boom. With a sound, Brother Lu and a younger brother next to him were hit against the wall of the car, with a look of pain on their faces. The other younger brother was shocked and was about to get up to control Jean Nan. Jean Nan grabbed Brother Lu by the neck and slammed it hard on him. The younger brother, while the 3 of them fell, Jean Nan elbowed Brother Lu on the shoulder with his back to the mountain, and there was a crisp sound of cracked bones, and Brother Lu wailed in pain. Jean Nan wanted to do it again, but he couldn't stand up with his feet bound. He saw the pistol that Brother Lu had dropped on the ground and rushed over to pick it up, but he didn't shoot at Brother Lu's 2 younger brothers. Instead, he stepped on the wall of the car and kicked hard, facing himself in the driving position, raised the muzzle of the gun and pulled a trigger. Chapter 25, Counterattack on the Road, Boom. With a gunshot, the bullet passed through the seat and shot the driver in the head, splashing the red and white brains on the windshield. Get down. Jean Nan shouted softly, then rolled up his body and hugged his head. Ma Dapei also quickly reacted to the impact. In a few seconds, the out-of-control van slammed into a stout tree trunk on the side of the road at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. The younger brother in the passenger seat did not wear a seatbelt and flew out of the window directly. Brother Lu and his 2 younger brothers in the trunk also flew from the trunk to the driver's seat and passed out on the spot. However, because of the standard anti-collision posture of Jean Nan and Ma Daqun, except for a little dizzy in the head, there is nothing wrong with it. Jean Nan slowed down for about a minute, just in time to see the Type 65 Scout dagger falling not far away. He crawled over like a worm. Picking up the dagger, he first cut the rope on his feet, and then changed his knife-holding posture to cut the rope in his hand. There was no restraint on his hands and feet, and Jean Nan was much more comfortable. He then walked to Ma Daqun and quickly cut the rope on his hands and feet. Ma Dajia stood up and rubbed his red wrists. At this moment, Jean Nan ordered him, drag everyone out of the car. After Jean Nan finished speaking, he first dragged Brother Lu out of the car and put him on the road. Ma Dapei then dragged 2 people down, grabbed one person's feet with one hand, and put them next to brother Lu. Jean Nan got in the car again and took off the driver who had been shot in the head from the car. Seeing the driver with the headshot, my baby, I couldn't help but feel sick, and immediately ran aside and retched. Jean Nan knew from looking at him that Ma Dequan hadn't killed anyone, nor had he ever seen a dead person, but this was normal. In the peaceful era, 98% of Chinese soldiers had never killed anyone or seen a dead person. It's normal to feel sick. Taking advantage of his retching, Jean Nan got in the car again to look for the 1911 pistol, rummaged a few times and found it under the seat. He got out of the car with a pistol, untied the magazine and glanced at the number of bullets. When he took the gun just now, he felt that the weight of the gun was insufficient. Sure enough, there were only the last 2 bullets left in the magazine. Jean Nan put the gun around his waist, took off the ceramic body armor of brother Lu's 2 younger brothers, put it on himself first, and then threw the other one to Ma Dequan, who was retching on the trunk of the tree. After doing this, Jean Nan came to brother Lu with a dagger in his hand, squatted down and slapped the latter's blood-stained face. Brother Lu was forced to turn on the power from his coma, and opened his eyes. In a daze. With his eyeballs congested, the world turned red. When he saw Jean Nan's figure, he couldn't help cursing, "Fuck you." Jean Nan didn't wait for him to finish the scolding, so he just slapped him with his slap. Instantly made brother Lu wake up and realize what his situation was, but he still said stiffly, "When you get to Myanmar, do you still want to escape?" Ha ha ha. His laughter was full of mockery. Jean Nan ignored him, stretched out his hand and touched his clothes pocket, took back his mobile phone, then unlocked and entered the photo album, and opened Zhou Yuntong's photo. "Do you know each other?" Jean Nan showed him the phone page. Your brother Lu immediately understood. "It turns out that you were brought in by us on purpose. You are here to save people. You should have thought of it a long time ago. You should have thought of it a long time ago." He beat the ground with a regretful fist. "Let me ask you again, do you know each other?" Jean Nan was expressionless and his tone was indifferent. Brother Lu glanced at the photo and felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it all at once, so he simply replied, "I don't know." Jean Nan started and fell with a knife in his hand, and the dagger plunged fiercely into the leg of a younger brother lying next to him. The unconscious younger brother suddenly woke up and saw a dagger in his lap, howling like a pig, but as soon as the cry came out, Jean Nan pulled out the dagger, and the sharp blade was quickly sent into the younger brother's throat. The younger brother's howling stopped abruptly, and as the dagger was drawn out, blood splattered, and the younger brother lay pale and motionless on the ground. The younger brother's blood splattered on brother Lu's face. Brother Lu paled for a moment and looked at Jean Nan in disbelief. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was a ruthless person who killed people in the blink of an eye. "Kill if you don't agree, damn it." As soon as my baby eye, who had just eased a little, turned his head and saw the picture of Jean Nan's hand-edged younger brother, the nausea that he had finally suppressed began to spread again, and he continued to retch on the trunk of the tree. He also realized that brother Nan was not an ordinary veteran. "I'll ask you one last time, do you know each other?" Jean Nan stared at brother Lu and gave him a last chance. Brother Lu swallowed, his body trembling involuntarily, his brain working frantically, trying to remember where he had seen the woman in the photo. As suddenly, he thought of it. I know, I'm here." In a group, someone posted a video of her. Brother Lu hurriedly told the results of his memories. "Find out the video." Jean Nan said coldly. Brother Lu quickly took out his mobile phone and used his trembling hand to control the screen. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he found the video and handed the phone to Jean Nan, and Jean Nan took the mobile phone to play the video. At the beginning of the video, a woman's screams came from the mobile phone. Then the picture appeared. A scarred woman was tied to the bed, surrounded by 4 or 5 meticulous men. Jean Nan's face made waves. After seeing the video for a few seconds, he cut off the video, looked at brother Lu and asked, "Who sent the video?" "Wang Qi." Brother Lu blurted out, "Who is Wang Qi?" The number 4 character in KK Park is specifically responsible for dealing with disobedient women. Every time he deals with it, he will post the video to the group for everyone. Looking at Jean Nan's increasingly gloomy face, brother Lu didn't dare to talk anymore, and Jean Nan didn't want to hear him continue, so he continued to ask, "In other words, is this woman still in KK Park?" Brother Lu shook his head. "I really don't know this. Some time ago, forced by international public opinion, boss, she handed over part of the people, transferred part, and kept part of the people. If this woman is not among the people handed over, she will either be transferred to Yangon in Cambodia, or stay in KK Park. Brother, I'm just in charge of transporting piglets." I really don't know what's going on inside. He wanted to beg Jean Nan to let him go. Jean Nan asked faintly, the boss she in your mouth is she Zhejiang, right? Yes, the two major Ifrat forces in Myanmar, one is the four major families of Kokong and the other is Shi Zhejiang. After the destruction of the four major families of Kokong, he became the boss of the Ifrat forces in Myanmar, so now everyone calls him Boss Shi. Is the person behind Boss Shi Su Chi-du? Yes, it's him. All the parks of Boss Shi are covered by General Su Chi-du. Jean Nan nodded, and he got a satisfactory answer. He clenched the dagger tightly and the blade pressed against Brother Lu's chest. In the latter's horrified gaze, he gently pierced the blade into his chest and slowly disappeared, leaving only the handle of the knife. Chapter 26. Sneak into the armory and equip yourself. Brother Lu snorted in a muffled voice, unable to look at him. Jean Nan pulled out his dagger, stood up and walked towards another unconscious younger brother, raised his leg and stepped on his neck. With a click, his neck was broken. The younger brother didn't even know how he died. Brother Nan, you. The scene of Jean Nan killing Brother Lu and his younger brother was seen by Ma Dequan, who was holding the tree. His face was pale without any blood. Part of it was caused by nausea and part of it was scared. Jean Nan looked directly at him and said indifferently, if they don't treat others as human beings, then they don't have to treat them as human beings. If they kill them, they will be killed. Ma Dajia clutched his chest and didn't speak, his expression uncomfortable. The lingering light in the corner of Jean Nan's eyes seemed to see something. He threw the 97-style dagger at Ma Dequan. Kill him. Ma Dajia caught the dagger and turned around following the gaze Jean Nan had just looked at. He saw that on the grass 5 or 6 meters away, Brother Lu, who had previously flown out from the co-pilot, was coughing up blood and crawling with both hands of Brother Nan. Mada looked at Jean Nan embarrassedly. He shouldn't live long like this, so you don't need to kill him. Jean Nan coldly uttered a sentence, execute the order, disobedient. Die. Ma Debi trembled like a thunderbolt. After hesitating for a few seconds, he turned his head back to his younger brother on the grass with difficulty, and walked step by step with his legs like a can of lead. After walking to the man, he yelled, ah. Then he held the blade in both hands and plunged a knife into the heart of the younger brother's back. The younger brother twitched a few times, and there was no life on the spot. Ma Dequan pulled out his dagger, blood splattered on his face, he was almost instantly limp, sitting on the ground covering his face, trembling all over. Jean Nan didn't know when he walked behind him, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and said softly, the first time I killed someone, it was like this. The first time I killed someone, it was like this. In fact, there is nothing to kill. Besides, if you kill a wicked person, treat it as if you stepped on a pest. After speaking, Jean Nan patted him on the shoulder again, turned around and returned to the road, ready to stop a car. There are very few cars on this kilometer. Jean Nan waited for more than 10 minutes before waiting for a car to pass by, but the car did not stop. He wanted to see the tragedy on the side of the road and did not dare to stop. Jean Nan realized this, so he dragged the bodies of Lu Gu and others to the back of the car. Sure enough, in the absence of the bodies, when the next car passed by, Jean Nan beckoned and stopped. What stopped was a red Toyota Corolla, and a pair of young men and women got out of the car. They looked at their skin color and appearance as native Burmese faces. Did you have a car accident? The man came over and asked with concern, looking like a caring person. However, Jean Nan took out a pistol from behind and raised his muzzle to point at the young man and woman. The young man and woman were taken aback for a moment, and then raised their hands in fear. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The concern on the man's face instantly turned into fear, and the woman turned pale from fright. Lend your car for use. Jean Nan grinned, pointed the muzzle of his gun at them, walked to the car, opened the door and sat in the driver's seat, and then shouted at Ma Dashwan outside the road, it's almost there, get in the car. Ma Debi endured the discomfort of just killing people, staggered over and sat in the co-pilot. Jean Nan turned the car back, fell to the side of the young man and woman, put away his pistol and took out a large amount of banknotes from his pocket, about 40 million Burmese yuan, equivalent to about 136,000 renminbi. He had just found the money from Brother Lu and the others. He handed the money to the young man and said, you should have been driving this car for several years. If you take the money, you can treat it as if I bought it. The young man took the large amount of banknotes at a loss, not knowing whether to say thank you or something. After Jean Nan gave him the money, he didn't care about anything else, so he stepped on the gas and drove away. In the car, Ma Debi glanced at Jean Nan with deep meaning, and breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Jean Nan was a devil who killed indiscriminately, but judging from the latter's money to passers-by, it was obviously not such a person. Where are we going now? He asked. Pan. Pan, the capital of Karen State, is 80 kilometers away from Mayawati and is also the headquarters of the Karen State Border Guard. General Suchidu was here. 10 hours later, at 2 o'clock in the morning. A red Toyota Corolla drove into the city of Pan and drove around the quiet city streets, as if looking for something. At 3 o'clock in the morning, when the Corolla passed by the door of a factory with warning signs such as military restricted area and arsenal, the car slowed down significantly, but after more than 10 seconds, the car accelerated away and finally stopped on the side of the road 200 meters away from the military restricted area. Is it still strong? Jean Nan lowered the car window and lit a cigarette. Yes. Ma Dapan nodded in response. Jean Nan handed him a cigarette. Finish smoking this cigarette and dry it. Ma Dashwan quickly lit a cigarette, and the two of them sat in the car puffing out, without saying anything, as if they were mentally preparing. After a cigarette was smoked, Jean Nan turned off the fire and got out of the car, lowering the brim of his hat. Mada sprayed at the same time. The two crossed the road and entered an alley. They walked to the end and were blocked by a 5-meter-high wall. The walls are also covered with barbed wire and high-voltage wires. This wall can't be turned over. Jean Nan glanced at it a few times and found that it would not work to go over the wall. Then what should I do? Ma Dabi scratched his head. This can't be Jean Nan. He showed a grin. Then go to the main entrance. Ha! The two came out of the alley and swaggered towards the arsenal. The two sentries at the door noticed the two from a long distance. Seeing the two getting closer and closer, one of the sentries couldn't help but became suspicious and pointed at them and asked, I don't sleep at night. What are you wandering around here? Jean Nan suddenly accelerated his pace. Upon seeing this, the two sentries quickly picked up the muzzles of their AKM rifles, but before they could correct them, Jean Nan, who was less than 10 meters away from them, quickly took out his 1911 pistol and aimed it at them. Pull the trigger twice in a row. Boom. Boom. The two sentries were shot in the chest and fell down in response. Jean Nan threw away his pistol, ran to the sentry's body and took away 2 AKM assault rifles, then turned around and ran, throwing the other AKM assault rifle at Ma Daquan. There are gunshots. It's not good. I was attacked. Enemy attack. The gunfire at the gate awakened the guards inside the arsenal. The guards who were patrolling quickly rushed to the gate. The guards who were resting in the dormitory were also awakened by the chief and gathered outside. The patrol guards rushed to the gate as soon as possible. After seeing the two sentries killed, the patrol guards were furious and pursued them on both sides of the road in 2 directions. 7 or 8 minutes later, the rest of the guards in the arsenal also completed the assembly. Except for a small number of guards who stayed behind, most of the guards went out to chase the murderer who attacked the arsenal sentinel. Chapter 27 Machine Gunner plus Precision Shooter Combination. The houses around the arsenal were intertwined, and there were countless alleys of various sizes. The guards had to be divided into pieces, and 2 or 3 people entered each alley in groups to search. Card squeak. A sound came from the depths of an alley, attracting the attention of 2 nearby guards. The guards straightened their AKM assault rifles and groped cautiously into the depths. When they reached the position, a cat ran from the roof. Seeing the cat on the eaves, the 2 guards breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could turn around, 2 dark shadows rushed from behind them. Jean Nan strangled the guard by the neck with one arm, while holding his shoulders with the palm of his hand, and his face with the other hand. The 2 hands worked hard in the opposite direction, only listening to the sound of a bone crack. The guard's neck rotated 180 degrees, and he was limp in Jean Nan's arms. Ma Daquan originally wanted to break the neck of the guard like Jean Nan, but he was not very proficient in his moves and did not succeed. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and did not wait for the guard to react. He simply tightened his neck with his arms and put it down. Riding on the back of the guard, he twisted his neck with both hands, exerting his strength to eat grandma. The guard was strangled to death by him alive. Sorry, it's been too long since I was discharged from the army, and my physical fitness has declined. Mata breathed heavily, pointing to the body of the guard and talking about that year. When I was a soldier, the small body was easy. Jean Nan looked at his big belly and the fat on his face, and couldn't help but chuckle, but soon returned to seriousness. Change into clothes and go in through the door. Good. The 2 quickly changed clothes, put on the camouflage uniforms and hats of the guards and walked out of the alley. As soon as they left the alley, 3 guards passed by, but they did not notice anything unusual about them. In fact, both Jean Nan and Ma Depay are abnormal. For example, the shoes are not matched, and Ma Depay's military uniform is obviously 2 yards smaller, but now it's dark, and the guards are in a state of high tension. There is no time to pay attention to these details. The two of them saw the guards running past them like this, looked at each other and smiled, and then swaggered towards the gate of the arsenal and trotted all the way. There were a lot of people at the gate of the arsenal. Many officers and guards were chirping around the two corpses of the sentries. Jean Nan and Ma Dajia lowered their hats when they saw this, and walked through the crowd at a natural pace into the arsenal. "Mom, just be alert for this, and we will be shot up and down in our troops." Ma Dajia lowered his voice and couldn't help but complaining Jean Nan didn't speak. He looked around while walking. After walking about 200 or 300 meters, he finally saw a single-story flat roofing room with the words weapon room written on it. There were 2 sentry rooms at the door, but there was no one inside, so they all went outside to chase the murderer if they wanted to. Jean Nan and Ma Dewan walked quickly to the door. The door was closed tightly. The former fumbled up and down and took out an iron wire that had been prepared a long time ago, but when he was about to open the door with iron wire, Ma Dewan touched the handle of the door and gently twisted it. It's open. Jean Nan was startled all over, with a look of astonishment. Ma Dafe was also stunned. His door is not locked. They should really be shot. Jean Nan couldn't help but complain, and then opened a door directly. After Ma De sprayed in, he closed the door and locked it. Damn it. As soon as Jean Nan locked the door, he heard Ma Dafe's exclamation from behind him. He also turned and looked around, and when he saw all kinds of weapons piled up in front of him, he couldn't help laughing. Ma Dequan seemed to have found a good thing. He walked quickly to a box and picked up a German-made MG42 general-purpose machine gun. As if he had got a baby, he smiled and lowered his head to look carefully. Good stuff, really good stuff. MG42, 7.92 caliber, maximum rate of fire of 1,500 rounds per minute, effective range of 1,000 meters. During World War II, a MG42 can block hundreds of Allied offensives. The performance parameters of the MG42 general-purpose machine gun can be seen from Ma Dafe's familiar words. He likes and understands this. Jean Nan also discovered his favorite baby at this time, the German 417,508 million Hong Kong dollars long-barrel sniper precision rifle. He didn't like German rifles, he just liked precision rifles, can be near or far away, bring a few pieces of equipment you like and make it quick. Jean Nan reminded him that after speaking, he saw an 8-fold mirror placed not far away. He walked over with an 417 Hong Kong dollars precision rifle and installed the 8-fold mirror on the rifle preset sight track. Then he came to the ammunition box, took 6 magazines, and grabbed 7.92 mm. The bullet is full. He had a phobia of insufficient ammunition. After loading 6 magazines, he got 5 more magazines, which were filled with bullets. He found a tactical backpack to load them all, and carried them behind his shoulders along with the gun. Jean Nan finally took a Beretta 92F pistol and 3 pistol magazines. Ma Dabi is unique in MG42 general-purpose machine guns. He has a tactical back behind his body. It is full of 300 rounds of 7.92 mm ammunition, and there are several spare barrels. Used when the muzzle overheats. He also took a Beretta 92F pistol and 4 pistol magazines. The two finished their main weapons and secondary weapons, and began to equip throwing weapons. Ma Daban took 10 smoke bombs, 5 fragment grenades, and 2 flash bombs, while Jean Nan took 3 smoke bombs, 6 fragment grenades, and 4 flash bombs. After equipping these, Jean Nan and Ma Dajia left the weapons room. Thanks to the fact that the arsenal was still in a chaotic state, the two of them successfully withdrew from the gate of the arsenal, but the red Toyota Corolla could not be opened, can only walk. After walking for a kilometer, the two turned into an alley and took off the clothes of the guards. In fact, they didn't even take off their own clothes. The camouflage uniforms were put on directly. What is our next move? Ma Dajio asked Jean Nan with the MG42 machine gun in his hand. Steal a computer. Half an hour later, 4:00 in the morning, Jean Nan took Ma Dasheng to pry open a digital store, stole a Lenovo laptop computer and a portable Wi-Fi, and then pry open an outdoor supply store and stole an outdoor power supply. After doing this, the two left the city and found an unfinished building on the outskirts as a temporary camp. After tossing around for a whole day, Jean Nan and Ma Dequan were very tired. They simply put down their things and lay down on the cement floor to sleep. At 10:00 in the morning, Jean Nan, who had been asleep for 6 hours, was the first to wake up. He didn't care about washing. He turned on his laptop, turned on his portable Wi-Fi and outdoor power supply, and after the computer was connected to the internet and charged, he entered the black website of the Global Telephone Positioning System in his browser. Website. According to the information he obtained from the Global Information Base, Suu Kyi-do has a total of 17 immediate family members. Du Mei-ting, 58 years old, was born into a traditional Burmese political family. Her father was a former high-ranking government official, married politically, and was in charge of the family's internal affairs. He had 2 sons and a daughter. Chapter 28 Kidnapping 6th Madam Taya, the eldest son Suowen, now 36 years old, graduated from the military academy and is currently the commander of an armored force and is regarded as his political successor. The second son Ong Ji, now 34 years old, has a master's degree in economics from Harvard University. He controls the family's mining and energy companies and is the core of business. The eldest daughter Tinglai, now 33 years old, is married to the eldest son of the Deputy Minister of National Defense, and the political marriage strengthens the military alliance. The second wife, Cynthia, is now 45 years old, of mixed Chinese and Burmese descent. The family is engaged in the jade trade and has strong economic strength. She assists the general in managing commercial assets. She has a son and a daughter. The third son, Kent, is now 28 years old. He works for the Central Bank of Myanmar. He is responsible for money laundering and overseas asset allocation. A financial trader. The second daughter, Mia, is now 26 years old, a diplomat from Myanmar to the United Kingdom, who uses her position to facilitate the handling of overseas affairs. The third wife, Mahe, is now 41 years old, the daughter of the leader of the ethnic minority in northern Myanmar. She is politically married to consolidate local power and is responsible for coordinating ethnic relations. She has 1 son. The fourth son, Zaman, is now 25 years old. Commander of the Mayawati militia, operates border trade, including e-commerce, parks and armed forces. The fourth wife, Linla, is now 38 years old, a former beauty pageant champion and a socialite. She often accompanies the general to diplomatic occasions. She is good at public relations and public opinion management. She has 1 son and 1 daughter, and 5 sons. Edward, an internet celebrity and a member of parliament, uses social media to shape the image of public opinion for the family. The third daughter, Lanier, is now 20 years old, a fashion designer, who laundered money for the family to buy luxury goods and works of art. The fifth wife, Susanna, is now 35 years old. She is a doctor of medicine studying in the UK. She is a private health consultant to the general. She is in charge of the family's medical resources. She has 1 son and the 6th son, Danzo, is now 19 years old. He is studying in medical school and plans to take over the family medical industry. The 6th wife, Taya, is now 29 years old, the sister of the adjutant of the general, and a confidant. She is responsible for intelligence and security affairs. She has a son and a daughter, and a 7th son, Ryman, is now 10 years old. He is studying in an international school. He is favored but has not been involved in family affairs. The 4th daughter, Supa, is young and has received a private education. She often participates in security affairs activities with her mother. Suu Kyi-do has 17 immediate family members, each of whom has a complex background and intertwined forces. It is not easy to find anyone to start with, but it is always the easiest to compare. Jean Nan targeted Taya, the 6th wife of Suu Kyi-do, and entered Taya's phone number on the website of the Global Telephone Positioning System to find her last call location. The most recent call time was 23:15 yesterday. Location, private villa, number 15, Sunshine Road, South District, Paen City. Jean Nan wrote down the location, then turned off the computer to wake up Ma Dajie. The two began to organize their equipment and left the unfinished building in less than 10 minutes. Jean Nan and Ma Dajie only carried pistols and smoke bombs, which were for the convenience of movement. The two walked the path for half an hour into the city. As soon as they entered the city, they saw many Karen State Border Guard soldiers blocking the road and setting up a card to check, but the inspection was very perfunctory. The officer sat on the side of the road smoking and playing with his mobile phone. The soldiers were chatting. Jean Nan and Ma Dajie observed for a few minutes, passing by so many people, nor did they stop a person or a car for inspection. Maybe they checked very carefully at the beginning, and after a few hours of inspection, they broke it without checking anything weird. This is generally the case for non-flowing armies. The two of them were relieved. They took a taxi on the side of the road, passed the checkpoint smoothly, and took a car directly to Sunshine Road. They stopped at the gate of a single-family villa with a garden of 300 or 400 square meters. There are also 4 guards at the door. Seeing the stopped car, the 4 guards were very puzzled. They looked at each other. An older guard walked to the back seat of the taxi and slammed the window impatiently. The car door also opened after he tapped on the door, but it was not a person who came out of the car first, but a black hole in the muzzle. Boom! With a gunshot, the guard's Tianling cover was lifted. Jean Nan quickly raised his muzzle while sitting in the car and shot at the other 3 guards. The shooting speed was so fast that the 3 guards were hit before they could correct their muzzles. The key point fell down. Go! Jean Nan got out of the car and rushed to the door, picked up an AKM assault rifle dropped by the guard, fired continuously at the door lock of the steel gate, and then kicked open the iron gate. Madabi also got out of the car at this time, and also picked up an AKM assault rifle and followed Jean Nan through the iron gate and rushed into the garden. The taxi driver was taken aback, reacted and hurriedly stepped on the gas and rushed out, without asking for any money. Enemy attack. Armed personnel broke in. The villa sounded the alarm, and many guards hurriedly ran out of the back garden behind the villa. Jean Nan and Madajia did not make any extra movements, and they shot when they saw someone at their muzzles. Chug chug. Chug chug. Jean Nan almost hit with a single shot, and there was no shortage of bullets. Ma displayed his marksmanship almost, and he could only hit one by going down with a half shuttle, but he provided firepower suppression, so that the remaining guards did not dare to show their bodies to fight back. Hiding behind the wall, he stretched out his muzzle and shot indiscriminately. Jean Nan and Madabi were not so unlucky. Under the marksmanship of the guards, neither of them was injured and approached the villa smoothly. After approaching the villa, the 2 did not enter the villa. Instead, they had a tacit understanding. At the door of the villa, the soldiers were divided into 2 ways, one left and one right. Clean up the guards behind the villa, accompanied by intensive gunfire. All the more than 60 guards in Villa 15 were eliminated by Jean Nan and Ma Dequan. Of course, most of them were solved by Jean Nan. After cleaning up the guards, the 2 of them took a short break at the front and back doors of the villa, picking up and replenishing ammunition, and then the 2 rushed into the villa one after the other. There are still some remnants of the guards in the villa, but these guards are already in a state of high fear, and they shoot at the source of the sound when they hear a little sound, regardless of the wall in front of the muzzle. Jean Nan easily solved more than a dozen remaining guards, and Ma Dequan also solved a few guards in the back, and the 2 successfully met in the living room on the first floor, search layer by layer, room by room. As soon as Jean Nan finished speaking instructions to Ma Dequan, he suddenly heard the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground from the main entrance with sharp ears. He immediately waved his hand to Ma Dequan to follow and quickly rushed out of the main entrance. Sure enough, as soon as I left the main entrance, I saw a woman in a white dress more than 10 meters away with a little girl running towards the gate in the garden, and then turned to look at the window of a room on the 2nd floor. A rope tied to a bedsheet is swinging gently in the wind. Jean Nan secretly praised the woman for her quick response, and raised her muzzle to aim at the woman. When Ma Dafe saw what she was about to say, Jean Nan pulled the trigger at this moment. Puff! The bullet passed by the woman's thigh and hit the grass in front of her, setting off a piece of turf. The woman was frightened and fell to the ground, and the little girl holding her also fell one more step, and it was the little girl's head that was hit. Jean Nan warned coldly. Chapter 29, Karen State King Suduki. The woman was lying on the grass in fright and didn't dare to move. Because of her fear, her eyes were filled with tears. Although the little girl was ignorant, she saw her mother so scared and cried out in fear, "You go to the back of the house to drive, and I will control them." Jean Nan said without looking back, stepping towards the woman. Ma sprayed in response, and ran to the back garden. Jean Nan came to the woman, grabbed her hair less tenderly, and raised her head. After seeing the woman's face clearly, Jean Nan could be sure that this was the person he was looking for, the 6th wife of General Suchi Dutea. There is no need to look at this little girl, she must be Supa, the youngest daughter of General Suchi Du. Jean Nan put the rifle behind his shoulders, squatted down and took out a dagger, grabbed Taya's white dress and cut off a long strip with the dagger, then split the long strip in 2, and tied the hands of Taya and her daughter Supa separately. It hurts. Taya's tears flickered, and her white hands were a little purple by strangulation. Jean Nan was unmoved and didn't tie her a little looser, including when she tied Supa, she was tied tightly, her little hands purple. "Who are you and why are you kidnapping us?" In the process of waiting for Ma Dequan, Taya gradually recovered from her panic. There was not much fear on her face, and she looked directly at Jean Nan with firm eyes, angry and puzzled. She really couldn't understand that in Pan, there were still people who dared to kidnap herself. Jean Nan didn't answer this question that didn't make sense to him, and remained silent. After waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes, Ma Jin drove an armed pickup truck used by the guards for daily patrols from the back garden. There is an M2 Browning heavy machine gun on the trunk. When the car drove to the front, Ma Dwan opened the door and got out of the car. Together with Jean Nan, he grabbed Taea's mother and daughter into the car. Then Jean Nan got into the driver's seat and Ma Dwan jumped into the trunk, holding a heavy machine gun holder. Just when Jean Nan first stepped on the gas, the first support from the Karen State border guards arrived, and more than 30 soldiers and 2 armed pickups appeared at the gate. Without any hesitation, Ma Dabi pulled the trigger towards the gate. The muzzle of the gun burst out with orange flames, countless metal shell casings were thrown out, and the bullet shot towards the soldiers and armed pickups at the gate like a violent storm. Ma Dabi deserves to be the 4th place in the machine gun shooting project of the 18th Gun King Challenge of the Army. Under his control, the heavy machine gun has a very concentrated bullet foothold, which is no less than the continuous ejaculation of a small caliber assault rifle. Under the fire of this high-precision heavy machine gun, the guards at the gate fell like leaks on the ground, and the 2 armed pickups were quickly beaten into sieves. There were only 7 or 8 enemies left, shivering behind the wall. Jean Nan also stepped on the gas pedal at this moment. After 10 seconds, he slammed open the big iron gate and drove into the main road. Seeing the machine gun, Ma turned the muzzle of the machine gun and shot all the soldiers hiding behind the wall. The engine of the armed pickup truck kept roaring, and Jean Nan drove it galloping on the road, heading towards the southern suburbs. In fact, Jean Nan's real purpose was to go to the east. The unfinished building was in the eastern suburbs. Now to the south, in the direction of the coast, it was just a cover for people's eyes and ears. South side, they are going south. Hurry up, stop them. When the officers of several battalions in charge of the Pine Guards learned that the unknown militants were driving south to evacuate, they immediately organized a large number of troops to intercept them, thinking that they would intercept and kill the unknown militants anyway, but they did not react quickly, and every group of troops rushed to a section of the intersection behind Jean Nan. Under the suppression of Ma Daquan's firepower, Jean Nan successfully passed through several checkpoints set up by the attack on the arsenal last night, and successfully escaped from Pan without encountering heavy troops to intercept him. Jean Nan did not take it lightly, and continued to drive at high speed to the south, making sure to get rid of the pursuing soldiers and then turn around to the east. Pan, northern suburbs, Guishan Garden. Guishan Garden was founded in 1943 during the Japanese occupation of Burma. It was once the headquarters of a division of the Japanese Army and the official residence of a senior general. It came with a small airport. It was named Guishan because the garden is backed by a large mountain, and this large mountain looks like a lying turtle on the map. The name Guishan, the garden built at the foot of Guishan, it is called Guishan Garden. This is Su Chidu's base camp. It is not only his official residence, but also the headquarters of his Karen State border guards. The entire garden is divided into 2 layers, inside and outside. There are 8 armored battalions stationed on the outer layer. Each battalion has more than 300 people and is equipped with 2 to 3 tanks and armored vehicles. It was 11 o'clock noon at this time. Su Chidu was wearing a white shirt, dark green army pants, leather shoes, combed his big back, and sat in the pavilion next to the swimming pool for lunch. His lunch was very simple: Japanese M12 grade snowflake and steak, 3 caddies of Australian lobster, king crab fried rice and a greasy coconut jelly that he ate carefully and slowly, wiping the corners of his mouth with a mouth towel every time he took a few sips. Just as he was enjoying this simple lunch gracefully, his adjutant, Colonel Ando, hurriedly ran from the path in the garden, followed by a major with an uneasy expression. Su Chidu noticed their movements, but ignored them, and when they were almost in front of him, he asked, "What happened?" Panicked. He picked up a mouth towel to wipe the corners of his mouth. Although there were no oil stains on the corners of his mouth, General, Taea and Supa have been kidnapped. Ando was about to cry in a hurry. He and Taea lost their parents since they were young, and their brothers and sisters were dependent on each other. Taea and Supa were his only blood relatives in this world. At the beginning, in order to be able to see Taea from time to time, he specially arranged for her to meet with Su Chidu. And now that Taea and Supa have been kidnapped, he is the most anxious. When Su Chidu heard the news of Taea's mother and daughter being kidnapped, even though he had experienced a lot of big storms and waves, he couldn't stay calm. He frowned almost instantly, but he was not swayed by his emotions. Instead, he calmly asked, "What the hell is going on?" No matter how anxious Ando was, he could only patiently explain in the face of the general's inquiry. Around 10:30, unknown armed men came to the garden where Taea lived through a taxi. They got out of the car and shot and killed the guards at the door. Then, armed with assault rifles, they broke into the garden and fought with the guards. The guards were not their opponents. They were quickly annihilated by them. In the end, they took Taya and Supa, and also took away an armed pickup truck. When our reinforcements arrived, they were hit by them and suffered heavy losses. Our troops tried to intercept, but in the end they didn't stop them and let them run away. Suchidu's face became more gloomy as he listened, and he couldn't help but gritted his back teeth, his cheeks bulging, raised his hands and slammed heavily on the table, throwing away the knife and fork in his hand. Others hurriedly lowered their heads. As the people around Suchidu, they knew very well that the general was not cursing now, but his anger level was about to rise to the point where he wanted to kill people. Chapter 30, The Plan to Kidnap All His Relatives. If you want to keep your head from Moldy at this time, you have to lower your head to death. What does he do? Suchidu stretched out his hand and pointed to the major who was following Ando. Ando first glanced at Suchidu suspiciously, and then introduced with hesitation, "This is Major Marseille, the commander of the 1036 Battalion, who is in charge of guarding the arsenal." If he remembered correctly, Suchidu knew Marseille. It was still an order from him to let Marseille guard the arsenal. Why didn't he know him this time? After listening to Ando's words, Suchidu patted his head. "Look at me, I'm so dizzy that I forgot." He stood up slowly, looked at Marseille and asked, "Is there anything you can do?" Marseille took a deep breath, stood at attention and saluted. "Report to the general, I am here to plead guilty." Because of what? In the early hours of the morning, the arsenal was attacked and 2 guards were killed. I ordered a search for the murderer. I searched all night and all morning without finding the murderer. I wanted to report the incident to you as soon as possible, but I felt that 2 people were killed. I can solve this kind of trivial matter by myself, so I didn't report it. Suchidu didn't expect that things would happen one after another, and there was not a good thing yet, so he was almost speechless with anger. Suchidu digested the information for a while, and then continued to ask, "Then why are you reporting now?" Marseille truthfully reported, "Someone found that some weapons were missing from the weapons room. I suspect that they were stolen by the murderer who attacked the arsenal. I saw the surveillance video of the attack on the villa of the 6th lady. Unknown armed men shot and killed the guard at the door. The pistol seems to be one of the lost weapons. I suspect that the attack on the arsenal and the murderer of the 6th lady's villa is the same. The matter is serious and I am here to report." Suchidu fell into a brief silence after listening. Haha. After 10 seconds of silence, he suddenly laughed. When others saw this, they looked at each other, all puzzled. At this moment, Suchidu stretched out his hand and grabbed the pistol pocket around Ando's waist without warning, took out the pistol inside and pointed it at Marseille. Marseille stared wide-eyed and was about to open his mouth to beg for mercy, when the sound of gunfire suddenly sounded. Boom. Marseille was shot in the chest and fell down in response. Others were frightened and hurriedly covered their ears and bent down. Suduchi stepped forward quickly with a gun, pointed the muzzle at Marseille's main torso and pulled the trigger continuously, shooting blossoming blood flowers on him, and emptying the magazine. After killing Marseille, Suduchi still felt puzzled, walked back to the table, swept all the meals on the table with a sweep of his arm. "How many of them are there?" He propped the desktop with both hands, gritted his back teeth and asked. Ando swallowed and spit, and replied anxiously, "Two." Suduchi was startled when he heard what he said, his angry face suddenly startled. Ha. He suddenly laughed again. "I was really laughed at by anger. 2 people. 2 people broke into their own arsenal, and they didn't catch them for most of the day. They said that their 6th wife and young daughter were kidnapped by them. Is there anything more absurd than this?" Suduchi didn't bother to scold his subordinates that they were all rice buckets. He said directly, "If the order goes down, all the troops in Pon will be mobilized. Go out and chase me. At this time tomorrow, you have to see people and live to see corpses, otherwise, don't come back." "Yes." Ando saluted with a serious expression, turned around and went to give the order. After he left, Suduchi gradually calmed down from his anger. He looked at the swimming pool and fell into contemplation, and began to think about who sent the unknown armed men, a competitor in the drug world? Or a political enemy? Or an enemy of armed forces? He shook his head, and his instinctive intuition told him that it shouldn't be the above, because he knows the roots of these enemies. If it is really revenge, he won't play kidnapping, but kill directly. The kidnapping must be for blackmail, and these enemies also know him, And he is the most lacking in Suduki. It's just women and children, so it must be other unknown militants sent by his enemies who don't know much about him, trying to exchange for something through kidnapping. Thinking of this, Suduki couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If this is the case, then he would let the other party know why Suduki became the king of Karen State. A few hours later, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, eastern suburbs, after going around, Jean Nan and Ma Dequan finally returned to the temporary camp, the 5-story unfinished building. They locked Taya and Supa's mother and daughter in the basement of the unfinished building, bound their hands and feet, and put a mobile phone on for video surveillance at all times. After doing this, the two came out of the basement and came to the location where the computer was discharged. Brother Nan, is the next step to call Suduki for someone? From the time he set off from Shangrao to the kidnapping of Taya's mother and daughter, Ma Dafin didn't know what Jean Nan's action plan was, but after kidnapping Taya's mother and daughter and learning about their identities, he knew that the latter's plan was to exchange Taya's mother and daughter for Zhou Yun from Suduki. Tang. Jean Nan sat down with his notebook and computer leaning against the load-bearing beam, raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically, "Do you think this pair of mothers and daughters is enough? Aren't they Suduki's wife and daughter?" Ma Dafei asked. "That's right. Isn't that enough?" Ma Dafei thought to himself, Nen's weaknesses are not all wives and children. We now have his weaknesses. If we exchange his beloved relatives for a commodity in his eyes, he will definitely change it. Jean Nan couldn't help laughing out loud. "You are so naive." Ma Dafei frowned slightly, disapproving of his criticism, but Jean Nan saw Ma Daxing's face unconvinced. In line with the convenience of his teammates and future actions, he patiently explained, "The man in your mouth refers to most normal men. Is Suduki a normal man? He was born into a commoner and made it from scratch to where he is today. Whether from history or my own experience, this kind of person has the same characteristic, that is, ruthlessness that the 6 relatives do not recognize. A mere woman, a daughter, just wants him to compromise. If you think so, you think of Suduki too simply." Ma Daxing fell silent, and couldn't help but feel justified. If a local warlord was so easily bound by relatives, it would be impossible for him to achieve his current position. "You know that this mother and daughter can't blackmail Suduki, so why do you still kidnap?" he said, his confusion at this time. Suduki has a total of 17 immediate family members, 6 wives, and 11 children. Of course, a pair of mothers and daughters are not enough, but what if they are all? He is already 62 years old and should not be able to give birth. Jean Nan smiled faintly. From beginning to end, his plan was not to kidnap a few people, but all Suduki's relatives. Ma Dabi's eyes widened, and he looked at Jean Nan with a shocked expression. "Are you crazy? This is too risky." He didn't understand Jean Nan's plan at all. He kidnapped more than a dozen people just to save one person. The kidnappers were all members of Suduki's immediate family who were guarded by heavy soldiers. Chapter 31. Ensuring the safety of hostages is the first principle of hostage rescue. The employer pays, we should take risks. Jean Nan said calmly, "No." Ma Dequan crossed his waist with both hands and turned around in a hurry. "You might as well go into the park to save people. The militants in the park are not as armed as Suduki's relatives." Jean Nan looked at Ma Dequan with a serious expression. "Let me ask you, what is the first principle of saving hostages?" "Ensure the safety of the hostages." Ma Dapeng blurted out, "The troops also have counter-terrorism training, and the main topic of counter-terrorism training is the rescue of hostages, and the first principle of the rescue of hostages is to ensure the safety of the hostages. It's indeed easier for us to enter the park than to kidnap Suduki's relatives, but the problem is that we don't know where the hostages are. According to the location I found, the nearest call location of the hostages' mobile phone is in the KK Park, but a lot of people were transferred before the KK Park, and it is impossible to determine whether the person we want was transferred away. It's better to stay in the KK Park. In this case, once the target we targeted does not find the hostages are at risk of exposure, and once exposed, as ruthless gangsters, do you think they will kill their armed personnel in retaliation for us and mutilate the hostages?" Jean Nan explained why he did this, but after Ma Dafei heard it, he still didn't understand. He said, "How could they know that we are going to save that hostage? We didn't find it. Just go and look for it in another place." "Ha ha." Jean Nan smiled, "The gangsters are bad, not stupid. As soon as you enter the park, they will know that our purpose is to find someone." Knowing this, they will continue to guess who we are looking for. It's not hard to guess. It's definitely not an ordinary family that can use our skills to save people. The e-fraudsters may know the family situation of the victims better than the victims themselves. When the time comes, they will know that those families among the victims have enough financial means to ask someone to save them. Madafe was silent again, speechless. After more than 10 seconds, he found a new refutation point and continued to refute. We can deliberately take a few people to evacuate after we can't find anyone, so we are confused. Jean Nan interrupted suddenly, and said in a stern voice, "Shut up. It is our first principle to ensure the safety of the hostages. Any action must be based on this principle. Safety cannot be guaranteed. Talk about saving people and saving a dead body back. Are you worthy of the money you are holding?" After speaking, he lowered his head and looked at the computer, and continued in a gentle tone, "You don't need to participate in the subsequent actions. Just stay here to guard the hostages. I don't like to act with people who always question me." Madabi was taken aback, his face was embarrassed, and he deliberately realized that he was wrong in his heart. He immediately apologized to Jean Nan. "I'm sorry, Brother Nan, I'm on the cusp. Since I'm here with you, I should listen to you unconditionally." For fear that Jean Nan would not forgive himself, he sat down on the ground and continued to plead, "Take me, Brother Nan, I will never question it again." It's not that Jean Nan didn't really prevent him from participating in the action. He just wanted him to know that following his own rules and following himself must be implemented without compromise. I explained so much to him just now, just to prevent him from acting in a daze. I don't know what I'm going to do, not to explain it. Let him argue with yourself, for this is a battlefield, not a university defense. I've been tossing for so long, take a good rest, I'll call you if I have something to do. Good brother Renat. Mada breathed a sigh of relief, walked not far away and ate something casually, then lay down to rest. Jean Nan focused on his laptop, opened his browser and entered the website, entered the global telephone positioning system, and entered the phone number of the second target, Susanna, the fifth wife, into the search engine. Last talk time, 3 hours ago. Location, Kelambang Military and Civilian Hospital, number 12 Pangshir Road, Paen West District. Susanna. Jean Nan murmured to himself about the name, closing his eyes and thinking about the course of action. Catching Susanna certainly can't be done by catching Taya's mother and daughter. After all, the latter was in an unsuspecting state at the time. Even if Susanna and Saduki didn't expect that they would continue to attack their relatives, the guards around them would also be vigilant. If you can't break in, then you can only use wisdom. It didn't take long for him to think of a course of action. Time passed quickly, and as the sun set, Paen entered the dark night. Jean Nan and Ma Dequan also acted at this time. The two carried only pistols and hand grenades, and they went to the city lightly under the protection of the night. They sneaked into the city smoothly and came outside the wall on the side of the Karen State Military and Civilian Hospital. Do you know what to do later? No. Okay, let's go. The walls of the hospital were not high, and there were no iron wires or high-voltage electrical wires. Jean Nan and Madapai easily climbed over the wall and entered the hospital. After entering the hospital, the two soldiers separated in two ways and disappeared into the night. Administrative building, Dean's office, toot toot. The private mobile phone on the table rang, and a beautifully dressed beauty in a white coat picked up the mobile phone. Her slender white fingers with red nails gently swiped the answer button, and the mobile phone was placed in her ear and said, "Hello? Dean Su, we have received a patient with uremia who is willing to pay $100,000 for a kidney replacement. Is it in stock now?" The caller is the dean of a private hospital in Japan, and he is an old customer of Susanna. Susanna smiled contemptuously. "I call the second largest kidney reserve in the world, and no one dares to call the first. However, $100,000 is too low." She paused and said in a serious tone, "The old customer, don't say anything, $500,000, you send me the matching information, and it will be shipped within 4 hours. You are too dark, almost zero cost, how can you sell at such a high price?" The other party complained for a while, but immediately agreed, "You can arrange the delivery as soon as possible." Okay. Susanna hung up the phone with a smile, then she reached out to the landline phone to prepare the operating room. But as soon as she put her hand on the microphone, the phone rang again. She was holding the phone right, regardless of whether it was a strange call. She crossed her finger over the answer button, put it in her ear and said, "Hello? Susanna?" A magnetic man's voice came. Susanna frowned. It's not that the man's voice is not good or something. It's just that the man's tone makes her very uncomfortable. The person who knows her and the person who doesn't know her, the one who doesn't respect Dean Sue or Ms. Sue and calls her by her first name, she hasn't seen it for a long time. Is there anything you can do? When Susanna spoke, she thought to herself, if this is the one who came to buy her organs, she must make a sky-high price. Chapter 32 Madame Wu was kidnapped by criminals again. Taya and Supa are dead, I killed them. The man's voice was unusually calm, as if to say another irrelevant thing, and Susanna's pupils shrank suddenly when she heard this sentence, and she asked in disbelief, what did you say? You are our next target. The man said on the phone to himself. Susanna's heart sank suddenly. At this moment, there was a dull boom dash from outside. The violent fire instantly illuminated the entire hospital, and people's exclamations resounded through the hospital like thunder. I buried a lot of explosives in your hospital, and several in the administrative building. I really look forward to you being blown into coke. The man on the phone said again, with a playful voice, boom. Another explosion sounded, and the location of the explosion was very close. Susanna's face turned pale, and the successive explosions made her believe in the man's words, so she hurriedly threw away the phone and ran out of the office, hurriedly running downstairs for her life. This time, the hospital was already in a mess, whether it was the inpatient building, the administrative building, the complex building, the medical staff and the patients were all running away. Susanna pushed away one person after another in front of her, with only 2 words in her mind, run for your life. Her guards tried to catch up with her, but because there were too many people in the corridors and stairs, it didn't take long for Susanna to get rid of her. Susanna quickly ran out of the administrative building alone. As soon as she got out of the administrative building, she saw her Mercedes-Benz car coming from the internal road and stopped steadily. At the door, she didn't even think about it, so she walked directly to the car, opened the rear seat door and sat in, yelling at the driver, go to Guishan Garden. The driver did not speak, but stepped on the gas and drove towards the gate. But when she was about to reach the gate, the car stopped, and then an obese guard got into the co-pilot. Susanna in the back seat frowned and said with a displeased expression, who let you get in the car? She looked at the driver again and asked, who told you to stop? The driver replied in fluent Burmese, Dean, one more person protects and one more safety. I am also thinking about your safety. Although Susanna was upset, she didn't say anything after hearing this, urging the driver to drive quickly. With a high degree of mental tension, she didn't realize that the driver's voice was different from her usual voice. The driver stepped on the gas again and quickly came to the gate. This time, a cordon had been erected at the gate of the hospital, and dozens of heavily armed guards formed a human wall to block the gate and prevent people in the hospital from going out. But when the guards saw Susanna's car coming, the officer immediately ordered his men to get out of the way. The vehicle passed through the wall of guards extremely smoothly, drove out of the hospital, and after entering the main road, the corner of the driver's mouth rose slightly, showing an imperceptible smile. The deeper he stepped on the accelerator, the faster the car. Looking at the street lights passing quickly outside the window, Susanna in the back seat breathed a sigh of relief, and scolded softly, these damn people actually want to do something to me, and I caught them. They have to take out their hearts and feed them to the dog. After cursing, she looked at the driver, you reacted quickly. When you get to Guishan Garden, I will talk to the general about you. Thank you. The driver smiled faintly. Susanna frowned slightly, this voice. Why has your voice changed? She asked hesitatingly, realizing that the driver was not the same as usual. The guard in the passenger seat turned to look at her, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and smiled, of course it's different. Susanna's face changed drastically. At this moment, she saw a few Karen border guards patrolling outside. Just when she wanted to open the window and call out for help, Ma Dapeng did not hesitate to lift the butt of her gun and smash it, boom. With a muffled sound, Susanna's head bled, her eyes rolled and she fainted on the spot. Jean Nan glanced at the back seat through the inner rearview mirror and said with a faint smile, it's so cruel. Ma sprayed and shrugged his shoulders, I always think she is a bad seed, so I can't help but push hard. Ha ha. An hour later, Guishan Garden, in the bedroom and living room, Su Duchi was sitting on a mahogany chair sipping tea in yellow Tang-style pajamas, with a calm demeanor and natural behavior, without the tension of his family being kidnapped. On a chair not far away sat a luxurious woman wearing bright yellow Burmese traditional costumes. The woman wore gold and silver, and her body was covered with precious jewelry. She was holding a black cat in her hand. Looking at Suduchi's calm appearance, she couldn't help but smile and asked, "Your little wife? Are you in a hurry to be kidnapped with your little daughter?" This Mrs. Huague is no one else but Du Meiting, Suduchi's Dr. Karen State No. 2 character. What's the hurry? The purpose of their kidnapping is not to be able to talk to me. Sooner or later, they will contact me. Suduchi picked up the teacup and took a sip, closing his eyes and enjoying it secretly. He hadn't worried about Taea's mother and daughter from the beginning to the end. He was angry only because his subordinates were too wasteful. The two went to their own territory to do things, and hundreds of people couldn't catch anyone. Du Meiting snorted softly, lowered her head and stroked the black cat in her arms. Suduchi was not worried about Taea's mother and daughter, she was even less worried, and she wished the gangsters would kill both of them. "Commander, Commander." Adjutant Ando rushed into the living room at this time and hurriedly came to Suduchi. "It's not good, the military and civilian hospital has been attacked, and the whereabouts of the fifth lady are unknown." Suduchi and Du Meiting looked up at Ando together, and the couple frowned at the same time. "What's going on?" Suduchi asked in a deep voice. Ando replied, 1511, "According to the description of Mrs. Wu's guards, there were 2 explosions in the hospital an hour ago, one at 100 meters from the administrative building and the other 10 meters in front of the gate of the administrative building. After the explosion, Mrs. Wu ran out of the office in a panic. The guards wanted to catch up, but because there were too many people fleeing and they didn't catch up, they watched Mrs. Wu get into her car and left the hospital. They thought Mrs. Wu had come to us, but they didn't know until they got to the garden that Mrs. Wu hadn't come at all. They looked for several roads again, but they didn't find Mrs. Wu. They suspected that the special car was controlled by the gangsters and took it away." Suduchi slammed the teacup on the carpet fiercely, filmed the case and cursed angrily. "A group of waste, all waste. Where is Pan, our base camp? The enemy comes to our base camp to arrest people if he wants to arrest people, and leave if he wants to. Are all our soldiers eating dry food?" He turned around and raised his finger to Ando, and said viciously, "The group of guards next to the fifth lady, all of them will be killed by me, and now they will be killed by me." "Yes." Ando was startled, immediately stood at attention, saluted and took orders, and left the living room. Chapter 33, Attack on North Suburban Highway. 4th Madame Linla and her daughter are in danger, asshole. Suduchi hit the table with a fist, the anger in his eyes seemed to be about to condense into substance. Du Meiting stood up holding the cat. She couldn't sit still, because it was obvious that the other party was not only targeting Taea's mother and daughter, but also Suduchi's immediate family members, including herself and her 2 sons and 1 daughter. For the sake of safety, let the women and children in Pan come back. If they are not in Pan, let them increase the number of their guards and don't let anyone have an accident," she said solemnly. Suduchi gritted his back teeth, and didn't want to make such a decision in his heart, because as long as the women and children outside were allowed to come back, wouldn't he just tell everyone that he, the king of Karen State, was scared by the 2 armed men? In the chaotic situation of the warlord pattern in Myanmar, the face of local warlords is very important. Face represents prestige. With prestige, everyone is afraid of you. You have a filter for the domineering king, but if everyone knows that you will be afraid too, some people will move their minds that they shouldn't move, but considering the safety of his family, he still let go. You can make a call. He is not really worried about the safety of his family, but the forces behind several family members are very complicated. For example, the second wife and the third wife, the mother's family, are very powerful. Once caught, the mother's family will definitely put pressure on him. At that time, he will have to compromise with the conditions offered by the gangsters. Du Meiting got up and walked to the landline telephone table, picked up the phone holder and gave it one by one to Suduchi's second wife Cynthia, fourth wife Linla, and third daughter Lanirin Pan, and asked them to come to Guishan Garden quickly. Later, she called the women and children who were not in Pan to tell him, her, to pay attention to safety of the second wife Cynthia, the fourth wife Linla, and the third wife Lanir, who received the call, left their private villa overnight for the first time, and took a special car to Guishan Garden under the protection of the guards. The fourth wife, Linla, and Lanir are mother and daughter. They live in a private villa together, so they also take a special car together. Their special car is protected by 4 armed pickups before and after, and there is also a troop carrier truck full of 30 soldiers. Their convoy drove smoothly out of the urban road and into the northern suburbs highway. The Beijio Highway is the only highway leading to Guishan Garden. It has 4 lanes in both directions. The road is spacious, but there are no streetlights, no buildings along the way, and dense forests on both sides. As the convoy drove into the highway under such conditions, the soldiers on the armed pickups and troop carriers couldn't help but get nervous. Their sight was limited to the road illuminated by the headlights, and there was no visible point for the dense forests on both sides of the road. The attacks on the general's relatives occurred twice in one day. Their mood was already tense to the extreme and they became suspicious. They always felt that there were gangsters hidden in the dense forests on both sides of the road, compared with the nervous soldiers. The four wives, Linla and Lanier, who were sitting in the special car, seemed much calmer and calm. Although they had not participated in fighting and killing, they had seen a lot of them, and they were regarded as people who had seen strong winds and waves. They were not afraid of anything at all. What's more, there were 4 cars, armed pickups and a truck full of soldiers. There are just 2 gangsters. No matter how powerful they are, they can't deal with so many soldiers and heavy weapons. Time passed slowly, and as the convoy was traveling at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, the convoy was getting closer and closer to its destination, Guishan Garden. By 11:30 in the evening, there were only 10 kilometers left. Seeing that it was about to arrive, I even vaguely saw the garden lights at the foot of Guishan. The soldiers in the convoy gradually relaxed. If they wanted to think that the gangsters were crazy, they didn't dare to commit crimes at the feet of the emperor, did they? However, no one noticed that there was a small nylon rope less than 100 meters in front of the convoy. In the front car of the convoy, an armored pickup truck drove past unsuspectingly. The nylon rope was disconnected by force, and the next second, boom. Boom! Multiple explosions suddenly occurred on the road, and the armored pickup truck that was the front car was directly blown up. The soldiers on the car were also sieved by steel balls shot from the chassis at the moment of the explosion. The 3 armored pickups behind the front car were not spared. The driver of an armed pickup truck was shot out of his heart by a steel ball, and the vehicle lost control and plunged into the dense forest and overturned. An armed pickup truck exploded in the tire position and was directly overturned. Although another armed pickup truck was blown up, it was lucky that no one on the car was injured, but the driver stepped on the brakes in a panic and directly flew the emergency brake car 4 or 5 meters away. Both of them rolled over on their sides. Only the troop carrier was safe and sound, and it stopped steadily. But just as the soldiers in the car got out of the car in a panic, an armed pickup truck with no lights on rushed out of the dense forest on the left, and the 12.7mm heavy machine gun in the trunk spewed orange tongues of fire at them. The soldiers who got out of the car fell in pieces, and the soldiers who had not got out of the car were also swept to the ground by bullets that penetrated the car. In just half a minute, none of the troop trucks survived. The armed pickup truck stopped in the middle of the convoy. Ma Daijiao, holding an AKM assault rifle, went to each armored pickup truck to replenish the knives, while Jin Nan went straight to the overturned car and shot the bodyguards of the driver and co-pilot, and then dragged the fourth lady Linla, who was 7 or 8 years old, out of the car window. In the back seat, he took one in one hand and threw them into the back seat of his armed pickup. Retreat. Jin Nan got into the driver's seat and shouted at Ma Dequan. Ma Dabi picked up a few magazines and ran back, jumped into the trunk. The armed pickup truck started and drove away quickly in the direction of Pan. The whole operation took only 3 minutes from the beginning to the present. I seem to have heard an explosion. Damn, there must be an attack by gangsters. Hurry up, get in the car. The sound of the explosion reached Guishan Garden, 10 kilometers away, and the Karen State border guards guarding the garden immediately organized. In just 5 minutes, more than a dozen armed pickups and personnel carriers drove kilometers to the northern suburbs. Suduchi also heard the explosion. He was very annoyed. He never expected that the gangsters would be so arrogant and dare to launch an attack under his eyelids. He asked the supporting troops to catch the gangsters and send more troops to support. Du Meiting didn't sit still either. She called the fourth wife, Linla, and the second wife, Cynthia, to determine which one of them was attacked. She quickly got through to Cynthia's phone, but she couldn't get through to Linla's phone. She was sure that Linla's mother and daughter were attacked, and her life and death were unknown. Cynthia, you hurry back to Pan. There will be an attack in the northern suburbs. For safety, you should go back to Pan first. I will ask the general to arrange troops to pick you up later. For safety reasons, Du Meiting asked Cynthia to return to Pan, and Cynthia also heard the explosion and gunshots, so after hearing Du Meiting's words, she immediately asked the driver to turn around. However, it was all too late. Chapter 34. What kind of unit did he serve in before? He is so perverted. As soon as Cynthia's convoy turned around, Jin Nan chased it up. Mada sprayed and fired at the ass of the convoy without saying a word. Even if the distance between the two sides was more than 200 meters, no one else could hit it with a rifle, but he relied on his strong gun control ability to take an armed pickup truck with only 30 rounds of bullets. Sweep stop. Cynthia's convoy had only 3 armed pickups and no troop trucks. The guards were relatively weak, but weak troops did not mean weak soldiers. When the other 2 armed pickups saw the enemy behind them, the machine gunners in the carriage immediately jumped to their muzzles and opened fire on Jean Nan's vehicle. The two sides fired each other's machine guns while driving at high speed. However, the machine gunners of the Karen State Border Guards obviously did not have Ma Dewan's machine gun. They opened fire with 2 heavy machine guns, and none of the bullets hit, even the body. Ma Dewan fired almost 1 out of 3 rounds. In half a minute, he stopped another armed pickup truck and took the other one. The machine gunner on the armed pickup was shot to death, and one of the tires was blown off at the speed of the armed pickup truck. That lost a tire plummeted, and Jean Nan quickly chased it to a distance of less than 100 meters. At this distance, Ma Debi was almost invincible. The heavy machine gun slammed, and the co-pilot and driver and 2 guards on the car were quickly beaten into a sieve. At this point, only her car was left in Cynthia's convoy. Her special car is a BMW 7 Series with strong power. At Cynthia's urging, the driver stepped on the accelerator and the speed soared to 160. Jean Nan tried to accelerate, but the armed pickup was too heavy, and it was already the top of the sky to drive to 100. Seeing the duck in his mouth getting farther and farther away, Jean Nan simply stopped, took the AKM assault rifle that Ma Dewan had just thrown in the car, and aimed at the BMW 7 Series car that was 500 meters away from him. Can this be hit? Ma Dewan looked at Jean Nan in surprise. AKM rifle machine aim, late night environment, the moving target speed is 160 kilometers plus, distance 500 plus. If this can be hit, damn it, what kind of land god is this? Ooh, boom. Just as Ma Dewan was still thinking about this, Jean Nan had already pulled the trigger and fired one after another. After 5 bullets were fired, Jean Nan didn't turn his head back and jumped into the driver's seat. He threw the gun at the co-pilot, stepped on the accelerator and caught up. At this time, the BMW that had been driven 700 meters away shook. Even after more than a mile, Ma Dewan could still hear it. There was a clear sound of brakes in the distance. Damn it, did you really hit it? Ma Dewan was shocked. Don't be shocked, boom. After Jean Nan drove for about 100 meters, there was a loud noise in front of him. Ma Debi stood still through the headlights of the BMW vehicle, judging that the vehicle should have lost control and hit something and stopped. He was deeply shocked. If it weren't for what he saw with his own eyes, he would never believe that someone could use an AKM assault rifle in a night environment to target a vehicle moving at a speed of more than 160 kilometers per hour, and he also successfully stopped the vehicle. Ma Dewan couldn't help but be curious about Jean Nan. Which army I served in before? This strength is too perverted. In less than a minute, Jean Nan drove an armed pickup truck to the BMW 7 Series that was forced to stop. At close range, he could see that the 3 wheels of the BMW 7 Series were blown out of control and hit the trunk of a big tree. The glass of the car shattered to the ground. Also, as soon as the armed pickup truck stopped, the BMW 7 Series co-pilot's door opened from the inside, and a young bodyguard in a suit walked down, and a bodyguard in the same dress also came down from the back seat. The 2 bodyguards were in a state of confusion at this time. They saw Jean Nan and Ma Debi. They wanted to take out their guns but couldn't control their staggered bodies. They fumbled in their hands for a while without taking out their guns. Jean Nan picked up the co-pilot's AKM assault rifle and kicked the car door and got out of the car. He raised his muzzle and pointed at the 2 bodyguards and pulled the trigger. There was a chug, and the 2 bodyguards fell to the ground. He then stepped forward quickly, shot the unconscious driver through the car window, then got into the back seat and dragged the unconscious second wife Cynthia out. Since the back seat of the armed pickup truck couldn't sit down anymore, he threw Cynthia directly into the car at the foot of the Ma Display station, and finally started. The vehicle drove away. 10 minutes later, Guishan Garden, there was a rapid beeping call from the landline phone in the living room. Ando, who was standing next to the phone, immediately picked up the phone. After listening to the other party's report, he sighed softly, turned his head and looked at Su Duqi and Du Meiting, who were staring at him, and said, "General, Doctor, the support troops were late, the 4th lady, the 3rd lady, and the 2nd lady were missing, and their guards were all killed by the gangsters." Du Meiting opened her mouth slightly, never expecting such a result. Su Duqi's eyes widened angrily, and his whole body trembled. In 2 days, 2 people kidnapped their 3 wives and 2 daughters, and killed no less than hundreds of soldiers. They were kidnapped on their own territory, even near their base camp. If this spread out, All of Myanmar would have to see his jokes. General, after the gangsters kidnapped people, they drove out of the city every time, but not long after, they launched a second attack in Pawn. From this, it can be determined that they did not actually leave Pawn. Every time they escaped, they just hid their eyes and ears. Several ladies and young ladies must have been hidden by them in Pawn hidden corners. Ando said his judgment at this time. Suduchi stood up after listening to the rub, gritted his teeth and ordered to Ando, mobilize all troops and personnel that can be mobilized, start from the city center, carpet search, don't let go of a house, at any cost. Put people. Find it for me. He must catch the gangsters, and it is difficult to explain the hatred in his heart without cutting them to pieces. No way. Ando was about to stand at attention and salute to take the order, but Du Meiting felt that this order was inappropriate. Seeing her refuting herself, Suduchi immediately glared at her. At this moment, he had a doubt in his heart. Was the gangster who kidnapped his wife and daughter sent by Du Meiting? It's not impossible. Linla's mother and daughter and Cynthia had been staying well in their villa. It was she who proposed to call them to come to the garden. Only then did the attack occur. To say that it really has nothing to do with Du Meiting, he really didn't believe it. Believe it. Du Meiting didn't know that Suduchi doubted herself. After she said no, she immediately explained, if there are really only two gangsters, then these two people must be the top figures in the mercenary world, or even the killer world. If you send your troops out, the gangsters are very likely will sneak into the garden, and even kidnapping Taya and the others is just their diversion from the mountain, just waiting for the general to send out the garden troops. Suduchi suddenly felt a chill when he heard the words, "You mean, their real goal is me?" This possibility is not ruled out. Du Meiting said. Chapter 35 Action again. Kidnapping the third lady Mei, Suduchi frowned. Originally, he was not afraid of gangsters, but now that Du Meiting said this, his inner uneasiness has become stronger and stronger, and he can't help but worry about his own safety. He fell silent and fell into thinking. A few minutes later, he revised his order just now. In addition to the current strength, Pan and the surrounding border guards and militia launched a carpet search from the city center, digging 3 feet into the ground to find people. Ando stood at attention and saluted and took orders. Yes, General. He immediately picked up the landline phone holder and called the troops and militia one by one. An hour later, more than 700 soldiers of the Pan border guard and more than 1,600 militia gathered in the city center square, and more than 2,500 people launched a carpet search overnight. This time, whether it was soldiers or militia, they searched very seriously, not letting go of a hole in the ground, a house, and the entire Pan chicken flying dog jumping. Although their search method is very primitive, it is the most useful search method at the moment. It is only a matter of time before they find the unfinished building. Jean Nan also drove back to the unfinished building at this time. The two of them worked together to drag Linda's mother and daughter and Cynthia from the car to the basement, binding their hands and feet and blocking their mouths. We are running out of time. Coming out of the basement, Jean Nan saw that there were constant strong lights shaking in the distant city, and he already knew that Suduchi had launched a large-scale search. It won't be long before I find this place. What's next? Ma Dafei asked, race against time. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning, Bago Province, Pushi County. Pushi County is located on the east bank of the Bago River on the Yangon-Mandalay Railway and Highway line in southern Myanmar, 70 kilometers northeast of Yangon and 200 kilometers southeast of Pan. It is the railway and highway center of Karen State, Bago Province, Papan, and Yangon. Trade and industry are relatively developed, especially in the jadeite trade. Papan, the world's largest jadeite producer, exports 80% of jadeite by sea through Pushi. Pushi is not controlled by the Burmese government. It is controlled by the Pushi ethnic group, a local ethnic minority. The Pushi ethnic group has its own armed force, called the Boga National Alliance Army, with more than 2,000 militia. 25 years ago, Suduki, who was the commander of the Karen State Border Defense Battalion, in order to gain the support of the Pushi tribe, took the leader's daughter, Mahe, who is now the third wife of Karen State after Mahe married Suduki. She often traveled in Karen State and Pushi to coordinate the relationship between the ethnic minorities in the two places and the border guards of Karen State. Suduki can now become the veritable king of Karen State, and the third wife Mahe has contributed greatly. May has always had the habit of getting up early. It was still 6 o'clock in the morning. Before the sun rose, she had already gotten up to wash and made a cup of black coffee to refresh herself. After a cup of black coffee, she yearned to send a good morning text message to her son Zaman as usual, but this time she added an extra sentence to the good morning text message: pay attention to safety. She already knew about the many kidnappings of Saduki's family members in Paan. Although she didn't think that Zaman, who was the commander of the Mayawati militia, would also be kidnapped, she couldn't help but remind her one more thing. She put down her phone, went back to her room to change into a sportswear, and went downstairs to the park for a run. But when she took out her clothes, she suddenly thought of what had happened to Paan recently. For safety, she reluctantly gave up the idea of a morning run. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. May, who heard the knock on the door, walked out of the room and walked to the door of the room quickly. She did not look at the cat's eye hole, but opened the door directly, because although this is a hotel, this hotel is the asset of her family, and this floor is also her exclusive building, except for her OWN. In addition to the rooms, every other room on this floor is home to armed personnel loaded with guns. The whole hotel is monitored everywhere, and even the toilets are monitored. She doesn't think she will be in danger here. As soon as the door opened, she saw the face of the armed man standing at the door was extremely pale, and the neckline of the uniform seemed to be stained with dark stains. She just opened her mouth to ask, but the guard suddenly fell forward straight forward. Only then did she see the dagger inserted in the heart of the man's back. May's breathing suddenly stopped, and every hair stood up. Hi, is it Mrs. Mahe? A leisurely male voice came from outside the door. The line of sight that was originally obscured by the guard's body suddenly opened up, and a strange man wearing a black cap was leaning on the doorframe. Emma was so shocked that she didn't even have time to look at the other party's appearance. Her survival instinct made her immediately reach out to close the door, but her fingers had just reached the door, and the strange man had already shot like lightning. A precise hand knife slashed at her neck. May's eyes turned black and she fell to the ground softly. In her last consciousness, she only heard the muffled sound of her head hitting the carpet. The man neatly straddled her body, his gaze scanned quickly in the luxury suite, and finally locked on a large Louis Vuitton suitcase in the cloakroom. He opened the closet, took out a few expensive coats and spread them on the bottom of the box, and then curled the unconscious Mahe in, leaving a slight gap to ensure breathing. The sound of the zip chain being pulled up was particularly harsh in the silent room. The man adjusted the angle of his cap, dragged the suitcase out of the room calmly, and walked through the corridor to the elevator entrance. The elevator door opened in response. He dragged the suitcase carrying Mahe into the car and calmly pressed the lobby button. At the same time, in the hotel monitoring room, Madakwan watched Jean Nan drag the suitcase into the elevator through the display screen. He clapped his hands in satisfaction and stood up. Before leaving, he hadn't forgotten to pull out his 97-style dagger from the body of the security guard. Wipe it clean with a cloth and put it in his inner bag. A few minutes later, Jean Nan and Mada Jean drove a dilapidated car out of the hotel entrance, but after they had left for a full hour, no one discovered that Mahe had been kidnapped. The leader of the Pushi tribe was furious when he learned the news and launched a search in Pushi by all the militia, but at this time, Jean Nan and Madakwan had left Pushi a long time ago and were on their way to Naypyidaw, the capital of Myanmar. Pan, Guishan Garden. Suduchi, who was asleep, was awakened by the phone ringing in the bed cabinet. He sat up with a resentful face, picked up the phone holder and put it in his ear to answer. Hello? Suduchi. My daughter, your wife, Mahe, was kidnapped an hour ago. Listening to the voice of the old man on the phone, Suduchi's pupils shrank suddenly, and his anger disappeared instantly. He asked with some incredulity, "What are you talking about? May has been kidnapped." Chapter 36, Suduchi is not afraid of threats? Then kill one and show him. He was puzzled. The gangsters launched an attack on the Beijiao highway just after 10 o'clock last night. How could they go to Pushi again after one night? What the hell are you up to? There are only 2 gangsters, but each is a master. There are 2 of them. One killed 9 security guards in the hotel monitoring room and the other killed 36 bodyguards. The whole process was silent. We only found out after they escaped for an hour. Suduchi, are you hiding something from us? Let me tell you, my daughter must not be lost, otherwise I won't let you go. The leader of the Pushi tribe yelled loudly on the phone, extremely annoyed by the kidnapping of his daughter. Suduchi gritted his posterior molar teeth tightly. He didn't know how many times he had gritted his posterior molar teeth in the past 2 days. I can tell you very responsibly that I didn't cause anything, but don't worry, I will definitely get Mahe out. He tried to suppress his anger and appease his father-in-law first. The leader of the Pushi tribe snorted coldly on the phone and hung up the phone vigorously. Suduchi couldn't hold the fire anymore, so he just picked up the landline phone and threw it under the bed. Damn it, what the hell are they doing? He cursed angrily. To be honest, he is a bit confused now, and he can't figure out the number of gangsters at all. After finishing things in Pan, I went to Pushi again. What the hell are the two of them tossing around like this? What's the matter? There was such a big fire early in the morning. Dumei-ting, the wife of the pillow man, was awakened by the movement he made, and sat up in confusion and asked. Saduki replied with a gloomy expression. Mei was also kidnapped in Pushi. What? Dumei-ting was surprised. They weren't there yesterday. Okay, stop talking. Suduchi is so annoying now. After interrupting Dumei-ting's words, he got out of bed and left the room. He asked his subordinates to discuss the purpose of the other party and thought of a way. It's not okay to go on like this. Dumei-ting reacted when she heard the room door slammed, and picked up her personal phone from the bedside table and called the second son Ongji, the third son Kent, the fifth son Edward, the sixth son Danzo, and the eldest daughter Tinglai in Naypyidaw. Tell him to be careful in Naypyidaw and be able to don't go out. If you don't go out. Her reminder call was timely, but it was useless. At 8:20 a.m., a gunfight broke out in the dormitory building of Myanmar Medical University in Naypyidaw. 6 armed personnel died in the gunfight. Danzo, a college student, disappeared after the gunfight. 15 minutes later, a gunfight broke out at an entertainment company in Naypyidaw, resulting in the deaths of 4 people. President Edward was knocked out and taken away in his office. His whereabouts are unknown. At 8:50, a shooting occurred at the headquarters of the Central Bank of Myanmar in Naypyidaw, and the supervisor Kent disappeared. At 9:15, a shooting occurred in the Jiangnan City building, 16 armed personnel died, and Ongji, president of Karen State Minerals and Energy Company, was forcibly taken away. In just 1 hour, 4 shooting incidents occurred in Naypyidaw, which attracted the attention of the local police. The whole city was under martial law. Not only did the police set up card inspections, but the government has sent troops. For a while, everyone in Naypyidaw was in danger of themselves, and Jean Nan and Ma De Kwan had already withdrawn from Naypyidaw for the first time and headed for Mayawati, the gangsters who caused all this. Pan, Guishan Garden, Pop. There was the sound of broken porcelain in the living room, and Suduchi's face was gloomy and dripping with water. He could no longer describe it with anger, but was about to go crazy. 3 days, 4 of his 7 sons were arrested, 3 of his 4 daughters were arrested, 6 wives, and 5 were arrested. He is going to war with me, and he is going to war with me completely. He smashed another beautiful tea set, stood up and said firmly, I won't let them go. No matter what they want to do, I won't let them succeed. Dumei-ting, who was sitting on the side, opened her mouth when she heard this, and wanted to stop talking, but she still didn't say it. At this moment, a ringtone came from Suduchi's personal mobile phone. Listening to the ringtone, Suduchi's emotions couldn't help but calm down. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket. After seeing that the call showed that it was a strange phone, his pupils focused for a while, and he vaguely guessed something. He crossed his finger over the answer button and put it in his ear to answer. Hello? Hello, General Saduki. A magnetic man's voice came from the phone. Suduchi narrowed his eyes slightly. You tied up my family, right? The general is the general, smart. Jean Nan chuckled lightly. Suduchi secretly said in his heart that this is true, and then he preached on the phone. You provoked the wrong person, you don't understand me at all, you can kill all the people, we don't have to say anything. Anyway, in the end I will definitely avenge them and kill all your family. After speaking, he hung up the phone and patted the phone heavily on the coffee table. You are so cold-blooded. Dumei-ting stood up and stared at Suduchi disappointed and angrily. After Suduchi put his hands behind his back, he said disapprovingly, to be my wife and children, you have to have this kind of awareness. If I condone the gangsters this time and let them succeed, I don't know how many people will be tied up in the future. I just want to tell people all over the world through this matter that I don't want to use me. The family came to threaten me. Dumei-ting knew she couldn't convince Suduchi, but she couldn't accept the latter's indifference and left the living room with anger. Suduchi clenched his fists tightly and looked contemplative. After a while, he called Ando and reported Jean Nan's phone number. Let someone check. Where is the location of this phone? On the highway outside Naypyidaw, a black car was speeding on the road. Jean Nan listened to the busy hang-up sound from the phone and also fell into contemplation. This old man is really hard-hearted. Almost all of his family is in our hands. Sure enough, none of the warlords is simple. The co-pilot's Ma Depai couldn't help but complain. After complaining, he asked Xian Jinnan, "What's the matter with the next one?" Jinnan thought for a while and said, "Then let's kill." 12 o'clock noon. Myanmar-Thailand border, Mayawati. Although Mayawati is only a town, it has a population of more than 100,000 and a prosperous economy. Gambling and e-fraud are the mainstays of the economy. Every year, about 1 million Burmese and Thais come here to gamble, and e-fraud is even more shocking. 40 e-fraud parks, large and small, are scattered like stars among them. The most famous are KK Park, Diamond Park, R&Amp, F Park, Elephant Park, Phoenix Park, and so on. However, the glory of Mayawati's e-fraud industry has passed. Since Thailand cut off water and electricity to Mayawati in February, Suduchi has unannounced inspected the park under international pressure. Most e-fraud companies have been transferred, and the number of e-fraud personnel is less than 3/10 of the previous level, but because of the large base, it is still there are 70,000 to 80,000 e-fraudsters active. The buildings vacated after the wire fraud personnel were transferred away became the barracks of the Mayawati militia. Chapter 37, a precision rifle shot and killed the Mayawati militia commander at 1,000 meters. As of now, the size of the Mayawati militia has more than 3,000 people. Although these militia are only farmers with guns and do not have heavy weapons and equipment, they are still the most powerful armed force within a radius of 100 kilometers. As the commander of this militia, Zaman is a veritable king of Mayawati. Zaman acted high-profile, arrogant and domineering. On weekdays, he liked to take hundreds of his guards to patrol the prosperous area of Mayawati when he had nothing to do, just like a lion king patrolling the territory. No, as soon as he had lunch, he took people for a walk on the street. They said its name is a walk after a meal. Boss, it's not peaceful lately, so let's go back. Zhuamin's adjutant, Tianjin, said with a worried expression on his face. Haha. Zhuamin said with a faint smile, "What are you afraid of? Those people are caught when there is no one around them, and where is this place? Mayawati, and I, are the only king of Mayawati." Before the voice fell, a bullet passed through his neck, and warm blood splashed on Tianjin's face. He widened his eyes and watched Zaman fall with a pale face covering his neck. A few seconds later, he let out a sharp exclamation, "The boss is killed." On the top of the building 1 kilometer in front of the road, Jinnan gracefully put away the 417 Hong Kong dollars long-barreled sniper precision rifle in his hand, and said with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, "It's crooked." He aimed at the heart. It turned out to be the neck, but the result was the same. The other party was dead. Ma Dewan, who acted as an observer on the side, put down his binoculars and looked at Jinnan like a monster. "You are playing with a precision rifle as a sniper rifle." If he remembers correctly, the effective range of a precision rifle is usually within 800 meters, while Jinnan uses a precision rifle to hit a 1,000-meter target. It's almost hanging up. Jinnan ignored Ma Dafei's shock, turned and left and reminded, "Let's go, I can't go anymore." Ma Dajia immediately followed. When he was downstairs, Ma Da asked curiously, "Why didn't he kidnap this time, but shoot him directly?" "We don't have much time. Shooting is much easier than kidnapping. I hope this bullet will make Suduchi, an old man, sane." Pan, Guishan Garden, in the restaurant, Suduchi was having lunch with Du Meiting. She looked at the latter with a serious expression. The former picked up a piece of bloody beef and put it on her plate. She comforted and said, "I'm really not indifferent. I've seen too many of these gangsters. I don't eat hard or soft. If I compromised with them, and we will all be caught in the future." Du Meiting was silent. Her anger did not disappear at all. Suduchi continued to appease and explain to himself, "Don't worry, the gangsters will definitely contact me again," and I also concluded that they dare not do anything to Ong Ji. Du Meiting was silent for a few seconds, then let out a sigh, picked up the beef and put it in her mouth, but the beef hadn't entered his mouth yet. Adjutant Ando hurriedly ran in. "General, Mayawati just called and said." He looked panicked and stopped talking. Suduchi glanced at him and put down his chopsticks angrily. "Is it possible that Zaman has also been kidnapped?" He is now used to who has been kidnapped to know, the third son is him. He was killed. Ando bit the bullet and said the bad news. Suduchi and Du Meiting were stunned at the same time. Their eyes widened and their faces looked at Ando in disbelief. The former's lips trembled. "What are you talking about, Zaman?" Ando lowered his head and replied, "Mayawati called and said that the third son went to patrol the street after lunch. On the way, he was suddenly shot in the neck and died on the spot." Suduchi's face paled a bit, and his whole body froze. He never expected that the gangster would really dare to kill his son. What? Suduchi yelled frantically, stood up and overturned the dining table, frightened Ando and Du Meiting, as well as the servants in the room, subconsciously retreated. Damn it, they killed my son. They actually killed my son. I want to kill them, kill their whole family. Ah! Suduchi roared angrily, the anger in his eyes seemed to be about to condense into substance and spew out, his chest fluctuated violently, and his forehead burst out with hideous blue veins. What? Du Meiting also screamed with her hair in her arms at this time, because she thought that the gangsters would really kill her second son Ongji. Ando looked at the two people who were crazy and screaming. While at a loss, he also felt extremely scared. His sister, Taya, would be killed by the gangsters at any time. Just when the restaurant was full of people yelling, a sudden ringing of incoming calls broke the existing atmosphere. Suduchi looked around with bloodshot eyes to see whose phone it was. There was just nowhere to vent, but he looked around a few times before he realized it was his personal phone. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket. When he saw that the incoming call showed that it was still a strange call, he didn't want to answer it directly. He turned on the loudspeaker and yelled, "Asshole, how dare you kill my son? I must kill you, kill your whole family." Ha ha ha. Jean Nanlang's cool laughter came from the phone. Hearing that the gangster was still laughing, Suduchi almost bit his back molar teeth in anger. Just when he was about to curse, Jean Nan stopped laughing and said, "You have 6 wives, 7 sons, and 4 daughters. Now, you have 5 wives, 4 sons, and 2. The daughter is in my hands, this is alive, and a son died in my hands. Now you only have your eldest wife Du Meiting, as well as the eldest son Suowen, the 7th son Ryman, the eldest daughter Tinglai, and the 2nd daughter Mia. I want to ask you, am I qualified to talk to you now?" "Talk?" Suduchi smiled angrily. "You killed my son, do you still want to talk about it? You wait, as long as you are still in Myanmar, you don't want to leave whether you are dead or alive. When you are killed, I will clean you up and kill all your family. It seems that we still can't talk about it. In that case, I will kill your eldest son Thorwin first. To be honest, killing is much easier than kidnapping." Jean Nan paused, and said in a soothing tone, "Don't worry, General, the sun will set at the latest, and I will kill your eldest son Suowen. After killing Thorwin, I will also ask my friends in the United States to kill your youngest son who is in the 5th grade of Mekong Middle School in San Francisco, USA. On my side, I will also kill your 2 daughters. In the end, it is your doctor, and finally, it is you, Suduchi." Suduchi's cheeks trembled, he gritted his teeth and said, "You try it. I have killed all the major generals of the great powers in the midst of 10,000 armies, let alone you." "General? If I want to kill you, it's easy, unless you hide in Guishan forever and can't get out. As long as you come out, no matter what you do, my bullet will definitely open your head." Flowers. Chapter 38 Suduchi's Compromise. "I won't kill you now, it's because I don't want to, but if I can't get what I want from you, then I can only kill you." Jean Nan's tone was faintly smiling, the contempt in his words was undisguised, and the threat he revealed was even more creepy. After listening to Jean Nan's words, Suduchi's expression became even more angry, but a guilty conscience flashed in his endless anger. Jean Nan's repeated attacks have well proved that he may really have the ability to decapitate in the midst of 10,000 armies. It is really possible that he will kill all his sons and daughters. Suduchi was silent, not clamoring as fiercely as he had just done. Because he thought that he was 62 years old, and he was clearly told by the doctor 3 years ago that his testicles had stopped producing sperm, and even artificial conception could no longer make a woman pregnant with her own child. If the gangster really kills all his children, then Suduchi will be cut off from his children and grandchildren. As a ruler, the severance of children and grandchildren will not only lead to no one to succeed, but also cause civil strife. Just like the king of a feudal society has no children, the king's brothers and ministers will be ready to move. At that time, he may not have died at the muzzle of the gangster, but most likely under the cold gun of his own men. After all, betrayal is too common in Myanmar, and he must consider one thing. The 5 kidnapped ladies, except for the 4th lady, the 5th lady, and the 6th lady, the 2nd lady and the 3rd lady are not ordinary people. If they are killed, the maiden family behind them will definitely not easily bypass him. Say, what do you want? When he asked for the exit of this sentence, Suduchi was like a frustrated ball, because he knew that when he said this sentence, he was completely passive and could only be led away by others. We'll talk about it later. Jean Nan chuckled softly and hung up the phone. Suduchi's hand holding the mobile phone trembled, wishing to follow the mobile phone signal to strangle Jean Nan to death, but the idea was very beautiful and the reality was very real, and he was completely controlled now. That I can only hope that the other party's conditions will not be too harsh. Suduchi, I don't care. Anyway, I want my child to be safe and sound. Otherwise, I will never forgive you in my life, and I will go back to Naypyidaw right away. Du Meiting put down her harsh words at this time, which increased Suduchi's pressure a lot, and made him even more annoyed. She walked up to Ando, pulled out the pistol from the latter's waist, and shot at the utensils in the restaurant. He didn't vent his anger until he emptied the magazine, then threw the pistol back to Ando, sat in a chair, gritted his rear teeth and waited for the call, "Kacha." There was a sound in his mouth. The posterior molar tooth is broken. The other side. Jean Nan and Ma Duan have successfully left Mayawati town. They are driving on a narrow township road. Jean Nan, who was driving the vehicle, put down his mobile phone, turned his head and smiled at Ma Duan. "It's done." Ness. Ma Dapin shook his fist with an excited expression and smashed the car window. Then he breathed out a long breath of relief. After tossing for so many days, he was finally done. He couldn't wait to return home and lie down in his kennel to sleep all day. "Where are we going now?" "Back to Pon." He asked. "If we don't go anymore, let's go directly to Jakanmai, where I arranged a boat, and when someone arrives, we will leave by boat." Jean Nan replied, "Now that the initiative is in hand, there is no need to put yourself in danger, come on." Half an hour later, Jean Nan drove to the highway 46 kilometers southeast of Mayawati and 45 kilometers north of Pon. Here, he pulled over and picked up his mobile phone to send Suduchi a picture and a text. After sending it, Jean Nan continued to drive on the road. At the same time, Suduchi received an MMS message from Jean Nan. He clicked to browse. It was a beautiful Chinese woman with shoulder-length black hair. He frowned and withdrew from the picture browsing. Looking at the text, the name of the person in the photo is Zhou Yuntang. She was tricked into Myanmar by her Burmese boyfriend 4 months ago, and then fell into the e-fraud park. The controller asked her parents for 1 million yuan every month. Every time she said to let her go, but she didn't let it go again and again. "I was entrusted by others to she will be brought back to the country. I limit you to 6 hours. No matter what method is used, the people will be delivered to the Jakanmai pier without shortage of parts. When the people arrive, there is no problem. I will release your 4 sons immediately. After I successfully leave Myanmar, I will tell you a few wives and my daughter's hiding place. I warn you, don't be careful and cooperate obediently. Where is your wife? I installed a satellite phone remote-controlled bomb. As long as you move, I will not hesitate to blow them up, and don't try to rescue the hostages and kill the gangsters. In this regard, we are more professional than you. Assassination is our specialty." After reading the content of the text message, Suduchi's expression became a little complicated. He didn't expect to kill him. The gangsters arrested his family, killed so many people, and even killed his own son, just to save a woman trapped in the e-fraud park. He has the feeling of hitting a mosquito with a cannon. "Ando." Suduchi called out Ando's name. Ando, who had been keeping his head down, immediately shrugged his head and stood at attention. "General." The gangster wrote back. Suduchi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "What did they say?" Du Meiting hurriedly asked. Suduchi said helplessly, "The purpose of their doing this is just to save a Chinese woman trapped in the e-commerce park." "What?" Both Du Meiting and Ando felt unbelievable. They thought about everything just now, and even thought about giving up some territory, but it turned out just to save people. Don't say anything. Fortunately, it's not any other condition. You immediately call Zhejiang and find a woman named Zhou Yuntang. Within 5 hours, be sure to deliver me to Jakanmai pier without shortage of parts. Suduchi said in an unquestionable tone. Ando saluted and took his orders, hesitating in tone. "Do we want it?" He made a gesture of wiping his neck, meaning whether to kill the gangsters after the hostages were rescued. Suduchi thought for a few seconds, then pondered. "It depends on the situation at that time. Let's talk about it. First, send troops to stand by near Jakanmai pier. At present, there is almost no condition for killing gangsters, but if there is such a condition, then it must be killed, bruised bones and ashes, and buried for the dead. Zaman, understood?" Ando stepped out of the restaurant, walked outside and took out his personal mobile phone to call Shi Zhejiang, a leader in Myanmar's e-commerce industry. Boss Shi, you are in trouble with the general. The third son is dead, and the other sons and wives are also very dangerous. The general orders you to find a Chinese woman named Zhou Yuntang within 4.5 hours and send it to Jikanmai Pier. If you don't see anyone after 4.5 hours, the general will hunt you down to the ends of the earth, and your status in Myanmar will be replaced by someone else. Chapter 39 Exchange. In Malaysia, on a certain beach, Shi Zhejiang, who was lying on a chair sunbathing, listened to the extremely serious words on the phone, and her brain stopped for a short time. After a few seconds, his brain resumed functioning. He sat up from his chair, and almost subconsciously asked, Brother Ando, what happened? This is not what you should ask. You just need to find Zhou Yuntang and send it to Jikanmai Pier. You don't have much time. 4.5 hours may be the countdown to your life. The tone of the phone call was cold, and there was no concealment of threats and murderous intent. Shi Zhejiang's expression became a bit more solemn. She was silent for a while, then nodded and responded, Well, I see. He hung up the phone and muttered to himself, Zhou Yuntang, this name. Why is it a bit familiar? The more he read the name Zhou Yuntang, the more familiar he became. He thought about it carefully, and soon, he thought of it that he had seen Zhou Yuntang. Not only had he seen him, but he had also been in bed. It seems that her father is dead, huh? Shi Zhejiang sneered at the corner of her mouth and picked up the phone to call her confidant Lubio Lubo, his spokesperson in Myanmar, is responsible for all the business of the Myanmar park when he is not in Myanmar. This time, Lupo was playing mahjong with his subordinates in a casino in Yangon. When he heard the phone ring, he pushed away the women on both sides and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. After seeing that the call showed that it was the boss, he immediately stood up to answer the call. Hey, boss, is there anything wrong? Where are you now? What else can I do? Play mahjong for fun. Lupo said with a smile, Let me ask you, did something happen to Karen State? Lupo frowned slightly, recalled for a while, and then hesitated. It's okay, I haven't heard of it. What's the matter, boss, did you hear anything? If you don't know, forget it. Remember Zhou Yuntang? Hearing the name Zhou Yuntang, Lubo had a wonderful posture in his mind. He smiled and said, Of course I remember, this is a rare beauty. Where is she now? I don't know, I asked someone to sell it. Lupo replied, What? Shi Zhejiang's voice on the other end of the phone was raised a bit. Seeing that the other party's tone was wrong, Lubo immediately explained, After you gave it to me, I gave her an injection and played for a week. When I got tired, I gave it to my brothers. After a few days of playing, I didn't want to play anymore, so I let someone sell it. I sold it for 100.5 million, plus the 3 million that KK's Laowu extorted from her parents. This chick made us 4.5 million. He explained and couldn't help showing off his performance as he explained, Where did you sell it? I don't know, I have to ask. After Lubo finished answering, he couldn't help asking, Boss, what's the matter, what are you doing with her? Stop the fucking nonsense, let me tell you, within 4 hours, you will find a way to find Zhou Yuntang and send it to Jikanmai Pier. Otherwise, it's not the boss who won't let you go, it's General Su Duchi who won't let you go. Listening to Shi Zhejiang's stern words, Lubo immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, and replied solemnly, I know the boss, I will notify you as soon as possible. Dongji City, the capital of Irrawaddy Province. Dongji is located on the east bank of the Irrawaddy River, Myanmar's largest river, about 100 kilometers northwest of Yangon, Myanmar's largest city. It is a city with agricultural trade as the main economy and the core. There are fewer tourists here, but countless farmers and merchants come here every year to trade food. Countless farmers because it is surrounded by vast farmland, the pace of life is slow, and there is no entertainment venue. The only entertainment many people have here is to visit the kiln. There are more than 70 places of entertainment under the banner of a hotel in Dongji, the largest of which is the Mezagong Hotel. Mezagong's women are the best in the industry, because its boss imports beautiful women from major cities such as Yangon and Naypyi. Every year. On the 6th floor of Mezagong, room 6011, the door of the room opened and an old man with gray hair and a white vest walked out. He was nearly 60 years old. With satisfaction and aftertaste on his face, he stepped on his slippers and left leisurely. In the room, on the messy sheets, a naked, bruised, shoulder-length black-haired woman was taking drugs hard. Her hand holding a lighter trembled constantly. With the smoke inhaling into her lungs, her pupils dilated and her expression was refreshing, but after a few seconds, her gaze became more and more comfortable, blurred and hollow. In order to maintain her comfort, she kept repeating the sucking action, and she didn't stop until the remaining food was burned out, and she fell weakly on the bed. Zhou Yuntang silently waited for the arrival of the next guest. After waiting for a few minutes, the guest did not wait, waiting for the boss of Meizgong. The boss of Mezigong is called Mezigong, and he is a local who is less than 40 years old. Mei Zigong covered her mouth and nose and walked to her bed. She said with a disgusted expression but a reluctant tone, "Put on your clothes and follow me quickly." Zhou Yuntang didn't know what Mei Zigong was going to do, but her spirit was already numb, like a body that had lost its soul, or like a muppet, the master's instructions or whatever, do whatever. She got up and put on her clothes, obediently followed Mezigong and left the room. Zhou Yuntang thought that Mei Zigong was going to take him to a guest's room, but he didn't expect that he would take him out of the hotel. She didn't know how long she hadn't seen the sun outside. When the warm sun shone on her body, she felt a little at a loss. She stood at the door of the hotel in a daze, looking at the blue sky. It happened that a group of flying birds flew over the sky, and there was a look of envy in her eyes. She used to be a flying bird, free and at ease. "What are you doing standing there? Get in the car quickly." Mei Zigong came to a Mercedes-Benz and impatiently urged Zhou Yuntang. Zhou Yuntang's eyes returned to numbness, and he got on the car quickly. Mei Zigong started the vehicle and drove into the highway. The car drove very fast. When it was still in the city, it drove to 90 kilometers per hour. When it left the city, it drove to 130 kilometers per hour. Mezigong seemed to be in a hurry as Zhou Yuntang was sitting in the back seat, leaning on the window and looking out the window blankly. She probably guessed that it should be a rich man who ordered a home service, so Mei Zigong drove so fast, she didn't think too much either. She was used to and indifferent to whatever happened next. Unconsciously, she fell asleep. 3 hours later, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jakamai Pier. The pier is full of large and small ships. On the trestle in front of one of the brand new speedboats, a black car is parked. In principle, vehicles cannot go on the trestle, but who will let the temporary owner of the car hold the principal? Chapter 40. Return to China. Jean Nan and Ma Dajia sat in the car smoking cigarettes, looking into the rear-view mirror from time to time, and also looking at the time on their mobile phones from time to time. "It's been 3.5 hours, Brother Nan, they won't do anything, right?" Mada said after reading the time. Jean Nan smoked his last cigarette, popped the cigarette butt out of the car window, and calmly replied, "It took them 6 hours, and only half of the time has passed. Don't worry." The voice fell, and a black Mercedes appeared in the rearview mirror. "Here it is." Jean Nan stared at the rearview mirror, staring at the every move of the black Mercedes-Benz. Ma Dafei also saw it, and his hand holding the MG42 general-purpose machine gun tightened tightly under the gaze of the two of them through the rearview mirror. The black Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped behind their car, and then a middle-aged man got out of the car. The middle-aged man stood by the car and looked at the car in front of him hesitatingly. Jean Nan and Ma Dajia looked at each other and got out of the car at the same time. Ma sprayed the machine gun on the roof of the car as soon as he got out of the car, aiming the muzzle at the middle-aged man and the Mercedes-Benz, while Jean Nan walked over with a pistol in one hand. "Did you send someone over?" Jean Nan walked up to the middle-aged man and asked. Mezigong raised his hand in fear. "It's none of my business, I'm just helping them send people here." He didn't know what the situation was, but he habitually put aside his responsibilities. "Where are the people?" Jean Nan didn't talk nonsense. Mei Zigong immediately took a few steps back, opened the rear seat door, and woke up Zhou Yuntang, who was asleep. As soon as Zhou Yuntang opened his eyes, Mei Zigong was pulled out of the car before he could figure out the situation. She looked at Jean Nan and Ma Dajia with a machine gun behind her in a daze, her eyes full of blankness, but soon she realized something again. Secretly, it turned out that she wanted to go on a boat to play with her. Jean Nan saw Zhou Yuntang, who was thin and sluggish, and a trace of mercy flashed in his eyes. He walked forward and took Zhou Yuntang's wrist, walked quickly to Ma Daquan, and said, "Take her to the speedboat first." "Good." Ma Dajia glanced at Zhou Yuntang and said hello, then put down the machine gun and took her on the speedboat. Jean Nan also said to Meizgong at this moment, "You can get out of here." Hearing these words, Meizgong hurriedly oiled the soles of his feet and quickly got in the car, reversing and leaving the pier. After he left, Jean Nan took out his mobile phone and was about to call Suduchi, but as soon as the mobile phone was taken out, Suduchi called. Previously, he marked Suduki's phone number, and his phone number could be called in. Jean Nan saw the call and looked up at the front of the pier, keenly aware that Suduchi's troops had surrounded the pier, and now his every move was under his surveillance. Jean Nan tapped the answer button, put the phone in his ear and replied, "Thank you, General, for giving me the person. Where are my people?" Suduchi's cold voice came from the phone. Jean Nan put his mobile phone on the hood of the car, walked to the back seat of the car to open the door, dragged Suduchi's 4 sons out of the car and put them on the trestle. "You should have seen it. I will give you 4 sons first. In addition, I will send you the location after I leave." Jean Nan walked back to the car, picked up his mobile phone and said, "No, you have to tell me now, otherwise, you won't be able to leave. To tell you the truth, my troops are at the pier, and a dozen sniper rifles are aimed at you. If you don't tell the location, you won't leave." Suduchi said in a firm tone. Jean Nan smiled softly, "Well, you can shoot." He doesn't eat Suduchi at all. Suduchi fell silent, and Jean Nan simply hung up the phone, put away the phone, took his 147 Hong Kong dollars precision rifle from the car, and jumped on the speedboat. Sure enough, as he expected, the gunfire from the pier did not sound. Soon, Jean Nan drove the speedboat away from the pier and galloped south at high speed. After he drove the boat away, the Karen State Border Guard soldiers who were ambushing at the pier showed up one after another. They chased to the trestle bridge and watched helplessly as the speedboat drifted away. Suduchi, who was far away in Guishan Garden, looked at the picture in the video and felt helpless. He also felt angry when he was helpless. He had never suffered such a big loss when he grew up like this. "General, the son, they are all fine, they are all alive." "Well, I see. Pass it on. Treat this matter as if it didn't happen, and no one is allowed to disclose it to the outside world. If someone says it, it will be to hit me in the face, and I will die if I hit me in the face. Just forget about this matter?" "Of course you can't forget it. He killed my son. He must pay this blood debt. You have to check it. You have to check as much money as you spend. Find out his details before you start." "Yes, General." 2 hours later, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the vast sea was pitch black. After 2 hours of high-speed sailing, Jean Nan had already sailed 90 kilometers in a speedboat and came to Motari Bay. This place does not belong to any country, it belongs to the high seas. When he got here, Jean Nan breathed a sigh of relief. He called Ma Dafei to take over and asked him to hold a meeting for himself. Then he walked up to Zhou Yuntang and sat down. Before he could speak, she first said, "Is there any ice? Let me suck some before playing." She raised her hand and gently pulled off the sling of her gray skirt, revealing her purple shoulders. Jean Nan sighed and asked, "Did they let you take drugs? Do you want to pity me?" Zhou Yuntang smiled softly and said, "If you have pity on me, then give me more." Seeing her numb reaction, Jean Nan was in a complicated mood. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "I was invited by your parents. You are safe and will return home soon." "Mom and Dad, return home." Zhou Yuntang's mouth opened slightly, and her blurred pupils changed. She was completely stunned and at a loss. Jean Nan stood up and left in front of her. He knew that for a person who had been tortured for 4 months, this news was unacceptable. Even if it was good news, she needed to be given time to buffer. After a flash of 5 hours, it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. The location of the speedboat came from Motari Bay to the Nan Prepras Strait. Jean Nan personally drove the speedboat to a lighted island in the strait. He didn't know the name of the island, but when he got closer, he found a pier to refuel the ship. The refueling terminal is for Indians. In principle, documents are required to refuel here, but Jean Nan is holding the truth. Not only did he successfully refuel, but he also added Overlord oil. After adding oil, Jean Nan immediately sailed away, all the way north. 10 hours later, at 10 o'clock the next morning, Jean Nan and his party went ashore at the wharf of Garabalafid, a coastal city south of Manglaga. The first thing Jean Nan did after he came ashore was to sell the speedboat to a local second-hand boat dealer. The speedboat bought for 500,000 yuan was sold to him for $30,000, which is equivalent to 210,000 yuan. To sell the boat is to find a car. According to the location given by the Car 4S store, I found the off-road Jeep that cost 600,000 yuan to buy in the parking lot of the pier. Chapter 41. Zhou Jianbang and his wife are excited. The car shop is not bad. The fuel tank of the car is not only full, but there are also 2 barrels of oil in the trunk. Around 11:30 in the morning, after having lunch in Garabala, Jean Nan and his party officially embarked on the road back to their hometown. They first drove 300 kilometers northeast of Manglaga to the Bangladesh-India border. They spent $10,000 to bribe the border checkpoints on both sides and enter the 6 northeastern states of India. After traveling all the way eastward in the 6 northeastern states of India, he drove another 300 kilometers to the India-Myanmar border. He still spent $10,000 to buy border checkpoints on both sides and enter Kachin State, Myanmar. It was another 300 kilometers, and at 9 o'clock in the evening, Jean Nan and his party came to the China-Myanmar border between Myitkyina, Kachin State, Myanmar, and Tingchong, Yunnan, China. Obviously, it was impossible to go through the customs to return home. Jean Nan decisively drove through the jungle with Ma Dathe and Zhou Yuntang overnight. It lasted all night and successfully entered the country at 7 o'clock the next morning. After entering the country, I first walked to a village and spent 1,000 yuan to ask the locals to send it to Tingchong. At 9:30 in the morning, a group of people got off the bus in the city of Tingchong, and then Jean Nan found his Mercedes-Benz E350 parked on the side of the road. When he found it, he found that the car was posted. A sticker for calling for parking fees. As an unruly and law-abiding citizen, Jean Nan took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the sticker, paid a parking fee of 120 yuan, and then drove away, all the way east. Destination Shangrao, Jiangxi. A day later, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Shangrao, City Center, number 1305, Building 7, Shuifu Community, Jiangnan. I in the brightly lit, spacious living room of 80 square meters, Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei are sitting on the sofa watching TV. They are not watching TV or movies, but Myanmar TV. They couldn't get through to Jean Nan's phone. They didn't know what was going on in Myanmar. They could only try to get Jean Nan's movements in this way, but to their disappointment, after watching it for several days, they did not see any new information on Burmese television. Du Jianwei took out the mobile phone on the table, checked the time, sighed and said, "He said it will take almost a week to bring people back. After today, a week will pass." Is he? Zhou Jianbang didn't speak, but the sorrow that appeared on his face revealed his thoughts. He and Du Jianwei were worried about the same thing. How I wish the doorbell of our house rang, and my daughter was standing at the door when she opened the door. Du Jianwei looked at the direction of the door of the room, his eyes moistened as Zhou Jianbang grasped his wife's hand tightly and comforted her silently. Knock knock. At this moment, there was a sound from the door of the room. Seeing that Wei and Zhou Jianbang were shocked, Du and Zhou Jianbang looked at each other, got up from the sofa excitedly and ran to the door of the room. It must be a daughter. It must be a daughter. The couple kept praying in their hearts. After walking to the door of the room, Zhou Jianbang clicked on the video to open the door. In the picture, 2 men and a woman were standing outside the door. Du Jianwei suddenly shouted excitedly, "My daughter!" She quickly opened the door of the room, pounced heavily on Zhou Yuntang, and cried while hugging the latter tightly, my daughter, you are finally home." She almost fainted with excitement as Zhou Jianbang came to Zhou Yuntang's side with tears in his eyes. He wanted to hug his daughter but was a little at a loss. He held his hands with nowhere to put them. He also cried and cried out. Zhou Yuntang's brain was blank at the moment, and he didn't make any movements or expressions. Since getting on the speedboat, she has felt that everything she has experienced on the road is like a dream, and now seeing her parents with her own eyes is even more like a dream. She couldn't help feeling scared, afraid of waking up and returning to the room where the sun was not seen, afraid that one man after another would climb on her. What? Zhou Yuntang clutched his head and collapsed and yelled, screaming bitterly. Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei were at a loss. They didn't know what their daughter had experienced in Myanmar, but they could interpret from this collapse that their daughter had experienced an inhumane torture. Take her into the room. The familiar room may make her feel at ease. Jean Nan, who was standing behind Zhou Yuntang, said at this moment. Upon hearing this, Du Jianwei immediately helped Zhou Yuntang into the house. Zhou Jianbang did not follow in. He first bowed to Jean Nan and said with tears in his eyes, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might never see Yuntang again in our lives. Don't be grateful, collect money to do things. I hope that Mr. Zhou can fulfill his promise, and I will treat it as if I haven't seen it in the future." Jean Nan said with a serious expression. Zhou Jianbang nodded. "Don't worry, I, Zhou Jianbang, have used the word integrity throughout my life." Jean Nan nodded in satisfaction, turned and left, followed by Ma Dafei. As Zhou Jianbang looked at the backs of the two of them as they left, raised the gold glasses on the bridge of his nose, sighed lightly, and turned back to the house to comfort his daughter with his wife. A few minutes later, Jean Nan and Ma Dasheng took the elevator to the basement and got into the Mercedes-Benz. As soon as they got in the car, Jean Nan fastened his seatbelt and asked, "What is your bank card number?" When Ma Dathan heard this question, he knew that Jean Nan wanted to give money to himself. He raised his hand and waved, "No need." "No need?" Jean Nan raised his brows. "If you do a life-threatening job, don't want life-threatening money." "What's the truth?" "You helped my family out of the siege, and I went to Myanmar to repay your kindness." Ma said what he said from the bottom of his heart. From beginning to end, he never thought about how much money he would take. Going to Myanmar with him was just the only way he could think of to repay his kindness. Jean Nan snorted softly and said, "Just because of this, you want to block me from bullets?" Ma Dakian looked out the window and said, "There is no limit to kindness." Jean Nan said nothing, started the engine and drove away from the basement and returned to Beitou Huayuan community. When passing by a tobacco hotel on the way, Jean Nan stopped his car and bought 4 bottles of liquor and 2 packs of peanuts. The wine is Maotai wine, 1,700 yuan a bottle. The task is completed, and you have money in your pocket. Reward yourself around 7:30. Jean Nan took Ma Dawan back to his home. The two of them immediately drank in the living room. After 2 bottles of Maotai, the two of them talked more and more densely. Ma Dawan said a lot about his own experience, and Jean Nan also mentioned some of his own experience, but did not disclose too much, just mentioned that he had entered a special forces that was not open to the public. After eating and drinking, Jean Nan took the initiative to send Jama Daquan's WeChat, and then transferred 200,000 to him through WeChat, not just to transfer 200,000, but to transfer up to 200,000 in a single transaction/day on WeChat. Ma didn't want the money when he received it, and wanted to refund it. In the end, Jean Nanxiang asked him for it. The two continued to chat for a while, until 11 o'clock in the evening. Ma sprayed with red ears to say goodbye to Jean Nan. Jean Nan sent him into the elevator. After seeing the elevator land, he turned around and went home. Chapter 42. Ma Dapeng wants to start a business, forestry breeding, but just as he walked to the door of room 602 opened. Jean Nan subconsciously turned her head to look when she heard the movement, and saw Xiaopu Cat walking out cautiously with her waist up. She first beckoned to Jean Nan, and then closed the door carefully. It didn't close to death. She stuck the door with a shoe at the door. "Brother Nan." She trotted to Jean Nan's front. Looking at her lively appearance, Jean Nan couldn't help but think of Zhou Yuntang, who was also persecuted by the wire fraud gang, but Zhou Yuntang's luck was much worse than hers. "If you don't go to bed so late, are you going to play?" Jean Nan asked casually, his hand already on the door handle. Xiaoba pursed her lips, lowered her head embarrassedly and whispered, "I am waiting for you." When Jean Nan came home, she saw Iti. In fact, since Jean Nan went to Myanmar, she would look at the cat's eyes from time to time every day, and go downstairs at night to see if the lights in the room were on. "Wait for me?" Jean Nan laughed dumbfounded, and couldn't help muttering in her heart, she didn't like herself anymore, did she? It's not that this is impossible, not to mention that the rescued person is easy to have strange feelings for the person who saves his life. Just because of his handsome appearance, he can easily fascinate thousands of beautiful girls. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Sheba up and down. To be honest, Sheba's appearance conditions didn't say that she must be in shape, beautiful and literate. If she is a girlfriend, she really won't suffer. Let me also tell the truth. As a man with a normal sexual orientation, coupled with the money in his pocket now, Jean Nan really wants to have a relationship. Moreover, he is also 27 years old. He should have reached the age of finding a girlfriend a long time ago. That is, his parents left early. Otherwise, according to the early marriage customs of Shangrao, his sons and daughters will all make soy sauce. "I was admitted to the Army General Hospital, and I will go north in a few days." Xiaoba said. Hearing these words, Jean Nan's bad intentions towards Xiaoba just now were immediately suppressed, because he thought that if he fell in love with Xiaoba, it would be either a long-distance relationship or a northward journey together. Either way, it's not what he wants. Moreover, Xiaobai was able to be admitted to the Army General Hospital, proving that her future is not much worse, but his own future is. "Congratulations," Jean Nan said with a faint smile. "Brother Nan, I am me." Xiaobai lowered her head and hesitated, as if to say something embarrassing to her. Jean Nan looked at her and thought to herself, "Isn't it I love you? Let's add a WeChat. When I go north, I won't be able to see my parents. I can ask you about my parents when the time comes." Xiaoba held back for a long time and said something like this. Jean Nan showed an awkward but polite smile, took out his mobile phone and opened his WeChat business card. After Xiaoyu scanned her WeChat business card, she trotted back to the house like a frightened rabbit. Jean Nan looked at the friend application pushed on her mobile phone and returned to her house, brushing his teeth, taking a bath, and throwing his clothes into the washing machine. Jean Nan dragged his tired body to bed, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. Compared with him who slept soundly, the little girl in the next room couldn't sleep when she was lying on the bed. She felt remorseful and scared. She regretted that she should be brave, afraid that she would cause a lifetime of regrets because of her bravery this time. Regret, the more she thought about it, the more irritable she became. She picked up her mobile phone and opened WeChat. Looking at the WeChat avatar user who said the other party has applied through your friend, she took a deep breath and clicked into the chat screen, opened the input panel and typed 3 words, but when she was about to send it, she was scared and quickly deleted it, but after deleting it, she hesitated again, re-entered 3 words, but deleted it again. In this way, she repeated typing and deleting 7 or 8 times over and over again, until the 9th time, she finally plucked up the courage and sent it out. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. Seeing that the other party did not reply to the news for a long time, Xiaoyu was extremely nervous, making her breathless, and she bit the bullet to withdraw the news. What a waste. Xiaoba cursed secretly, and covered herself with a pillow in annoyance. One night passed. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Jean Nan, who had a good night's sleep, woke up from the bed. As soon as he woke up, he picked up his mobile phone and opened WeChat, and transferred 200,000 yuan to my Daban again. No matter what my Dabai thinks about following him to Myanmar, he has to give money to others. After all, this is money for life, in exchange for life, not to mention the difficult conditions in his family. Collect the money, don't refund it, otherwise you kid won't want to live a good life in the security office in the future, staring at your sentry 24 hours a day. Jean Nan sent a voice message and then switched it out. At this time, he also noticed that Xiaobu's chat panel had a prompt of the other party has withdrawn. Although I was puzzled, I didn't think too much. After getting up, washing and putting on my uniform, I went upstairs to work refreshed. Ma Dabai also stepped on the same steps to work as before, but compared with the sluggish spirit before, his spirit is much better now, and people are more confident. This made many colleagues secretly surprised, and they asked him what he had experienced this week. And Jean Nan, who knew the inside story, sighed in his heart that money was too nourishing. In this way, Jean Nan resumed his life as a leisurely and prestigious security captain. During work, he took Ma Dabai to catch illegal stops and catch illegal takeaway brothers. The property stipulates that takeaway workers cannot ride bicycles into the community, go fishing during get-off work and holidays, and occasionally take Ma Dabai with him. I have to say that fishing is a big addiction. Originally, Jean Nan just tried to find a hobby for himself. As a result, after fishing once, he became addicted. He bought a lot of various fishing equipment on the internet and brought Ma Dajia into the pit. Let him also. A lot of money was wasted to buy equipment. Time passed slowly, and 2 months passed in a flash. At 11:30 that night, Jean Nan and Ma Dapai went home from night fishing. On the way, Ma Dapai, who was sitting in the co-pilot, stretched out and said, "It's so boring to live like this every day." "Are you bored?" Jean Nan was non-committal, and said while driving, "I quite enjoy it." Ma Dapai was silent for a short time, for more than 10 seconds, then he looked at Jean Nan and said, "Brother Nan, why don't we start a business in partnership?" Jean Nan glanced at him. "What kind of business do you create?" "How about farming under the forest? Let's contract a large area of forest to raise some pheasants, stone chickens, and rabbits. It would be better if we could build a reservoir in Bao, and raise some fish, shrimp, and ducks." When Ma Dawei spoke, his face was full of longing, as if he had seen the birth of his own animal husbandry empire. After he finished speaking, he said immediately, "Think about it. At that time, a large area of forest will be our territory. We will do whatever we want. The sky and the earth will still be tossed by us, and no one can control us. We can also build a manor. When it's okay, we can have a barbecue and go on vacation." The same. Chapter 43. Jean Nan agrees to start a business together. Resign and start. We can also apply for a shooting range, and we can shoot targets when we are bored, or we can secretly shoot wild boars. Anyway, no one cares about us in the wilderness. Ma Dafei painted a blueprint for freedom and an idyllic idyll. Jean Nan was silent, also thinking, "Think about it. It seems that such a day is really good. Okay, let's do it, but let's say in advance that you will take care of the main things, and I won't care about it." Jean Nan was very decisive, and he nodded and agreed when he thought it was good. "Okay." Ma Da was very excited. Lin Xia said that he really didn't want to do it for a day or two, but he didn't dare to do it alone, fearing that he would lose blood and return to Jiafang overnight. Now that Jean Nan agrees to join him, He feels at ease and more confident. At the same time of the next day, Ma Debei submitted an application for resignation to Chonglong Security Company. Because there was nothing to transfer security duties, he resigned on the same day and left on the same day. After leaving office, Ma Debei went to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to register a company, registered a company called Thorns Agricultural Company, and then registered the God of War Shooting Hall unit in the name of Thorns Agricultural Company. The business scope must include live ammunition shooting services, shooting sports services, stadium management, etc. Similar content. The business license is obtained, but obtaining the business license does not mean that the shooting range can be opened. To open a shooting range, you also need to apply for a National Special Industry License, a Personnel Gun License, a Shooting Instructor License, a Security Qualification Certificate, etc. Jean Nan also submitted an application for resignation to the company the day after he resigned. He resigned on the same day and left the company on the same day. After he regained his freedom, he and Mata went to the bank to apply for a company account. The two parties agreed to pay 300,000 yuan each first, and half of the company's shares. If funds are needed in the future, Jean Nan will pay out, and Ma Daban will get the shares. On the third day of the establishment of the company, the two of them ran to Dexing County, Shangrao. There is a Damo Mountain in Dexing County, Shangrao. It is located in the geographic center of Sanqingshan, Longhushan, Woyuan, and Jingdezhen. It borders the west of Sanqing Mountain and covers an area of 154 square kilometers. At present, about 5% of the area is occupied by it has been developed into a 5A scenic area, and the remaining is an uninhabited mountainous area. Idamo Mountain is the goal of the two of them on this trip. They plan to contract part of the mountainous area to engage in forest farming, and they also plan to build a shooting range in manner at the foot of an uninhabited mountain in Damo Mountain. When the two arrived in Dexing County, they first went to the Forestry Bureau to discuss contracting. The local forestry administration welcomes the forest farming project very much, because forest farming will not destroy the forest, and the manure of farmed animals will increase the fertility of the land. The Forestry Administration is very sincere in offering a price of 10 yuan/mu/year. Ma Debei discussed with Jean Nan and decided to contract 3,000 mu of mountain forest, which is 30,000 yuan a year, and rent to it was negotiated on the same day, and the contract was signed on the same day. If you have signed it for 10 years, you will bet 1-for-1 payment, and pay a total of 30,000 yuan in rent and 30,000 yuan in security deposit. After paying the money, the two of them can be regarded as successfully taking down 3,000 mu of mountain forest in no man's land on the southeast side of Damo Mountain. It is worth mentioning that there is also a 40-acre reservoir in the heart of the 3,000-acre mountain forest. The Forestry Bureau packages it in the project at half pay and half rent according to the price of the mountain forest. Afterwards, the two of them went to the Environmental Protection Bureau for the record, and after the record was completed, they could be farmed. However, after completing the filing, the two of them did not rush to buy the animals to be farmed, but signed up for the shooting coach assessment of the State General Administration of Sports and obtained the shooting coach certificate. The two first went to the Jiangxi Nanchang branch of the State Administration of Sports to participate in training. It takes 300 hours of training plus to take the exam. The training fee is very expensive. It is calculated as 400 yuan for 1 hour by the hour, and 100,000 yuan for a set of 300 hours. Ma didn't have that much money anymore, and Jean Nan helped pay for his training. After 13 days of training in the Nanchang branch of Jiangxi province, the two went to Nanjing in accordance with the arrangements of the General Administration of Sports to participate in the shooting assessment. As veterans of the military and the best among the soldiers, Jean Nan and Ma Debei easily passed all the assessments. On the third day after the assessment, the two of them successfully obtained the shooting coach qualification certificate issued by the State General Administration of Sports. Then, the two of them took the shooting instructor qualification certificate and applied for a security qualification certificate from the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. After 4 days of review by the public security, the security qualification certificate was successfully obtained. The next step is to apply for a gun permit for special operators. The two handed over the shooting instructor qualification certificate, the security qualification certificate, and the detailed health certificate to the Provincial Public Security Department. Applying for a gun permit is definitely the most troublesome of all documents. Let's not talk about anything else. It's troublesome enough to ask you to go to the hall for questioning every day. After tossing for about 10 days, finally, the special operators got their gun permits. Then, the two immediately applied to the Shanghai Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce for a special industry business license. Because the staff made it clear that the permit was slow to come down, Jean Nan and Mada decided to build a breeding park, manor, and shooting range first. The horse big spray is to be completely free range, so no shed area is built, and only nets are placed on the fence outside the breeding park to prevent animals from escaping. The fence barbed wire is 15 meters high and has a total length of 8 kilometers. This item alone cost 150,000, and there are still 190,000 left in the company account. In order to maintain, Jean Nan took out 2 million yuan into the company's account, and Ma Depai gave up 20% of his shares to offset it. After the 2 million accounts arrived, Ma Depai began to select breeding animals. After 1 or 2 days of deliberation, he selected sika deer, somber deer, goats, rabbits, pheasants, silky plumage, stone chickens, wild ducks, white martins, crayfish, freshwater bass, Chinese turtles, grass carp, herring, etc. Asian adult sika deer bought 2 males and 6 females, 8 of which were 3,000 each, costing 24,000. Asian adult somber deer also bought 2 males and 6 females, 8 of which were 4,500 each, at a cost of 36,000. Asian adult goats bought 5 males and 20 females, 25 of which were 1,000 each, at a cost of 25,000. Adult rabbits bought 100 males and 500 females, 600 of which were 20 each, costing 12,000 yuan. Adult pheasants bought 100 males and 300 females, 400 of which were 40 yuan each, costing 16,000 yuan. Adult stone chickens bought 100 males and 400 females, 500 of which were 35 yuan each, costing 17,500 yuan. Adult wild ducks bought 100 males and 200 females, 300 of which were 30 yuan each, at a cost of 0.9 million. The Asian adult white mink bought 20 males and 100 females, 150 of which were 300 yuan each, costing 45,000 yuan. Crayfish, freshwater perch, Chinese turtles, grass carp, and herring are all seedlings, with a total of 20,000 tails, costing 120,000 yuan. It cost a total of 308,500 to buy animal seedlings, and the balance of the company's account was 1.8815 million. After buying the seedlings, the two kept bidding for the construction of the manor. The manor was built at the foot of the mountain in the breeding forest area, with an area of 1,000 square meters. The main building is a 2-story villa, and the auxiliary building is a swimming pool, a garden, and a small square. Chapter 44. Zhou Yuntang came and asked to be accepted as a disciple. After the bidding information was sent out, a construction company offered 2 million yuan. After a few days of negotiation, Ma Depai cut the price to 1.8 million yuan, and then the transaction was completed and the project started. When he got here, Jean Nan was a little numb. When I hadn't started working on it, I felt that 2 million could almost be done. As a result, the shooting range has not yet started to be built. I have already spent 2.2 million, plus 200,000 training fees, for a total of 2.4 million. There are only 1.3 million left in his pocket. If he still wants to build a shooting range, then he can't keep the 1.3 million. But if he doesn't, so much effort will be wasted on research and application. It will not be in vain. There was no way. Jean Nan bit the bullet and dialed another 1.2 million into the company's account, leaving only 100,000 for himself. The day after the 1.2 million was entered, Ma Depai used it to go to the construction project of the shooting range. The shooting range is built next door to the manor, facing the breeding forest area. The shooting range is divided into indoor and outdoor. The indoor building covers an area of 300 square meters and has a single floor. The outdoor shooting range is large, with a width of 120 meters and a length of 800 meters. In the following time, the two of them stared at the construction of the project while putting the arrived animals into the breeding forest area. In this way, the two of them spent a busy month. In a month's time, sika deer, somber deer, goats, rabbits, pheasants, silky feathered black-bone chickens, stone chickens, wild ducks, white mink, crayfish, freshwater bass, Chinese turtles, grass carp, and herring have all been put into operation, and the main structure of the manor and shooting hall has also been built. The next step is to build a shooting hall. The wall will be completed in almost another month. I have to say that the current construction technology is really progressing rapidly. Buildings like this one used to start in at least 3 months, and now they can be completed in 2 months. Also at noon that day, a strange Maybach came to the door of the manor construction site. Due to the temporary camp set up by Jean Nan and Ma Dejin at the door, the car was seen as soon as it arrived. The two came out of the tent, with doubts on their faces, staring at the Maybach intently. The luxury car stopped steadily in front of their camp, and then a woman wearing a mask, sunglasses, and peaked cap walked down from the car. The woman also saw Jin Nan and Ma Dajiao, and she walked forward with a light step. "Who are you?" Ma Dafei asked loudly before she could step forward. The woman didn't speak, and her footsteps didn't slow down until she stopped 2 meters in front of Jin Nan and Ma Dequan. She took off her glasses and mask, revealing her true face. Seeing the woman's true face, a touch of surprise flashed in the eyes of Jin Nan and Ma Dequan. That it's not that the woman's appearance amazes them, but that this woman is Zhou Yuntang, who they rescued from Myanmar 4 months ago. After a lapse of 4 months, Zhou Yuntang's temperament and spirit have undergone earth-shaking changes, and he has become the daughter lady again, but there is a trace of indifference and murderous aura in his bright eyes. "Why are you here?" Jin Nan asked curiously. "How do you know this place?" Ma Dafei also asked curiously. Zhou Yuntang first bowed to the 2 benefactors, and then said coldly, "You saved me back. I always wanted to say thank you to you. So, after I came out of the drug rehabilitation center, I went to find you. There is no one in your family, and I asked me again. Dad checked and knew you were here." The day after he came back, his father Zhou Jianbang took her to the Public Security Bureau to report, and then went to a drug rehabilitation center, where she stayed for 4 months. Ma Dashwan suddenly realized that this was the case secretly. After listening to this, Jin Nan said in a soft tone, "Don't thank you, we also take money to do things, we should. No matter what, I want to thank you." Zhou Yuntang said, still in a cold tone, but Jin Nan didn't care about her tone. After all, he and Mada knew best what she had experienced. However, Zhou Yuntang's next actions caught the 2 of them by surprise. "Accept me as an apprentice and teach me to kill." Zhou Yuntang suddenly knelt on the ground, her delicate knees crushed heavily on the gravel. Her expression was firm, and although her tone was light, it was full of determination. Jin Nan was taken aback for a moment, and hurriedly stepped forward to help her up, but Zhou Yuntang pushed her away and shouted, "As long as you don't accept me as an apprentice, I won't be able to kneel here." Her last voice was choked with a trace of choking. Ma Dafei looked at Jin Nan, not knowing what to do. Jin Nan looked at Zhou Yuntang, who was kneeling on the ground sobbing softly, and sighed softly. He knew that although Zhou Yuntang had come out of the Morgul in Myanmar, the seeds of hatred had been planted in his heart. "Seeds, I haven't experienced the same suffering experience as you, so I'm not qualified to persuade you to let it go, but I won't teach you." Jin Nan said with a serious expression that he didn't want to bring an apprentice, let alone teach Zhou Yuntang to kill people. Otherwise it would hurt her, because once she thought she had achieved something in her studies, she would definitely not wait to go to Myanmar, let alone whether she could kill her enemies by then. Even if she kills it, there is a high probability that she will not be able to come back. "Why don't you teach me?" Zhou Yuntang raised his head, showing a tearful face. His moist and red eyes looked directly at Jin Nan and said, "You know what I have been through, but you don't know that since I came back, as soon as I close my eyes, my mind is full of that picture. I hate them so much, I want to kill them all, they." She bit her lip tightly, biting out blood. She then said, "I won't let you teach for nothing. I'll give you 3 million to teach me for 3 months. After 3 months, I'll give you another 7 million. You take me to Myanmar and kill them. After it's done, I'll give you another 5 million, a total of 1.15 million. 15 million, Jin Nan and Ma Dapeng couldn't help swallowing. There is no doubt that 15 million yuan is an astronomical figure for either of them. Maybe it's money that they won't make in their lives. Both of them were moved. The reason for this is not only that there is too much money, but also that they are now short of money. Although the projects of the manor and the shooting gallery are under construction, the money for the subsequent renovation can no longer be obtained. Does your dad know? Jin Nan asked before agreeing, wondering if Zhou Jianbang knew about it. If he doesn't know, I can't get so much money. Zhou Yuntang replied. Jin Nan thought carefully for a while, and exchanged glances with Ma Dequan. After receiving a slight nod from the latter, he took a deep breath and said to Zhou Yuntang, "Okay, I will accept you as an apprentice. It's just time for the shooting hall to open. I can train you here." Seeing that Jin Nan finally agreed to accept himself as an apprentice, Zhou Yuntang's eyes filled with tears again. He lowered his head and choked and sobbed, "Thank you." Ma Dapeng took a step forward and said embarrassedly, You. Can you pay first? We are tight on hand." Chapter 45, Tempted by Money Again. Training Zhou Yuntang immediately took out his mobile phone when he heard this. Jin Nan also helped her up at this time. Seeing that her knee was bleeding from a broken skin, Ma Dapeng also saw it. He walked back to the camp and brought a bottle of water to rinse her knee wound. Zhou Yuntang asked for Jean Nan's bank card number at this time and transferred 3 million yuan on the spot. Did you receive it? Zhou Yuntang asked Jean Nan, and Jean Nan took out his mobile phone and clicked on it. He saw the bank deposit text message. Well, I got it. When do we start? Zhou Yuntang couldn't wait. Jean Nan looked around. Although it is still under construction, the open space is not small. There are also 7 or 8 kilometers of mountain roads coming in. The training space is enough. He thought for a while and said, you go back first and prepare 2 sets of training uniforms and a set of military tents. Training will start tomorrow. In this relatively short period of time, he has already tailored a set of training methods for Zhou Yuntang in his mind. First training is physical fitness, and then practicing guns after the shooting range is built. Okay, then I'll go first. Zhou Yuntang came and went in a hurry, and soon got in her S600 Maybach and left the door of the construction site, returning to Shangrao to prepare what Jean Nan asked for. Rich people. Ma Dafei looked at Maybach's taillight inside. Jean Nan hammered him on the shoulder angrily. He was really taken into the pit by him. He originally wanted to finish Zhou Jianbong's vote and never go to Myanmar or other foreign countries again, but now he is following him to engage in forest farming and finished all the money. But he couldn't resist it, the temptation of money, it hurts. Mada squirted his teeth and covered his shoulders, not knowing why Jean Nan hit him out. At this time, Jean Nan operated his mobile phone, transferred 2 million to the company's account, and then said, I just put 2 million on the company's account. You can take care of the decoration. Mada sprayed with joy and made gestures, okay. The next day, before dawn, Zhou Yuntang returned here. Perhaps she drove this mountain road yesterday and felt that the car was not easy to drive, so she drove a G500 today. Hearing the rolling movement of the car outside, Jean Nan and Ma Dapeng both woke up. When they opened the tent, Zhou Yuntang was standing outside. She was wearing a close-fitting camouflage training uniform, her hair was cut short a little bit, and she looked a lot more capable and had a better one. The look of a female soldier. Wait a moment. Jean Nan said something to the outside world, closed the curtain, and a few minutes later, he and Ma Dafei came out in the same set of clothes they had gone to Myanmar to perform the mission. Let's go 5 kilometers first. Jean Nan chuckled lightly. Zhou Yuntang nodded earnestly. You come and take her for a run, just in time. You have to lose weight too. Jean Nan then turned his head and said to Ma Dafei. The latter was stunned when he heard it. Huh? It didn't take long for Ma Dequan to run with Zhou Yuntang, running 2.5 kilometers along the mountain road, and then returning 2.5 kilometers, a total of 5 kilometers. Jean Nan used his mobile phone to time the clock, and then set up an outdoor boiler to make breakfast. Time passed slowly, the sun gradually rose from the east, and the earth ushered in light. After the sky was completely lit up, Jean Nan checked the timing of his mobile phone. 50 minutes had passed and the two had not returned. He shook his head. Zhou Yuntang's physique was too weak. It is estimated that his body was overdrawn during that time in Myanmar. He waited for another 10 minutes, and finally, the figures of Ma Dafei and Zhou Yuntang appeared in his sight one after another. Ma Dewan is no longer running, he is leaving, and Zhou Yuntang is still running, but the speed is not as fast as Ma Dewan. Her face is a little pale, and her legs are trembling uncontrollably. However, she did not give up. No matter how slow she was and how tired she was, her running posture did not improve. Ma Dashang watched her as she walked, shouting for help. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuntang finally ran in front of Jean Nan. As soon as she reached the finish line, she staggered and fell to the ground. Ma Dabi hurriedly helped her up, while Jean Nan made her a cup of hot porridge. Eat in 5 minutes, and stand for an hour after eating. Zhou Yuntang took the porridge bowl without saying a word, and finished drinking in 2 breaths. Then she took the initiative to walk to the open space more than 10 meters away, straightening her body and standing up in a military posture. Jean Nan walked up to her, adjusted her posture, then returned to the door of the camp, had breakfast with Ma Dafei, and watched her standing military posture while eating. Ran with her for a while. What do you think of her? Jean Nan asked, chewing the congee rice in his mouth. Ma Dafei stared at Zhou Yuntang with a bowl in his hand, and after thinking carefully for a few seconds, he said seriously, she has a poor physique. She won't be able to run for a kilometer. The next 4 kilometers are completely hard to support, but she is ruthless. As long as she persists, her physique will soon be able to go up. Jean Nan agreed with what he said. I hope she can keep this fierceness. 50 minutes later, boom. There was a muffled sound as Zhou Yuntang fainted. Jean Nan and Ma Dejia carried her to the shade at the entrance of the camp, woke her up, and made her drink a bowl of porridge. Then they stretched for 5 minutes, rested for 10 minutes, and continued to stand in the military posture for those 10 minutes. Finished. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning after standing in a military posture. Jean Nan asked her to do 100 push-ups. Zhou Yuntang had limited physical strength and couldn't do more than a dozen, but she gritted her teeth and finished 100 push-ups intermittently within an hour, still resting for 10 minutes, then started the third project, 10 100-meter sprints. Zhou Yuntang completed 10 100-meter sprints in 40 minutes. At 9:50, Zhou Yuntang started his fourth project, 200 squats up and down. With 200 squats up and down, she didn't finish it until 11:30, and after finishing this project, her physical strength had reached the limit. To what extent was the limit? Jean Nan asked her to find a place to sit and wait for lunch. She fell asleep against the tent in less than 10 seconds after sitting down. At 12 o'clock, Ma Dawei made lunch before Zhou Yuntang came. The two of them ate very simple food, either instant noodles or compressed biscuits. But after Zhou Yuntang came here and went back yesterday, Jean Nan deliberately drove out of the mountains to a nearby township to buy some fresh vegetables, beef, lamb, and pork. After all, high-intensity training nutrition is needed to keep up, otherwise it will overdraw body functions. So today's lunch was exceptionally rich: a plate of braised pork, a plate of roast beef with scallions, a plate of beef with radishes, and a plate of stir-fried vegetables with shiitake mushrooms. Jean Nan woke Zhou Yuntang up and asked her to eat. After a morning of consumption, Zhou Yuntang's stomach was already empty and only sour water was left. She ate 3 bowls of rice and killed half of the 5 dishes. After lunch, she gradually became energetic, so half an hour after the meal, Jean Nan took her to start the afternoon training program. Stand in a military posture for half an hour first to help digestion, then there were 100 push-ups. Compared with the results of 100 push-ups in 1 hour in the morning, Zhou Yuntang did not make progress, but regressed. The 100 push-ups in the afternoon took 1 hour and 15 minutes to complete. Chapter 46 Hard Training. Jean Nan knew this was normal, because training was about first hurting and then strengthening her body. In the morning, her injured body was still in the stage of injury in the afternoon. It was normal to add injuries to injuries in poor grades. After finishing the push-ups, take a 10-minute break, start 200 squats, and finish at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's the same as the push-ups, but it's almost better than the morning results. At this point in the training, Jean Nan stopped and ended today's training. Zhou Yuntang's physique is here. Blindly high intensity will only be counterproductive. Even special forces must pay attention to scientific training and practice in the dead. That is what happens to the dead. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jean Nan, Ma Dawei, and Zhou Yuntang had dinner together. After dinner, Ma Dawei went into the camp to watch the monitoring of the breeding forest area, because after sunset, those deer and sheep began to move. We have to see if they are normal. If they are not normal, we have to go into the mountains or arrest and intervene manually. Jean Nan helped Zhou Yuntang set up a military tent after the meal, and went to the construction site to pick up 2 buckets of water for the 3 of them to take a bath. Tell me when you're done taking a shower, and I'll give you a massage. After calling the water, Jean Nan said to Zhou Yuntang, massage? Zhou Yuntang seemed to mind close contact. She hesitated and said, can you not massage? Jean Nan knew what she cared about, and patiently explained, high-intensity training will hurt the body. Training and physical cultivation need to be synchronized, otherwise it is easy to leave behind hidden diseases and may be paralyzed in severe cases. He paused. Don't worry, you don't have to take off your clothes, you come through your clothes. Zhou Yuntang nodded softly, okay then. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yuntang took a shower, and Jean Nan entered her tent. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he did not close the curtain, and then squatted behind Zhou Yuntang to give her a full-body massage. This kind of full-body massage is not the kind of foot bath shop. It was developed by an old military doctor of the Back Arrow Special Forces to regulate the body's recovery function, which can effectively speed up the recovery from muscle injury. The whole course of treatment lasted for an hour, and Jean Nan came out after the course of treatment. He returned to his tent to watch the monitoring with Ma Dequan looking at the sick deer herd in the surveillance screen. Jean Nan couldn't help asking, have they mated yet? Brother, they have only reached adulthood, and it will take 2 months before they reach adulthood, and they will mate as adults. Mada said with a speechless expression on his face, but then he switched to another surveillance screen with joy on his face. I in the picture, 5 pheasants sit motionless on the grass nest. The deer didn't mate, but our pheasants have already laid eggs. Look, they are hatching. Jean Nan cast a suspicious look at Ma Dequan. I don't know about breeding, but I have seen the animal world. Don't animals mate in spring and summer? It's winter, are you sure they don't just sit in the nest and rest? You don't understand this, right? Mating in spring and summer is only common, but not absolute, so we have hundreds of pheasants, and only a few of them have laid eggs. Ma Depan said to Jean Nan thoughtfully, with a look of longing on his face, I hope your project will get us both out of poverty and into wealth. It's necessary, chickens lay eggs, eggs lay chickens, and it won't be long before we are full of them in the woods. Ma Dafe's expression was excited, his eyes were shining. Jean Nan smiled and didn't speak. He didn't have the confidence of Ma Dequan. He felt that breeding under the forest was not easy, but now it's meaningless to say anything. After all, the thief ship has already boarded, and there is only one way to get to the Black. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning, accompanied by the sounds of birds outside, Jean Nan got up early to wake up Ma Dequan and Zhou Yuntang, and gave them 10 minutes to wash and organize their internal affairs. At 6:10, Jean Nan continued to let Ma Dequan take Zhou Yuntang on a 5-kilometer cross-country trip, staying in the camp to light a fire and cook. In yesterday's 5-kilometer training, Zhou Yuntang ran in 1 hour, and this time, she only ran in 50 minutes. Although there is still a lot of distance from the passing line, it is a great improvement compared to yesterday. At the end of the 5-kilometer cross-country training program, Jean Nan first asked her to do a 10-minute stretching exercise, and then asked her to eat breakfast, which was still 2 bowls of porridge. In the eyes of some experts, porridge is something without any nutrition, but in fact, porridge is only a single nutrient, not without nutrition. Porridge is brewed from rice. The main component of rice is carbon, which is converted into sugar by the body's digestive function, and sugar brings strength and physical strength to people, very suitable for breakfast for large consuming people, such as soldiers, and people who don't do much physical work are really not suitable for drinking porridge in the morning, otherwise they won't be able to consume sugar and will easily gain weight after breakfast. Ma Depan drove Jean Nan's Mercedes-Benz E350 to a nearby township to buy vegetables, while Zhou Yuntang stood in a military posture in the early sun under Jean Nan's command. Yesterday she fainted after standing for 50 minutes, but she didn't faint today. She had to do 100 push-ups for an hour yesterday, but today it only took 45 minutes. With 200 squats, she had to do it for almost 2 hours yesterday, and today it only took 1 hour and 30 minutes. Visible progress to the naked eye. In the afternoon, Jean Nan was in the same standing position as yesterday. Push-ups squats up and down in the 2 items of push-ups and squats, compared with the results in the morning, she also dropped as much as yesterday afternoon, with 50 minutes of push-ups and 50 minutes of squats for 1 hour and 50 minutes. After finishing these projects, Zhou Yuntang's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he couldn't stand upright anymore, so he could only lie down. But Jean Nan didn't let her end her training as she did yesterday. Instead, she gave her extra training, took a half-hour break, and personally took her on a 5-kilometer cross-country. During the running process, Jean Nan taught her the breathing methods suitable for her through her breathing rhythm. There are many kinds of breathing methods. Different people adapt to different breathing methods. In addition to teaching breathing rhythm, she also taught her a suitable running posture. 50 minutes later, Zhou Yuntang finished the 5-kilometer cross-country race, 5 minutes slower than his morning results. It seems that breathing and running posture are useless. Please, this is not a fairy method where it takes effect so quickly. She has to control it slowly by herself. Zhou Yuntang was also burned out by the last 5-kilometer cross-country today. After dinner, taking a bath, and pressing the motorcycle, he fell asleep before 7 o'clock the next day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Yuntang started his 3rd day of physical training. The project was still 5 kilometers of cross-country, standing, push-ups, and squats. She has made great progress. In the morning, the 5-kilometer cross-country took 43 minutes, breaking the highest record in history since training. This result is almost close to that of a beginner fitness runner. In the afternoon, the 5-kilometer cross-country took 50 minutes, the same as yesterday afternoon. The morning push-up project takes 44 minutes, and the afternoon push-up project takes 48 minutes. The morning squatting project takes 1 hour and 25 minutes, and the afternoon squatting project takes 1 hour and 26 minutes. Chapter 47. 2 months later. The license is out, let's get a gun. On the 4th day, the average time for 2 5-kilometer cross-country runs throughout the day was 42 minutes. The average time for 2 push-ups was 40 minutes, and the average time for 2 squats was 1 hour and 22 minutes. the level of physical fitness gradually leveled off. Ordinary people. In the following time, Jean Nan and Ma Daqi took turns to train Zhou Yuntang while managing the breeding forest area and supervising the construction site. The days passed day by day in fullness, a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the time came to November. The weather is getting colder and colder. The construction project of the manor and the shooting gallery was finally completed. Ma Daqi seamlessly called in a decoration company and spent 1.6 million yuan to fully decorate the manor and the shooting gallery. However, because of the problem of money, the decoration is just a simple decoration. There is no gorgeous lighting, no delicate marble floor, lighting, ceramic tiles and so on are all used as a bargain. The garden and swimming pool of the manor were not done either. Only a small square in the center of the garden was made. However, Ma Daqi spent an additional 300,000 yuan to pave a cement road in the open space in front of the shooting range and the manor as a parking lot. It is expected that 100 cars can be parked after it is paved. The originally wealthy company account ran out of money all of a sudden. Jean Nan pinched his nose and had to transfer 600,000 to the company account again. The shares rose sharply. Ma Daqi's shares were diluted by only 10%. Jean Nan didn't care about the shares, otherwise he would be diluted according to the capital contribution. He would only have a few tenths left. Zhou Yuntang's side, after this month of training, her physical fitness has been drastically improved. The average time for 5 kilometers of light cross-country is 25 minutes, the average time for 100 push-ups is 13 minutes, and the average time for 200 squats is 30 minutes. The standing position can be maintained for a long time. It remain motionless for an hour, as stable as Mount Tai. Her current project results have surpassed most ordinary people and have also reached the level of recruits in the recruit company, but it is not enough to reach the level of conventional troops. You must know that in the army, the 5-kilometer light cross-country qualification score of conventional infantry is 23 minutes, and the qualification line of individual elite troops is lower, such as the Hidden Arrow Special Forces, the light infantry, and the light infantry. The qualified line for 5 kilometers of cross-country is 17 minutes and 30 seconds, and the qualified line for 5 kilometers of cross-country with a weight of 15 kilograms is 20 minutes. Therefore, while the shooting range was not yet ready, Jean Nan began to train her more, upgrading from 5 kilometers of light cross-country to 10 kilometers of light cross-country, upgrading from 100 push-ups to 200, upgrading from 200 squats to 300, and upgrading from a standing position to 2 hours. Every day, Zhou Yuntang practiced paralysis, but Zhou Yuntang has never shouted a bitter word. She hardly speaks much every day, and she doesn't say a word when she is injured. She is still tossed by instructor Jean Nan like a robot. Time soon came to mid-November, and Zhou Yuntang also practiced for half a month. After Jean Nan saw that she could calmly cope with the additional training, she began to ask her to weight-bearing training. In the previous few days, she started with a weight of 5 kilograms, and when she got used to the weight for a week, she directly increased the weight to 15 kg. Zhou Yuntang's first cross-country performance of 15 kilograms and 5 kilometers for the first time was 30 minutes. Which was a pretty good result. Jean Nan also had to admit that this was the fastest improving recruit he had ever brought. Half a month later, in early December, the manor and shooting range were renovated after a month. On this day, good news came from the Shangrao Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and the Provincial Examination and Approval Authority approved the special industry license. Ma Daqi and Jean Nan were very happy to hear the news. With this special industry license, the shooting range can be opened. After eating at noon that day, the two drove to the Shangrao Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce to get the license. Before leaving, Zhou Yuntang arranged a job for her to use the training gap time to clean up the manor. After a while, 3 rooms were sorted out, and when the two of them came back, they would check in directly with their bags. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Jean Nan and Ma Daqi arrived at the Shangrao Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce. At the special industry license window, they got the special industry license and a letter of recommendation from the Nanchang branch of China Ordnance Group. The function of the letter of recommendation is that you can take it to the designated company to obtain firearms and ammunition. The two hardly discussed it. As soon as they left the gate of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, they drove to Nanchang, a 2-hour journey away, arriving at the Nanchang branch of China National Weapons Group at 3:20 in the afternoon. Relying on a letter of recommendation from the provincial department, the two entered the company smoothly and went to the weapons exhibition room under the guidance of a professional instructor. There are many weapon models. Pistol models include domestic NP-22 pistols, NP-34 pistols, CF-98 Military pistols, QSZ-92 police/military pistols, imported Glock 17 pistols, SIG Sauer P226 pistols, Beretta 92F pistols, rifle models are Ruger 10/22 semi-automatic rifle, Mauser 98K rifle, medium-sized rifle, AK-47 civilian semi-automatic rifle, AK-74 civilian semi-automatic rifle, M1 Garland rifle, AR-15 civilian semi-automatic rifle, M16 civilian semi-automatic rifle, M4 civilian semi-automatic rifle, Type 95 civilian semi-automatic rifle. Sniper rifle models include domestic 26 Type 7.62mm. High-precision sniper rifle, imported are 93 Type 7.62mm sniper rifle, Sako TRG Type 7.62mm sniper rifle, Sako Tikka T3 Type 6.5mm sniper rifle, AWM sniper rifle. Machine gun models include domestic QJB-95 class machine guns, imported M240 general-purpose machine guns, and MG3 general-purpose machine guns. You can choose from all the firearms on display here, but what I want to explain to you is that the guns here are not for sale, only for rent. The instructor said, "Rent? How to rent?" Made asked curiously. Zero rent for the first month, and the normal price will be charged the following month. The instructor raised his hand to the pistol exhibition position. The monthly rent of these pistols is between 20,000 and 30,000 yuan. They are all 9mm pistols. The bullets are for purchase. They are sold for 100 yuan, 2 yuan each. Madebi nodded in satisfaction and felt that the price was okay, but Jean Nan, who had been exposed to overseas gun prices, felt that the price was too expensive. 20,000 to 30,000 yuan is equivalent to 45,000 US dollars. You can buy any pistol on the exhibition wall in full overseas for 45,000 US dollars, but then again, after all, this is a country with a strict gun ban, and it is impossible to compare. The monthly rent of 20,000 to 30,000 is acceptable. The monthly rent for the rifle is between 50,000 and 100,000 yuan. The 7.62mm bullet costs 5 yuan per round and the 7.92mm bullet costs 6 yuan per round. After the instructor said the rifle rent, he continued to raise his hand to the sniper rifle exhibition wall. The sniper rifle rent is expensive, between 150,000 and 300,000. A 6.5mm bullet is 10 yuan. Chapter 48. Get the guns. It's outrageous. The monthly rent is the cost of a firearm. Jean Nan complained in his heart. Yes, what about the machine gun? Madafe thinks the price is fair, and he is looking forward to asking about it. The guide walked to the machine gun display wall and said with a smile, the rent for the machine gun here is 100,000 to 150,000 yuan per month, 3 yuan for a 5.56mm bullet, and 5 yuan for a 7.62mm bullet. After listening to this, Madekian turned his head and looked at Jean Nan. Brother Nan, go back with those guns? Jean Nan looked at the various guns and fell into contemplation. At this time, the instructor interjected and reminded, if you choose a gun, it is recommended to follow the local purchasing power, otherwise you will take it away, and the price will be too expensive for everyone to afford it. Also, I must remind you that if the gun is damaged, you will have to pay. The amount of compensation is 10 times the monthly rent of the gun. Of course, if it is damage caused by natural wear and tear, we will repair it or replace it with a new gun for free, but if it is deliberately damaged, such as knowing that the barrel cannot overheat, cannot continue to shoot, and has to shoot fiercely, it will be compensated. If it is broken, it will also be compensated. Jean Nan pondered for a few seconds and said, how about we rent a Beretta 92F, Glock 17, M4 civilian semi-automatic, R93 sniper rifle, and M240 machine gun? The firearms he chose were all from abroad, and there was a reason for choosing a foreign country, because when you really need to use guns, they are often abroad, and you can't find or buy domestic weapons abroad. In the shooting gallery, I use foreign firearms for training, and when I go abroad, I can use my own guns, which is conducive to combat. I think it's okay, choose these first, and then rent these guns back when you make money. Madafe agreed. The two sides reached an agreement on this. Now that the discussion has been completed, let's sign the contract. The firearms will be delivered to your shooting gallery by our professionals in 3 days at the latest. Good. Without saying too much, Jean Nan and Madebi quickly went to their conference room under the guidance of the instructor and signed a gun rental contract with the staff of the business department, 1 gun and 1 contract. A total of 5 copies were signed, and the monthly rent added up to 470,000 yuan. After signing the lease contract, it is to buy bullets. 2,000 rounds of 9 by 19 mm parabellum pistol bullets, 2,000 rounds of 5.56 by 45 mm NATO rifle bullets, 4,000 rounds of 7.62 by 51 mm NATO machine gun/sniper bullets, a total of 30,000 yuan. The purchased ammunition will be delivered to the shooting gallery by a professional transportation team together with the firearms. The next day, Jin Nan and Ma Dequan returned to Shangrao from Nanchang and went to the Taxation Bureau for tax registration. Both agricultural companies and shooting ranges had to do tax registration. After doing tax registration, I learned that the tax points for agriculture and aquaculture are tax exempt for annual income of less than 1 million. Starting from 1 million, the tax rate for less than 5 million is 3 points, 5 points for less than 10 million, and 20 points for more than 30 million. Compared with the agricultural breeding tax, the tax rate of the shooting range is ridiculously high. It is levied on income from zero, with an annual income of less than 100,000 points, 20 points for less than 1 million, and 60 points for more than 2 million. After understanding the tax rate of the shooting gallery, Jin Nan understood why some bullets from the shooting gallery were obviously purchased very cheaply, but the selling price was a dozen yuan or even dozens of yuan each. Because bullets are not expensive to sell, they really can't be collected back. Jin Nan decided on the spot that if someone comes to play after the opening, 9mm bullets will be sold for 15 yuan per shot, 5.56mm bullets for 30 yuan per shot, and 7.62mm bullets are divided into machine gun bullets and sniper bullets. Although they are all of the same type of bullets, machine gun bullets will be sold for 35 yuan per shot, sniper, but it costs 80 a shot, otherwise, it will not make money. At 11 noon, Jin Nan and Ma Dequan drove back to Damashan, Dexing. After having lunch, and arrived at 2 p.m., the cement road in front of the manor and the shooting range has been paved. Jin Nan drove directly into the manor. As soon as he entered the manor, he saw Zhou Yuntang doing push-ups on the small square, with big beads of sweat dripping from his face and falling to the ground. A large area was soaked, and his training clothes were also wet. This girl is really fighting. Ma Dafei couldn't help sighing when he looked at it, ashamed of himself, for Jin Nan didn't speak. He parked his car next to the small square, opened the door and got out of the car and asked Zhou Yuntang, "Is the room ready?" Zhou Yuntang bounced up and stood at attention and shouted, "The report, it's sorted out. I can't tell the bedding and daily necessities of the two instructors. Put it in the hall." Jin Nan nodded in satisfaction. Continue. After speaking, he walked towards the gate of the villa. Zhou Yuntang continued to get down and do push-ups. Ma Dafei glanced at her admiringly, and then immediately followed Jin Nan. After the two entered the villa, they began to organize their belongings and put them in their respective rooms. In the future, there will be no need to sleep in a tent anymore. You can sleep in a large bedroom with air conditioning, Simmons, and an area of more than 70 square meters. After finishing his own internal affairs, Jin Nan returned to the small square and asked Zhou Yuntang, who was still doing push-ups, "How many are there now?" Zhou Yuntang replied while doing it, "Report, 230. What is the highest record now?" Report, "I made 320 before going to bed last night." Don't stop, see if you can break the record. Jin Nan moved his steps and stood in front of Zhou Yuntang, and asked condescendingly with his hands behind his back, "The firearms will arrive in a few days. There are pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, and organic guns. You mainly practice that one." Hearing this, Zhou Yuntang hardly hesitated. Sniper rifle. The picture she thinks of every night now is that she is holding a sniper rifle and opening the heads of her enemies one by one. Okay. Jin Nan was not surprised by her choice, and then added, "A sniper rifle bullet costs 80 yuan per round. Is it acceptable?" Can. Zhou Yuntang still did not hesitate. 80, she doesn't care about 800, okay, you will have a day off tomorrow, and the whole project will be assessed the day after tomorrow. Yes. Jin Nan quickly left the small square and asked Zhou Yuntang to practice by himself. Together with Ma Dequan, he moved the monitoring circuit and monitoring display screen in the breeding forest area to the living room of the villa, and then bought the customized price publicity map of the shooting gallery online, and put it on the shelves of Meituan, Public Comment, and Douyin. Shooting Gallery opened the reservation channel and released the group purchase package, a pistol 1 hour all-you-can-play package, 200 yuan, including Glock 17 pistol, Beretta 92F pistol, free 3 rounds of 9mm pistol bullets, rifle 1 hour free-to-play package, 300 yuan, including M4 semi-automatic rifle, free 5 rounds of 5.56mm bullets. Sniper rifle 1 hour free play package, 500 yuan, including our 93 sniper rifle, free 17.62mm bullet. The 1 hour machine gun play package, 300 yuan, includes the M240 machine gun and 5 rounds of 7.62mm bullets. Chapter 49, 1 month later. Zhou Yuntang passed the training assessment. Prepare to set off for Myanmar again, 17 rounds of 9mm bullets full magazine package, 255 yuan, a single purchase of 20 yuan/round. 30 rounds of 5.56mm bullets full magazine package, 900 yuan, a single purchase of 35 yuan/round. 100 rounds of 7.62mm machine gun ammunition full magazine package, 4,500 yuan, a single purchase of 40 yuan/round. 5 rounds of 7.62mm sniper bullets full magazine package, 400 yuan, by 100 yuan per round. It's so expensive, brother Nan. Do you think anyone is playing? Ma Dafei looked at the group purchase package list of the God of War Shooting Gallery on Meituan, and the bright red 3-digit numbers on the screen made his scalp numb, and he didn't suddenly lose confidence in his heart. I think it's too expensive, and ordinary people can't afford it at all. I don't know. Jean Nan is more casual. No one is playing. If you lose money, then close the door. What's the big deal? Ma Dequan folded his hands together and prayed to heaven sincerely, my God, you must help me make a fortune. The day passed quickly. The next day, it was dawn, and in order to prepare for the opening, Ma Debi got up early and left the manor to clean the shooting hall, mopping the floor and cleaning the windows. Jean Nan didn't sleep late either. He got up at about the same time as Ma Dafei and woke up Zhou Yuntang. Together, the two went to the side of the open-air shooting range of the shooting range to build a manor and the remaining pine trees and iron wire of the shooting range to make handmade obstacle railings and crawl forward to the training ground. These are all for Zhou Yuntang's subsequent training. Be prepared. After preparing for a day, at 7 o'clock the next morning, Jean Nan assessed Zhou Yuntang on 3 items: 5 kilometers of weight-bearing cross-country, 100 push-ups, and 200 squats. The first assessment is 5 kilometers off-road. Zhou Yuntang's usual average score is 22 minutes and 15 seconds, and his best score is 21 minutes and 45 seconds. His best score is very close to the top 5-kilometer cross-country score of conventional troops within 21 minutes. In this assessment, she did not disappoint Jean Nan. Her performance in the 5-kilometer weight-bearing cross-country event was 20 minutes and 36 seconds, reaching the top level of conventional troops, with 100 push-ups and 200 squats. Her grades are also very good. If she is lost to the army, she will definitely be the object of the top squad leader to grab first. Just after the assessment of Zhou Yuntang was over, in the afternoon of the same day, the armed escort vehicle of the Nanchang branch of China National Weapons Group came to the rented guns and purchased ammunition of the God of War shooting range. As soon as the guns and ammunition arrived, Ma Debi immediately set the opening time for tomorrow, and also charged 2,000 yuan in Meituan and Volkswagen Dianping for marketing exposure, but the effect was very poor. When it opened the next day, there was not even an appointment. Ma Debi was quite frustrated by this, and Jean Nan didn't care about it. With guns, he added 1 hour of shooting training and 400-meter obstacle patrols to Zhou Yuntang's daily training program, creeping forward. Training. Although Zhou Yuntang asked to learn sniper rifles, shooting training not only includes sniper rifles, but also pistols, rifles, and machine guns. After all, it is normal to find a sniper rifle on the battlefield, so you have to use other weapons at that time. From the first day of the opening of the shooting gallery to the 10th day, Zhou Yuntang had to destroy 54 rounds of 9mm pistols, 90 rounds of 5.56mm rifle bullets, and 120 rounds of 7.62mm bullets, 100 rounds from machine guns and 20 rounds from sniper rifles. Every day facts have proved that she has no shooting talent, but she is working hard and has a thick wallet. After 10 days of live ammunition training, her marksmanship has improved by leaps and bounds, from shooting off target at a distance of 10 meters to hitting the target within 100 meters. It is worth mentioning that since the opening of the shooting gallery for 10 days, the only customer has been Zhou Yuntang. Other than that, no second customer has come to the shooting gallery to shoot targets, but fortunately, Zhou Yuntang is a big customer. The time soon came to January. It has been 1 month since the shooting range opened, and Zhou Yuntang's cumulative training time has also reached 3 months. Therefore, on this day at the beginning of the month, Jin Nan and Ma Dequan conducted a second assessment of Zhou Yuntang at the open-air shooting range. Assessment: this assessment is only for shooting. Zhou Yuntang was wearing a tight-fitting camouflage training uniform, standing upright behind the gun platform with his hands behind his back. Jin Nan and Ma Dequan stood on her left and right. Seeing that she was ready, Jin Nan didn't talk nonsense and gave instructions. Start with the pistol first. Hearing the instructions, Zhou Yuntang picked up the Beretta 92F pistol from the top of the gun table, took a small step, and aimed at the 10-meter 10-ring target with his gun in both hands. Shoot! Jin Nan shouted softly. Zhou Yuntang pulled the trigger with his finger, accompanied by a bang. With a sound, a small black hole appeared in the center of the target 10 meters away. 10 rings. Jin Nan nodded in satisfaction and continued, 20 meters, shoot. Boom! After a gunshot, Jin Nan and Ma Dejin picked up their monoculars to check on the target. This time there was no 10th ring, but a 9th ring. Although not perfect, the grades are also good, 30 meters. Jin Nan immediately gave instructions. Boom! 30-meter achievement 7 rings, 40 meters. Boom! 40-meter achievement 8 rings, 50 meters. Boom! 50-meter results 4 rings. Jin Nan and Ma Dajia put down their binoculars and couldn't help applauding. The effective range of a pistol is usually only 50 meters. The same is true of a Beretta 92F pistol. The average gunman is more than 30 meters, and most of the bullets don't know where they are floating. Zhou Yuntang can hit a 50-meter target with a pistol, even if it is a 4-ring ring. It is very powerful. You must know if you are aiming at it. When people fight, the 4th ring is also a part of the torso of the human body. Even if it cannot be fatal, it can cause injury and make the enemy lose combat effectiveness. Listening to the applause of the two instructors, Zhou Yuntang's expression was cold and there was no wave. She asked coldly, "Can you start rifle shooting?" "Start." Jin Nan responded quickly. Zhou Yuntang put down the pistol and picked up the M4 semi-automatic rifle on the table. She first straightened the muzzle, then aimed at a 50-meter target and quickly pulled the trigger to fire 3 shots in a row. Jin Nan and Ma Dafei picked up their binoculars again to check on the target. 10th ring, 5th ring, 3rd ring. The grades are average, but I can see it. Next, Jin Nan asked her to shoot a 100-meter target, as if she had fired 3 shots in a row. 1 shot of 9 rings, 1 shot of 2 rings, 1 shot off target. Jin Nan didn't let her continue to try the 150-meter target. There was no need, so she changed her machine gun to hit the target, first fired a 50-meter target, and fired 10 shots in a row. Her machine gun training was brought by Ma Dajiao, and I don't know what Ma Dajiao taught her. The machine gun fired 7 shots at a 50-meter target and 3 shots off target. Machine guns play better than rifles. Jin Nan then asked her to hit a 100-meter target. She thought there was a surprise, but she didn't expect it to be a piece of shit. The 100-meter target was hit with 1 shot, and 9 shots were off target. Seeing this embarrassment, Ma Dequan scratched his head and smiled. The time is too short. Chapter 50, Unexpected. Many families came to seek help. Jin Nan was amused for a while, and then asked Zhou Yuntang to change his sniper rifle to hit the target, first hitting a 100-meter target. The sniper rifle is Zhou Yuntang's specialty. He shoots 5 rounds in a row at a 100-meter target and hits 10 rings. 200-meter target, 5 bullets, 3 rounds of 10 rings, 2 rounds of 9 rings. A 300-meter target, 5 bullets, 2 10-ring rounds, 1 9-ring round, and 2 8-ring rounds. Zhou Yuntang played well at a distance of within 300 meters, but his achievements beyond 300 meters were far from satisfactory. The big deal was the 10th ring, and the best result was the 4th ring. Judging from the assessment results of various firearms, her shooting level is equivalent to the upper level of conventional troops. This is a very terrifying achievement. After all, she has only been practicing guns for less than a month. Instructor, I have received 3 months of military training from you. I don't know when I can go to Myanmar? After Zhou Yuntang finished the sniper rifle assessment, she put down the gun and turned to Jin Nan and asked. She thought she already had the ability to kill her enemies. Jin Nan looked at the firmness and confidence on her face, and said lightly, "Prepare for a day tomorrow and set off the day after tomorrow." In fact, Zhou Yuntang's strength is not enough. She has reached the level of going to the battlefield but not up to the level of fighting behind enemy lines, especially to complete assassination missions. If she goes to Myanmar alone, she will not be able to come back 100%. The problem is that she is not alone. With him and my Davy following, it is enough that she can't drag her legs. Jean Nan also wanted to complete the task early, do it early and have fun early. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at my Dafe. I didn't discuss it with you in advance. Do you have any questions? Ma Dakian shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, the shooting gallery has no business, and the forest area doesn't need me to feed it. What can I do? There was a bit of bitterness in his words. Since the opening of the shooting gallery, except for Zhou Yuntang, a regular customer, there has been no second customer, and the terrible thing is that even though Zhou Yuntang consumes nearly tens of thousands of dollars a day, he still doesn't earn enough of the 470,000 yuan rent he has to pay this month. Even if he posted the account last night, the shooting gallery lost almost 170,000 yuan this month. It greatly hit his self-confidence, and he planned to hold on for another month to discuss. With Jean Nan enclosed the shooting range. As soon as his voice fell, there was a noise at the gate of the shooting gallery, and Ma Dajiao's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. Are there any guests? He walked quickly to the door. When he walked to the reception hall with expectation, he saw dozens of middle-aged men and women of all shapes and sizes standing in the hall. Ma Dabi was so excited that he hurriedly smiled and said, "Welcome to the God of War shooting hall. Our shooting hall is the only shooting club in the city equipped with high-precision sniper rifles, and price. Ahem, it's pretty cheap." He showed an awkward but polite smile. The middle-aged men and women looked at Ma Dequan without speaking, and there was a hint of weirdness in the atmosphere. When Ma Dabi saw this battle, Louis XII was tickled and couldn't touch his head. Just when he was at a loss about the situation, a man in a suit and shoes, a black NIZ coat, and gold wire glasses walked out of the crowd. "Mr. Zhou?" Ma Dapan raised his brows in surprise. "Is Jean Nan there?" Zhou Jianbang asked, with a serious expression. Yes." Ma Dakian turned his head and shouted in the direction of the open-air shooting range, "Brother Nan, Mr. Zhou Jianbang and Mr. Zhou are here, looking for you." "Here it is." Jean Nan and Zhou Yuntang walked into the reception hall one after another. When they saw Zhou Jianbang and the group of people behind him, he was also confused. "What's the situation, Mr. Zhou, what are you?" Boom! With a muffled sound, Zhou Jianbang suddenly knelt on the ground. Jean Nan and Ma Dequan were immediately at a loss, and at this moment Zhou Jianbang said, "I'm sorry, these people behind me are the families of their children trapped in the electric fraud park. I really can't bear it. I broke my promise. I told them about your rescue of Yuntang and the little girl of the Zheng family." Jean Nan frowned and felt very dissatisfied in his heart, but Zhou Jianbang was already kneeling on the ground, and he didn't know what to say. He couldn't help but glanced at the family members behind Zhou Jianbang, and these family members knelt down after seeing Jean Nan looking at him. "Please save my son. My son was deceived by a high-paying job. We really have nothing to do. My daughter called her family yesterday to ask for a ransom, 800,000 yuan." The reception hall was filled with crying in a blink of an eye, and the families of the victims knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, talking about what happened to their children. Jean Nan sighed for a long time, shook his head and said, "I sympathize with what happened to you, but I can't help it." A woman suddenly stood up and rushed over, put her hands together and said pleadingly, "I know you won't go in vain. I'm willing to pay. Can you pay? You can tell me the number, please. We also pay." "Yes, we pay." The rest of the people also said one after another. They knelt on the ground, their eyes full of hope. "Let's go, don't embarrass me." Jean Nan is still firm in his attitude, and he really doesn't want to take risks. After all, this is not to save a person, but to save a group of people. This group of people may be scattered in various regions, and he has to be rescued one by one, and when he is rescued, he has to take him to another person. But if there is one person dragging his legs, it may be all have to die. The risk is too great. He is also a life-saving person. After Zhou Yuntang's vote, he can basically realize financial freedom. There is no need to exchange his life for money that doesn't mean much to him. Looking at Jean Nan with a firm attitude, the victims' families didn't know what to do. They could only look at Zhou Jianbang, who had brought them, hoping to gather around him. Zhou Jianbang is a person who believes in sending the Buddha to the West. Since he helped them bring them here, how could he easily take them away? So after he organized the language a little bit, he said to Jean Nan, "Brother Jean Nan, I'm responsible for you first. What are you talking about? They may not listen, but they really need your help, and only you can help them. You know very well how pitiful the children trapped in the Efraud Park are. They are not human anymore, not even as good as dogs, and their families live in panic and anxiety every day. Criminals look for them every 3 to 5 times for ransom, otherwise they will chop their fingers and use torture. Have mercy on them, I will kowtow and kowtow to you. After Zhou Jianbang finished speaking, he knocked up without hesitation, and dozens of family members of the victims also kowtowed vigorously with their hands on the ground, and the sound of dong dong was heard all over the hall. Ma de Quan's face was unbearable. He walked up to Jean Nan and wanted to persuade the latter, but when he wanted to persuade, he hesitated again, because he felt that he shouldn't arch the fire at this time, and he shouldn't be this good person, otherwise he would fall into Jean Nan's cold-blooded. Chapter 51, Taking Orders. Not enough manpower, recruiting. Zhou Yuntang also wanted to persuade, but suddenly thought that he was not qualified to persuade, so he remained silent like Madafe, staring at Jean Nan, and Jean Nan was also very hesitant at this time. On the one hand, he doesn't want to make trouble, and on the other hand, he is not hard-hearted. He has been in the army for 8 years and has received 8 years of ideological education in serving the people. Even if he has taken off his military uniform, his thoughts have not been thrown away. I won't help in vain if I'm busy. Each person will pay 300,000 yuan first. Jean Nan finally relented and decided to take the order, and considering that the family members in front of him were not rich and wealthy people, the unified price was 300,000 yuan. Ma de Quan smiled with relief, and immediately shouted to the people who were still kowtow, "What else are you kowtow to?" Brother Nan said, "He helped with this favor, 300,000 per person, pay first." When the family members heard the words, they stopped kowtow one after another. At this moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and their desperate eyes also showed hope. "Please, it's up to you whether my son can come back or not." A family member said, crying. The rest of the family members also wanted to say a word of thanks, but before they could say it, Jean Nan interrupted impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense, go back, and send the money and your children's photos, phone numbers, and information early tomorrow morning. Don't come together." He paused, stretched out his hand and pointed to Zhou Jianbang. "He brought you here, right? You give him everything I want and let him deliver it." "Good. Yes, yes." None of the family members said a word, and none of them hesitated. Zhou Jianbang also stood up and said to everyone, "Everyone go back, prepare everything that should be prepared, and communicate in our group." Everyone got up while responding, and quickly left the hall. How did they come and how did they go back? After everyone left, Zhou Jianbang walked in front of Jean Nan. He first glanced at the latter in shame, and then wanted to kneel down and apologize. Jean Nan had already guarded him from this hand, and immediately raised his hand to support his arm. "You are really father and daughter, you like to kneel so much." Jean Nan was speechless for a while, and then said, "Everything has already happened, and I don't want to say anything more. Anyway, you can communicate with the family members and tell them that since you have chosen me, you must trust me unconditionally. Don't go to the police station for several days without news." I defrauded. He got the vaccination in advance, and this shot must be given, because he is most afraid of this kind of thing happening, and the possibility of this kind of thing happening is also very high. After all, this time it is not entrusted by a pair of family members, but by a group of family members. Who knows if there is such a person in it? If there is, it will be troublesome. After listening to this, Zhou Jianbang patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I will never let this happen. If it happens, I will give you half of my property. If I don't give it, you will shoot me with a gun." He leaned closer to hide his ears again and said, "There is a friend of mine from the city bureau." Jean Nan nodded softly and put a snack. Zhou Jianbang retracted his close upper body and said to Jean Nan, "This time it was my line that made you passive. In order to apologize for the chat, I will pay an additional 2 million yuan, which will also be regarded as sponsoring you to buy equipment." Jean Nan's anger suddenly disappeared when he heard this. Not to mention anything else, Zhou Jianbang's attitude of apologizing was very upright. He took the initiative to extend his hand, but Zhou Jianbang didn't know it, so he raised his hand and Jean Nan grabbed his hand and smiled softly. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your sponsorship and for this order." "Ha ha." Zhou Jianbang smiled embarrassedly as Jean Nan put down his hand and raised his finger to the door. "If there is nothing wrong, Mr. Zhou, please go back." Okay, I won't bother." Zhou Jianbang backed away as he said, and didn't forget to wave to his daughter Zhou Yuntang, "Baby, Dad is going back first. Drive slowly." Zhou Yuntang reminded and shouted to Zhou Jianbang waved to her for the last time, quickly left the reception hall, and disappeared into the sight of the three of them. I really didn't expect that so many people in Shangro were deceived into Myanmar. Madakwan took out a pack of Balakan from his pocket, took out one and handed it to Jean Nan. Jean Nan took the cigarette, took out the lighter to light it, and took a sip. He wanted to say something but didn't say it. Shall we still set off as planned? Zhou Yimtang asked Jean Nan and Madakwan with a serious expression. At this time, Jean Nan turned to look at him. Thanks to your dad's blessing, I shouldn't be able to go these days. What are you going to do? Mada asked curiously. Jean Nan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled out the smoke. At this time, it was not smoke, it was plan. After about a minute, he finished thinking and said, just because the three of us want to complete the sniper and save people, we have to find a few helpers. Ma Dabi nodded in agreement. If you just assassinate some people, 3 people are enough, but if you save so many people back, 3 people are not enough. He hesitated and asked, have you chosen anyone? Jean Nan threw the cigarette but on the ground casually, walked out of the hall in strides, and left a sentence, I'll go out for a while, but I probably won't be back. Tomorrow you will come and hand over to Mr. Zhou. Waiting for you. Mada sprayed and shouted at his back. An hour and a half later, 10 o'clock in the morning, it is 90 kilometers away from Dumo Mountain, Ingtan City, and Hongtang Town. A Mercedes-Benz E350 stopped at the door of a big fishing gear shop called Lindsay. The fishing gear shop was very small, and half of the Mercedes-Benz body completely blocked the door of the shop. Jean Nan got out of the driver's seat and opened the door. He was wearing sunglasses. He stood still and glanced at the signboard first, and then at the opposite side of the store. Opposite the store is a wide river. The water is slow and crystal clear, and there is a jungle on the other side of the river. It's really a good thing for healing. Jean Nan murmured to himself, then turned his head and looked into the store. There was no one in the store. He tentatively shouted, is there anyone there, boss? No one responded. I bought fishing gear, boss. Jean Nan shouted again. There is still no response. At this moment, an old lady passed by. She saw Jean Nan yelling at the shop without responding, so she pointed to the river and said, the boss should go fishing down there. Jean Nan immediately walked to the side of the road and looked down at the river bank below. Sure enough, a familiar figure was sitting on the pier fishing. He smiled and picked up a small rock on the side of the road and threw it over. At this time, Lin Rui stared at the float. He had been fishing for an hour, and he hadn't been fishing yet. Boom! Suddenly, a big waterflower splashed beside the float. Lin Rui stared, turned his head and looked at the side of the road above. When he saw a man wearing big-toed sunglasses with a playful smile on his face, he couldn't help cursing, mud horse, you idiot. The man bent down, picked up another stone and threw it over. Chapter 52 Sniper Lin Rui. Damn it! Lin Rui couldn't bear the slightest bit, so he put down his fishing rod and got up and ran up, ready to teach him a lesson. Soon, he came to the road and walked quickly towards the man more than 10 meters away. Just as he was about to walk in front of the man, he clenched his fist and was about to punch the man in the face. When the door slammed, the man took off his sunglasses. Seeing this familiar face, Lin Rui raised his fist in the air, stunned on the spot. Why are you? Lin Rui was surprised and overjoyed, but he didn't expect it to be Jean Nan. Why can't it be me? Jean Nan put on his sunglasses again, looked at his fist raised in the air and smiled faintly. What's the matter? You look like you want to beat me up. Lin Rui raised his fist and gently slammed Jean Nan's chest. I want to beat you, I want to kill you. At this moment, his gaze was attracted by the Mercedes-Benz in front of his shop, and he couldn't help but scold, damn, whose fucking car, how did you park it, and how do you do business when you park it at my door? He walked towards the Mercedes-Benz while talking, first leaned to the window and looked inside, and saw that there was no one in the car, and then went to the hood to see if there was a phone for moving the car, but there was no result. When he looked impatient and didn't know what to do with the car, the Mercedes-Benz toot rang twice, and the lights outside the car flickered twice. He thought the owner was coming, but there was no one on the road before and after. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Jean Nan. Sure enough, Jean Nan was grinning with the keys of his Mercedes-Benz in his hand. The corner of Lin Rui's mouth twitched, and he asked with a little incredible, yours? Jean Nan shrugged his shoulders, walked to the car, opened the door and sat in the car, started the vehicle and drove forward a little bit to make a way out of the store, then got out of the car and walked into the store with Lin Rui. The space in the store is very small, there is no space for a table, and the two can only sit behind the narrow counter. Lin Rui handed Jean Nan a bottle of mineral water. I don't have tea here. Don't dislike it. Jean Nan took the mineral water and took a sip. Lin Rui also asked at this moment, "Are you out of the army?" In his impression, Jean Nan's family conditions are not good and he can't afford to buy a Mercedes-Benz. Now there is only one possibility to buy a Mercedes-Benz, which is bought with the retirement fee. Don't ask me yet, how are you? Jean Nan's words revealed concern. Lin Rui, born in 1995, joined the army in 2013 and joined the Back Arrow Special Forces in 2015, codenamed Sandscorpion. He is a professional sniper. He has won the runner-up in the International Sniper Competition for individual extreme shooting. He has also shot key targets 1,900 meters away in extremely bad weather. He is good at camouflage, stealth, and ultra-long-range precision strikes. He has extremely stable psychological quality and can lurk in an extremely scarce environment for several days. Before Jean Nan joined Dark Arrow, he was the most elite sniper of Dark Arrow. He had a great future, but during an overseas mission, he killed what seemed to be a human bomb but was actually an innocent teenager. The team reported criticism and remembered that he had suffered a lot. He was traumatized in his heart and took the initiative to retire a month later. Calculate the time, he has been retired for 4 years, the old things are let go. Lin Rui showed a bitter smile on his face, but the life problem is here again. When I retired, the army gave me 3 choices. One is a one-time retirement fee of 3 million, and the other is a monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan on time for 30 consecutive years. The other is to arrange to work in the local public security. I chose the first one and took 3 million retirement fees. To be honest, I had so much money in my hand at the time, I didn't even know how to spend it. I felt that I had been stable in my life. He took out a pack of $10 soft gold saints from the drawer of the counter, took out one and lit it for himself, and continued, "Originally, I wanted to use the money to marry a wife and build a small villa in my hometown to spend my life safely, but it didn't take long for me to get hooked on stocks. At first I played for thousands and thousands, but then tens of thousands and tens of thousands were left behind. I lost 1 million in 2 years of hard work, and my girlfriend who had been talking for more than a year was also blown away because of this." Jean Nan took out a cigarette from his cigarette case and lit it for himself, listening to him quietly. "I haven't been playing since I lost money in stock trading, but I'm afraid I can't help it with the money in my hand one day, and then I spent 1.8 million yuan to buy a house in Evergrande." Hearing this, Jean Nan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Rui also laughed at himself. In fact, Evergrande was already thundering at that time, but I don't think it's possible for such a large group to just fall down. It's also because Evergrande's house would be really cheap. I'm holding on to the idea of taking a gamble. Who knows, such a large group would say it's down. As far as it goes, it was originally agreed that the house would be delivered in 2026, but now it is 2026, and the foundation has not been laid. Jean Nan smiled and replied, "Then you used the remaining 10 or 20,000 to buy a small store and sell fishing gear." Lin Rui nodded. "Otherwise, I don't know what to do. What I learned in the army will not be used in society." He took a deep breath and continued, "To be honest, I wanted to be a mercenary in Russia some time ago. I heard that I could earn more than 10,000 yuan a month as a mercenary, but I was afraid that I would not be able to come back. My mother and father are the only sons. They are still counting on me to pass on the inheritance." After listening to this, Jean Nan couldn't help feeling sad in his heart, and he also felt very empathetic, especially his sentence, "What I learned in the army is not used in society." "I'm done, tell me about you, when did you get out of the army?" Lin Rui turned his head and asked about Jean Nan's current situation. Jean Nan said frankly, "I have been retired for almost half a year. I am doing well now. I have made a few deals and made a few million. Now I am working on a forest breeding project with a brother I know in the community. I also built a shooting range." Lin Rui cast envious glances at him. "You really beat me everywhere," he said with a sigh that he was 2 years ahead of Jean Nan with concealed arrows. Before Jean Nan joined the team, he was the absolute number 1 in the field of sniper, but since Jean Nan joined the team, he has been suppressed in all aspects, and he has been the second in the sniper competition for 1,000 years. Even if he was suppressed in the army, he won when he left the society. He made millions after retiring for half a year, and only this small fishing gear shop was left after 4 years of retirement. Envious and uncomfortable, still a little jealous. "No way, the strength is here." Jean Nan vomited, and then asked, "Has the ability fallen?" Lin Rui raised his belly. opened his shirt to reveal his small belly. What do you think? Where's the sniper? Can you still fight? Jean Nan asked again. I haven't touched a gun in 4 years. What do you think? Lin Rue replied angrily, but soon he realized something was wrong, frowned and asked seriously, why are you asking this? Jean Nan pinched out his cigarette butt, looked at Lin Rue with a serious expression, and said, someone asked me to go to Myanmar to save people. Follow me. After the incident, the reward is not less than 2 million. Chapter 53 Assaulter Thunder Tiger. Save people, 2 million. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Rue's eyes, and his already restless heart couldn't help but become restless at this moment. 2 million, really or not? Lin Rue resisted his composure. Did I like you to eat more bowls of rice? Jean Nan patted the car keys on the counter. Don't talk nonsense, do it or not, I'll leave as soon as I don't, and we'll leave together. You are too sudden. Lin Rue watched around at a loss for a while. He thought for a few seconds and asked, you should be in the desensitization period, can you go abroad? Jean Nan rolled his eyes. Can you go abroad in our business? Lin Rue, you said before that you made millions of dollars, didn't you just do it to save people and earn it? If you can't go, can you stop the ink? Jean Nan urged impatiently. Lin Rue thought for a few more seconds. Okay, go with you, it's agreed, not less than 2 million. He emphasized remuneration. Jean Nan ejected and got up, waved his hand as he walked and said, close the door, I'm going to find my next old friend. Who else is there? 2 hours later, Linjiang District, Fuzhou City, 100 kilometers away from Hongtang Town, Ingtan Tyrannosaurus Boxing Gym, boom. Boom. In a ring, a bald man with a height of 1.9 meters and a body as strong as a bear was waving his fists at the sandbags. Each punch was accompanied by a fierce wind, and the sandbags hit with a loud bang. He didn't know how many punches he swung, and he didn't stop until he broke the sandbag. Damn, I didn't hold back. Thunder Tiger looked at the sandbags leaking sand in front of him with a distressed expression. One sandbag was several hundred yuan, and his boxing gym hadn't opened for a long time. But he turned his head and looked around the empty shop, his sweaty face showing a touch of sorrow. It was also affected by the general environment. There used to be some enthusiasts who came to learn boxing, but now there are not many. For a month, remove the rent and food expenses every month, and you can only save 1 or 2,000 yuan in your pocket. You can't even afford to hire an employee. The hygienist to come to work 1 hour in advance to clean. If you go on like this, you can only close the door, and you can earn more by finding a hard job. Ugh. Thunder Tiger took off his boxing gloves, hugged the sandbag and dragged it under the ring, then took the vacuum cleaner on stage to clean up the grit on the floor. Just as he was cleaning up carefully, he suddenly felt a force of wind coming from behind, and subconsciously picked up the vacuum cleaner and swung it back. As a result, the vacuum cleaner was suddenly grasped by a force. He hadn't turned his head yet, but he was already shocked. He quickly let go and rolled back, a slap past the back of his head. Skin. Thunder Tiger quickly settled down, but before he could take a closer look at who the opponent was, the vacuum cleaner flew over. He became angry, clenched his fists and swung away violently interrupting the vacuum cleaner pull, but the next second, the person's fist appeared behind. The speed of this fist was so fast that it was lightning fast. He raised his hand to block it, but it was too late. He caught the punch with his face. He also resisted, but the strength of this fist was beyond his imagination. Stunned, he knocked his size of 260 kilograms to the ground. Dog day, sneak up on your grandfather. Thunder Tiger yelled, and a day's fish jumped up, staring fiercely at the man in front of him wearing a peaked cap and big-toed sunglasses. He doesn't care who the person in front of him is now. He is now. Just want to kill this man. He put on a horse step posture, and then broke out his legs without warning, like a cannonball rushing towards the man in sunglasses. With a punch, the man in sunglasses remained motionless throughout the whole process, and did not react until his fist was swung. He first hit his wrist with an uppercut with his left hand, and then hit back instantly with a fist with his right hand. Thunder Tiger raised his hand to block, but did not usher in the fist. He immediately realized something and hurriedly raised his leg, but his reaction was still a bit slow. The man in sunglasses swept his legs down with one sweep. Thunder Tiger didn't have anger when he fell this time, but his eyes lit up, because he was too familiar with this trick. It was false, true and false, and his strength was endless. Only one person in the world uses this trick. Jean Nan, stop fighting, I surrender. Thunder Tiger waved his hand and shouted as he got up. Jean Nan stopped swinging his fists, put his hands in his pockets and smiled faintly. I'm Slack, Violent Tiger. I used to be able to fight me for more than a dozen rounds, but now I can't do both rounds. Thunder Tiger, codenamed Violent Tiger, was born in 1996, joined the Army in 2013, and joined the Dark Arrow Special Forces in 2014. He is the strongest frontal assault in the team. He is proficient in various firearms and CQB, indoor close combat, with explosive physical fitness, extremely fast reaction speed, and top melee combat ability. During a hostage rescue mission, a single person broke in and cleared 6 militants within 10 seconds. He was unharmed. All the hostages were rescued and awarded first-class merit. However, because of his upright personality, he was dissatisfied with his superiors for overhandling Lin Rue, and had irreconcilable conflicts with his superiors. After Lin Rue retired for half a year, he also took the initiative to take off his military uniform and chose to retire. Haha, I knew it was you. Thunder Tiger listened to this familiar tone, smiled happily into a chrysanthemum, walked forward and took off Jean Nan's cap and sunglasses. I saw that my old comrades in arms are still doing this. He put his hat and sunglasses on himself. Jean Nan shook his fist politely and collided with his chest. I'm not here alone. The voice fell, and a whistle came from the door of the store. Lin Rue walked into the store slowly with his hands in his pockets and beckoned to Thunder Tiger. My little tiger, it's been a long time since I saw you. Sand Scorpion, you are here too. Thunder Tiger's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran down the ring to hug Lin Rue. Jean Nan smiled. In the army, Lei Hu and Lin Rue are well-known gay friends. The most famous thing is that the two of them are each other. Ahem, it was discovered by the captain's room. Checked out. Of course, the sexual orientations of the two are normal, but the barracks are too boring, and the mother and fetus are single and help each other. It looks like you two haven't seen each other since you were discharged from the army. What's the matter? One Fuzhou and the other Ringtan haven't come out for a walk so close. Jean Nan also jumped out of the ring and walked to the two of them and asked curiously. Lin Rue pushed the Thunder Tiger away and patted the latter on the shoulder with a look of displeasure. That's right, if it weren't for Jean Nan to tell me, I wouldn't even know you had retired, and you wouldn't come to play with me for 3.5 years after you retired. It's not interesting enough. Thunder Tiger smiled embarrassedly. Aren't you afraid that you have a psychological burden? Fool. Lin Rue's eyes flickered with tears, and he couldn't help but hug Lei Hu, a good brother for a lifetime. Good brother for a lifetime. Thunder Tiger also hugged him tightly. Seeing the two of them venting their emotions to each other, Jean Nan next to him was embarrassed and joked, should I go out? By the way, I will open a room for you too. The two of them pushed each other away at the same time when they heard this. Thunder Tiger immediately changed the subject. Why are you here all of a sudden? Oh, by the way, Jean Nan, have you retired too? Retired for half a year. Jean Nan replied, did I become the captain after I left? Thunder Tiger continued to ask. Chapter 54, Demolition Man. Shirley. Jean Nan shrugged his shoulders. Lao Zhu was originally going to be promoted by Commander Jiang to the Western Theater as the deputy brigade commander. If he didn't go, I didn't become the deputy captain. I served as the deputy captain until I was discharged from the army. This old Zhu really doesn't know what the picture is. Lin Rue couldn't help but complain about Lao Zhu standing and mouthing. Lei Hu also complained, I'm the most annoying to Lao Zhu. He takes the rules more seriously than anyone else. At the beginning, he just had to turn a blind eye. There was nothing wrong with the Sand Scorpion. He just reported it. It was really sloppy. If he changed it, he would also shoot. The more he said, the more angry he became. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lin Rue hurriedly rounded up, oh, don't say it, he didn't have a problem with his approach at the time, and my retirement was not all too big, and I had a psychological burden on myself. Fuck, I don't know when he will be discharged from the army, or I will come to the door to fight him one-on-one. Thunder Tiger's anger is hard to dispel. I want to be angry once in this matter. This time Lin Rue changed the subject. Jean Nan and I are looking for you this time. We want to invite you to Myanmar together. Jean Nan took on the tasks of several suffering masters to rescue their children trapped in the Efraud Park. Back. Do you do it or not? Jean Nan continued, the reward is not less than 2 million. How to save people. Thunder Tiger raised his brows, is it so exciting? He waved his hand, it's all about brothers talking about money and doing it. Anyway, I don't have any business in this boxing gym. If my brothers get rich and take me, what reason do I have to refuse? He hardly hesitated. On the one hand, there is indeed a problem with the economy. On the other hand, he misses the experience of fighting side by side with Jean Nan and Lin Rui. Now he has the opportunity to fight side by side again. Don't even think about it. Jean Nan smiled and patted Thunder Tiger on the shoulder. Pack up and leave now. There's nothing to clean up, you can leave as soon as the door is closed. Thunder Tiger smiled. Soon, the rolling shutter door of the Tyrannosaurus boxing gym was pulled down, and Thunder Tiger and Lin Rui got into Jean Nan's Mercedes and headed to their next destination. Mercedes-Benz is Mercedes-Benz. It's really comfortable to sit up, Jean Nan. It seems that you have made a fortune since you retired. Have you spent all your retirement expenses? Forget it, I bought 2 Evergrande houses with the idea of taking a gamble. I really laughed to death. You two are really gay, and you are all treated the same. Ah, Sand Scorpion, did you buy it too? Stop talking, this is a stain on my buddy's life. 3 hours later, at 3:30 in the afternoon, Pingxiang City, Dongyuan Township, Josie Chongsuan, the village is located halfway up the mountain, with only more than 20 households. In one of the 2-story brick houses, a man is working on a thick tubular artifact and a cone-shaped cylindrical object. He added some black particles and other powdery substances to the cone-headed cylindrical object, and finally stuffed the cone-headed cylindrical object into the tubular object, walked to the door and pulled the trigger on the bare mountain 300 meters away. With a sound, thick smoke emerged from the tubular object, and the cone-shaped cylindrical object shot out like a cannonball. The man choked on the smoke and couldn't help coughing violently, but his eyes were staring at the cone-headed cylindrical object in midair, and he saw its flight trajectory crooked, sometimes flying high, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. Medium, medium. The man prayed secretly. Suddenly, at this moment, the cone-headed cylindrical object suddenly turned its direction and flew to one side. Seeing it leaving the route, the man was shocked and frightened. 10 seconds later, he only heard a boom dash from the highway under the mountain. It's over. The man's face turned pale, and he quickly put down the tubular appliance on his shoulder, rode on a small electric donkey and went out down the mountain. 3 or 4 minutes later, he rode to a corner of the mountain road, and when he turned a corner, he saw a Mercedes-Benz turning over on the side of the road, and there was a clear scorched black mark 3 or 4 meters away from the body. The man's face paled even paler. This not only exploded people, but also a Mercedes-Benz. It's not a question of how much to lose, maybe you have to go to jail. That he hurriedly got out of the car and ran over while praying for the safety of the people in the car. At this moment, the door of the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz opened and a bald man as strong as a cow crawled out of the car. After the bald man crawled out of the car, he clasped the car window with both hands and pulled hard. The several-ton car was stunned by him. Moved what? The bald man sank into Dantian's breath and let out a low cry, suddenly exerting force. Boom! With a sound, the Mercedes-Benz that rolled over was turned upside down by him. After the car was coming over, a man came down from the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat, and everyone was yelling, "Where is this? Where the hell is this for me? Is this domestic or foreign? Who fired the gun? My Big Ben. Jean Nan, Lin Rui, Thunder Tiger?" Shirley stopped and got a good look at the faces of the 3 people who got out of the car. He was stunned in place. Jean Nan, Lin Rui, and Lei, who turned to look at him, took off their sunglasses very tacitly, and said in unison, "Shirley." Shirley, codenamed Wishy, is a genius in explosives and can use extremely limited materials to create explosive devices with different effects. Proficient in blasting, bomb disposal, and trap making, he has successfully dismantled extremely complex serial explosive devices set up by extremist organizations and protected important facilities. He is also an artillery genius. Not only can he play with grenades, mortars, and bazookas, he can DIY them all by giving him some materials. 10 minutes later, Jean Nan and his party walked into Shirley's house, and as soon as they entered the living room, they saw a black and white photo of an old lady on the incense table. The 3 of them worshipped thoughtfully and wholeheartedly. "Come on, drink tea and drink tea." Shirley brought 3 ceramic cups and distributed them to Jean Nan and the 3 of them. Jean Nan took the teacup and asked, "When did Grandma leave?" Shirley retired 3 years ago. The reason for his retirement was family reasons. His parents left early and his grandmother raised him with deep feelings. As he grew older, his grandmother was old and sick, and there was no one to take care of him. So he retired and went home to take care of his grandmother. Filial piety, I left in 3 months, with a smile. Shirley smiled softly, there was no sadness on his face. Compared with other old people in the village, his grandmother left very peacefully. Before leaving, he also took his grandmother to travel to several cities, leaving no regrets. Jean Nan nodded softly, feeling good, come and sit here. Shirley led the 3 of them to the square table, asked them to sit and chat, and then went to the room to bring some dried fruits and snacks. Lin Rui grabbed a handful of melon seeds, knocked on them and complained, I really served you. What kind of cannon did you put in broad daylight? Scared me to death. Shirley also sat down and smiled embarrassedly, it's not that I have nothing to do when I'm free, so I can have some fun for myself. Did you blow it up at us specifically? Thunder Tiger said angrily, it's just 2 or 3 meters away, and the car windows are dry and broken. I haven't touched these things for a long time. I'm rusty. There was an accident. It was originally a mountain top. Shirley apologized again and again, I'm really sorry, don't leave tonight, I'll take you to the restaurant for dinner, eat and drink whatever you want. Chapter 55 Electronic Support. Maja. Jean Nan threw the car keys on the desktop, looked at Shirley seriously and said, you can buy my car and sell it for 300,000 yuan. Lin Rui and Lei Hu looked at Shirley with a funny look. Shirley looked embarrassed, brother, let me go, I have no money now, and I have spent all my retirement expenses. I am preparing to find a job during this period of time. He also had 3 million in retirement expenses, but he had spent all 3 years, all of which were spent on travel, food and drink. You are still looking for a fart. Lin Rui spit out the melon seed husks, now pack up and come with us. Where to go? Go to Myanmar to save people. Jean Nan put away the car keys, if you don't go, you will lose money, and if you go, you will not be allowed to pay. Shirley was a little confused, all of a sudden it was too sudden, but Jean Nan and his group didn't give him a chance to think about it at all. They even dragged him into the car and didn't forget to help him close the door before leaving. 2.5 hours later, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, breeding areas under Damo Mountain and Thorn Forest, the war-damaged Mercedes-Benz E350 stopped steadily at the entrance of the manor. Jean Nan, Lin Rui, Lei Hu, and Shirley got out of the car one after another. Ma Dafei and Zhou Yuntang also trotted over from the manor at this time. Brother Nan, you are back. Ma Dafei said hello to Jean Nan, and then couldn't help but look at Lin Rui and the 3 of them. Jean Nan immediately introduced the 3 of them to him. Lin Rui, Major Retired, Sniper. Ma Dapan stood at attention and saluted, hello, Squad Leader Lin. Lin Rui raised his hand in return, Thunder Tiger, Major Retired, Assault Hand. Ma Dabai faced the Thunder Tiger and saluted and shouted, hello, Squad Leader Lei. Thunder Tiger smiled and raised his hand in return, Shirley, Retired Major, Blasting Gunner. Hello, Squad Leader Shir. Ma Dafei saluted again, hello. Shirley saluted and smiled after introducing Lin Rui, Lei Hu, Shirley, and Jean Nan. They then introduced Ma Dapai to the 3 of them. Ma Dapai, a 2-year volunteer soldier. Although he is a 2-year volunteer soldier, he is very capable, especially a machine gun. He fights better than any of us. It's rare for Jean Nan to have such a high evaluation of a person, and Lin Rui and others can't help but have a bit of respect for Ma Dashwan. This is Zhou Yuntang, who is not only our teammate this time, but also one of our employers. Jean Nan raised his hand and introduced to Zhou Yuntang. The 3 of Lin Rui saluted Zhou Yuntang politely. Zhou Yuntang nodded. Are we the only ones? Shirley asked. Jean Nan took out his mobile phone and glanced at the time, then smiled and said, there is another one, it should be coming soon. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it when they heard the words "at." This moment, the sound of tires rolling came from the invisible section of the mountain road not far away. Everyone present turned their heads and looked at the intersection. In about a minute, a black Volkswagen stepped out of everyone's sight, crooked and awkward, and drove over slowly. The car stopped a few meters in front of the crowd. A tall inch-headed man got out of the car. The man saw Jean Nan and a group of familiar faces, opened his arms and smiled. Brothers, have you missed me? Maja, codenamed Ghost Eye, is an electronic support hand of the Dark Arrow Special Forces. He is good at signal interception, radio listening, battlefield information integration and analysis, and is a top master in drone operations, whether it is a small reconnaissance drone or an armed drone. Handy his classic battle was that in an overseas encirclement operation, he controlled a group of drones to conduct uninterrupted 3-dimensional reconnaissance, accurately marked all enemy positions and fire points, and cut off the opponent's communications through electronic interference, and used the modified drones to accurately throw smoke bombs and shock bombs to create for the assault team. The perfect attack conditions were achieved, and the mission was finally completed with 0 casualties. The information he provided was hailed by his superiors as like opening the perspective of God on the scene. And the reason for his retirement is shocking. His girlfriend, who has been talking about it for 4 years, cheated. He learned that he deliberately injured himself in a mission. He ran away while cultivating in the hospital and went home. The two of them were seriously injured. The woman lost her fertility and her face was disfigured. The man's legs were disabled and he would always be in a wheelchair. After being released, he was sentenced to 6 months by a military court and expelled from the military. He only came out of the military prison last year, and after he came out, he found a logistics company in his hometown of Juzhou to work. Jean Nan knows how important electronic support is in modern warfare, especially to complete this kind of task of saving a large number of hostages. Electronic support is essential, so when he set out to find Lin Rue, he sent a message to Emoja that because Emoja was expelled from the military, he did not have the same retirement expenses as Jean Nan. The salary he had saved before was also paid out as medical expenses in the court verdict. His days were hard, so as soon as Jean Nan looked for him, he agreed without saying a word, and immediately drove his own car. The second-hand Volkswagen Magotan came. Ghost Eye, it's you. Lin Rue, Lei Hu, and Shirley were very happy when they saw that it was Maja, and they ran over to hug Maja one after another. Ma Dafe also handed a bank card to Jean Nan at this moment. This is from Mr. Zhou in the afternoon. There are 5.1 million from 17 families together, and 2 million from Mr. Zhou, for a total of 7.1 million. It was delivered so soon. Jean Nan took the bank card and asked, "Has the victim's information been sent?" "I put it on the table in the lobby of the villa." Ma Depan said. Jean Nan nodded. "Well, I see. Hey, brothers, don't get together here, let's go in and talk." He turned his head to look at Emojo and others not far away and shouted Maja. Lin Rue raised his hand to signal receipt. Soon, a group of people walked into the manor and came to the villa hall. There was no furniture in the hall, only 2 rows of monitors and a long wooden table. Jean Nan sat casually in one position, and the rest followed. Jean Nan's gaze was attracted by a stack of information on the table. He took a copy of the information and opened it for viewing. It was the detailed information of the victim. He said, "Each person will take 1 copy and pass it to the next after reading it. Take turns to read it. After reading it, we will discuss the battle plan." After Jean Nan finished speaking, in addition to Zhou Yuntang, Ma Depan, Lin Rue, Lei Hu, Shirley, and Emoja continued to pick up a piece of information and watch it carefully. 6 people watched for more than 10 minutes and finished reading 17 victim information. There were a total of 17 victims, 10 men and 7 women. 1. Zhang Wei, 28 years old, male, programmer. His family said that he was attracted by a job advertisement for a high-paying IT job in Singapore 5 months ago. After passing the online interview, the other party applied for a tourist visa to Thailand on his behalf, claiming that he needs to conduct short-term entry training in Bangkok and arrive at Bangkok airport. After that, contact was lost. 3 days later, the family received a call from the fraud gang asking for a ransom of 600,000. After the family paid the ransom of 600,000, there was no news. 2. Wang Haochen, 25 years old, male, a recent graduate, met a senior sister on the internet, saying that her boyfriend opened a trading company in Myanmar and urgently needs new people. The salary is high and the promotion is fast. The family said they had persuaded him, but he believed it deeply. On August 15, 2025, secretly left home at night and had no contact. Chapter 56. Assign tasks and prepare for action. 3. Li Chang, 22 years old, male, takeaway worker, met a big brother in the game guild 3 months ago. The other party invited him to go to the Yunnan border to engage in logistics, and the top of the country for half a month, and promised to reimburse the travel expenses. Then he disappeared, and his family suspected that he had been deceived. Myanmar, it was confirmed by the police after reporting the crime. 4. Lu Jianming, 35 years old, male, shopkeeper, was heavily in debt after his business failed. He saw the message Myanmar casino hires high-paying dealers, packages room and board, and can advance wages on the internet. Eager to pay off his debts, he took a risk despite the opposition of his family. After that, his whereabouts are unknown. Point 5. Lina, 27 years old, female, clerk. Her family said she was caught in online dating. A self-proclaimed successful person working as an engineer in Myanmar was considerate to her and invited her to come to Myanmar to play and meet her parents. By the way, the family strongly opposed it, but she sneaked away in the middle of the night. The information about her departure from Myanmar was found the next day. Point 6. Wang Jingwen, 23 years old, female, beautician, was attracted by the recruitment information of high-end beauty salons in Myanmar with high salaries 4 months ago. The other party promised an annual salary of 300,000 yuan and a visa. After going, the family received threats of nude photos of her and was blackmailed for 200,000 yuan. Point 7. Zhao Feng, 31 years old, male, auto mechanic, was invited to Thailand to investigate the market by a fellow who has not been contacted for a long time on the grounds of opening a Chinese restaurant in Thailand and taking a stake as a manager. He disappeared soon after entering the country. Point 8. Chen Junjie, 24 years old, male, unemployed, gullible, trusted the false advertisement on the internet. Myanmar KTV hires male publicists with high salaries, just drink with them, fantasizing that he can easily make quick money, and disappeared soon after entering the country. Point 9. Sun Chao, 29 years old, male, photography enthusiast. In a photography group, someone organized a free photography tour of northern Myanmar, claiming to have chartered tickets, room and board, just to promote local tourism, and disappeared soon after entering the country. Point 10. Zhou Yuhang, 19 years old, male, vocational school student. In the summer, I wanted to make money by doing substitute training in the game. I met a boss who claimed to have a studio in Myanmar and invited him to come over and grow bigger and stronger together. He settled his salary on a daily basis. Soon after entering the country, his family received extortion messages from Myanmar. Point 11. Wu Yang, 26 years old, male, fitness coach. The former member recommended to him that a newly opened resort in Myanmar recruits a personal trainer with extremely high treatment, and sent forged photos and videos of the luxurious working environment. Moved, he applied for a tourist visa and disappeared soon after entering the country. Point 12. Su Lei, 33 years old, male, factory mechanic. Thinking that the salary is low, he applied for the position of technical director of the Thai factory through illegal intermediaries. The intermediary lied about the compliance of the process and lied to him to apply for a tourist visa. He disappeared soon after entering the country. His family received extortion information from Myanmar. Point 13. Lu Min, 30 years old, female, single mother. In order to earn better living expenses for her children, she trusted the recruitment of the Yunnan border handmade weaving workshop. The other party said that the job was simple and the piecemeal salary was high. After arriving in Yunnan, she was tricked to the border on the grounds of "take you to the factory to have a look" and forcibly took her across the border. Her whereabouts are unknown. Point 14. Zhang Li, 21 years old, female, college student. Wanting to take advantage of the summer vacation to work, she found a job as the front desk of Yunnan Hotel on the internet. The other party took the initiative to prepay a travel fee deposit of 500 yuan. After she arrived at the designated place, she was taken away by a van and transferred to Myanmar. Point 15. Zhao Siki, 18 years old, female, a failed student in the college entrance examination. When she was in a low mood, she met a close sister on the internet, constantly comforted her and suggested to come out for a break, invited her to participate in the free 7-day tour of Myanmar, was tricked into smuggling, and then the family was asked for a huge ransom. Point 16. Chen Ting, 26 years old, graduated from English major. Applying for the position of administrative assistant in a multinational trading company, the company claims to be headquartered in Thailand and needs to go to Southeast Asia for an internship for 3 months. She applied for a business visa to go there and disappeared after landing. The family received a huge ransom message. Point 17. Yang Lily, 25 years old, micro-business. He was fooled by the agent and said that Myanmar has a cheap source of jade, so it is more cost-effective to pick it in person. He disappeared after entering the country. Of the 17 victims, each of them was deceived in the past, and the reasons for each of them were different. It can be seen that the scams of fraudsters are extremely targeted and eat your weaknesses to death. Maja, take these materials and find a way to find their location. Jean Nan put the information on his hand back on the desktop and said to Emoja. Emoja nodded. It's up to me. I also have a copy of the information here. Zhou Yuntang suddenly spoke at this moment, and under everyone's gaze, she took out a piece of A4 paper from her pocket and handed it to Jean Nan. Jean Nan unfolded the A4 paper to watch, and saw 17 names written on it, each with some information written on it. Yu Zhejiang, the most wanted international criminal, the leader of e-fraud in Myanmar. Liu Bo, spokesperson for Yu Zhejiang, general manager of Myanmar e-commerce Park Gao Jijun, manager of KK Park, Zhou Jianjun, director of personnel. Department of KK Park, Wei Jihu, Zhou Shuahao, Tang Bibong, Zheng Shenggu, thugs of KK Park, Lu Jingzi, manager of Yangon Park, Wei Lai, deputy of Lu Jingzi, Tiger, Sun, Kaizi, Xiaolong, Army, KK Park thugs. An Shihong, captain of the armed team in Mayawati Park, then Shu, deputy captain. Seeing these names, he knew that these people were Zhou Yuntang's abusers without asking. He handed the list to Emoja. Check these people too. Emoja took the list and didn't look at it, just nodded. Jean Nan took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and threw the cigarette case on the table for everyone to divide by themselves. Jean Nan lit a cigarette, took a sip first, and then said with a cigarette but between his fingers, now let's talk about our mission, save 17 and kill 17. My idea is to kill people while saving people. Don't run a second trip. I listen to you, what you say and what I do. Lin Rui said. The rest of the people nodded one after another, all recognizing Jean Nan as the commander. After all, when he was in the Dark Arrow Special Forces, Jean Nan was positioned as the second commander. Okay, then I'll go straight to the task. Jean Nan didn't hesitate, looked at Zhou Yuntang and said, you are responsible for purchasing 7 sets of combat equipment, body armor, tactical camouflage uniforms, tactical gloves, bulletproof helmets, individual night vision devices, infrared instruments, walkie-talkies, monoculars, for double scopes, 2 6 to 10 times scopes, and for the 6 military daggers, you pay first, and then deduct from the gratuity. Good. Zhou Yuntang responded without saying a word, took out his mobile phone and opened the memo to shorthand the equipment he wanted to buy. Jean Nan turned to Emoja. Drones, computers, what do you need to buy, and how much money will be sent directly to me, and I will transfer it to you. Roger that. Emoja nodded in response. Chapter 57, Getting Ready. All top-of-the-line equipment. Mr. Ma, you will go to the Shangro 4S store to buy 2 off-road vehicles later. You don't need to be too good. Just 200,000 to 300,000. Try not to buy the same model, otherwise you will be swaggering. Roger that. Shirley, you should remember that we found a Burmese arms dealer on a mission. You can try to contact him and ask him to prepare us a high-precision sniper rifle and an anti-aircraft sniper rifle, a mortar, a bazooka, 7 automatic rifles, and 7 pistols. A 7.92mm general-purpose machine gun. The more ammunition, the better. Roger that. Lin Rui, you should formulate a retreat route and prepare the evacuation vehicles in advance. I will transfer you how much. Roger that. Thunder Tiger, prepare the wild survival items and medicines we want to use. Roger that. Jean Nan quickly distributed tasks to everyone, and after the tasks were distributed, everyone left the field one after another. Those who bought equipment, those who bought weapons, and those who bought cars. They performed their duties in an orderly manner. Although it is only a newly established team of 7, they all maintain a tacit understanding with each other. Time came the next day. I completed the task of buying a car and bought a BJ40 with a landing of 190,000 and a tank 300 with a landing of 210,000. Both are economical off-road vehicles, costing a total of 410,000 yuan. Shirley successfully contacted an acquaintance arms dealer in Myanmar and placed an arms order, paying a deposit of 300,000 yuan in advance, and a balance of 700,000 yuan to be paid after delivery. Emoja also completed the intelligence investigation task and found out the locations of 17 victims and 17 targets. 6 victims were in Mayawati and 11 victims were in Yangon, but the location was only approximate, not specific. It will take effort to find it at that time. In fact, there are specific locations, but the specific locations have been signal locations a long time ago, and the credibility of location information is very low. The locations of the 17 target characters are 6 in KK Park, 10 in Yangon, and 1 in Naypyidaw. The locations are only approximate, because their signal positioning changes frequently and is full of randomness. At that time, narrow down the scope and search according to the signal positioning. In addition to intelligence investigation tasks, he also completed the procurement tasks of drones and computers. According to his own needs, he bought 3 DJI-U-3 master aerial drones, 2 DJI-4T thermal imaging infrared high-definition aerial drones, 1 DJI FC-100 large-scale heavy-duty drone, 2 alien laptop computers, and 1 electronic signal blockers, 3 signal enhancers, cost 100,000 yuan. Thunder Tiger also completed the procurement task, purchasing military tents, canopy, sleeping bags, insect repellent sprays, painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs and some ready-to-eat foods at the Shangrao physical store. At a cost of 30,000 yuan, Lin Rui also took care of the retreat route, and it cost 1 million to arrange the vehicles. I basically prepared what should be prepared in one day, and Zhou Yuntang was in charge of the individual equipment. Because the individual equipment she bought was imported, the goods would not arrive in 1 or 2 days, so in the next few days, Jean Nan asked Lin Rui and others, who had been retired for many years, to shoot, target shooting in the museum, look for the feel, and Jean Nan himself didn't do anything. After Emoja found out the location again, he began to formulate a specific battle plan and a route into Myanmar. 3 days passed in a flash. At noon that day, everyone had just had lunch in the manor, and a black commercial vehicle appeared at the entrance of the manor and stopped. The equipment is here. Zhou Yuntang recognized that this commercial vehicle was his own company's car, and everyone walked out of the manor and came to the commercial vehicle one after another. The driver got out of the car, first greeted Zhou Yuntang, and then opened the trunk to reveal a full of black boxes. Jean Nan yelled to unload the goods, and everyone unloaded all the boxes together. The boxes are very heavy, they are all metal boxes. All the boxes were moved to the living room of the villa. After unloading the boxes, the driver drove away. Jean Nan and his group also surrounded the living room and opened the boxes one by one. My mom, Clay Precision Avius body armor. Thunder Tiger opened a box and couldn't help but shine when he saw that it was Clay Precision Avius body armor inside. Clay Precision Avius body armor, one of the top body armor manufacturers in the world. Its revolutionary split-load suspension system transfers the weight of the bulletproof flap from the shoulders to the waist and hips, providing unparalleled comfort and mobility, especially suitable for long-term wear and high-intensity combat, widely used by the world's top special forces. The Back Arrow Special Forces also use similar domestically made body armor, which is usually priced at 300,000 yuan plus. Clay Precision's 4th generation camouflage combat uniform, good stuff. The box Lin Rui opened is Clay Precision's 4th generation camouflage combat uniform. This combat uniform uses all-terrain camouflage. The pattern is currently recognized as one of the most effective camouflage in the world. It is not just camouflage. Its 3D three-dimensional tailoring, integrated knee/elbow pads, enhanced wear-resistant fabrics and excellent breathability design, making it a functional benchmark for tactical clothing, and the selling price is usually not less than 20,000 yuan plus. Mechanical tactical gloves, I like it. The box Maja opened is a mechanical tactical glove. This glove provides impact protection on the knuckles and key parts, while maintaining excellent finger dexterity and touch screen function. It adopts more advanced materials, such as carbon fiber protection and ergonomic design. It is a high-end tactical equipment. The price is usually not less than 10,000 RMB plus. Opus Core Fast SF Ultra High Cut Helmet. The box Shirley opened is the Core Fast SF Ultra High Cut Helmet of Opus, which is also one of the top equipment. It uses the most advanced ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene material to provide the highest level of protection while achieving the ultimate lightweight. The price is usually not less than 100,000 yuan plus, and they are a complete helmet system, with a wealth of rail interfaces for installing accessories such as night vision devices and headphones, and their suspension buffer system is also the industry benchmark. Jean Nan opened 2 boxes alone, containing individual night vision devices and infrared thermal imaging indicators. These 2 equipment are not ordinary goods, but also the world's top equipment. The individual night vision device is L3 Harris 4i ground panoramic night vision goggles, which can provide an extraordinary field of vision of up to 97 degrees, almost the natural perspective of the human eye. Provides the wearer with unparalleled situational awareness, which is synonymous with technological crushing. The selling price is usually not less than 150,000 yuan plus. The infrared thermal imaging indicator is a PQ-15 advanced target pointer/lighting/aiming laser. PEQ-15 is a standard equipment of the U.S. military. It has become an industry standard for its ultimate reliability and robustness, and it conforms to the ergonomic side button design, better laser waveform and dynamic adjustment function. The selling price is usually not less than 300,000 yuan plus. Chapter 58, 7-Man Team. Let's go. Ma Dafei and Zhou Yuntang opened the other boxes, which contain Motorola Solutions APX Next Walkie-Talkie, Swarovski Optics and L Pure 8x42 Monocular Telescope, AIM.COMPM 5S Red Dot Mirror, Escher G45. MAG5X Magnifying Glass, Schmidt-Bender PM2 Ultrashort 5-25x56 Sight, Salomon Quest 4D Military GTX Tactical Boots, Military Dagger, all top-of-the-line goods. Lin Rui and others looked at the top equipment all over the ground, their eyes were extremely hot, and they never dreamed that they would one day be able to wear such advanced individual equipment. Jean Nan was happy and worried, and asked Zhou Yuntang with a little anxiety in his heart, "These equipment cost a lot of money, right?" 8 million. Zhou Yuntang said a number coldly. 0.8 million. Everyone was silent, and Jean Nan was also silent. The equipment of 7 people, 8 million, has not yet been counted as weapons. It is evenly distributed to everyone. The equipment on each person is worth more than 1 million. This is simply wearing a set of 3 or 4 line houses on his body. Jean Nan felt a headache. He had earned this ticket after doing it. As soon as he bought this equipment, he didn't have much money left, but at this moment, Zhou Yuntang said again, "I will treat the equipment as if I invited everyone, and I will still give it as much money as I should afterwards." Lin Rui, Lei Hu, Shirlei, and Emoja couldn't help but look at her more. They were shocked by her atmosphere. Ma Dapeng gave a thumbs up happily. Boss atmosphere. Of course he is happy, so that he can get more money by then. Jean Nan was also happy and said thank you to her. "All right, brothers, the equipment is here." Each debugged their own equipment, then loaded into the car and set off. Jean Nan announced to the crowd, "Yes." Everyone spoke in unison and quickly debugged the equipment. It was said that it was debugging, but it was actually inspecting the goods to determine the effect. At the same time, the debugging also assembled some equipment that needed to be connected, such as night vision devices and infrared devices connected to the helmet. It took everyone half an hour to assemble and debug the equipment, and then they put the equipment into the trunk of 2 off-road vehicles together. In addition to these top-of-the-line individual equipment to be moved on the car, the drone computer bought by Emoja and the military tent bought by Thunder Tiger and other field survival supplies were also all moved on the car. The trunks of the 2 cars were stuffed full and took up half of the rear seat space before they were installed. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 7-person team officially set off. This time Jean Nan did not plan to enter Myanmar from Tingchong, but planned to enter from Pur, because Lin Rui's retreat route was to return to the country from Shan State, which borders Pur. 19 hours later, at 12 noon the next day, the 7-person team came to Menghai County, Pur City, parked their car in the roadside parking lot in the city, and then each of the 7 carried a 20-kilogram backpack, pretending to be a wild survival enthusiast, trekked 40 kilometers to the China-Myanmar border. Lin Rui and Shirlei have been retired for many years, and their physical fitness has declined a lot. After walking 25 kilometers, they can't walk anymore, and they almost collapse. Fortunately, Jean Nan was not in a hurry. He asked everyone to rest in place. It was time to eat and drink. After an hour of rest, he continued to set off on foot. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, the 7-person team traveled through the jungle and successfully entered the territory of Shan State, Myanmar. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone came to Mengyang Town, Shan State, 30 kilometers away from the China-Myanmar border. This is a transit point for Burmese stowaways. Therefore, although it is a small town with a population of less than 3,000, there is a large flow of people, rich trade, and the most important thing is that passenger transportation is well developed. Black cars on the return journey to various places. Both have. Jean Nan first exchanged 100,000 renminbi for 29 million Myanmar dollars in Mengyang Town, and then used 1 million Myanmar dollars to package 3 black cars for the return trip to Papan. Papan, the capital of K State, is 180 kilometers away from Mayawati and 200 kilometers away from Yangon. It forms a triangle with the 2 places. It is a good transit location. At the same time, it is also a place for arms trading. Papan is more than 500 kilometers away from Mengyang. It is far away. In addition, the road is not very easy to drive. It took almost 9 hours to reach Papan until 2 o'clock in the morning of the next day. After arriving in Papan, Jean Nan opened a room in a local hotel. Yes, 7 people lived in one room. This is not to save money, but for safety. It is safest to go out and perform tasks and live together. If you have something, you can organize a counterattack as soon as possible. You can sleep separately, and your teammates don't even know if something happens. Of course, in order to prevent being in a pot, everyone is definitely not sleeping together. There are 2 on the bed, 1 on each side of the bed, 1 in the bathroom, 1 on the balcony, and 1 at the door. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Jean Nan asked Shirley and Leihu to get their weapons, and left the rest of them in the room by themselves. After about 2 hours, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Shirley used a Motorola radio walkie-talkie to contact Jean Nan, indicating that he had obtained the weapon and put it elsewhere. Jean Nan, who received the address, immediately left the room with Madafe and others, and went to rendezvous with Shirley and Leihu with a large package of equipment. At 11 o'clock sharp, Jean Nan took a group of people to a dilapidated warehouse in the suburbs. Shirley and Leihu, who had been waiting for a long time, beckoned when they saw everyone coming. Brothers, they are all good things. Thunder Tiger smiled. Let me see what a good thing it is. Lin Rue couldn't wait to walk to a rectangular metal box and open the box skillfully. He could see a brand new Barrett M82A1 anti-aircraft sniper rifle lying quietly in the foam compartment. He carefully picked up the Barrett sniper rifle and looked at this weapon with destructive power as if admiring a peerless baby. It's really a good thing. Zhou Yuntang, Emoja and others also opened other boxes at this time. There was a Macmillan TAC-50 high-precision 12.7mm sniper rifle, an American M2 24-60mm mortar, an RPG-7 bazooka, an MG-42 general-purpose machine gun, 7 M4 carbines, and 7 Seiji P226 pistol. There are also 3 boxes containing magazines and ammunition, 400 rounds of 12.7 by 99mm NATO ammunition, Barrett M82A1 anti-tank sniper rifle, 30 rounds of 60mm blasting anti-tank bombs, 10 rounds of 40mm anti-tank blasting bombs, 20 rounds of PG fragmentation anti-tank bombs, 3,000 rounds of 7.92mm ammunition, 3,000 rounds of 5.56 by 45mm NATO standard bullets, 1,000 rounds of 9mm pistol bullets, 5 machine gun empty bullet chains, 3 machine gun barrels, 35 rifle magazines, 21 pistol magazines. IT is also equipped with special silencers for rifles, pistols, and TAC-50. Stop looking, start equipping. As everyone watched the various weapons in an immersive manner, Jean Nan said. When the big guy heard Jean Nan's words, he immediately started to assemble. Chapter 59. The action begins, attacking the KK Park, where camouflage combat uniforms, body armor, tactical helmets, tactical gloves, tactical backpacks, tactical boots, are equipped with weapons and ammunition, 1 rifle per person, each equipped with 5 rifle magazines, 3 pistol magazines. Zhou Yuntang is equipped with TAC-50 sniper rifle, Lin Rue is equipped with Barrett sniper rifle, Shirley is equipped with mortars and rocket launchers, and Ma Dajio is equipped with MG-42 general purpose machine guns. 12.7mm ammunition is given to 2 snipers, shells are given to Shirley alone, and rifle and pistol ammunition are divided equally. Since Shirley couldn't bring so much equipment alone, Leihu and Emoja helped him share a little. After the 7-person team completed the equipment, Jean Nan led everyone out of the warehouse, stole 2 cars casually outside and set off for Mayawati. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 7-person team came to the edge of Mayawati, and everyone got out of the car and plunged into the mountains near Mayawati, and then camped on a mountain pack. Maja simultaneously arranged a drone flight control platform and a communication interception platform. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Maja took off a drone to scout over Miyawadi. As can be seen from the overlook on the ground, Mayawati is roughly divided into 2 parts, one is the Efraud Park and the other is the local area. The Efraud Park covers an area of 3 times that of the residential area. The e-commerce park has a Japanese-shaped shape and is also divided into 2 parts. The KK Park is the largest and is independent of the park, while the other parks are closely next to each other. Everyone was also surprised to find that the 10-story KK Park, which covers an area of thousands of square meters, has only 1 gate and no back door. It is estimated that it was designed to prevent the people inside from escaping, but this greatly facilitates the actions of the 7-person team. As long as the gate is blocked, the people inside will not try to escape. After reading the architectural pattern of the KK Park, Emoja controlled the drone to check the armed situation of the park. It can be clearly seen through the high-definition camera of the drone that the entire perimeter of the park is blocked by a high wall, and there is only 1 gate. There are 2 sentry posts and 2 militants at the gate. There is no patrol team on the outer wall, but there are 2 armed patrols of 10 people in each of the surrounding walls. but they are not equipped with cars. They are all infantry. This is the deployment of troops in the entire park. As an independent park in the park, the KK Park is also surrounded by a 3 or 4 meter high wall. There are 4 armed personnel standing guard at the gate. There are 3 or 4 armed personnel patrolling around the perimeter of the wall. There are also armed personnel patrolling inside the wall. The number is the same as on the periphery of the wall. To be honest, this kind of strength is not enough for the 7-person team, but everyone knows that these are superficial troops. Once the gunshots ring out or there is a lot of movement, the Mayawati militia will rush to support them, and the Mayawati militia has 1 or 2,000 people. Its base camp is another park building less than 500 meters from the KK Park, although the strength of the militia base camp is not too large according to common sense. After all, the main responsibility of the militia here is to defend the neighbor Thailand to the east, not to protect the park. Most of the troops are on the Thai-Myanmar border, but it only takes half an hour for the large army to arrive. So the pressure to act is not small. Ajin Nan asked Zhou Yuntang about the floor situation of the KK Park building. Zhou Yuntang was actually not very clear about the floor situation of the park. He only knew that the first and second floors were the event venues for thugs in the park, the third floor was the high-rise office, the 10th floor was the torture room, the 9th floor was the staff dormitory, and the 8th floor was the staff dormitory. IT was the canteen, the 7th floor was called, and the rest of the floors were unclear. She had never been there. The action time is set at 7 o'clock in the evening. Jean Nan quickly went through the action plan in his mind. He looked at Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang and said, "You two form a sniper team. Team leader Lin Rui, find a suitable sniper point facing the gate. The operation begins. You snipe down the sentinel at the gate of the park and the KK Park, the sentinel at the gate. Don't make a noise when you kill the sentry, use a silencer to shoot and kill." Jean Nan said and looked at Thunder Tiger and Madawan. Then Thunder Tiger and I and Madawan formed an assault team and attacked head-on. First, we cleaned up the patrolling militants inside and outside the walls of the KK Park, and then we attacked the park building. Lin Rui, Zhou Yuntang, Lei Hu, and Madabi nodded slightly to express their understanding. Shirley, you are also looking for a hidden location facing the gate. Maja, you cooperate with him. After our assault team enters the KK Park, if the enemy reacts to support, you can use a drone to report the location to him and use a mortar to stop them from attacking. Anyway, everyone outside of you must ensure that the enemy will not enter the KK Park. Jean Nan said to Shirley and the others immediately afterwards. Shirley and Emoja nodded to express their understanding. The action is this plan. We will rescue the 6 hostages and kill the people we should kill. We will seize the car and escape as soon as possible. We will grasp the specific details and contact us through the walkie-talkie at any time. Jean Nan looked serious. Yes. Everyone responded as seriously. It was 5:30, and the 7-person team started to have dinner. The dinner was very simple: 200 g compressed biscuits, 50 g beef, and 500 milliliters mineral water. After dinner and a short break until 6 o'clock, the sky gradually darkened, and everyone split up. Jean Nan, Lei Hu, and Madabai sneaked into Mayawati in one group, and Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang sneaked into Mayawati from the other direction to find a suitable sniper point. Shirley carried a mortar, 10 shells and a rifle through the forest area, looking for a suitable artillery position. Maja stayed behind in the camp and used computer control to take off 3 DJIU-3 master drones at the same time to monitor the surrounding environment of the 3 groups, acting as an early alarm. Function. At 6:30, the assault team led by Jean Nan arrived in an uninhabited dilapidated house 200 meters to the left of the gate of the park. The assault team is in place. Jean Nan preached to the walkie-talkie. Roger that, the environment of the assault team is safe. Emoja looked down at the surrounding situation of the broken house from the perspective of a drone to determine the safety of the environment. The 3 members of the assault team lurked there, waiting for the time to come. At 6:35, the sniper team composed of Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang found the sniper point, which was directly above the water tower facing the gate of the park and the gate of the KK Park, 800 meters from the gate of the park and 1100 meters from the gate of the KK Park. The sniper team is in place. At 6:40, Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang climbed to the top of the water tower and notified the whole team. Roger that. The sniper group is environmentally safe. At 6:50, Shirley's voice came from the team channel. The gun group is in place. His location is in a bamboo forest 1,500 meters away from the east side of the park. The surroundings are obscured by dense bamboo leaves, which is very hidden, but the line of sight is not good and the park cannot be seen. However, with Maj's cooperation, it is not hindered to be invisible to the naked eye. Roger that. The environment of the gun group is safe. At this point, the 3 combat teams are ready. Chapter 60, Cooperation Without Killing? Sorry, I lied to you. Maj's side also withdrew the 3 UAVs after the 3 combat teams were ready. He quickly activated 2 DJI-4T infrared thermal imaging UAVs, and the rotors made an almost unheard low beep and quietly took off. Point 1 quickly flew to the area where the assault group and the sniper group were located, circling to monitor the movement of the surrounding heat source. The other quietly approached the sky over the park, clearly transmitting the thermal signals of every activity outside the building. Back eye in the infrared picture, the sentries patrolling around the periphery of the park are like bright orange silhouettes, hiding nowhere in the cool background. Can you hit this distance? Above the water tower, the night breeze is slightly cooler. Lin Rui, who was lying on the box, was holding a night vision telescope to observe the situation in the park, while whispering to Zhou Yuntang, who was lying next to him. Zhou Yuntang was silent for 2 seconds and handed over the TAC-50 sniper rifle with a silencer in his hand. Lin Rui put down his binoculars, put his Barrett M82A1 gently aside, took the sniper rifle she handed over, and held it firmly skillfully, with his shoulders against the butt of the gun, his cheeks against the cheek pads. His eyes were aimed at the infrared thermal imaging 8-fold sight, and the crosshair was stabilized. The chest of a sentry who was lighting a cigarette at the gate of the park. Report the time. Lin Rui's voice was calm and unsteady, and his breathing was extremely slow. Zhou Yun raised his wrist, and the luminous dial glowed with faint green light. It's 6:59. Lin Rui pressed down the walkie-talkie headset with his fingertips. Request to shoot. The environment is safe. Maj's reply was concise and clear. Jean Nan's voice followed closely, coming from the channel. Shooting is allowed. Lin Rui pressed his index finger back steadily, and the trigger stroke came to an end. The soft sound of buoy almost gently cut through the night sky. The 12.7mm dedicated subsonic sniper bullet rotates and rushes out of the silencer, quietly flying over a long distance at a speed below the speed of sound. After 1.5 seconds, the body of the sentry on the left side of the gate of the park shook abruptly, and with a muffled puff, half of his chest exploded abruptly, blood and shattered tissue splattered backwards, bursting into a bright spot in the infrared image. The other sentinel on the right was stunned by the sudden scene. His brain was blank for 2 seconds and he failed to react. Just when he suddenly recovered, his pupils contracted, and he subconsciously raised his muzzle in an attempt to fire a warning shot. The second bullet had already kissed his neck. His head separated from his body in silence and rolled to the ground. His headless body shook before falling heavily. The marksmanship is not bad. Jean Nan's voice carried a hint of imperceptible approval, and then he took off the 4i night infrared thermal imager on his head. He made a gesture and rushed out of the broken house quietly like a cheetah with Ma Dequan and Thunder Tiger. The 3 of them formed a tactical formation and used the shadows to quickly head to the gate of the park. The mouth is approaching. In less than a minute, the assault team had arrived on the outside of the gate. Maj's voice came from the headphones again. Don't worry, there is no one now. Jean Nan, Lei Hu, and Ma Dequan immediately flashed into the gate sideways and quickly moved towards the entrance of the main building of the KK Park. Lin Rui fine-tuned the muzzle of the gun again on the water tower, and the crosshair in the sight locked the other 2 sentries at the gate of the KK Park, who seemed to be aware of the abnormality and were looking nervously. Boy, there were 2 more suppressed gunshots. The 2 sentries fell in response. Hurry up, hurry up. Jean Nan shouted in a low voice. With non-stop footsteps, the 3 of them plunged into the KK Park like sharp blades, and instantly burst into the first floor of the main building. The lights in the building are brightly lit, which contrasts strongly with the darkness outside. In the empty lobby on the first floor, more than a dozen park thugs and 6 armed men armed with Type 56 assault rifles were gambling on several card tables in groups of 3 or 5. The smoke was thick, and the sound of yelling and chips collided mixed together. Not far from them, an entire wall of surveillance screens flickered with pictures from all corners, but no one paid attention to the 2 doorway spots that had just disappeared on the screen. The people who were addicted to gambling did not realize that death had come. Jean Nan and Lei Hu did not hesitate at all. Almost at the same time, they raised their M4 carbines with silencers and fired 2 short shots. Puff 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 dash. The 6 armed men were shot and collapsed to the ground before they could even see the person coming. The players on the card table were stunned by this sudden change. The chips slipped from their hands, and several horrified faces subconsciously got up to scream or resist. Raise your hand and don't move. Whoever moves will die. A very low but very deterrent voice cut off their impulses, looking at the two muzzles of the guns that were still emitting fine blue smoke and the blood spreading rapidly on the ground. These thugs, who were usually soft and afraid of hard, suddenly froze and raised their hands tremblingly. Jean Nan stepped forward with a gun, and his icy gaze swept across the crowd. Who are Wei Yetu, Zhou Shuahao, Tang Bibong, and Zhang Shenggu? There was a dead silence in the crowd, and many people's eyes unconsciously glanced at the few people in the middle. Stand up. Jean Nan whispered sharply. 4 middle-aged men of different ages and clothes walked out shivering, their faces pale. Jean Nan must have complete goals in his heart, saving a lot of trouble. He glanced at the other thugs. Find a rope, tie the 4 of them up, tie them tightly to the pillar over there, and block their mouths. Cooperate and you will be able to live. The desire to survive overwhelms all so-called brotherhood. A few thugs immediately scrambled to find a few bundles of burlap rope, and quickly tied the 4 of them to the load-bearing column with their hands and feet, and then took off their smelly socks and stuffed them into their mouths. The 4 of them could only make a desperate woo sound. Where are Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun? Jean Nan continued to ask. All in the office on the 3rd floor. A clever thug rushed to answer, trying to behave. How many people are there on the 2nd floor? 10, about 16. Some people have guns. Be specific. Probably, about 7 or 8 guns. Others take sticks and machetes. 3rd floor? 8 people. All guys. Other floors? There are people on every floor looking at the piglets, about 10 people in a group, and they all have guns. Jean Nan nodded. The cooperation is good. He paused, and when the thugs relaxed a little, he added coldly, but you were defrauded by me. As soon as the voice fell, in the eyes of those thugs who suddenly became frightened, Jean Nan and Thunder Tiger pulled the trigger at the same time, and the muzzle of the silencer spewed out a deadly tongue of fire again, and the bullet accurately shot into the center of each target's eyebrows or heart. The dull gunfire was like the monotonous knock on the door of death, rapid and efficient. After a while, there was no living space in the hall except for the 4 people tied to the pillars. A strong smell of blood permeated. The wide-eyed eyes of the 4 of them were full of extreme fear. Their crotch was quickly drenched, and the warm liquid flowed down their trouser legs and dripped in a pool of blood under their feet. Chapter 61. Breaking into the manager's office, Jean Nan neatly withdrew from the empty magazine, replaced it with a new full magazine, and ordered Ma Dashwan, you stay behind, keep an eye on the monitoring, and report at any time. Understand. Ma Dajio held a light machine gun, quickly moved to the front of the monitoring screen, and scanned dozens of split screens with sharp eyes. Thunder Tiger, let's go. Go! The 2 of them, one after the other, maintained a vigilant formation, and quickly and quietly advanced up the stairs. Ma Jean's low voice came from the earphones. There are 2 stairwells on the 2nd floor and 5 in the corridor. They are scattered and can be seen when you get out of the stairwells. The rest should be in the rooms on both sides. Roger that. Jean Nan and Lei, who stood side by side, their muzzles always pointing to the top of the stairs, their footsteps as light as cats. When he was about to reach the platform on the 2nd floor, there was a faint sound of footsteps from above. He seemed to have heard something and was looking down the stairs with his probe. Buoy. There was almost no need to communicate. Jean Nan and Lei, who shot at the same time. The 2 militants who had just exposed half of their heads instantly had a blood hole in their foreheads, and fell backwards without saying a word. The 2 quickly boarded the platform on the 2nd floor. The situation in the corridor was as Ma Daqun said. The 5 militants stood scattered, 2 leaned together and lowered their heads to light a cigarette, and the other 3 leaned against the wall and lowered their heads to play with their mobile phones. The light from the screen reflected their unsuspecting faces. You are 3rd from the left and I am 2nd from the right. Thunder Tiger whispered. Before the voice fell, Jean Nan had already pulled the trigger, and 2 slight gunshots that almost overlapped, and the 2 militants on the right fell down in response. At the same time, Thunder Tiger's bullets also accurately hit the key points of the 3 enemies on the left. In just 2 seconds, the corridor returned to dead silence. The 2 of them tacitly switched to their pistols, installed silencers, and began to clean up the room separately. Jean Nan approached the 1st room and listened. There was a wow shuffle and scolding from inside. He gently unscrewed the door handle and burst in like lightning. The 4 people in the room were sitting around the mahjong table and fighting heartily. No one even looked up at the door. Jean Nan put away his pistol and pulled out his dagger with his backhand. The figure passed like a ghost. The light of the knife flickered, accurately crossing the throat or piercing the heart. The 4 of them only made a few brief cackles in their throats, and then they fell on the mahjong table, and the blood quickly stained the green tablecloth and scattered cards. Jean Nan quickly checked the bathroom and wardrobe, and after confirming that there was no one, he quietly retreated to eye in the next few rooms. Some were vacant dormitories, and some had only one or two guards who were sleeping or watching mobile phones. They were all silently resolved before they reacted. After about 5 minutes, all the rooms on the second floor were cleaned up. Jean Nan and Lei Hu met again at the entrance of the stairs filled with a faint smell of blood. They nodded to each other without words, but exchanged a look, and then continued to the third floor, where Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun were located. At the same time, in an office with the word manager on the third floor. I in the lounge, 4 young women were hung from a wooden stake, their hands were purple. In front of them, Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun had cigarettes in their mouths, whips in their hands, and perverted smiles on their faces. Cry. Cry loudly for me. Gao Jijun swung a whip abruptly, leaving a clearly visible purple-red injury on the woman's white and tender face. Liawa, who was already crying with rain, went down with a whip and cried louder. Ha ha. The two seemed to have some quirks, and the louder the woman cried, the more excited they were. Laugh, give me a smile. Gao Jianjun waved his whip at another woman. The woman squeezed out a smile with tears on her face, but Gao Jianjun was not satisfied and waved another whip. Ha! The woman laughed while crying. Looking at the obedient women, Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun were even happier. Their laughter and women's crying were intertwined in this small room. Just when Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun were having fun, driving away with whips, enjoying the twisted pleasure of controlling others, the door of the office slid open silently. 2 combatants in full camouflage combat uniforms, well-equipped, and exuding a cold and murderous aura invaded this lewd space like ghosts. The door of the lounge room was not closed, and the scene of torture inside slammed into the sight of Jean Nan and Lei Hu without concealment. The two of them glanced at each other quickly, without words. The anger and disgust in each other's eyes had already met. The Thunder Tiger, like an enraged cheetah, rushed in with an arrow step, and his big pliers-like hands accurately choked the back of Gao Jijun's neck, and the huge power burst out instantly, like a bag of lost. It swung up like garbage, threw it out of the lounge fiercely, and fell heavily on the floor under Jean Nan's feet, making a dull loud noise. The sudden upheaval froze everyone in the lounge. Zhou Jianjun's movements stopped subconsciously, and he looked at the Thunder Tiger standing like a tower in a daze, his brain blank. You are. Zhou Jianjun's incredulous voice did not fall. Thunder Tiger was already striding closer. His big hand with tactical gloves pinched his throat at an astonishing speed. The terrifying grip instantly deprived him of breathing and resistance, and he fell to the cold floor, his face covered, rubbing the carpet. He let out a painful whimper. The women's crying and laughter also stopped abruptly, staring at the scene in front of them in amazement. I'm Chao Nima. Who the hell are you? Gao Jijun was thrown into a mess, and he struggled to get up, clutching his bloody forehead, and roaring at the Thunder Tiger fiercely. Jean Nan raised his hand blankly and patted him on the shoulder. Gao Jijun turned around subconsciously in anger, but what greeted him was a sandbag-sized fist with explosive power. The punch hit him firmly on the door of his face, and the sound of the broken bones of his nose was clearly audible. The Gao Jijun didn't even have time to snort, and the whole person flew back from the ground, hitting the side of the bed in the lounge again, sliding to the ground like a pool of mud, and could only cover his face and let out a painful wailing. Jean Nan didn't even look at Gao Jijun on the ground. He paced into the lounge filled with sinful aura. His icy gaze first swept over Gao Jijun, who was curled up like a shrimp on the ground, and then past Zhou Jianjun, who was suppressed by the Thunder Tiger and blushed from suffocation. Jianjun finally, he looked around like a scanner at the 4 women tied to the stake in horror. He walked to the stake, untied the ropes in the hands of the women, and made a hush. Go to the bed, you can watch, don't talk. After speaking, he didn't care about women anymore. He dragged a well-preserved chair and sat next to Gao Jijun, who was groaning in pain. He slowly took out a cigarette from his chest pocket and held it to his mouth. He lit it with a lighter with a pop and took a deep breath to let the nicotine go. The breath slightly dilutes the dirt in the air. Chapter 62. Attack the building. In the smoke, his cold voice was like the whisper of death. How many people do you want to cooperate with? Cooperate with your mother. Gao Jijun's arrogance hasn't completely subsided, and the swearing words have been blurted out, but the word mom hasn't been fully exported. Jean Nan's hand has been sticking out like lightning, grabbing one of his fingers accurately, and slamming it back mercilessly. Gotcha. There was a crisp sound that made my teeth sour. Ah! Gao Jijun broke out a howl like killing a pig, and the severe pain swept across his body in an instant. causing his legs to kick wildly, cold sweat gushing out like a waterfall, and the ground was soaked in an instant. Cooperate. Cooperate. It hurts. Let go. I said cooperate. He burst into tears, no longer caring about a trace of dignity, and begged for mercy. Jean Nan let go of the twisted finger, and turned his gaze to Zhou Jianjun, whose face was on the floor and who had witnessed the whole process. How about you? Zhou Jianjun was so scared that he blinked desperately, making a ho-ho sound in his throat, and tried to nod with all his strength, for fear that he would follow in Gao Jijun's footsteps. After a second of slowdown, Jean Nan nodded in satisfaction, and put out the cigarette he had just smoked without hesitation on Gao Jijun's intact forehead on the other side. Zeet. The smell of burnt flesh and paste permeated, accompanied by another suppressed cry of pain from Gao Jijun. Regardless of his reaction, Jean Nan's voice remained steady but with an unquestionable sense of oppression. I want 5 of you. Yang Lily, 25 years old, Zhao Siki, 18 years old, Wu Yaon, 26 years old, Sun Xiao, 29 years old, Zhou Yuhang, 19 years old. We got the exact information. These 5 people are here with you. I will give you a minute to recall whether people are there or not. As he said, he pulled out the tactical dagger from his waist with a swish, and the cold blade reflected a cold light in the light and pressed it on Gao Jijun's cheek. After a minute, I will time out for a second and give you a knife in the face. If you time out for 10 seconds, you are ready to lose your arms and legs. Start timing now. 1, 2, 3. Jean Nan's voice was like a death knell, and every number hit the hearts of Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun. The expressions of the two of them were terrified to the extreme. The threat of death caused their adrenaline to soar sharply. Their brains were running frantically at an unprecedented speed, desperately searching for the names Jean Nan said in the chaotic memories and lists. The names, 18, 19. When Jean Nan counted to the 20th second, Zhou Jianjun, who was the director of the personnel department and had handled the list of almost all personnel, finally grabbed the straw from his great fear and shouted hoarsely with all the air in his lungs, I know. I know them. I remember. Thunder Tiger lifted him from the ground like a chicken, dragged him in front of Jean Nan, and forced him to kneel down. And Jean Nan pressed the icy blade close to his trembling Adam's apple, without the slightest temperature in his voice. Where is it? Just right here. In this park. Zhou Jianjun swallowed saliva mixed with blood and fear, and replied with difficulty, What floor is it on? Specific location. Jean Nan asked, the blade exerting slight pressure. They should have gotten off work this time. They are all in the staff dormitory. On the 9th floor. The collective dormitory on the east side of the 9th floor. Zhou Jianjun didn't dare to hide the slightest, so he quickly stated his location. After getting the answer, Jean Nan neatly put away the dagger, without saying a word, grabbed Gao Jijun's neck like an animal, picked him up roughly, and dragged him out of the office. Thunder Tiger also grabbed Zhou Jianjun's neck and followed closely like a prisoner. We are going to blackmail the hostages to the 9th floor. It is expected that a fierce gunfight will be triggered. All groups pay attention and prepare. Jean Nan moved quickly while clearly and calmly conveying instructions to the microphone. The sniper team received it. The gun crew received it. The unmanned reconnaissance team received it. Monitoring the surrounding dynamics. Ma Dapan received it. A minute later, Jean Nan and Lei Hu, holding the almost naked and embarrassed Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun hostage, arrived at the entrance of the stairs on the 3rd floor. After quickly confirming the brief report from Ma Dafei on the safety of the stairs, the two immediately took the hostages and climbed up. Originally, everything was calm for the time being, and the park thugs on each floor didn't seem to be fully aware of the upheaval downstairs. However, just when they arrived at the corner of the stairs on the 5th floor, a woman's extremely sharp and heartbreaking screams came from the 3rd floor downstairs. It's dead. Help! There are dead people. A lot of blood. It was the 4 women who ran out of the office. They wanted to take the opportunity to escape from the morgue, but as soon as they went out, they ran into the bodies of guards who were silently dealt with by Jean Nan and the others in the corridor. Extreme fear instantly overwhelmed their nerves, and they let out an instinctive scream that resounded through the corridor. Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun, who were being held hostage, suddenly flashed with ecstasy at this moment, thinking that chaos was their chance to escape. Sure enough, the screams downstairs were like boulders thrown into a calm lake, instantly provoking Melaleuca waves. Dense and chaotic footsteps immediately came from the 4th floor and above, as well as the screams and curses of the thugs in the park. There is movement on the stairs. People are coming up and down. Madafe's rapid warning sounded in Jean Nan and Thunder Tiger's headsets almost simultaneously. The sound of footsteps upstairs and downstairs was like the drums of death. Jean Nan and Lei Hu instantly entered a state of battle, back to back. The muzzles of the rifles in their hands were steadily raised, pointing to the upper and lower stairs respectively. A few seconds later, the fire door at the entrance of the stairs on the 5th floor was slammed open, and two thugs armed with machetes rushed out first. Boom! Boom! Jean Nan reacted as fast as lightning. With two precise shots, the bullets pierced into their chests in an instant, and the two of them fell to the ground without a snort. At almost the same time, a guy with a pistol rushed up from the 4th floor downstairs. The Thunder Tiger didn't even look at it. He turned the muzzle and fired a short shot. The bullet hit his head accurately, and the opponent rolled down directly. "I'm on top." Thunder Tiger roared. He turned and took the initiative to step forward, pointing his muzzle upstairs, while moving quickly to shoot, opening up the way for the teammates behind him. Jean Nan immediately realized, quickly threw the rifle behind him, pulled out the pistol from his waist, held Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun with one hand, and followed the Thunder Tiger upward assault. Thunder Tiger played the role of an assailant to the fullest. Every time he rushed to the next floor, he took the lead to seize the entrance of the stairs and instantly cleaned up the park thugs who came in the corridor and tried to block them with precise and deadly shots, creating a short safety window for Jean Nan and the hostages behind him to ensure but it will not be beaten into a sieve in an instant. Chapter 63, Firefight. Someone broke in. Fuck it. Who is so bold? Get the guy. Go to the stairway. They are on the stairs. Block them. The movement became more and more noisy, like a snowball. When the two of them killed all the way to the 7th floor, the thugs in the entire building were alarmed, and the thugs on all floors took up arms one after another, like a hornet that had been stabbed in the nest, frantically rushed to the stairway. But these rabble-rousers are obviously not enough for a master of Thunder Tiger's level to plug his teeth. They often show their heads as soon as they show their heads, and they are instantly killed by precise bullets without even seeing their opponents. Clearly, the gold content of the top raiders of the Back Arrow Special Forces is fully demonstrated at this moment. However, the unique, loud and violent gunfire of the AK rifle exploded inexplicably after all of the sound of gunfire was like an alarm, completely breaking through the pseudo-tranquility of the night in the park. Inside and outside the walls of the park, all the patrolling militants, as well as the teams that originally patrolled in other parts of the park, were all attracted by the sudden fierce exchange of fire. Like sharks smelling of blood, a large number of armed personnel began to rush in from all directions towards the gate of the main building, come to life. In the direction of the main entrance, a large number of targets appeared. On the water tower about 1,100 meters in front of the KK Park, Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang had already exchanged their Barrett heavy sniper rifles that exuded the aura of death. Through the high magnification sight, he saw more than a dozen armed patrolling personnel approaching the gate of the park in a straggling line, approaching quickly without hesitation. He calmly calculated the wind speed and distance, and slowly pulled the trigger. Boom! Barrett let out a deafening roar, like the roar of death. 1.3 seconds later, the upper body of an armed man who was bending over and advancing seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and a cloud of blood instantly exploded. The 12.7mm caliber bullet penetrated with devastating kinetic energy, and directly tore and interrupted the thigh of another armed man who followed closely behind. Such a terrifying scene made the other armed personnel instantly frightened, screaming, and looking for bunkers one after another, no longer daring to take the lead easily. KK Park has been attacked by armed forces. Repeat. The KK Park was violently armed. Request support. Support is urgently needed. The opponent has heavy firepower. The remaining armed men hid behind the wall and behind the car, yelling frantically at the walkie-talkie in a panic. At this moment, Ma Dequan rushed out of the building, and the iconic MG-42 general-purpose machine gun in his hand let out a terrifying roar like tearing cloth. Hiss hiss. The dense rain of bullets, like a metal storm, instantly swept towards the armed men hiding behind the wall. The bunker they chose could block the sniper's field of vision in the direction of the water tower, but it was completely exposed to Mahdabi's side fire. In just a few seconds, the dozen armed men screamed and were beaten into a sieve and fell into a pool of blood. After killing these people, Madagio had no fear, and even moved forward a few steps, continuing to fire frantically at other militants who heard the sound in the distance. Ma Display plus MG-42 machine gun is almost equivalent to invincible existence in this level of conflict. The violent firepower is so suppressed that the opponent can't lift his head at all, and he will die as much as he comes. Even Lin Rui on the water tower couldn't help but be speechless when he saw this scene through the sight, and said good guy in secret. At the same time, he was constantly moving his muzzle, accurately clearing the blind spot of Ma Da's firepower and threatening targets trying to counterattack with a bazooka. Zhou Yuntang also kept shooting beside him, but after all, her training time was still short, and she was still unable to fully control the 1,100-meter ultra-long-range sniper. Most of the bullets fired deviated from the target and hit the open space or the wall. Splashes of dust. Damn it! There are more and more people. Hurry the fuck up. I can't stand it anymore. Ma Da sprayed bullets like splashing water, while yelling at the headset. As if in response to his cry, at the end of the street, 2 armed pickup trucks roared over, and the heavy machine gun welded to the roof of the car spewed out a half-meter-long tongue of fire, and dense large-caliber bullets smashed like hail at the location of Ma Da's spray. Dang 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 dang. Ma Dapan was suppressed instantly, beaten to the point of running around, jumping up and down. Bullets exploded countless craters on the walls and ground beside him, and gravel splattered. He could no longer maintain his shooting position, and looked for a sturdy bunker in embarrassment. Boom! There was a loud noise. One of the arrogant armed pickups instantly turned into a huge fireball, and the shock wave of the explosion threw parts and limbs into the air. It was Lin Rui's Barrett who was powerful again, blasting its fuel tank with a single shot. Water tower. There are snipers on the water tower. Everyone! Aim at the water tower and shoot. Suppress him. The positions of Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang were completely exposed. A large number of armed personnel turned their muzzles and fired futile long-range suppressive shots in the direction of the water tower. The bullets chirped on the cement tower, splashing countless debris. Lin Rui quickly fired 2 more shots under pressure, and after successfully putting the other pickup away, he immediately put away his sniper rifle. Transfer. He let out a low cry, pulled up Zhou Yuntang, and quickly evacuated down the ladder behind the water tower. Without Lin Rui's long-range precision sniper support, Ma Dabiai's pressure suddenly doubled. He was alone and difficult to support. Facing the fire-gathering attacks of hundreds of armed personnel, he could only retreat while fighting, relying on the intermittent roar of MG-42 to barely deal with it. In the process of retreating, he even unfortunately received 2 stray bullets. Fortunately, they all hit the heavy bulletproof flapper, causing his chest to be stuffy and grinning, but it was not a big deal. I'm fucking Nima. One after another, the bullets completely stimulated Ma Dabiai's fierceness. He roared and his adrenaline soared. Instead of retreating, he suddenly leaned out from behind the bunker and fired frantically at the crowd of militants rushing in from the blackness more than 100 meters away. The blazing metal storm overturned many enemies in an instant, knocking the opponent upside down, but the opponent's firepower was too fierce. After 7 or 8 seconds, the barrel of the MG-42 was also slightly red, and Ma Dabiai had to return to the interior of the main building of the KK Park with a curse. Without the powerful frontline firepower of Ma Daquan, the morale of hundreds of armed personnel in the park was boosted, and they quickly drilled out of the bunker behind the gate of the park and approached the gate of the KK Park again. But at this moment, tweet! A sharp, palpitating sound of breaking through the sky fell from the sky. A cannonball landed accurately on the path of the armed personnel in the park. Boom! The violent explosion instantly exploded 7 or 8 armed park personnel into the air, and their limbs and broken arms flew everywhere. Chapter 64 successfully rescued the hostages. Before the rest of the people could react from this sudden bombardment, a second shell followed. Boom! 5 or 6 more people fell in the fire, and their screams were mercilessly drowned out by the explosion's shelling. It's shelling! Spread out! Someone shouted hoarsely in the chaos. However, the third cannonball, like death's invitation, arrived as scheduled. Boom! The explosion took 7 or 8 lives again. With 3 consecutive precision artillery strikes, the people who were not killed were completely stunned. They hurriedly retreated and hid back outside the gate of the park, but at this moment, behind them, in the dilapidated house 200 meters away, where the assault group was lurking before the operation, 2 deadly tongues of fire suddenly spouted out. Dense bullets hit like pouring rain, hitting the stone wall where the armed personnel of the park were hiding, and the bullet holes were densely covered. Those armed personnel who thought they had found a safe bunker and were leaning against the wall to avoid the shelling were shot in the back in an instant. They were beaten and shook like an electric shock, and they fell down again all of a sudden. 20 or 30 people, the remaining 70 or 80 park armed personnel were frightened by the enemy. They almost instinctively turned their muzzles and poured bullets frantically at the broken house behind them, which was constantly spitting out tongues of fire, trying to suppress the attacker behind them. Just when their attention was completely attracted by the broken house, and they ignored the front and back, Jean Nan and Lei Hu finally took the hostages and rushed out of the main building with the 5 rescued targets. Rushed to the gate of the park as quickly as possible, but the park armed forces were unaware of these, and kept venting their firepower at the broken house. About 2 minutes or so, the park armed personnel behind the stone wall of the gate tilted their rifle magazine firepower towards the dilapidated house for 2 hours, and the violent shooting almost completely collapsed and razed the dilapidated house to the ground. The gunfire gradually stopped, the smoke filled, and many people breathed a sigh of relief, with expressions on their faces that they had escaped. An Shihong, the armed captain of the park, took a few breaths, cursing unclean in his mouth, and subconsciously poked out half of his head to see the situation in the KK park. However, as soon as his head poked out of the wall, there was a cold touch on his forehead. Touch. He raised his head in horror, and was greeted by a black hole in the muzzle, as well as the cold and ruthless eyes behind the muzzle. Don't move. All lay down their weapons. Hands up. Thunder Tiger and Ma De Quan suddenly came from behind the wall, and the muzzles of the rifles in their hands were firmly aimed at the armed personnel in the park who were standing in a row against the wall and had just stopped shooting, emitting a thunderous roar. Although there are only 3 people in Jean Nan, Lei Hu, and Ma Dafei at this moment, these park forces have already lost their fighting spirit by successive strikes. What they usually do is to oppress and abuse the piglets who are unable to resist. When have they ever experienced such a cold, efficient, and powerful exchange of fire, especially after witnessing and experiencing the horror of shelling, shooting in the back, and the death of their companions in pieces? Their hearts are full of the most primitive of the fear, including in Shihong, who was directly held against his forehead by Jean Nan with the muzzle of a rifle. He also completely lost his will to resist. His face was pale as paper, he tremblingly raised his hands, and his voice was crying for mercy. Forgive me. Good man, spare your life. Brother, be careful to get angry. It's easy to say anything, it's easy to discuss everything. Jean Nan snorted coldly, put down the muzzle of the gun, and slapped him with the butt of the gun with his backhand. Pop! With a crisp sound, and Shihong was beaten to the stars, but he didn't dare to complain at all. Roll over. All squat down with their heads in their arms. Jean Nan shouted sharply, hey. Yes. And Shihong was as obedient as a sheep, clutching his rapidly swollen cheeks, and squatting shivering against the wall with the frightened thugs under him, his weapons lost to the ground. Jean Nan then walked behind the wall and put the naked and colorless Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun, as well as the 4 little park leaders such as Wei Yehu, Zhou Shuahao, Tang Bibong, and Zhang Shenggu, who were also captured, and the 5 were successfully rescued. All the frightened hostages were brought out. At this moment, Imoja, who was in charge of monitoring from a distance, came from the headset with a hurried warning. A large army of border militia has come and has entered the town. You can get to your current location in almost 7 minutes. More than 300 people and more than 20 cars. Roger that. Jean Nan calmly responded first, then immediately asked, Lin Rui, Zhou Yuntang, how long will it take you to be in place? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang slightly gasping, but clear answers came from the headsets one after another. After receiving the reply, Jean Nan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he walked quickly to the group of armed park personnel squatting on the ground, glanced blankly at the group of trembling rabble, and asked in a cold voice, Are you a border militia in the Mayawati area, or is it the park's own armed team? Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to answer first, but many people's eyes subconsciously and secretly glanced at Shihong, who was squatting in front of the crowd, and then Shu, who was wearing a conspicuous white suit. Jean Nan's gaze was so sharp that he immediately captured these subtle sights, and his heart suddenly became clear. He looked directly at Shihong. What's your name? And Shihong's heart trembled. He pretended to be calm, and he lied without a flush on his face. My name is Chun Lin, how about you? Jean Nan's gaze locked on Dan Rui, who was wearing a white suit and extremely dazzling, like an eagle and a falcon. Then she was also in a hurry, and immediately made up, My name is Guosheng. After Jean Nan listened, he was silent for about 2 seconds. These 2 seconds, for Shihong and then Shu, seemed to be as long as a century. Suddenly, Jean Nan raised his pistol without warning, aimed at a seemingly young militant squatting on the other side, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! The gunshots rang out, and the bullet hit the young man's head accurately. He fell to the ground without even snorting, and was killed instantly. This extremely cold scene made all the squatting armed personnel tremble with fright, their faces were pale, and the air was filled with a smell of urine. Obviously, some people were incontinent on the spot. Ask again for the last time. Jean Nan's voice was like the cold Siberian wind, and he slowly moved the muzzle of the gun, which was still smoking, to another young militant. What are your names, you two? If you don't tell, or lie again, I will kill one by one until someone tells the truth. The young man who was pointed at by the muzzle collapsed in an instant, tears and snot gushing out together. He raised his trembling hand, pointed at Than Shuan and Shihong, and screamed, "Don't kill me! I said! He is the captain in Shihong of our park arm team. The one in white is Deputy Captain Than Shu. It's none of my business. Don't kill me." Chapter 65, Operation Mayawati is a success. Evacuate. The faces of An Shihong and Dan Rui instantly turned into pig liver color, cursing the traitor who was greedy for life and afraid of death and despair. They just wanted to open their mouths to try to make a final defense or say something for mercy, but Jean Nan had no patience to listen to any more nonsense. Pop. Jean Nan's big palms slapped densely on the faces of the two of them like raindrops, and the crisp slapping sound was particularly harsh in the silent night sky. He opened his bow left and right, and used all his strength to slap a dozen or so times in a row, until his palms felt slightly numb before stopping. The cheeks of An Shihong and Than Shu swelled high at a speed visible to the naked eye, the corners of their mouths burst, blood flowed, gold stars appeared in front of them, and their ears buzzed. Thunder Tiger, take special care of these two captains and tie them firmly. Jean Nan shook his hand and ordered coldly without saying a word. Thunder Tiger stepped forward and neatly untied the belts of An Shihong and Than Shu, used their belts to tie their wrists tightly behind them, and buckled them to death. Jean Nan saw Lei Hu tie up the two of them, and his eyes swept coldly over the black squatting park-armed personnel who had lost the will to resist, and his eyes motioned to Ma Dajiao next to him. Ma Dabi hesitated for 2 seconds, then took 3 steps back, picked up the daunting MG-42 general-purpose machine gun, and pointed the black muzzle at the 70 or 80 park-armed personnel squatting close to the wall. Armed personnel, hissing. MG-42's unique, high-speed tearing cloth-like terrifying gunfire sounded violently again, ruthlessly sweeping towards the prisoners who had given up resistance in front of them. What? No, forgive me. The snort of bullets into the flesh, the screams of despair, the cry for mercy, and the cry were instantly intertwined with the roar of the machine gun, playing a cold and cruel symphony of death. After 10 seconds, the gunfire stopped. In the place where people were squatting, only 70 or 80 corpses that were riddled with holes and shapeless were left. They were stacked in layers, and blood spread from under the corpses like a stream, dyeing the entire ground red. The ground was so strong that a disgusting bloody aura rose into the sky. Than Shuan and Shihong, as well as Gao Jijun, Zhou Jianjun, and others next to them, witnessed this hellish scene. Their faces were pale without a trace of blood, and their legs trembled violently like Siv Bran, almost unsteadily standing. They feel that they are already cruel people among cruel people, but at this moment, compared with the people in front of them, they feel that they are as pure and kind as angels. More than 70 lives have been lost. Without saying a word, he didn't listen to a plea for mercy, so he slaughtered them all without blinking. Not only the captives, but even the 5 hostages who had just been rescued were so frightened by this extremely violent and merciless scene that they couldn't stand still, and they barely avoided falling down by helping each other. Not even Thunder Tiger, who had experienced a lot of wind and waves, frowned slightly when he saw this scene, and said in a very low voice, "This is, kill them all? Okay." Jean Nan just let out a very light, almost inaudible response from his nasal cavity, and there was no change in expression on his face, as if what had just happened was just cleaning up some irrelevant garbage. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, over the corpses all over the ground, and cast on the dark road where the faint sound of engines came from a distance. A minute later, 2 beams of lights pierced through the darkness and approached quickly from the end of the street. A small car started, followed by a small bus that looked rather dilapidated but with a roaring engine, driving fast. It was Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang who successfully found the vehicle and came to meet them. After the two of them used automatic firepower to carry out a wave of strong cover shots in the broken house before, they quickly evacuated and captured the 2 vehicles according to the information provided by Maja. The car braked sharply and stopped steadily at the gate of the bloody park. Without hesitation, Jean Nan ordered all 5 rescued hostages to get into the car driven by Zhou Yuntang. Then, he and the other team members roughly stuffed Dan Rui and Shihong, Gao Jijun, Zhou Jianjun, as well as Wei Jihu, Zhou Shuahao, Tang Bibong, Zhang Shenggu, and other 4 park leaders into the small car driven by Lin Rui. In the bus, Jean Nan, Lei Hu, and Madafe also got into the small bus. After everyone got in the car, the engine roared again, and the two cars did not delay at all. They immediately turned their direction and rushed into the heavy night like an arrow from the string, quickly disappearing at the end of the intricate path, leaving only a mess behind, the corpse-strewn KK Park and the skyrocketing blood. Breath. 10 minutes later, it's 7:20 in the evening, Pun, Guishan Garden I in the resplendent and brightly lit spacious living room. Karen King Suzuki is having dinner with his family. The long dining table was full of exquisite dishes and fine wines. Today, it is rare for family members to reunite. Several of his wives and all his children gathered together and sat around the table. Of course, the dead Zaman was not there. The relationship between Suduchi's wives and the children of different houses is actually quite subtle, and the undercurrents are surging, but as long as the head of the family is present, the aunts and children of each house still maintain a happy scene of father's kindness and son's filial piety on the surface, just as a family of 17 people were pushing cups and changing lamps, talking and laughing at Yen. The dedicated phone placed on the exquisite rosewood telephone table not far away suddenly made a rapid and shrill ringing sound. Suduchi was holding a wine glass, and when he heard the untimely bell, he frowned slightly imperceptibly, and turned his head to look in the direction of the telephone table. Adjutant Ando, who had been standing by like a shadow, didn't need him to speak. He immediately walked quickly to the telephone table, picked up the handset and put it in his ear and said, "Hello? This is the General's mansion." On the other end of the phone, Tian, the commander of the border guard of the Miawati militia, immediately heard a panicked, even trembling voice, "Sir Ando, it's me, something happened to the park." Ando frowned, glanced sideways at Suduchi, who was chatting with his family, then turned his head and lowered his voice and said, "Speak slowly." A few minutes later, after listening to Tian's narration, Ando hung up the phone and walked to Suduchi's side, leaned down in the latter's ear and whispered softly, "Miawati Park was attacked by armed forces. More than 200 people died in the park, and the militia also died." 20. There was an imperceptible look of surprise in Suduchi's eyes. He stood up and said to his family with a smile on his face, "I have to go out in advance, you wait for me here." The wife and children nodded again and again, and Suduchi left the table with a smile on his face. P.S. The traffic is a bit sluggish. If you think it's good looking, you can go to the comment area and give a 5-star praise. Chapter 66 Zhou Yuntong's Revenge, Part 1. After Suduchi left, the men and women at the dining table seemed to have finished speaking, and they suddenly became silent, and the atmosphere gradually became weird. After walking out of the living room, Suduchi came to the terrace outside. He looked at the dark Miawati direction and asked in a deep voice, "What the hell is going on?" Ando behind him took a step forward, approached him and replied, "Through the surveillance video, 7 people on the other side, fully armed and well-equipped, like the special forces of some countries, they first used large-caliber sniper rifles with silencers to kill the sentries at the gate of the park and the gate of the KK Park, and then 3 armed with silencers killed the sentries at the gate of the park and the gate of the KK Park. Armed men with rifles rushed into the KK Park. Soon after rushing in, gunshots rang out inside. The park armed forces and nearby militia rushed over to check the situation as soon as possible. They were blocked by the opponent's snipers. Although the opponent had few people, he was experienced in combat and had a strong combat effectiveness. Suduchi interrupted him impatiently, "Don't talk about this, get to the point. What did they do in the end when they attacked the park?" "They took away the armed captain and deputy captain of the park, as well as the manager and personnel director of the park. Oh, by the way, they also took away 5 Chinese who were deceived into coming to Myanmar." Chinese. Suduchi keenly grasped the point. He muttered to himself and repeated the word, and he couldn't help but recall the man 6 months ago. He was also saving people, you say. Could it be that person who is here again? Suduchi put his hands behind his back and took a deep breath. Ando sounded the name all at once. "You mean Jean Nan?" 1 month after the kidnapping incident, they have found Jean Nan's information, but they have not found much, limited to his name, age, place of origin, and even his address. This man is very mysterious. After I spent so much money, I only know his name and the information on his ID card. I have always suspected that he is in active special forces in China. Suduchi paused and continued, "This time in the Miawati incident, I am even more sure of my guess. Last time he acted alone, and this time, he led the team." Speaking of this, he suddenly felt a chill, because he suddenly thought of a terrible thing. This time he was leading the team. What about next time? If it is true that the Chinese government is behind the support and command, then the problem is not generally serious, and it is not ruled out that it was a little thunderstorm before the thunderstrike. When Ando heard what he said, he also thought of this. He said with a slight panic, "If so, does it mean that we are being targeted by the Chinese government?" Su Duchi frowned bitterly. His own words not only panicked Ando, but also panicked himself. He is very clear about his strength. There is no problem with being king in Myanmar, but if he faces the huge empire to the north, the opponent only needs to stretch out his hand and push Min on Lai, and he can crush him to pieces. For example, the 4 major families in northern Myanmar. If you say no, it's gone. It's so fast that you won't even let you run. The business of wire fraud is terrible. Su Duchi's expression was solemn. The lessons of the 4 major families, coupled with the repeated attacks by suspected Chinese special forces, made him afraid that he would become the second of the 4 major families. But, although e-fraud is terrible, it is really profitable. It costs billions of yuan a year, and there is additional income from organ trading, which is not a little bit. The 8 armored battalions of Karen State are supported by the dividends paid by Yu Zhejiang every year. He is very hesitant now, whether to take it off or continue to do it. As a person around Su Duchi, Ando could see his entanglement. In this regard, he gave his own opinion: if we don't engage in wire fraud, we won't have a lot of income to maintain the army. If we can't maintain the army, we can only abolish it. If the army is abolished, those tigers and wolves around will definitely have idea. Continue to engage in wire fraud, although there may be a blow, but as long as our guns are hard enough, we have to weigh whoever wants to move. His words can be said to have reached Su Duchi's heart, and he immediately agreed with him. Yes, you are right. There is still a glimmer of life. If you don't do it, you will undoubtedly die. Su Duchi was not a hesitant person, and immediately issued an order: mobilize all the forces that can be mobilized to pursue them. Checkpoints must be erected on roads throughout Karen State, and all people passing by will be questioned. As long as they are suspicious, they will be detained, and those who resist will be killed immediately. At the same time, contact Yangon and Bogu. The military figures around Mayawati are all connected. Surround Mayawati all around, and catch them at any cost. Ando saluted and shouted, "Yes, General." Half an hour later, the mountainous area 10 kilometers away from the north side of Mayawati town, after a period of climbing over the mountains, Jean Nan and his party successfully returned to the camp with the target person and the hostages. As soon as they returned to the camp, Ma Dequan immediately took off his body armor. 3 bullet holes on the front and 2 on the back were clearly visible. Bullet holes, I got lucky and got 5 rounds. After Ma Dequan finished speaking, he put on his body armor again. The Thunder Tiger on the side picked up a bottle of mineral water and said before drinking it, "It's really a big deal." All 5 bullets hit the body armor. Jean Nan took off his equipment, took a sip of water, and then sat down against the trunk of the tree. "Let's take a break and eat something. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time." He looked at Zhao Siki, Yang Lily, and 5 other hostages. "You can eat whatever you want here, and I will take you back to your country after the rest." Hearing the words "return home," the 5 hostages all fell limp to the ground, holding their heads and sobbing. "Eat some canned fruit to replenish moisture. This beef is not delicious, it has a taste. Lin Rui and the others should eat and drink." Only Zhou Yuntang stared at Shi Hong, Gao Jijun, and others. The hatred and anger in his eyes seemed to be about to condense into substance. Jean Nan noticed her expression and said, "You can understand whatever you want. Let me help you." The caring person Ma Daijia put down the canned fruit and took out a tactical dagger. "No need." Zhou Yuntang drew out his dagger. "I'll do it myself." She walked towards Shi Hong step by step. Shi Hong and others were shaking all over, especially Shi Hong. Seeing Zhou Yuntang walking towards him, he knelt down spineless. Although his hands were tied, he still used his powerful waist to kowtow. Forgive me, auntie, I was wrong, I will pay you as much money as you want, let me go." He kept begging for mercy, still crying, trying to pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy as Zhou Yuntang walked up to him, grabbed his hair with his right hand and raised his head. She looked directly into Shi Hong's eyes and said blankly, "It seems you haven't forgotten what you did to me, please forgive me?" Chapter 67 Zhou Yuntang's Revenge, Part 2, I begged for mercy at the beginning. As the voice fell, Zhou Yuntang raised a knife in his hand and cut off his left ear. "What? And Shi Hong fell to the ground in pain, trying to cover his ears with his hands, but his hands were tied, rolling all over the floor in pain. Instructor Ma, help me control him. The injured in Shi Hong is like a wounded wild boar, she can't control it by herself, come on. Mada walked towards Shi Hong with a sneer in the corner of his mouth, put his knee on his chest, and pinched his neck with one hand. Zhou Yuntang also came under him at this moment, holding the dagger upright, and plunged it fiercely between his legs. Seeing this scene, Jin Nan, Lin Rui, Lei Hu, Shirlei, Emoja, and 3 male hostages, as well as Gao Jijun, all felt a chill in their lower bodies and subconsciously clamped their legs. It must hurt, what? Ah! And Chi's red face turned into the color of pig liver, and he let out a heartbreaking cry of pain. Madabi hurriedly covered his mouth, and at this moment, Zhou Yuntang stabbed him frantically in his lower body like crazy. His urine and blood mixed together and soaked his entire lower body. Shi Hong soon passed out in pain and fell into a coma, but Zhou Yuntang didn't just let him go. He slashed his heel with a dagger, stretched out his hand and fumbled. It seemed that she had caught something. She pulled it suddenly, and a bloody white tendon was pulled out by her. This should be a tendon, right? Woohoo! And Shi Hong woke up in pain all of a sudden, and his mouth, which wanted to shout, was covered by Ma Dequan's big hand, and he could only make a stern whine, shallow, shallow. His psychological defense line was completely defeated, not begging for mercy, but for death. Zhou Yuntang cut the heel of his other foot blankly, pulled out a tendon again, and then broke his hand tendon again, and pulled out the same. During the process, and Shi Hong fainted twice with pain, and woke up twice with pain. His whole body was numb, and it was not tears that came out of his eyes, but blood. Zhou Yuntang pushed away Ma Dazhou and stretched out his hands to Shi's red eyes. He only heard the slight tugging sound of crunch, and his 2 eyes were dug out by her alive. Shi Hong didn't scream, because his throat was dumb. He could only open his mouth to make a sound of and his torso lying on the grass was also twitching. When the people around saw this scene, none of them had a smile on their expressions, and all of them looked heavy. Even Jin Nan frowned when he saw it. It's too cruel. Zhou Yuntang raised his bloody hands and glanced at the eyeballs in his hands, threw them aside like garbage, and slowly turned his head to look at Gao Jijun and the others. With just one look in his eyes, Gao Jijun, Zhou Jianjun, Dan Rui, Wei Jihu, Zhou Shuahao, Tang Bibong, Zhang Shenggu, and other evil-doing fraudsters all sat on the ground with a look of fear. Their faces turned white like dead people who had been dead for several days. Rao! Spare your life! Forgive me! They begged for mercy in trembling voices. Zhou Yuntang looked at these people and suddenly thought of a fun game. She walked up to Gao Jijun and untied his rope quickly. Under the dazed and fearful gaze of the latter, she handed the dagger over and said, "You guys cut each other, you cut each other's lifeblood yourself, and I will let you go. Mutual. Cut each other." Gao Jijun's hands holding the dagger trembled violently, and the others shook their heads frantically. Zhou Yuntang took a step back, and the corners of his mouth raised a strange arc. "If you don't cut each other, then he." She stretched out her hand and pointed to Shi Hong on the ground. "That's what happens to you." They cut their ears, pierced their lower bodies, cut their hands in cramps, and dug their eyes. They were vividly aware of what had just happened. When they thought that these methods would be used on them, none of Gao Jijun and others did not tremble all over. "I'll count 3, and after the countdown is over, come one by one," Zhou Yuntang said with a cold smile, and immediately counted, 3, 2. "Don't count, I agree." Dan Rui's first psychological line of defense was broken, and then Zhou Jianjun and others also cried one after another, "You come first." Zhou Yuntang pointed to Dan Rui, then to Gao Jijun, "Cut him first." Dan Rui walked up to Gao Jijun and took the dagger in his hand. Gao Jijun raised his head in despair and closed his eyes. The former first grabbed his lower body and dragged it forward, then closed his eyes and put the knife down. When he felt the cold coming from his lower body, Gao Jijun was trembling all over, and shed rows of tears. "Brother, hold back." Then Shu put his head aside and gritted his teeth vigorously. What? Gao Jijun let out a scream, his brain went blank for an instant, he couldn't stand still in pain, and he fell directly accompanied by his screams. Dan Rui had an extra piece of meat in his hand. He didn't dare to look at the meat in his hand. After cutting it off, he quickly threw it away. Zhou Yuntang nodded in satisfaction, turned to look at Zhou Jianjun. "You cut him." She pointed to then should. Dan Rui's ruthlessness also came up. When he heard that the next one was to cut himself, he took the initiative to take off his pants, raised his head and closed his eyes and shouted, "Come on, hurry up, give Lao Tzu some pleasure." Zhou Jianjun stared anxiously, walked over and took the dagger from Dan Rui's hand, grabbed his lower body with one hand, and held the knife in the other hand downwards, silently. He also had an extra piece of meat in his hand. Dan Rui almost fainted in pain, but under the action of adrenaline, he held on in a daze. That is, he did not shout, nor did he stand unsteadily like Gao Jijun. Dan Rui's strength set a good example for everyone. Zhou Jianjun took the initiative to hand the knife to the beater Wei Yehu. Come on, cut, hurry up, cut early and finish early. He was saying in his heart, hurry up and cut it, you can leave after cutting it, and you can go to the hospital and pick it up after you leave. Wei Yehu walked up to him crying and took the dagger, learning from his movements just now, but he didn't know if it was because of nervousness. He didn't cut it with a single knife, only half of it was cut. Zhou Jianjun wailed in pain on the spot, covering his lower body and rolling all over the floor. Wei Yehu looked at Zhou Yuntang helplessly, as if to ask if this was okay again. But Zhou Yuntang shook his head firmly. It doesn't count if it's not cut off. Wei Xiaohu couldn't help it, so he walked to Zhou Jianjun, who was rolling all over the floor, to stabilize him. Brother Zhou, don't move, it's over after cutting. Zhou Jianjun bit his arm tightly and made a whining sound. When Wei Jihu saw this, he immediately leaned to his lower body, put the knife into the wound, and slammed hard. This time it was finally cut off. Zhou Jianjun shed tears of excitement, his face relieved. Next, the thug Zhouhuahao cut Wei Kaiyu, Tang Bibong cut Zhouhuahao after cutting, and finally Zhang Shenggo cut Tang Bibong. When he cut Tang Bibong, Gao Jijun had already slowed down, and he was left to cut Zhang Shengyu. In less than 10 minutes, there were 8 fewer men and 8 more eunuchs for all mankind. Chapter 68. Withdraw from Karen State and break through the levels one after another. We can go now. Gao Jijun looked at Zhou Yuntang with a pale face and asked. He covered his bleeding lower body with one hand and his cut lower body with the other. It's not just him, except for in Shihong, the other 6 people also have their nakedness in their hands. This time, they all wanted to go to the hospital to pick them up. Zhou Yuntang pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Gao Jijun quickly. I lied to you. Booey. 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 A series of muffled noises sounded, and Gao Jijun, Zhou Jianjun, Dan Rui, Wei Yehu, Zhouhuahao, Tang Bibong, and Zhang Shenggu fell one after another, either shot in the heart or in the head. After killing these people, she walked to Shihong with a pistol and emptied the remaining magazines directly. Zhou Yuntang looked deeply at Shihong's tragic corpse, his eyes unconsciously shed a line of clear tears, both the excitement of revenge and the grievances he had experienced in the past. If it weren't for these people, she would be a more cheerful and lively girl than anyone else. The camp fell into a dead silence. Jin Nan, Ma Dafei, Lin Rui, Lei Hu, Shirlei, Emoja, and the 5 hostages looked at each other and were speechless. Ahem. Jin Nan pretended to cough twice to break the atmosphere. Eat quickly, pack up and go down the mountain after eating. Everyone continued to eat and drink, as if what had just happened hadn't happened. After half an hour, everyone was full of food and drink, and began to organize their equipment. They put away tents, drones, computers, etc., sorted out their equipment, and went down the mountain. Going down the mountain is faster than going up the mountain. I went down the mountain in 20 minutes and got on the cars and minibuses that were snatched from the park. The vehicle started and drove along the highway in the northwest direction. Jin Nan was going to Papan first, and then all the way north from Papan, to send the 5 hostages to the China-Myanmar border crossing, let them go back to the country, and then the 7-person team turned around and went to Yangon, so that they didn't have to take 5. Cumbersome action. The plan is perfect, but there are also many changes. After driving on the highway for about 5 kilometers, I saw 2 armed pickups parked on both sides of the opposite lane, and there were 2 tire thorns. In the middle of the road, Jin Nan's team is in the front of the car and the minibus is in the back. Zhou Yuntang drove the car, Lei Hu sat in the co-pilot, Jin Nan and Madajia sat in the back seat, Lin Rui was driving the minibus, Shirlei and Emoja sat in the back with the hostages. Zhou Yuntang saw the car in front of him through the high beam, and subconsciously stepped on the brake. Jin Nan felt the speed slow down and said calmly, wait until they stop in front of them. While speaking, Jin Nan, Lei Hu, and Madaquan all tacitly took out their pistols from their holsters around their waists, holding them in both hands. Their muzzles sank slightly, and they entered a state of war. In less than a minute, the car stopped steadily in front of the checkpoint. 2 Karen State border guards came from the left and right, with their rifles in their hands, looking vigilantly at the car windows with dark reflective film. It's a pity that the flashlight beam reflects a vague halo on the glass, and it's impossible to get a glimpse of the car. While the 2 soldiers were observing the situation in the car, the people in the car were calmly evaluating the external situation. 3 from the left and 6 from the right, leave it to me on the left. Jean Nan held the gun in one hand and touched the window control button with the tip of his other finger. "Give it to me on the third from the right." Thunder Tiger responded immediately, acting in the same way. Joe hesitated slightly. "Why don't you go up to the fourth on the right, and I will go down to the second on the right? I am not very good at pistols." Thunder Tiger was startled for a short time, then nodded. "Okay. Action." Jean Nan's order was brief and decisive. A slight motor sound sounded, and the windows of the co-pilot and the rear seat on both sides of the car lowered almost at the same time. The soldiers who were approaching outside the car to see more carefully obviously did not expect this change, and there was a momentary delay in their movements. At this moment, the muzzles of the three black holes, like poisonous snakes, quietly poked out of the gap in the car window. Puff. 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 The silencer-equipped pistol made a unique and dull sound. The sound was well concealed by the idling of the engine and the wind at night, and the muzzle flame flashed only faintly in the dark. Fleeting, between the electric light and flint, the foreheads or chests of the soldiers approaching on the left and right sides of the car instantly bloomed with blood, and they fell backwards before they could snort, followed by the driver and machine gunner in the pickup, as well as the soldiers on duty next to the checkpoint. Jean Nan's aiming and firing rhythm were horribly stable, almost maintaining a strike in 0.6 of a second. Thunder Tiger's speed is faster, close to 0.5 seconds. Ma displayed. "Well, the rules are the rules." In just 2 seconds, all 8 Karen State border guards had fallen into a pool of blood, leaving only the idling sound of the vehicle engine and the smell of blood that quickly filled the air. "Friends in the car in front of you, you are very handsome." Emoja's voice came through the headset, with the usual ridicule. "It's like watching a movie. Handsome, 3 handsome guys." Lin Rue also echoed in the channel. "Change you in front of Baba." Jean Nan threatened, opened the car door and got out of the car, took the microphone and said, "Come down, 2 people, pump some oil and add it." Thunder Tiger and Madabia got out of the car at the same time, took out PVC hoses and a few mineral water bottles from the trunk and pumped oil next to the fuel tanks of the 2 armed pickups. This PVC hose was originally used for distillation when there was no clean water source to survive in the wild, but it has never been used. But now it comes in handy. While Thunder Tiger and Madapai were refueling, Jean Nan used his pistol to replenish the fallen Karen soldiers one by one to prevent a certain tenacious guy from taking his last breath. To inform the news. 5 minutes passed, and then the fuel tank of the armed pickup truck was drained, and the cars and minibuses were added. After removing the puncture, the convoy continued to set off along the kilometer. After driving for about 15 kilometers, 2 armed pickups and 8 Karen State border guards appeared again in front of the standard temporary checkpoint. Zhou Yuntang glanced sideways at the rear endoscope, and his gaze fell on Jean Nan. "You drive yours." After Jean Nan finished speaking, he gave Thunder Tiger a look. Without saying a word, the 2 of them picked up their M4 carbines on the seat at the same time, opened the car window completely, leaned out half of their bodies, and raised their guns to aim at the Karen State border guards at the checkpoint in front of them. "Soldiers." The car was still 200 meters away from the checkpoint, but Jean Nan did not hesitate to pull the trigger and fired accurately 4 times in a row. Puff. 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 The hot shell casings flew out of the cover, mounted on the body and made a ding-ding sound, and the metal bullets whizzed away one by 1.200 meters ahead. Standing in different positions, the completely unsuspecting Karen State border guard soldiers fell down 4 at once. Thunder Tiger also fired 1 second after Jean Nan opened fire. It was also 4 quick shots, killing 4 border guards. Soldiers. Chapter 69, International Red Notice Criminal, Myanmar Telecom Fraud King Shi Zhejiang. The car stopped steadily in front of the checkpoint. Jean Nan and Lei Hu pushed the door and got out of the car. The former replenished their guns one by one on the soldiers on the ground to ensure that there were no live mouths, and the latter moved away from the puncture and cleared the road. In just 10 seconds, the 2 of them did what they had to do, then quickly got in the car, and the convoy continued to set off along the road. On the road this time, the Karen State border guards never appeared on the highway again. An hour after Jean Nan's convoy left the second checkpoint, a patrol team from the Mayawati militia came to the scene of the incident. Seeing that the checkpoint was attacked, the patrol team immediately reported to the command. Tian, the border commander of the militia, brought a large force as soon as he received the news. He brought hundreds of people to the second checkpoint that was attacked with great fanfare. Soon after, he found that the checkpoint on the 15-kilometer highway in the southeast direction was also attacked. Going through the southeast direction is the mountainous area near Mayawati town. Tyan realized that after the unknown armed forces attacked the park, they did not immediately withdraw from Mayawati. Instead, they went up the mountain first and then down the mountain to the northwest, because if they withdraw immediately after the attack on the park, the border guards have not yet set up a guard on the highway. However, even though he knew that the enemy was heading northwest, he did not let people chase in the northwest direction, but went the other way and took people up the mountain that he knew he couldn't catch up, and he thought the smartest thing to do was to find something in the mountains. Otherwise he couldn't get anything to explain to Guishan Garden. He also did not report the attack on the 2 checkpoints to Guishan Garden, intending to search the mountain before reporting it. Hundreds of militia searched in the mountains for 2 hours, and at 12 o'clock in the evening, they finally found the bodies of Nchihong, Gao Jijun, and others on a mountain peak. My goodness. When Tyan came to the scene and saw these naked and mutilated corpses on the ground, his whole body was numb, and the militia on the scene also felt the cold below. Cover it, it's disgusting. Tyan raised his hand in disgust to greet him, turned to his adjutant and said, "Contact Chief Ando right away." Yes. Guishan Garden, the banquet in the living room had already broken up unhappily, and Ando was alone at the telephone table, waiting for the call. Toot toot. The phone rang. Ando quickly picked up the microphone and put it in his ear to answer. How is the situation? Sir, we found Nchihong in the mountains on the east side of Mayawati. The corpses of some people from Gao Jijun were all from the park. They died tragically. And Nchihong's eyes and ears were gone, his hands and feet were broken, and the others were the ones. They were all cut off, and they were still holding them in their hands. Tyan's voice came from the phone. Ando subconsciously clamped his thighs, frowned and said, "You mean, the gangsters killed them all? Are they all from the park?" Yes. Tyan replied in the affirmative. Ando was silent for a few seconds, pondering. The gangster didn't find it, did he? 2 armed checkpoints were attacked, and 16 died. They fled to the northwest. I have ordered someone to chase them. Ando gritted his back teeth. Don't let them run away, you must leave them behind. Yes, sir. Ong Duo fell off the microphone and hung up the phone, tidying up his collar while walking to the terrace outside. Suduchi has been sitting on the terrace for more than 2 hours. Listening to the footsteps behind him, he turned his back to the ladder and asked in a deep voice, "Is there any news?" There is news. Tyan found some corpses in the nearby mountains. They were all park personnel taken by the gangsters. According to Tyan's description, they were abused and killed. We may be able to find out the identity of the gangsters through these abused park personnel, because they are absolutely impossible to kill them for no reason. Ando's logic is very clear, but it is not what Suduchi wants to hear. He doesn't care about the identity of the gangster now, but about it. Did you find them? Ando lowered his head humbly. Not yet. Tyan said that several checkpoints have been attacked, presumably heading northwest. Suduchi's expression was gloomy and could drip out of the water. He sat here for more than 3 hours, waiting for the news, a group of rice buckets. Suduchi gritted his teeth and felt a great sense of frustration in his heart. He knew that there was a high probability that he would not be able to catch anyone again this time, because it had been almost 4 hours since the park was attacked, and people probably didn't know where to go at this time. He also saw that the surrounding military forces were talking about cooperation, but in fact they did not contribute at all, otherwise they would really block it with all their strength. Even the group of people would not be able to escape from Karen State by helicopter or rice bucket. My own people and the surrounding military are all rice buckets. None of the people who eat dry rice are of great use. Thousands of people, just a few people can't be caught. At this moment, he couldn't wait to shoot everyone except himself. Naypyidaw, the capital of Myanmar, Kempinski Hotel, in the presidential suite number 1888, the living room is full of smoke, and the coffee table in front of the sofa is littered with some unknown crystals and needles. On the sofa, several women are lying on a man. Their eyes are blurred and they are not satisfied. With a supplication, they said, "Give me some more ice, give me a little more." Something like that. Shi Jiang picked up a cigar and took a big sip of smoke, spit it on the women's faces and smiled. "I still want ice, okay." He leaned down and grabbed a needle tube from the coffee table. When the women saw the needle tube, they were like seeing a lifeline. Their eager eyes followed the movement of the needle tube, and their mouths opened slightly. "If you want to get an injection, kneel down and call the master." Shi Jijiang lifted the needle tube, like a dog trainer lifting a bone, and the women were as obedient as slaves, obediently and quickly retreated from the sofa, kneeling at the feet of Shi Jijiang and shouting at the master over and over again. One woman even stretched out her tongue to lick his instep, just to get him happy, so as to get the antidote in his hand, but Shi Jijiang didn't give it to them easily. He threw the needle tube not far away. Whoever gets it will be whoever gets it. The women flocked, fighting desperately for each other. Seeing this scene, Shi Jijiang let out a contemptuous laugh. How can there be a disobedient woman? As long as she teaches well, she is a good bitch. When he was proud of his training skills, the satellite phone on the table rang in vain. Hearing the sound of the phone, he changed his cigar in one hand, and picked up the satellite phone that resembled a big brother in the other hand, put it in his ear and said, "Hello?" He took a sip of authentic Brazilian smoke and slowly exhaled. "This is Tyan." "The call is from Tyan." Shi Jijiang raised her wrist and looked at the time. Her intuition told him that it was definitely not a good thing to call at this time. He was polite in tone and responded with a side tap. It turned out to be Chief Tyan. "It's so late. Hasn't the chief slept yet?" Chapter 70. Shi Jijiang wants to run away. Sleep? Tyan hummed softly. "You shouldn't know what happened to Mayawati yet." "Yes, you really shouldn't know, because all your subordinates are dead." "Are they all dead?" Shi Jijiang frowned into the word Chuan. "What do you mean by that?" 4 hours ago, the KK park was attacked. Cao Jijun and Chi Hong were all dead, and do you know how they died? He was caught on the mountain and tortured to death. His lower body was cut off. And Chi Hong was even worse, his eyes were dug out, and his hands and feet were torn off. Hearing this, Shi Jijiang fidgeted for an instant. He stood up with his phone and cigar, and asked for further verification. "Did you really not lie to me? There are so many people with guns in the park, how could this happen?" He couldn't believe this was true. After all, there were 300 or 400 armed forces in Mayawati Park, and KK Park also had its own armed forces. Unless the other party dispatched an army, it was almost the same. "Did I call you in the middle of the night to lie to you?" Tyan said immediately, "Believe it or not, if you hadn't helped me before and got me the current position, I wouldn't bother to call you." Hey. Shi Jijiang quickly explained, "It's not that I don't believe you. It's really outrageous, but since you said that, I definitely believe it." "Has anyone been caught now?" He asked. "If I didn't catch it, I just called you if I didn't catch it. I can see that the other side is here to retaliate, otherwise it won't be so cruel. I advise you to leave Myanmar early." Tyan made this call to let Shi Jijiang run away, and after Zaman died, the latter recommended his favor to Su Duchi. Shi Jijiang rubbed her temples with the phone, unable to react for a while. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is the matter really that serious? Where's the general? What does the general mean? I give him so much money every year, he won't sit idly by, and how many people are attacking the park, and what are their origins? He asked a lot of questions at once, and Tyan's answer was also very simple. "General? Do you think the general is still the original general? He was tied up by a family of old and young people half a year ago. Do you think he made a sound?" Shi Jijiang sighed heavily. Su Duchi was indeed getting old and getting more and more useless. They were given so much money, but they couldn't get the guarantee corresponding to the price. A park was just destroyed. I don't know what the other party is from. Anyway, it's very powerful and there are not many people, but each of them is a master. A few people have killed hundreds of people, so I told you to go quickly. If they really come to retaliate, you will definitely be on the list." Tyan continued to say on the phone, "Okay, I see." Shi Jijiang didn't ask much, so she hung up the phone. He threw the phone on the sofa irritably, and the cigar in his hand was in no mood to smoke. He threw it away casually, pacing back and forth with his hands crossed, thinking about whether to go or stay. "Let's go. I just came back from Malaysia a few days ago. Besides, I am the king of e-fraud in Myanmar and the king of 10 billion grey products. If I am scared away by several armed gangs of unknown origin, what do the people under me think of themselves? Will it be as old as you look at Su Duchi by yourself? But if you stay, what Tyan said is not unreasonable. This group of people can destroy the KK park. It is already obvious whether they are powerful or not. Maybe there is a way to find themselves. They are in the dark, they are in the bright, and they don't know anything about them. If they are not careful, they will be shot in the back. After thinking for a while, Shi Zhejiang took out her personal phone to send a message to her subordinates and asked them all to come in 10 seconds. The door of the room was pushed open, and the men who had been waiting outside the door poured in one after another. These men of his had a variety of European faces, a total of 11 people, wearing standard camouflage combat uniforms, holding all kinds of weapons. In fact, after he learned about the kidnapping of Su Duqi's family 6 months ago, he went to Europe to recruit veterans in order to protect himself from being targeted by powerful armed personnel, and all of them retired from the special forces. The leader of a tall and sturdy figure with an old scar on his left eyebrow is the captain of the armed team, composed of retired Special Forces soldiers, named Andrei Vasilyevic, 42 years old, Russian. He has participated in several anti-terrorism sieges in the Caucasus. After retiring from the military, he had a 2-year experience in protecting key personnel in Iraq. Because he did not want to participate in the Russian-Ukrainian war, he avoided conscription and fled to Europe to live for a period of time. He joined Shi Zhejiang's special bodyguard team 6 months ago and became the captain. The other 10 people also have their origins. Markel, an assault fighter and melee fighting expert, is a 38-year-old Serb. He originally served in the 72nd Special Brigade. He subdued 3 knife-wielding attackers with his bare hands during an escort mission. Proficient in a variety of martial arts, fire support. Han Novic, a Bulgarian, 40 years old, former Special Forces machine gunner, once operated an onboard machine gun to effectively suppress the opponent's firepower when a convoy was ambushed, killing more than a dozen terrorists and buying time for evacuation. Scout Yaroslav, Czech, 36 years old, former scout of the 601st Special Forces. Precision shooter/sniper Oleg, Ukrainian, 37 years old, former Ukrainian Marine Corps sniper, with an effective warning range of about 800 meters, has provided successful long-range warning and several deterrent shots during his work for PMC in Afghanistan. He has never missed it, but he has never had an ultra-long-range or legendary sniper kill. Record. Eodi Nicola, a Romanian, 35 years old, former engineer/EOD expert, medical. Han Thomas, a German, 39 years old, a former medical soldier of the Federal Wehrmacht, has experience in field surgery. A drone operator. Pavel, Polish, 35 years old, former communications soldier of the Special Warfare Brigade of the Polish Army. The driver. Vitaly, a Belarusian, 41 years old, is a former armored vehicle driver. Auxiliary sniper/observer. Alexei, a native of Latvia, Russian descent, 36 years old, former National Special Operations Battalion observer. Master of disguise /deputy captain. Stefan, Croatian, 38 years old, former second lieutenant officer of the Croatian Army, proficient in makeup, camouflage, and multi-language. Andrei, I'm in big trouble now. Shi Zhejiang sat on the sofa, cocked Erlang's legs naturally. Andrei looked at him blankly and replied, "You raised us for half a year, but we didn't do anything for you. Don't worry, we will solve all the troubles of the boss." Shi Zhejiang raised her hand, "I don't need you to solve the trouble." He looked at Vice Captain Stefan, "You can book me the earliest ticket to Malaysia, Thailand, India, as long as it's not China or Myanmar. The sooner the better." He has already thought about it. Run, life is more important than face. Stefan nodded softly, expressing his understanding. "Your task is very simple, to ensure the safe landing of my plane." Shi Zhejiang looked at Andrei and the others and said, Chapter 71 successfully sent the hostages back to the country, changed the plan, and killed Shi Zhejiang first. There was a commotion among Andrei and others, and some people laughed. They were quite nervous just now, thinking there was some big action, but they just escorted the boss to the plane safely and got off the plane safely. That's it, I see, I will make the boss get off the plane happily. Andrei was still expressionless, but the contempt in his eyes was indeed undisguised. Shi Zhejiang didn't say much, raised her hand and asked them to go down and prepare. Soon, Andrei left the room with his subordinates and went to plan a safe route, check safety along the way, and buy plane tickets. The sky is not beautiful. When Vice Captain Tesfan bought a plane ticket, he found that due to heavy rainfall and other weather reasons, the earliest flight was to Yunnan, China at 7 o'clock in the morning, while the earliest flight to other countries was to Bangkok, Thailand at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Shi Zhejiang explained that she couldn't fly to China, so she bought a first-class ticket to Bangkok, Thailand, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Shi Zhejiang didn't care about this either. The big deal was that she would stay in the hotel until tomorrow afternoon, and she didn't believe that those people dared to go to the hotel to engage in themselves. He also called Yubo and Yangon and told him about the attack on the KK Park, telling them to be careful recently and pay attention to their own safety. 9 o'clock in the morning the next day, Wanning Port. Wanning Port is located in the southern part of Jingpa Autonomous Prefecture, Dahongdai Nationality, Yunnan Province, China. Across the river from Jiao Valley City, Myanmar. It is a first-class port in China. Its Dai language means the place where the sun is at the top. At a distance of 200 meters from the towering and atmospheric arched country gate of Myanmar, a car and a minibus pulled over from the middle of the asphalt driveway and stopped steadily. Jean Nan took off his tactical helmet and poked out half of his head to pick up a single-pass telescope to observe the country. It can be clearly seen that there are a total of 30 border inspectors on the Myanmar side, of which 10 are armed. About 50 meters behind, there are 2 armored vehicles. The situation inside the car is unclear. There are 13 Burmese soldiers outside the car. There are 20 people that border inspectors on the Chinese side can see here, as well as 3 special police anti-terrorism armored vehicles and 15 special police officers. Let them go directly? Thunder Tiger looked at Jean Nan and asked. Jean Nan retracted his head, closed the car window, and said with a slight hesitation, "I am afraid that I will let people go and be detained by the Burmese side." After speaking, he turned his words around, "Now I can only let them go." He put on his helmet and said to his headset, "Lin Rui, you let the 5 of them get out of the car and tell them not to be nervous. Walk to the inspection checkpoint like a normal person. When the Burmese army comes to inspect, they rush directly to the country. Remember, while rushing, shouting that I am a deceived Chinese, and take off as much clothes as possible to prevent accidental injuries to the special police. In addition, I will remind them repeatedly that they ran out by themselves." Roger that. Soon, the door of the minibus opened, and Yang Lili, Zhao Siki, Wu Yang, Sun Chao, Zhou Yuhang, and other 3 men and 2 women got out of the car. According to Lin Rui's instructions, they pretended to be ordinary returning tourists and walked in groups of 2 or 3, walking towards the country without delay. 200 meters away, not far or near, Yang Lili and the 5 of them quickly walked to the inspection checkpoint on the side of the Myanmar National Gate, which was only 30 meters away from the National Gate. "I am Chinese, I am a deceived Chinese." Just when the Burmese soldiers were about to inspect Yang Lili and the others, Zhou Yuhang, who was in the lead, suddenly yelled and pushed away the 2 Burmese border inspectors in front of him, rushing towards the country with all the strength of breastfeeding, and at the same time did not forget to take off his clothes, although he didn't know why he wanted to undress. Yang Lili and 4 others followed suit, shouting that I was a deceived Chinese while undressing at the card. The Burmese border inspectors were a little confused, and they didn't react until about 2 or 3 seconds later. When they reacted, Zhao Siki, the last of the 5, ran out 10 meters away. The Burmese border inspectors were shocked and angry, and shouted as they chased, "Stop, stop, you are not allowed to rush through." The surrounding armed border guards also raised their muzzles, and the Burmese soldiers next to the armored vehicle 50 meters behind also rushed towards the sound, "Don't shoot, don't shoot." At this critical time, the special police guarding both sides of the Chinese border raised their hands and shouted at Myanmar's border inspection. Seeing this, Jean Nan and his party didn't continue to watch. The 2 cars turned around and drove away, because they all knew that Yang Lili and the other 5 were safe, so they didn't have to worry about it. The next step is to kill Yangon and complete the second half of the task. The captain has a situation. "I just found out that Shi Jijiang bought a ticket from Naypyidaw to Bangkok with a fake passport at 5 p.m. When the convoy drove 50 kilometers to the south, Maja's voice came from everyone's headsets. Zhou Yuntang was a little excited. "You can't let him run away." In her opinion, everything about herself was caused by Shi Jijiang, and he was the first person to insult her. "Anyone can let it go, but he can't." Jean Nan raised his wrist to look at the time, and asked calmly in the channel, "How far is our current location from Naypyidaw?" "It's 460 kilometers in a straight line and 550 kilometers by road. If there is no traffic jam, it can be calculated at 100 to 120 kilometers per hour." Maja replied. Jean Nan hardly hesitated. "The whole team pays attention, change the plan, and kill Shi Jijiang first." Roger that. Everyone responded in unison. On the way to Naypyidaw, Jean Nan sat in the car and used an encrypted channel to discuss the plan with everyone. Knowing that Shi Jijiang's location was at the Kempinski Hotel, Thunder Tiger proposed to storm the hotel by force. However, this proposal was rejected by Jean Nan on the grounds that the current information only knows that Shi Jijiang is at the Kempinski Hotel, but she does not know which room he is on that floor. This requires looking for it. If you look for it, you will inevitably scare the snake. Shi Jijiang is indisputably an old fritter, and she must be there. The hotel is full of people of their own. Once the grass scares the snake, the result can be imagined. There must be a large number of armed personnel swarming. Now, it's not that I'm not afraid of the large number of people on the other side. The main thing is that the Kempinski Hotel is located in the heart of Naypyidaw. Once the fighting here lasts for more than 5 minutes, you basically can't run away. This can be proved by Ma Daquan. Last time he arrested people in Naypyidaw, he couldn't leave a minute late. Naypyidaw is the base camp of the Min Aung Hlaing military government. There are a lot of military police. If you slow down, you will be blocked by a large number of military police. Inside last time, it was just arresting people. There was a gunfight, but it was just a small fight, and there were few people. There were only 2. The military did not deploy. Now there are 7, and there are hundreds of opponents. When the army doesn't want to come, it can't do it, therefore, it is unrealistic to storm the hotel by force. This still does not consider whether the hotel has a back door or not. If there is a back door, Shi Zhejiang will run away directly from the back door if she scares the snake a little bit. As soon as he ran, not only did the task fail, but he also had to get cold. There is no comparison between risks and benefits. After Thunder Tiger's suggestion was rejected, Lin Rui also made a suggestion. He suggested setting up a sniper on the only way to the airport and killing it at a super long range. Chapter 72 Shi Zhejiang's caution. His suggestion sounds reliable, with a high success rate and low risk. He can withdraw as soon as he finishes the fight, but Maja took a look at the satellite map of Yangon and found that ultra-long-range sniping was unrealistic. Although Yangon is a large city, there are few high-rise buildings, and the location of these buildings is in a big blind spot with the road to the airport, which is not suitable for sniping. In addition, there are 3 roads from Yangon to the airport. If it is impossible to determine which way Shi Zhejiang will go, there is only a 1/3 probability to guard his car, but then again, even if the luck is bursting, there is no high point and it is not suitable for sniper shooting. The blind spot of the low-rise building is too large, and there may only be 1 shot. The opportunity, the second shot, the opponent drove to the blind spot position. The car of a character like Shi Zhejiang must be a military-grade bulletproof explosion-proof vehicle, and the standard for military-grade bulletproof vehicles is to be able to withstand 14.7 mm armor-piercing bullets. If you want to kill him, you need to use a Barrett sniper rifle to fire 2 consecutive shots in the shortest possible time, and 2 shots all have to be hit at one point. The difficulty is very high. Even Jin Nan dare not pat his chest to ensure that he hits every shot, because the recoil of the Barrett sniper rifle is very large, unlike a small caliber high-precision sniper rifle, which can shoot continuously in a stable state. Barrett takes 2 seconds to readjust the muzzle as soon as he takes a shot. In these 2 seconds, the opponent is enough to escape the sniper rifle. The best angle of fire enters the blind spot. Or take other defensive measures. Shirley proposed to use RPGs to launch armor-piercing rockets without sniper rifles, arguing that even the top military-grade bulletproof vehicles could not resist the armor-piercing fire of rockets. There is nothing wrong with what he said. Jin Nan admitted that using RPGs can cause fatal damage, but considering that there is only a 1/3 probability of reaching the car, he still vetoed it. Can you plant a bomb? Bombs were planted on all 3 roads. Zhou Yuntang listened to everyone discuss the plan and couldn't help but put forward his own proposal. Jin Nan shook his head. Time is running out. We don't have enough time to bury the bomb. It will be 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the earliest in Naypyidaw. Shi Zhejiang will probably go to the airport an hour or half an hour in advance. The 7-person team only has 1 hour to operate. The time is too short, and it's daytime. People come and go, and there is no operating environment at all. I think it's better to ambush him at the airport. As long as he shows up, we will chug directly. Ma Desprade said, the main one is dry as soon as his eyes are opened. You are on the same level as my previous proposal to attack the hotel. Leitu said with a smile, Shi Zhejiang is about to run suddenly. 9 out of 10, she received the news from the KK park. She was scared. He was scared to run away. Do you think he will have his own armed guards at the airport? Let's go to the airport to fuck him. It's not that we are waiting for the rabbit, it's that he is waiting for the rabbit. Already. Everyone fell into silence, and the atmosphere in the car was slightly heavy. After a while, Jin Nan said, I have an idea. What idea? 6 people spoke in unison in the channel at the same time. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Naypyidaw. Kempinski Hotel. Andrei, the captain of the special bodyguard team, gently knocked on the door of the presidential suite number 1888. At this moment, he changed into a black suit, wearing radio headphones, and his waist was bulging. "Boss, it's almost time," he said to the door. 10 seconds later, the door of the room opened from the inside, and Shi Jijiang walked out of the room wearing a conspicuous white suit, white leather shoes, cowboy hat, and sunglasses. She faintly said to Andrei, "Are you ready?" "Don't worry, a car is arranged every 100 meters along the way to the airport, with 4 armed personnel. Your military bulletproof Mercedes-Benz is parked at the door of the hotel, guarded by 60 armed personnel, but you don't take that car. Your real car is the bulletproof one in the underground garage Cadillac. The entire underground garage is equipped with 100 armed personnel, and we also conducted a comprehensive blasting security check on the underground garage 10 minutes ago. After leaving the garage, there will be 2 other identical Cadillacs and 20 Mercedes-Benz cars joining the fleet, plus our special bodyguard team, a total of 111 people to protect your safety throughout the process. There are 2 more fleets of 3 Cadillacs and 20 Mercedes-Benz cars. They will take the other 2 roads to the airport. In addition, there will be 12 drones following the fleet to provide a good perspective for the fleet." Andrei's words brought Shi Jijiang a great sense of security. He patted the former on the shoulder. "It's been a hard work." After that, he put his hands in his pockets and swaggered towards the elevator. Andrei stepped to follow. There were 4 people standing at the door of the elevator: Markel, Novichok, Yaroslav, and Oleg. They were also wearing black suits, radio headphones, and bulging waists. Seeing Shi Jijiang and Captain Andrei coming, Markel raised his hand and pressed the elevator button, and the elevator that had stopped on this floor slowly opened with a ding sound. There were also 2 people standing in the elevator, Nicola and Thomas. Shi Jijiang calmly walked into the elevator, Andrei and others followed suit, and 7 people stood in a circle around the former. Even in the elevator, they maintained the highest vigilance. Half a minute, the elevator went down to the underground parking room on the -1st floor. There were also 4 people standing at the door of the elevator: Pavel, Vitaly, Alexei, and Stefan. Ding. With a sound, the elevator door opened, and Marco and Novich came out of the elevator first, forming an arched formation with the 4 people outside the elevator. Shi Jijiang went out again, and Andrei waited for the remaining 5 people to finally come out, forming an arched formation behind Shida. It can be said that it is protected and airtight, surrounded by 11 special bodyguards. Shi Jijiang walked to the only private parking room in the underground parking room, where a black Cadillac was parked and 100 plainclothes armed men armed with AK assault rifles stood around. The sense of security is full. A few minutes later, the black Cadillac drove away from the parking space at a speed of 15 km per hour, and Andrei and other special bodyguards and armed personnel formed a wall around the body to move together. After exiting the underground garage, 2 black Cadillacs of the same model and 20 Mercedes-Benz cars drove over at just the right time. The special bodyguards headed by Andrei got on 2 black Cadillacs, and the rest of the armed personnel got on the 20 Mercedes-Benz cars. After everyone got on the bus, the convoy immediately left the hotel. After the convoy left, 2 more black Cadillacs drove out of the underground garage, forming 2 fleets with 4 other black Cadillacs and 20 Mercedes-Benz. Take the other 2 roads to the airport. The luxury convoy driving on the road attracted the attention of many passers-by, and people who didn't know thought it was the President of the United States. Naypyidaw City is 13 kilometers from the airport, about a 20-minute drive away. Chapter 73. Jean Nan fights the special bodyguard team alone. While driving in the city, the special bodyguards on the 2 black Cadillacs looked up and down through the car windows, and the drone operator Pavel stared at the 12 overlook screens on the tablet. In fact, they are all quite nervous. After all, this carelessness is a loss of life. Fortunately, there were no surprises or risks along the way. At 4:25 in the afternoon, the first convoy arrived at the gate of the terminal of Yangon International Airport. Andrei also arranged security personnel at the airport. There are 30 at the gate and 60 in the terminal. All of them are security personnel in civilian clothes, since security is required to enter the terminal hall, except for the plainclothes guards at the door. The plainclothes guards in the terminal hall do not carry any weapons. After the convoy stopped steadily, Andrei and other special bodyguards and armed men armed with assault rifles got out of the car first. The latter formed a human wall cordon, and the former came to Shi Jijiang's car to open the door for him. Shi Jijiang got out of the car, calmly tidying up her collar, her eyes under her sunglasses patrolling the surroundings with contempt. "Move me, he strode towards the terminal hall. Andrei and other special bodyguards followed closely, and soon entered the security check of the terminal hall. Guns are not allowed in the terminal hall, even Shi Zhejiang's people can't do it. After all, he is not a government official, a military figure, and has nothing to do with the Min Onble military government. To put it bluntly, he is just a criminal. Even buying air tickets can only use disguised passports, so special bodyguards you can only unload the gun and hand it over to the plainclothes armed guards of your peers for safekeeping. After successfully passing the security check, Shi Zhejiang immediately went to the waiting room of Flight H4585 to Bangkok, surrounded by special bodyguards and 60 plainclothes guards. Seeing the boss safely entering the waiting hall, the plainclothes armed men at the door and in the convoy evacuated one after another. They could not stay in a public place like the airport for too long. Being too swaggering would cause dissatisfaction with the airport military and police. After a while, the airport military police will close their eyes. At 4:40 in the afternoon, there are still 5 minutes before boarding. Shi Zhejiang was sitting on a leather sofa in the open VIP waiting room, enjoying the last cigar before boarding the plane. The special bodyguards and plainclothes security personnel surrounded him with their backs to him, looking around vigilantly. Basically everyone would take a look, but what they didn't notice was that 100 meters away from them, at the entrance of the toilet, a man in cleaning clothes, a mask and a peaked cap was mopping the floor seriously while looking at them from time to time. At 4:43, broadcasts sounded in the general waiting room and VIP waiting room of the waiting room. Dear passengers, Flight H4585 is about to start check-in and boarding. First-class passengers can wait in the VIP passage. As soon as the broadcast rang, Shi Zhejiang extinguished her cigar, got up to tidy up her collar, and prepared to board the plane. At this moment, a Southeast Asian-faced passenger in a suit and shoes got up in the ordinary waiting room. Instead of queuing at the gate, he walked quickly to the toilet. He entered the men's toilet with his forefoot, and the cleaning man went in with his heel. A minute later, the man in the suit came out, but his face turned into an East Asian face and he was also wearing a mask. The man behaved naturally and carried a briefcase that did not belong to him to a corner that no one cared about, changed into his own suitcase, and then came to the gate to line up for ticket inspection. Shi Zhejiang, Andre, and other special bodyguards also came to the VIP passage not far from the next door to check the tickets at this time. They didn't have to line up, they rushed in and boarded the plane first. Dozens of plainclothes guards did not follow, and after seeing their boss enter the aircraft corridor, they all turned around and left. 2 minutes later, Shi Zhejiang and her party sat in the first class, with a total of 14 positions. They alone occupied 12 of them, while the other 2 positions were empty, almost as if they had packed the first class. Shi Zhejiang sat in the middle, with 11 special bodyguards sitting around him. When he got on the plane and took a seat, he had completely let go of his mind, took off his shoes, and changed into slippers from the flight. Although the flight was only 1 hour, how long he could be comfortable counted. He also called the stewardess and ordered a glass of champagne. Beautiful taste. 3 minutes later, the man in the suit also got on the plane and sat in the front row by the corridor, which was only 1 curtain away from the first class. Hello, did you do something wrong? A Southeast Asian woman came to Jean Nan with a ticket, and the latter sat in her place. Really? Jean Nan took out the ticket and took a look. I really made a mistake, I'm sorry. He stood up with an apology and gave up his seat, and then pretended to take out the suitcase from the cabinet above the seat, but the speed of taking it was very slow. The other passengers and flight attendants didn't care about him. 2 minutes later, the suitcase was finally taken out of the cupboard by Jean Nan. At this moment, the voice of the purser came from the aircraft radio. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Flight H4585. The cabin door is about to close. Please fasten your seatbelts and we will take off immediately. Jean Nan put the suitcase in the passage between first class and economy class, rubbed his hands, and a hint of determination flashed in his cold eyes. He opened the curtain and walked into the first class. The cold air from the air conditioner blew on his face, mixed with high-end fragrance and the faint smell of champagne. As soon as he entered the first-class cabin, before Andre and the others could turn their heads, Jean Nan quickly made a move. With his left hand like electricity, he suddenly grabbed the hair of the deputy captain Tesfan who was sitting against the passage and pulled it to the side fiercely. Tesfan suffered from pain, and his neck was forced to spread out, revealing the key to his throat. Jean Nan clenched his right fist, his middle finger joint was raised, and he hit the Adam's apple with a precise and powerful punch. Akacha. The crisp sound of cracked bones was particularly harsh in the quiet first-class cabin. This rapid punch directly interrupted his neck. Tesfan's eyes widened abruptly, then he lost his energy, his head tilted, and he lost consciousness on the spot. Alexei, the observer sitting next to Tesfan, was shocked and instinctively wanted to get up to fight back, but Jean Nan was faster, grabbing his hair with his left hand and slammed into the porthole window. Boom! With a muffled sound, a layer of porthole glass cracked in response, and the cobweb-like cracks spread instantly. Alexei's head hit the solid glass heavily, and his head suddenly burst into blood, and a terrible pit appeared on his forehead, even revealing a deep white bone. He didn't even snort, so he fell softly to in just 2 seconds. The special bodyguards lost 2 people. This sudden scene shocked everyone in the first-class cabin. The beverage trays in the hands of the 2 flight attendants fell to the ground. Bang bang, and the purser was holding the talker, stiff in place at the moment, his face pale. Andrei was more furious. He got up abruptly, his sturdy body almost blocking the light above his head, and the spitting star sprayed on the shocked face of Shi Jijiang next to him. Kill him. Chapter 74 First Class Battle. And when he shouted out, Jean Nan had already pounced on Vitaly, who was closest to him, like a cheetah. Vitaly had just half stood up, his hands touched his waist, and Jean Nan's fist had accurately hit his Adam's apple with the sound of the wind. Vitaly's eyes protruded, and there was a strange sound of ho-ho in his throat. The whole person flew 2 meters off the ground, hit the bulwark of the aircraft heavily, and then fell softly to the ground. Medic Thomas roared and rushed towards Jean Nan from the side, trying to use his weight to throw the ladder down. Jean Nan seemed to be rushing forward unabated, but at the last moment he turned sideways delicately, his right leg was drawn out like a whip, and he kicked Thomas severely in the crotch. Thomas's face instantly turned into pig liver color, all movements stopped abruptly, and his body was physiologically bent into a shrimp shape, so painful that he couldn't even make a sound. Jean Nan took a step forward, grabbed the back of his neck with his left hand and slammed it down. At the same time, his right leg was raised high on the knee and slammed into his face like a heavy hammer. Then he stepped on his back again, and the powerful force directly caused him to fall to the floor. In close contact, there was a tooth-sour crunching bone-cracking sound from his back, and Thomas's mouth suddenly spouted red and black blood, and he stopped moving. Eodi Nikola finally found the gap at this time, roared and slammed his fist at the back of Jean Nan's head. Jean Nan seemed to have eyes at the back of his head, his upper body leaned back quickly, and his iron fist wiped the tip of his nose. At the moment he closed his fist, Jean Nan grabbed his wrist like an iron pliers with his right hand and slammed it in his direction. Nicola's lower body was unstable, and he was pulled forward by this force. The sense of death crisis rushed to his brain in an instant, his face turned pale, his feelings did not lie to him. Jean Nan put a backhand on his left arm, strangled his neck with his wrist, and suddenly contracted with force. Nicola's throat made a kaka-kaka that made his teeth sour, his eyes turned white, and after struggling for only 2 seconds, he completely lost strength and went limp. Upon seeing this, the sniper Oleg, the scout Yaroslav, and the fire support hand Novich rushed from the front and the left and right sides at the same time. The narrow cabin aisle made Jean Nan's dodge space extremely limited, and it was too late to retreat. Novichok took the lead, knocking Jean Nan to the ground with a heavy body, then riding on him, his big fist slammed Jean Nan on the head with the sound of the wind. Jean Nan temporarily gave up the attack, crossed his arms to protect his head and face, and took these heavy blows hard, and there were bursts of numbness in his lower arms. One of Oleg and Yaroslav tried to hold Jean Nan's legs, while the other tried to clamp his arms, but when Yaroslav's hand first touched Jean Nan's arm, he was backhanded and clasped his wrist. Jean Nan exerted force on his waist and abdomen, but with the suppressed posture, he swung Yaroslav up and slammed into the Novichok behind him. Novichok was hit backwards by this sudden human cannonball, and then knocked down Oleg, who was about to pounce. The three of them suddenly rolled into a ball. Jean Nan seized this fleeting opportunity and stood up quickly with a carp. However, as soon as they stood firm, the raiders, melee fighting expert Markel and Captain Andre had already rushed over like 2 tanks. Markel's calloused fist tore through the air and slammed heavily on Jean Nan's left cheek. Jean Nan's head shook abruptly, and a tooth mixed with blood flew out of his mouth. The whole person staggered and took a step back, but did not fall. Andre followed closely, hitting Jean Nan in the abdomen with a powerful side kick. Jean Nan was in pain, his body flew backwards 1 meter uncontrollably, and he fell heavily on the soft first-class seat, making a dull noise. If you change to an ordinary person, you will inevitably lose your combat effectiveness by this heavy blow, but Jean Nan's ability and will to fight are far beyond ordinary people, and his reaction has hardly become sluggish due to the blow. The next moment he fell off the chair. He had already supported the seat back with his hands to stabilize his figure. This time, Markel took advantage of the victory to chase after him, changed his fists to legs, and kicked Jean Nan on the head with a high sweep. Jean Nan dodged sideways abruptly, grabbing his kicked calf with his left hand, turning his palm into an elbow with his right hand, and condensing his whole body strength at the tip of his elbow, hitting Markel's calf and tibia like a tomahawk. Gotcha. The clear sound of cracked bones resounded through the first-class cabin again, even surpassing the roar of the engine. Markel's stern screams followed. Ah! A flash of panic flashed across Andre's expression, and he hurriedly rushed forward to launch a second round of attack, but Jean Nan's speed was faster. He endured the severe pain in his abdomen, thrust his right hand quickly, and pinched the neck of Markel, who had lost his balance due to a broken leg, and slammed it towards Andre like a meat shield. Andre couldn't close the momentum, collided with Markel, and suddenly staggered backwards. Jean Nan didn't stop, pinching Markel's neck as a fulcrum and weapon, and then slammed into Oleg, Yaroslav, and Novich, who had just struggled to get up. The three of them were unsteady on their feet and were overturned to the ground by this savage collision again. A great opportunity to counterattack. A cold light flashed in Jean Nan's eyes, and the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly gathered in exerted force, completely breaking Markel's neck bone. At the same time, his left foot was raised high, like a giant axe, and he stomped on the top of the head of Novichok, who had just raised his head. Gotcha. Novichok's head hit the floor violently. The force was no less than falling head down from the 3rd floor. On the spot, his head was bleeding and his skull was shattered. The whole person lay in a rapidly spreading pool of blood, twitching violently twice, and then stopped moving. With the momentum of breaking Markel's neck, Jean Nan violently pushed his body towards Oleg, who was trying to get up. Oleg was pressed down by this heavy corpse, and his hands instinctively supported upward. At this moment, Jean Nan's iron fist had fallen like raindrops, and 3 consecutive punches hit Oleg's face in 1.5 seconds. The first punch shattered the bridge of the nose and blood splattered. The second punch collapsed his cheekbones and his face was sunken. The third punch directly shattered his facial skull, and Oleg's face became flesh and blood, and he died instantly. Just after swinging 3 punches, a huge force slammed from behind. Andre was like a furious grizzly bear, hugging Jean Nan. From behind, his thick arms tightened his chest like iron hoops, and the huge force tried to squeeze his ribs. At the same time, he opened his mouth and bit hard on Jean Nan's back shoulder muscles. The severe pain caused Jean Nan to take a breath of air. His body reacted instinctively, raised his elbow and slammed it back, hitting Andre's shoulder heavily. Every elbow strike is full of strength, making a dull bang-bang sound. Andre hummed sullenly, but with a fierce aura. He held back, his arms constantly strengthened, vowing to strangle Jean Nan's chest. Jean Nan elbowed in a row, once, twice, 3 times. During the 4th elbow strike, there was finally a clear sound of bone cracking. Chapter 75, clean and neat, professional and ruthless. Andre couldn't hold on anymore, and his left arm hung down softly. Jean Nan immediately grabbed the finger of his right hand that was still clinging to his chest, and slammed it. The 2 fingers were instantly pulled into an unnatural V-shaped shape. Andre let out a heartbreaking scream, and the tightening power instantly dissipated. Jean Nan suddenly turned around, stuck out his right hand like lightning, and pinched Andre's neck tightly. Andre's face was full of fear, and cold sweat soaked his forehead instantly. Due to lack of oxygen and severe pain, his face quickly turned fuchsia. In vain, he used his right hand, which had only 3 fingers left to move, to push Jean Nan's iron pliers-like hand, but it was like shaking a tree. Jean Nan looked at him indifferently, his fingers continuing to exert force. Andre began to roll his eyes, blood flowed from his nose, his pupils gradually dilated, and his struggling body slowly lost strength. 10 seconds later, Jean Nan let go of his hand. Andre's sturdy body of more than 200 kilograms, like a bag of grain that had lost its support, fell heavily to the ground with a muffled sound. A special bodyguard team annihilated. The whole process takes less than 2 minutes. The first-class cabin was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the carpet was stained with blood and changed color. Jean Nan took a few heavy breaths, adjusted his breathing, and calmly put on the mask that was about to fall off from the fight just now. He turned around and cast his icy gaze on Shi Jiang, who was always sitting in the seat. Her eyes widened, as if she was frightened dumbly. At this moment, Shi Jiang's brain is blank. Except for the ultimate shock, it is boundless fear. He spends millions of dollars every month to carefully raise a well-equipped and battle-hardened special bodyguard team in captivity. In just 2 minutes, he was killed by a person, with his bare hands. Are they all gone? Seeing Jean Nan's gaze cast, Shi Jiang shuddered abruptly, and boundless fear instantly grabbed his heart. He bounced up from the wide seat in a panic, his legs softened, and he staggered in the direction of the stewardess and purser who were shrinking in the corner. Call the police! Call the police! Call the police! Someone is going to kill me! His voice was sharply out of tune because of extreme fear. With crying, the purser was awakened by his screams, pale as paper, trembling, and took off the internal telephone microphone hanging on the bulkhead. This phone is specially used to contact the tower in the ground. She put the microphone close to her ears, but all she heard was the constant ZZ noise. No matter how hurriedly she called or pressed any buttons, there was no response. Jean Nan was expressionless, walking towards them step by step, more precisely, towards Shi Jiang, who was like a bereaved dog. His leather shoes stepped on the blood-soaked carpet, making a slight and sticky sound, like the countdown of death in this silent cabin. Seeing Jean Nan approaching step by step like death, the two flight attendants hugged each other tightly, trembling, and the purser also put down the microphone in despair, leaning his back against the cold bulkhead. Shi Jiang was even more frightened to the extreme. Her nose and tears covered her face, and she was unable to retreat before she knew it, and her back slammed into the hard explosion-proof door of the cockpit. The cold metal touch came from his back, completely defeating Shi Jiang's last psychological defense line. Driven by a strong desire to survive, he knelt to the ground with a puff, hurriedly took out his famous brand wallet, tremblingly took out all the cards inside, and handed it out with both hands, incoherent, begged, Don't kill me. I have money. A lot of money. These black cards have tens of millions of dollars in them. I'll tell you the password, 520,520, as long as you let me go. I'll give you another 100 million. Correct. $100 million. Cash. Cryptocurrency is okay. When he talked about 100 million US dollars, he was almost roaring, trying to shake the killer in front of him with this amazing wealth. 100 million US dollars, enough to drive the vast majority of people in the world crazy, enough to make anyone turn their backs on all morals, laws, and principles. But Jean Nan has his own principles. He walked in front of Shi Jiang, who was desperately called out for mercy, stretched out his right hand stained with blood, pinched his neck accurately, and slowly lifted it up. Shi Jiang, who was 1.8 meters tall, was easily lifted off the ground like a little chick, kicking helplessly with her feet. Shi Jiang's throat was strangled and she let out a ho-ho, vague cry for mercy. He threw away his wallet and the black cards scattered all over the place, and tried desperately to break Jean Nan's fingers with both hands, trying to break free from the iron pliers like shackles, but everything was in vain. As Jean Nan's 5 fingers gradually gathered their strength, Shi Jiang's face turned from red to purple, and soon turned into a terrifying black-purple color. The strength of the struggle became weaker and weaker, and her eyeballs began to protrude outwards. About 10 seconds later, Shi Jiang was bleeding from all over her body, her pupils were completely dilated, and her body was completely softened, like a pool of mud. Jean Nan let go of his hand, and his body fell heavily on his black cards, which symbolized wealth. Jean Nan took out his mobile phone blankly, took a clear picture of Shi Jiang's death, then bent over, picked up the 3 black cards on the ground, and put them in his pocket without looking at them. But he turned around, ignoring the horrified and desperate gaze of the 3 flight attendants who were almost suffocating and fainting, stepped over the bodies on the ground, and walked towards the cabin door that had not yet closed. I'm a cop. Don't move. Just as Jean Nan walked to the hatch in the front row of the economy class, a young man in plainclothes suddenly rushed out of the passengers who had watched the whole process and were in shock. He looked extremely nervous, holding a compact pistol in his hands, trembling and aiming at Jean Nan, trying to prevent him from leaving. Jean Nan paused, sighed slightly imperceptibly, and raised his hands sharply, seemingly surrendering. The young policeman obviously lacked actual combat experience. Seeing Jean Nan raise his hand so cooperatively, his tight nerves subconsciously relaxed. He lost a little vigilance, and subconsciously approached forward, trying to make an arrest. However, just as he approached, Jean Nan moved. His movements were as fast as ghosts, and the posture of raising his hand to surrender instantly turned into a precise capture. His left hand buckled and his right hand leaned out like lightning. The young policeman only felt severe wrist pain, and the gun in his hand had already changed hands. The muzzle of Haidongdong's gun was instantly aimed at him. In turn, the young policeman's face turned pale as paper. Swish, his legs softened, he knelt directly on the ground, raised his hands high, and his voice was crying, Don't kill me, please. Hundreds of passengers around saw this dramatic scene, all dumbfounded, and the glimmer of hope that had just risen in their hearts was instantly shattered. Just this, was it so easy to be killed? Wagaya Road. Jean Nan spit out a fluent and hostile Japanese curse, and then shouted loudly in Burmese with a strange accent but enough to understand, There is a bomb on the plane here. It's about to explode. Chapter 76 escaped safely. After speaking, Jean Nan ignored the limp police and the horrified crowd, put away his pistol, turned around and quickly rushed out of the cabin door. Bomb. He said there is a bomb. These two words, like the horn of death, exploded in the minds of all passengers in an instant, and the panic of hundreds of passengers reached its peak in an instant, and the complete panic spread like a plague. The young policeman kneeling on the ground turned his head abruptly and saw the lonely suitcase left by Jean Nan in the passage. As if he had found supporting evidence, he screamed, "That box! It's his suitcase! There is really a bomb!" This scream became the last straw to crush the camel, and it also became the trigger for the complete outbreak of panic. The passengers close to the hatch frantically grabbed the door and fled, rushing out desperately. The passengers in the back also completely lost their minds, screaming, shoving, trampling, scrambling to escape the cabin, just wanting to stay away from the possible bomb. A little further away, for a while, there were screams, cries, and curses in the covered bridge. The passengers and the crew who followed were completely in chaos, fleeing for their lives in a panic, and the scene was completely out of control. Jean Nan wandered in the panic crowd. He quickly took off his bloodstained mask and took off his bloodstained and dusty suit jacket. He raised his hand and wiped off the blood stains from the corners of his mouth with his cuffs, and spit out a bloody spit at his clothes. His expression was extremely calm, and his pace was calmly accompanied by madness. The fleeing crowd of people quickly ran in the long covered bridge passage, and soon disappeared into the depths of the chaotic crowd. 5 minutes later, the airport military and police who received the emergency notification were fully armed and quickly rushed to the covered bridge where Flight H-4585 was located. As if facing an enemy, they cautiously entered the silent cabin. All they saw were 12 corpses in a row, the smell of blood, scattered objects, and the suitcase that stood alone in the passage and was suspected of containing explosives. Suitcase. 10 minutes later, a professional bomb squad arrived at the scene. After evacuating a wider area, they nervously opened the suitcase that caused a huge panic. It was not a bomb at all, only a small radio shielding device that was still working silently and kept flashing weak indicators. Shielding equipment. The bloody incident of Flight H-4585 quickly spread at the airport and even throughout Naypyidaw, and even quickly reached the ears of Supreme Leader Min Aung Hlaing. Min Aung Hlaing was furious and ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. Through the scattered descriptions of the surviving passengers and crew, the police initially sketched the characteristics of the criminal suspect: Asian male, about 1.8 meters tall, well-proportioned, wearing a decent suit, extremely professional and ruthless actions, and spoke Japanese. Based on these clues, the Myanmar police immediately mobilized a large number of police forces to conduct carpet investigations and inquiries on all Japanese tourists, businessmen, and tourists who have recently entered Naypyidaw. Japanese of similar stature were directly summoned to the police station for detailed screening. While the Naypyidaw police launched a large-scale search, the real culprit was already on the road to Yangon. I lost a tooth. In the back seat of a small car speeding on the highway, Jean Nan stretched out his hand and touched it into his mouth, missing a tooth and feeling a little uncomfortable. Lehu, who was sitting on the side, gave a thumbs up. It deserves to be Jian Feng, and you are the only one who has the courage to get on the plane and work for others. One person will fight 11 professional bodyguards and end the operation in 5 minutes. He admired it from the bottom of his heart. In terms of melee combat, he has only served Jean Nan in his life. Damn it, this is not an arrow front, it is clearly a cold front. Ma Dequan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was shocked. With this action, he refreshed his understanding of Jean Nan again. I thought Jean Nan was just a good marksman, but I didn't expect melee combat to be so fierce. Not only did the operation end in 5 minutes, but he also got out safely. I dare not write a novel like this. Cold front? Emoja's laughter came from the headset. He is much better than Lang Feng. Do you know that the top 10 special forces in the world are ranked first? Ma Dasheng blurted out, of course I know, the US Delta Special Forces. Yes, a legend named Lovelet appeared in the Delta Special Forces 2 years ago. This person is awesome. He single-handedly killed the Taliban's special team of more than 30 people in Afghanistan. The 5th Special Service Team he led had a record of 0:560. Then what? Ma displayed curiosity and was hooked up. Then what? Lin Rue, Shirley, and Lei Hu also asked. They retired 2 years ago, so they don't know what's going on. Zhou Yuntang also pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Don't go out and talk about it, this matter should still be kept secret. After Emoja's instructions, he continued, later, we received information that the 5th Special Service Team is going to Serbia to execute the beheading figure. Don't ask who the beheading is. We will send us there. Originally, it was a passive defense mission, but as a result, Jian Feng, your Nangu, judged the hiding place of the 5th Task Force, and took your Imogu, that is, me. The two of us wiped out their 5th Special Service Team. The old boy Lovelet died in you, under Nan Ge's fist, he was killed alive. Let me tell you about that scene. My drone followed and monitored the whole process. I saw it clearly. No movie scene was comparable. I emptied the pistol magazine in 3 seconds and killed 14 people. I just asked you. Awesome. Everyone was silent after listening. I was really shocked. In fact, emptying the magazine in 3 seconds is fine for anyone, but aiming at 14 targets and hitting them while emptying the magazine in 3 seconds, this reaction and speed do not belong to humans anymore. And oh, buddy, there seems to be a loophole. Why did the two of you act alone and everyone else is dead? Lin Rue couldn't help but question. Moj aside, Lao Zhu's question is, tell him he doesn't believe it, he feels that the judgment is too hasty, the action is too risky, and he is afraid of being caught. In addition, the mission is a defensive mission, and Yunnan Gu is afraid of missing the fighter, so he took me with him. I helped him watch people, he went up to fight. It's this old Zhu again. Thunder Tiger smacked his tongue. Ahem. Jean Nan didn't want to discuss this topic. He took out 3 black bank cards from his pocket. This time we have unexpected income. The old boy Shi Jijiang begged me for mercy before he died and wanted to buy him with money. I killed him, thinking about whether he wanted it or not, and got the card back, already. Thunder Tiger took a black card and put it in his hand and looked at it. How much is it? He asked curiously. He said there are tens of millions of dollars in the card. Jean Nan said, tens of millions of dollars. Everyone's voices were raised a bit, vaguely excited. Chapter 77, the Chinese and Myanmar military and police took a step ahead and the Yangon Industrial Park was breached. When the mission is over, go back and find out how much money there is, and the brothers will share it together. Brother Nan is furious. Brother Nan, is there a lack of pendants? Dead roll Lu. The two cars talked and laughed and ran to the next destination, Yangon, 8 o'clock in the evening. Yangon, Slants Hotel. Slants Hotel is located in the delta of the Irrawaddy River, facing the sea. It is in an excellent location. It is in the heart of Yangon, but only locals know that although Slants Hotel is a hotel, it is never open to the public. Every time I go to the hotel, there is no room at the front desk. In fact, the Slants Hotel is an Ifrod park in the cloak of a hotel, holding more than 100,000 people, and it is one of the largest Ifrod parks in Myanmar today. It is another KK park. To be precise, it is the KK park that Shi Jijiang rebuilt in Yangon after the KK park was cut off by water and electricity in Thailand. At the gate of the Slants Hotel, in this only passage, more than 400 armed personnel gathered here, standing together in groups of 3 or 5, talking and laughing. Boss Lu is here. Suddenly, a serious voice sounded. Everyone stopped making noise and looked at the door of the hotel lobby. They saw more than a dozen men of different heights and suits walking out. Finally, a man wearing a floral plaid shirt, suit pants, leather shoes, a large gold chain, a gold watch, a combed back, and glasses walked out. Came out. The man held a pistol in one hand and stared sharply at the hundreds of armed men dozens of meters away under the steps. He opened his mouth lightly and said with sadness and anger in his voice, "Boss, she is dead, boss, she is dead." Hundreds of armed men looked at each other. They all saw the news in Naypyidaw. Before they assembled, they also heard the sound of the wind. The person who was killed on the plane was Boss Shi, so they were not surprised to hear the news. Do you think that Lao Tzu will run and run far away? Lao Tzu is telling you now, no. Lu Bo shouted loudly, and continued with an angry expression, Lao Tzu was originally a fish seller in Fujian. Damn, anyone who sees Lao Tzu has to step on his feet. It's Boss Shi. He brought me here. That's why I am here today. I admit that I have no culture and dropped out of school in the 3rd grade of elementary school, but I know what loyalty is. He was so emotional that he couldn't help but raise his pistol and shot into the sky. The sound of gunfire broke the tranquility of the night and made everyone feel refreshed. I'm not going anywhere today, and I won't go anywhere in the future. I'll just wait here, wait for them to come, and fight with them desperately. Whoever of you wants to go, for fear of death, go now and get away, but if you stay, you have to fight side by side with me. Who is leaving? Lu Bo stared at everyone below. Brothers, we are people in a boat, people in a chain of interests. As the saying goes, blocking my money is like killing parents. They want to destroy our things. Can we tolerate it? A man with a hideous scar on his face standing on Lupo's left stood up and said, "He is the manager of the Yangon Park. His real name is Lu Weya, nicknamed Lu Jingzi." After listening to the words of the two bosses, more than 400 armed men showed ruthless intent on each side, raised their weapons and shouted, "Don't go, fight with them. Fuck them to death." It's a big deal that he will be a good man again 18 years later. The morale of the armed personnel has risen steadily, and Lu Bo, Lu Jingzi, and other management personnel can't help but nod in satisfaction. The sense of security in their hearts is also full at this moment. They don't believe it anymore. With so many people and so many robberies, the opponent with less than 10 people can still kill themselves a buzzing. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in the sky, and everyone looked up subconsciously, but they didn't see anything. But although they didn't see anything, everyone seemed to have seen death. It's close. Everyone finally saw what it was. Drone, densely packed drones. Boom. A drone suddenly rushed into the crowd, and 6 or 7 armed personnel were blown up. This was just the beginning. Then, one drone after another rushed towards the crowd like a swarm of bees, causing intensive explosions, and more than 400 armed personnel were instantly covered by explosive flames. Lu Bo and the others were stunned, and many managers collapsed to the ground with their legs weakened, their faces full of horror. "Run away!" Lu Jingzi exclaimed and hurriedly fled into the hotel lobby, and the rest of the people ran away one after another. The aura of being unafraid to die just now dissipated into the dust in the blink of an eye. The explosion at the gate quickly stopped, and more than 400 armed personnel suffered more than half of the casualties, and the people who did not die were also blown up in a daze, staring at the stars. Also at this time, a dog appeared at the gate. This is not an ordinary dog, but a mechanical dog. It's not just one, but a dozen. Chug chug. Chug chug. The group of mechanical dogs rushed in quickly, and the 5.56mm machine gun on their backs kept spewing fire tongues at the armed personnel. The armed personnel fell piece by piece. In less than a minute, there was no more standing armed personnel on the scene. 3 minutes later, the gate of the hotel was crowded with people, and a large number of special police wearing black combat uniforms and armbands with the 5-star national flag and the Burmese flag poured in one after another and broke into the hotel. At first, sporadic gunshots were heard in the hotel, but soon there was no sound. In the past half an hour or so, a large number of wire fraudsters were taken out by the special police and put on the bus, and there was a steady stream of people being brought out from behind, and the square in front of the hotel could not be piled up. And 800 meters away, on a high-rise building on the other side, Jean Nan and his party were watching this scene with monoculars. It seems that it is a joint operation by the Chinese and Burmese police. Thunder Tiger said as he watched. Our military is also involved, but only in mechanical dogs and drone swarms. Emoja continued. Jean Nan put down his binoculars and turned to look at Zhou Yuntang. "It seems that you can't kill them yourself." He was quite helpless. He hurried from Naypyidaw. He hadn't planned how to start. Who knew that the Chinese and Burmese police had destroyed the Slants Hotel one step ahead of time? What a coincidence. In fact, to be honest, this is very good. The 7-person team in the province fought hard and made money lying down, and they were happy to see it done. But after all, Zhou Yuntang received so much money and failed to let her personally kill her enemy or let her enemy die in front of her. "I'm a little embarrassed. It's okay, as long as they die," Zhou Yuntang said coldly. Hearing this, Jean Nan's psychological burden was a lot less. "Don't worry, they will definitely die." He has no doubt that the country has dispatched so many forces to combat it. Afterwards, it is definitely not a simple fixed-term imprisonment, but a 100% death penalty. Zhou Yuntang let out a sigh and didn't speak again. Chapter 78. This time I am just lying down. Mission completed and I return home. Jean Nan turned to look at the others. "Brothers, take a night off in Yangon tonight, and we will return home tomorrow. The task is completed. The people who should be rescued have been rescued by the Chinese and Burmese military police. Even if the people who should be killed are not killed on the spot by the military police now, they will be sentenced to death after being sent back to their countries, so they can declare that the task is completed and they are ready to lie down and win." Beautiful. Lin Rui snapped his fingers. "It's so easy to make this money, thank the police." Thunder Tiger shouted to the Slants Hotel, 800 meters away on the opposite side. The big guy has an indescribable smile on his face. Generally speaking, this task should not be too easy. It's easy to make millions, and don't be cool anymore. Soon, a group of people left the building and found a hotel to stay in the middle of the night. Zhou Yuntang quietly left the room. Although she walked very lightly, the subtle movements still made Jean Nan wake up, but Jean Nan didn't stop her. He knew what Zhou Yuntang was doing. Not only did he not stop it, he also woke up Ma Dafei and Lei Hu and asked them to follow Zhou Yuntang. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, Ma Dafei and Lei Hu came back first. The two of them lay back to their original place to sleep as if nothing had happened. Not long after they came back, Zhou Yuntang also returned to the room. After she returned to the room, she went to the bathroom first, and the people outside vaguely heard her sobbing. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the local news reported, a family of 6 was wiped out, and a family of 6 died tragically at home. Their son was put in the toilet and was tortured before he died. At the same time, the 7-person team came out of the hotel in casual clothes, carrying a large suitcase in their hands, got on 2 off-road vehicles arranged in advance and left Yangon, embarking on the journey back home. At 6 o'clock in the evening of the same day, the 7-person team safely arrived in Mengyang, a border town in Shan State, northern Myanmar. Everyone stayed here for 2 hours and sold the car by the way. The 2 brand new Wrangler off-road vehicles with a total value of 1 million yuan recovered 600,000 yuan. After the trimming was over, everyone abandoned their cars and plunged into the border on foot. They walked all night and did not enter China until dawn the next day. Then he trekked all morning to Menghai County, had lunch in Menghai County, and got on a BJ-40 and a Tank 300 when they came, and returned to Jiangxi. On the way back, everyone received a big news. The 2026 China-Myanmar joint operation successfully cracked down on the Yangon e-fraud park, killing 452 armed personnel, arresting 1,250 e-fraud backbone, rescuing 126,000 e-fraud suspects, and completely removing Myanmar's largest cancer. The most interesting thing in this news is that the KK Park is also written about, but the credit for the crackdown on the KK Park has been taken by the Myanmar police. I don't know if it is guilty of guilt. The news of the KK Park has been taken in one stroke, unlike writing about the crackdown on the Yangon Telecom fraud park. It takes a lot of space to describe the details. 20 hours later, 10 o'clock in the morning the next day, Jiangxi, Shangrao, Damashan, and Thorn Manor, the 2 off-road vehicles drove directly into the manor and stopped steadily at the entrance of the villa. Looking at the familiar building in front of him, Jean Nan felt like going home. He opened the door and got out of the car. He couldn't help but take a deep breath of fresh air. Comfortable, go home. Ma Dabi got out of the car and opened his arms and yelled. Not only Jean Nan felt like going home, he also had it. The rest of the people continued to get out of the car, and Jean Nan also ordered to the big guy at this moment, take all the equipment into the house, and we will settle the account afterwards. If you follow the previous habit, all equipment will be thrown away and not brought back, but this time, Jean Nan brought back all the equipment except the bullets, not considering that it will be used in the future, but simply unwilling to lose it. After all, 1 set is more than 1 million, and 7 sets are 8 million. Jean Nan thought about one day he would have time to take out these equipment. Yes, he has already decided. This is the last vote. Now he will never do it again after he finishes doing it. Be your own flat-headed commoner and take the money you make this time to be a rich Wang. Ma Dabi carried a bag in one hand, and the rest of the people carried a bag into the villa and put it in the underground utility room. After releasing the equipment, it is the link that the big guys are most looking forward to: settle accounts. The 7 of them sat down around the long table in the living room. Jean Nan took out his mobile phone and opened the memo. He made a record of all the money spent on the operation. He read while reading the record. It cost 410,000 to buy a car, 1 million for weapons and ammunition, 100,000 for drone computers, 30,000 for tents, food and other materials, 1 million for retreat vehicles, and 600,000 for blood recovery and 400,000 for 400,000. Okay, not counting the equipment. This time our expenses are 1.94 million. The big guy listened attentively, without interrupting Jean Nan, then opened another memo and read, 17 family members gave a total of 5.1 million yuan, Zhou Yuntang's father gave 2 million, and the total commission for saving people was 7.1 million, plus Zhou Yuntang's 12 million, the total is 19.1 million. When he said this, Zhou Yuntang took out his mobile phone and operated on it a few times. After a while, Jean Nan received a text message from the bank. 12 million yuan arrived. Jean Nan quietly put down his mobile phone, looked at the big guy and said, 19.1 million, take out 1.94 million, that's 17.16 million. The average for the 6 of us is 2.86 million. You send me the bank account number, and I will transfer the money to you. Lin Rui had already typed his bank account number on the WeChat chat input panel with Jean Nan. When he heard this, he immediately sent it out and said, just give 2 million to make up the whole, and don't give the remaining 860,000. Me too, just 2 million. Thunder Tiger also said, Brother Nan, you give me 1.5 million, and the rest will be used as a new car for you. Shirley smiled slightly, not forgetting that he had blown Jean Nan's Mercedes-Benz from a business version to a war-damaged version. Emoja shrugged his shoulders. Everyone wants 2 million, and I want 2 million too. Me too. Ma Dashwan leaned back. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone has a number in their hearts. Every penny should not be divided equally according to what Jean Nan said. As the leader of the team and the initiator, Jean Nan should have more points. Besides, the airport task was completed by Jean Nan alone, and only he could complete this task and did so much. In the end, they were divided equally, and they all felt that this was unfair to Jean Nan. Listening to everyone's words, Jean Nan was slightly moved, but did not refuse, silently transferred 2 million yuan to everyone, and the remaining 7.16 million was his own. You don't have to pay for the car. You can take 2 million. Jean Nan. Zhao Shirley held his head high. Brother Xianan. There was no courtesy between the good buddies, and Shirley gladly accepted it. Chapter 79, Split the money and break up? No, everyone stayed. What are your next plans? Lin Rui asked Xiang Jean Nan at this time. In fact, his question was also what everyone wanted to ask. To be honest, they are all a bit addicted. The money is coming too fast. It took decades to make money in a few days, but Jean Nan's answer disappointed them. If you have any plans, just follow the big spray and guard this company. He blew it to me and wanted to make me the richest man in the world. He smiled. Ma Davy scratched his head and thought to himself, have you said it yourself, quit this business? Emoja raised his brows. Although the meaning of Jean Nan's words was already obvious, he still wanted to be further sure. Quit. Jean Nan didn't hesitate for a moment. What's so good about the bullets? The money in his pocket is enough to spend. After he finished speaking, he persuaded the big guys in turn. I advise you not to think about taking root in this business. Now that you have money in your pocket, you can marry a wife and buy a house to live a good life. Lin Rui, Lei Hu, Shirley, and Emoja all fell silent. After a while, Emoja spoke. To be honest, you let me go to a good life for a family of 3 now. I'm still a little uncomfortable and don't find it interesting. Are you short of shareholders here? His last sentence stunned both Jean Nan and Ma Daquan. You want to take a stake? Ma Dafei asked, want to hang out with you, give me a chance? Moja's mouth raised slightly. He didn't want to leave anymore. He wanted to stay here and live with Jean Nan and Ma Daquan, because he didn't know what to do when he went back. Let's not say that someone is not alone with him. He is also optimistic about this agricultural company and the shooting range, and he is a bit rushed, and there is nothing else to do. My hands are itchy, and I can still shoot. Jean Nan smiled. Of course he would be happy if Emoja was willing to stay, one more person and one more fun, but this company is not his own. Although he is a major shareholder, he still has to seek Ma Dabai's opinions. He looked at Ma Dabai. Dabai, what do you mean? As everyone knows, Ma Dafei also welcomed Maja to join him. As soon as Jean Nan's voice fell, he stood up and stretched out his hand to Maja, who was sitting opposite. Welcome to join the Thorn Agriculture. He mainly considered that the shooting gallery was too expensive, and one more shareholder would burn more money. Yes, yes. Ha ha. Emoja got up happily and shook hands with Ma Daquan. Shirley considered the situation for a few seconds, and then said, count me as a shareholder. Seeing Maja staying, he also wanted to stay. The reason was very simple. He was the only one at home, and he was bored to death every day, otherwise he would not be at home by himself to make DIY bazookas. Welcome, welcome. Ma Daquan stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. Shirley smiled and shook hands with him. Lin Rui and Lei Hu looked at each other, and the latter took the lead and said, it's no fun for my boxing gym to be open. Count me in. Lin Rui then raised his hand. I don't want to go home and open a fishing gear shop anymore, so I'll stay too. The two of them are actually the same as everyone else, and they don't know what to do after they go back, so they just stay here and start a business with their brothers. When they have nothing to do, they shoot and have an addiction. Great, everyone stay. The more people who join, the more happy Mata is, not only because multiple people share the risks, but also because they like how lively people are, and the people who join are all trustworthy buddies who have fought together. Jean Nan was equally happy, and immediately said, KTV tonight, my treat, it will be a welcome banquet. KTV. Lin Rui said with a grin, "Is it just KTV?" There were ill-intentioned smiles on everyone's faces, and Jean Nan snorted twice. "Let's watch it then. Count me in, too." Suddenly, Zhou Yuntang spoke. Everyone was taken aback for a moment. Jean Nan was also unexpected. He always thought that Zhou Yuntang would leave after the mission was completed and return to her former life as her rich second generation. He didn't expect that she would stay now. Why? Zhou Yuntang let out a heavy breath and said blankly, "I don't know, I just feel frightened at the thought of going back." Her story has long spread in the company and relatives, even in the community. Although no one will say anything in front of her, she knows that there will definitely be people talking about her, even if they have already talked about it. One day they will appear in their sight, they will get together in groups to discuss, and when she thought of this scene, she felt diaphragm and blocked in her heart. On the contrary, she felt at ease here. Listening to the reasons she said, Jean Nan probably knew that she regarded this place as a safe haven. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it, so he said, "Okay, then you are also counted." My Davy I had no opinion either, and immediately nodded. Jean Nan took out 3 black cards from his pocket and threw them at Maja. "Password 520520, look at how much money is in it, and take it out." Emoja got up to get the computer, and when he got up, Ma Davy cell phone rang, and he picked up the phone to answer. "Hello? Oh, it's going to be declared, right? Good. I'll go to you right away." After talking for a while, Ma Dapan hung up the phone, turned to look at Jean Nan and said, "The Taxation Bureau called and said we are going to file taxes. Just in time, let's go to Shangrao City together." Jean Nan thought of something and continued, "You are calling the weapons company in Nanchang and ordering some firearms and ammunition." He knew that Lin Rui's group of people stayed mainly because they had thought about gun addiction. In the future, the consumption of bullets in the shooting gallery will be indispensable, and the types of guns will not be enough to play with. "We have to order more weapons and ammunition to satisfy everyone's daily gun addiction anyway. It's not bad money now got." Mata got up and went outside to make a call. After answering the call, Maja came back with the computer soon. He first took a look at the bank where the black card was opened, which was a Swiss bank, then went over the wall and entered the operation interface of the Swiss bank, and entered the card number to check the balance. The balance of the first card $160,000, only 160,000 Daolu. Emoja was taken aback for a moment. He remembered that Jean Nanning had said that before Shi Zhejiang died, she said that the 3 cards had tens of millions of Daolu. Hearing Maja's words, Jean Nan couldn't sit still anymore, so he immediately got up and came behind Maja's seat, stretched his neck and looked at him. "But it's really $160,000, it should be in other cards." Jean Nan motioned for him to check the next card. This time, Lin Rui and others also gathered around, watching Emojo inquire about the second card. The balance of the second card was quickly found out, $120,000, the last one. Jean Nan continued. Maja then entered the third card number to inquire of the result, $20,000. Jean Nan frowned into the word yuan. "No," he said, "there are tens of millions of dollars. Did someone take it away in advance? Look at the flowing water." Emoja immediately checked the turnover of the 3 cards according to his wishes. Chapter 80, Being Scammed. Carrie doesn't have tens of millions of dollars. The most recent deposit record was last month, when US $11.02 million was deposited, and the most recent consumption record was 8 days ago, when US $88,000 was spent in the Maldives. The turnover is only half a year, it should be a new card, and the turnover does not add up to 10 million US dollars. Emoja reluctantly told the cruel reality. Jean Nan patted his forehead. "Fuck, I was defrauded." Only then did he realize that he had been defrauded, and he felt speechless to himself, actually believing the words of a fraudster. After serving it, the fraudster really didn't tell the truth. It's numb, the dead fraudster didn't tell the truth before he died. "I was thinking of dividing these tens of millions of dollars and bringing a Bentley tomorrow." Lin Rui, Leihu, and others complained speechlessly, consciously feeling that they had also been defrauded. It can only be said that she is worthy of being an ancestral figure in the e-fraud world. "Bring up the money. After this money, we will spend it together and we will not be separated." Jean Nan patted Emojo on the shoulder. "Not too lost, anyway, it was a windfall. How much is it?" Emojo quickly took out the money. After the episode passed, a group of people left the manor in 2 off-road vehicles and headed to Shangrao City. An hour and a half later, at 12 noon, everyone arrived in Shangrao City and went to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to apply for new shareholders. Lin Rui, Lei Hu, Shirley, Emoja, and Zhou Yuntang each invested 1 million shares, each with 8% of the shares, and Ma Dejin also increased his capital contribution by 1 million. The shares were given casually, and there was no actuarial calculation. After the 5 people took the shares, Jin Nan held 50% of the shares in Jingtang Agriculture, Ma Dafei held 10%, and each of the remaining 5 people held 8%. After finishing the work at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, everyone went to the Taxation Bureau to file taxes. Filing taxes is very troublesome and requires various calculations. None of the 7 people are accounting majors. It took more than 2 hours to get it done and reported a loss of 120,000 financial statements. The loss is tax-free, and there is no need to pay a dime, and the starting point is not reached. After completing the tax affairs, Jin Nan took everyone to dinner. In order to reward and welcome everyone to join the Thorn Agriculture, Jin Nan ordered 18 dishes in a high-end hotel: baked lobster with truffles, Kobe beef with foie gras, gold leaf caviar, white truffle pasta, bluefin tuna belly sashimi, French pan-fried duck liver, Alaskan king crab with saffron sauce, Wagyu Wellington, black truffle roast chicken, Iberian ham with honeydew, baked Boston lobster, French baked snails, pan-fried French foie gras, sturgeon roe pancakes, slow-roasted Wagyu rib, eyes, white sturgeon roe sauce, Mediterranean red shrimp sashimi, black truffle cream soup. In addition, I ordered 20 bottles of Matai. After a meal, 60,000 yuan. If you are full of food and drink, you have to digest and digest. Everyone chose the luxury car 4S store to digest and go to see the car. The first thing a man wants to do when he has money is to buy a luxury car. As the saying goes, a good horse is equipped with a good saddle, and a hero is equipped with a BMW. Now horses are not popular, but cars are popular. Jin Nan likes Mercedes-Benz and is obsessed with Mercedes-Benz. He spent 2.7 million to buy a Mercedes-Benz S580 with a 4T engine. Business and power coexist. Ma Debia likes off-road and bought a Jeep Wrangler for 550,000 yuan. Thunder Tiger also likes off-road, and bought a domestic Warrior M817, which landed at 380,000 yuan. Lin Rui likes nanny cars and bought a Lanta Dreamer PHEV for 460,000 yuan. Shirley's preferences are a bit strange. Others buy cars like cars, off-road, SUVs, or nanny cars like Lin Rui. He likes buses and bought a Toyota Costa Premium Business Bus, which landed at 480,000 yuan. My dad's previous dream was to be a bus driver, but it's a pity that he didn't become a bus driver until he died. Only when Shirley said the reason did everyone know that he didn't like it himself. He was fulfilling his father's dream. Zhou Yuntang did not buy a car. She accompanied her throughout the journey. It is normal for her not to buy it. According to her, there are many cars in the family, from Rolls-Royce to Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi, and they can all be driven to the exhibition. After buying the car, because it still took a while to pick up the car, everyone went to KTV and waited, packed a large box, and 6 veterans hugged each other and sang military songs. A green flowers in the army, 6 people sing together. The cold wind is fluttering and the leaves are falling. The army is a green flower. Dear comrades in arms, don't be homesick. Don't think about mom. How many words from my heart I call day and night. Don't cry when you leave the military camp as our warm home. Mom, don't worry about it, child. I have grown up strong. Army battle song. 6 people sing together. Listen to the horn of the new journey blow. The target of the strong army is summoned in front. If the country is strong, we have to take responsibility. The battle flag is full of iron, blood and glory. The soldiers listen to the command of the party can win the battle with a good style. Not afraid of strong enemies. Dare to fight. After singing the military song on KTV for 2 hours, the 7-person team immediately moved to foot bathing. During the foot bathing process, some people went upstairs for tea. 7 people spent a total of 20,000 yuan. The day after a night of carnival, everyone went to the 4S store to pick up the car, and then bought more than 2,000 yuan of meat and vegetables and drove their respective cars back to Thorn Manor. After returning, the 7 of them held a meeting in the living room of the villa to allocate work. After discussion, Ma Dafei and Zhou Yuntang formed a group. Lin Rui and Lei Hu formed a group. Shirley and Emoja formed a group. There are 2 groups of people working every day. One group is responsible for breeding forest areas, one group is responsible for the hospitality of the shooting range, and the other group is resting in shifts. As for Jin Nan, he is only responsible for the management of money, and there is no need to do other work. It's almost the role of a mascot. After the work was assigned, the 3 groups drew lots for who would rest first. Lin Rui and Lei Hu drew them. As soon as they finished drawing, they left the manor in their newly bought luxury cars and went home to visit their parents. Jin Nan finished his lunch and drove away, taking a cart of sophisticated equipment to go fishing. On the way to go fishing, he received a call from Zhou Jianbang. The first sentence of the other party on the phone was, "I will never be a good person again." "What's the matter?" Jean Nan asked as he drove. "Didn't you save 5 in the KK park?" Then the police also destroyed the Yangon park and rescued the remaining people. The parents quit when they heard the news. The families of the 12 children felt that they were rescued by the police and asked for a refund. The other 5 family members saw them refund the money, and they were mentally unbalanced. They also said that if you didn't save them, the police would rescue them too. They felt that the money was spent unfairly. Zhou Jianbang sighed again and again. Very helpless, Jean Nan chuckled sarcastically when he heard this, and replied lightly, "I won't refund the money. I told them before I set off. The purpose is to collect the money first and rescue the people. Now that the purpose has been achieved, I have no reason to refund the money." Why does he ask the other party to pay the full amount in advance every time? This is the kind of prevention. I have refunded their money. 500 and 100,000 will be used as a lesson. After that, I don't care who comes to me. Zhou Jianbang said on the phone with a little resentment. Chapter 81 Mysterious Man. Zhou Jianbang's answer surprised Jean Nan, but he didn't expect him to refund the money out of his own pocket. But having said that, as an intermediary, now that he has done this kind of thing, he really should have the bottom line. This business has the rules of this business, and if the rules are messed up, it will be difficult to leave in the future. Jean Nan said nothing more, and hung up the phone with a few polite words. The wind outside the car window poured in, with a little water vapor and fishy smell unique to the riverbank. He closed the car window, concentrated on driving, and followed the winding country road all the way. The road is not wide, with lush trees on both sides, and rice fields stretching in the distance. Occasionally, several farmers can be seen bending over to work. About half an hour later, he finally arrived at this small village built near the water. The village is quiet, with several houses scattered sparsely by the river, and the stone road leads to the water bank crooked. He parked his car under an old locust tree at the entrance of the village, picked up his equipment, and walked straight to the river. The old pier where the villagers were washing clothes stretched quietly into the heart of the river. The planks were a little damp, and there was a slight squeak when he stepped on it. He skillfully opened the small convenient bench, sat down and began to prepare opening bait, adjusting drift, and finding the bottom. The movements were as smooth as a performance. Finally, he unscrewed a bottle of red rice, flicked his wrist, and scattered a piece of red into the river, and the nest was completed. Jean Nan quickly entered the state, lit a cigarette and sandwiched it between his fingers, his eyes like nails, locked on the slightly trembling float a few meters away. "Good luck today." In less than 10 minutes, the float moved first gently, then slowly sinking out. He held his breath, his wrist suddenly exerted force, and he raised it upward. The fishing rod suddenly bent into a tense arc, and there was a rapid and powerful struggle from the other end of the line. The corner of his mouth raised, he skillfully controlled the pole and closed the line, and soon, a wild crushing carp with gleaming silver light and a weight of about half a caddy was raised out of the water. Jean Nan took out his mobile phone and took a picture from the right angle. He carefully took off the hook, threw the fish into the fish guard immersed in the water, then sat down with satisfaction, and posted a circle of friends with the picture. Air Force? It doesn't exist. Under the text, there is a photo of the crushing carp and half of the fishing rod. The background is bokeh into a piece of sparkling water. He had just put down his mobile phone and was about to hang the bait and throw the second pole when a slight sound of footsteps came from beside him. A man wearing a fisherman's hat and sunglasses stuck on his face stood there for some time. He was tall and straight, wearing simple gray quick-drying clothes, carrying only a short stream rod and a box of earthworms in his hand, as if he was here to pass the time. The man lowered his head and glanced at the fish guard at Jean Nan's feet. There was only one fish there, but the water was already shaking slightly. He didn't speak, so he stood less than 2 meters next to Jean Nan and threw out a pole. Jean Nan turned his head and his tone was not polite. "Buddy, I made a nest here." He had already used Yuguan to sweep this person close, but he didn't expect the other party to be so uninteresting. In the rivers and lakes of fishing, it is an unwritten rule that the first nest beater occupies a place, and the latecomers have to avoid it. The other party just smiled softly, and his voice came from behind the sunscreen face towel. "A little stuffy, don't be stingy." Jean Nan frowned, but did not answer again. He turned his head and refocused his attention on the float, but there was a hint of imperceptible vigilance in his heart. Then, he heard the man next to him speak, his tone as flat as if he was chatting. Sihanettville, 89 lives. Jean Nan's back stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment. On the China-Myanmar border, 1 life was lost. 5 lives were lost on the highway outside Mandalay. Pan, 214 lives. Mayawati, 276 lives. The man's voice was not high, but the words were clear, like cold stones thrown into the dull air one by one. Jean Nan's fingers holding the fishing rod tightened slightly, and his knuckles turned a little whitish as the wind on the river seemed to have stopped, leaving only the sound of flowing water and heartbeat. Finally, the man asked softly, "Is it your instinct to be addicted to killing?" At that moment, the muscles of Jean Nan's whole body were tightened, and he entered a kind of absolute sobriety before the war. He almost fought back violently in the next second until he heard the word instinct. This word is a top-secret annotation in his file, and it is a term used internally to define his behavior pattern. For an instant, his tight nerves quietly relaxed again. It's not the enemy, it's one of one's own that I didn't expect you all to know. He still stared at the float, his voice was low and steady, as if the other party was just discussing the fishing situation with him. At this moment, the man next to him suddenly raised his wrist and raised his fishing rod. A silver crucian carp was raised out of the water, struggling and twisting, gleaming in the sun, weighing a full catty. Jean Nan turned his head and looked at the fish, then at the opponent's empty fish guard and the ordinary rod, and snorted angrily. I hit the nest. The man grabbed the hook that untied the fish's mouth, threw the fish back into the river, and said while hanging the bait, "You know, you are the most perverted man in the army, the youngest comrade colonel of the Republic, and the most dangerous person in the Republic. Every move you make after you retire, the army, the internet is staring at you. We know exactly how you crossed the border into Cambodia, Vietnam, and Myanmar, and how you killed people." Jean Nan listened to these words that seemed to be a compliment, and a light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He asked calmly and naturally, "Are you here to catch me?" The man tied up the bait, threw the rod and threw the bait into the water. Watching the float upright in the river, he smiled, "Although you are strong, you are not worth mentioning compared with the state apparatus. If I really wanted to catch you, I would have caught you a long time ago." Jean Nan looked thoughtfully. He was wondering why the country didn't catch him or stop him for the first time. "What are you going to do next?" The man asked at this moment. Jean Nan replied without hesitation, "Doing agricultural farming in partnership." "Are you still doing murderous work?" The man asked again. When Jean Nan, who never hesitated, was asked this question, he rarely thought for a few seconds before answering, "Quit. The ghost believes it." The man snorted softly, "Killing people is addictive. You are already addicted, and you enjoy the pleasure of making money while killing people, right?" "The last sentence right?" is a question. Jean Nan shook his hand holding the fishing rod. Deep in his heart, the unknown secret was seen through. He does enjoy the feeling of killing people and making money at the same time, but it is not that he is addicted to killing, nor that he makes a lot of money, but that his skills have finally come into use, and he has used it to make money. Before leaving the society, he felt that he was a dragon in Phoenix among people, and he would be the object of all large companies to snatch first. But after entering the society and starting to find a job, he realized that he was a useless person to the society. Chapter 82, The Olive Branch Extended by the Mysterious Man, a private military company. That kind of frustration in life is desperate. It wasn't until he took over the assignment of the neighbor's aunt to rescue Shobu from Cambodia and return home that this frustration became a little bit better, but despair has always existed, only during the mission abroad. Not during the period, but as soon as I came back, I had it again. So deep down, he was indeed eager to accept the commission to kill and save people. Only at this time did he feel that he was not a waste, but he was very conflicted in his heart, and he resisted this kind of illegal work. "If you don't speak, it's the default." The man snorted, "You don't have the talent for entrepreneurship, nor does my Dabi. You say you will never do it again after you finish your job, but you never spend rationally. When you have money, you eat and drink a lot. If you buy a luxury car, you just wait for the money to be spent, and then use the reason for tight hands, go do another vote, right?" Hearing this, Jean Nan's face couldn't hang on anymore. "What the hell are you guessing about? What are you doing here? Just say something if you want to say it." "Ha, you are in a hurry. The more anxious you are, the more it means that I guessed it right." The man's tone was a bit proud, and then he continued, "The current international community is different from before. Conflicts between countries are constantly being intensified and sensitive areas are increasing day by day, and our national policy is peaceful development, non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries, military, which restricts troops. When you want to intervene in conflicts at that time, it is not possible to enter in the official name. In addition, we now have more and more overseas assets, and our assets in peaceful countries can still be guaranteed, but in war-sensitive areas, they cannot be guaranteed, and we cannot send troops to protect them. This has led to our overseas assets becoming fat in the eyes of many forces, and everyone wants to take a bite while you mess around. When we are bullied by hegemony in our overseas partner countries, we can only gape at other things besides working hard in diplomacy. In summary, we are too passive in some ways. After speaking, the man carried the pole with one hand, took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Jean Nan. Jean Nan hesitated for a few seconds, put down the fishing rod, took the folding paper and unfolded it. This is a red-headed document with the title attracting attention, Opinion on the Necessity of Private Military Companies. There are many contents of the file, but multiple contents can be summarized in 2 words. Necessary. Jean Nan, who had finished reading the documents, finally knew the purpose of the man's coming. He looked at the man and asked, "You want us to be your white gloves?" The word white glove. The man pondered, it doesn't seem to be accurate, it should be a partner. A ray of light flashed in Jean Nan's eyes. How to cooperate? You are not open to the public. In name, you are an agricultural company with a shooting range. Just like now, when we are alive, we will have people call you to tell you. We will issue an appropriate remuneration based on the difficulty of the employment task. Of course, you will not only be our customer. We will let our overseas partner countries know of your existence in some way, including our overseas asset holders. The man smiled softly. Jean Nan fell silent, and a contemplative expression appeared between his eyebrows. He has to admit that it is very tempting for him to become the country's first private military company. All his skills can be used happily. He is no longer a waste to society, and he can do something for the country. But, do you really want to go back to the daily rain of bullets like before? He must think about it carefully. After all, this is not an ordinary decision. Once he decides, there will be no turning back. Whether it is rejection or consent, if he refuses, the country will definitely not allow himself to do any employment business unless he never returns to his country. If he agrees, he will completely embark on the mercenary business in the future. An industry until death or retirement. There are 2 choices, either take a pen for the rest of your life or a gun for the rest of your life. The man turned his head and glanced at Jean Nan's hesitant expression. He turned his head and looked back at the floats on the river again, and said in a calm voice, "Actually, you don't have to think about it. There are 360 lines. No line is absolutely safe. Construction workers work every day in dangerous marginal areas such as falling from high places, mechanical injuries, electric shocks, and collapses. Mining workers work every day in dangerous marginal areas such as gas explosions and fires, collapses, and permeable accidents. People in the transportation industry work every day on the edge of the danger of traffic accidents. No line of business is safe, and no line of business is safe and profitable. Even if it is finance, it sometimes hovers on the edge of the rooftop. I don't deny the danger of mercenaries, but you also make a lot of money. 1 order or 2 orders is money that ordinary people can't make for a few years or even decades in a lifetime. In fact, the most important thing for you to consider is that you can only do this business. Not only you, but also your comrades in arms. They can only shine in this business. If they want to do other industries, such as your current farming, they will be based on your uncontrolled spending of money. Within half a year, they will go out of business. At that time, in order to survive, you must be able to do everything. I will give you 3 days to think about it, and I will call you in 3 days. My words will also make it clear. If you really want to be a flat-headed commoner, then you must never do anything that violates the laws of the country again in the future. Don't take it for granted again. We will just do the previous things. Don't pursue it anymore. If you want to do this business well, I can assure you on behalf of the country that as long as you are out of the country, no matter what you do, as long as it does not endanger the interests of the Republic, we will not pursue it, including at home, and will give you some convenience, such as allowing you to use a fake identity of planes, high-speed rail, and provinces. You have to take a black car when you go on a mission. Hearing that he was in the black car, Jean Nan couldn't help but smile. Okay, I have written down all your words, let me think about it for 3 days. The man's float sank quickly, and he pulled it abruptly. This time, he pulled up a larger crushing carp. He pulled the crushing carp in front of him, took off the trophy and threw it into Jean Nan's fishguard. this fish is for you to eat. Goodbye. The man left these words and left the pier, quickly disappearing into Jean Nan's sight. Jean Nan refocused his attention on the floats on the river and sighed softly. Time passed in a flash, and the sky darkened unknowingly. Jean Nan originally planned to fish all day, including this night, but he didn't have much time to fish now. As soon as it got dark, he started to pack up his fishing gear. After 10 minutes, he returned to the old kuei tree and drove away. Jean Nan, who returned to the solemnity, greeted Ma Dequan and Zhou Yuntang, who were on duty in the living room, and went upstairs. Chapter 83, Meeting to discuss opinions. I feel that something is wrong with Brother Nan. Ma Dafei only realized that the latter seemed to have something on his mind based on Jean Nan's demeanor when he passed by. Zhou Yuntang picked up the cup and took a sip of homemade milk tea, and said disapprovingly, "Everyone has something on their mind, it's not normal." Ma Debai scratched his head and continued to stare at the monitor. Upstairs, Jean Nan, who returned to his room, took out a change of clothes from the closet and went to the bathroom to take a cold bath. It is his habit to take a cold bath in winter, because he exercises less now. Taking a cold bath can effectively maintain physical strength. There is no scientific basis for this, it is purely his own experience. After taking a shower, Jean Nan lay on the bed and thought about what the man said during the day. He was also asking himself, can he really give up the business of hiring completely? He found that he had no answer. Thinking about this, I thought about it for 2 whole days. In the evening 2 days later, Lin Rui and Lei Hu, who had gone home to visit their parents, came back. When they came back, it was Ma Dafei and Zhou Yuntang's turn to take a vacation, but just as they were about to go home to visit their parents, Jean Nan stopped them. Everyone comes to the living room, let me talk about something. Jean Nan first stopped Ma Dafei and Zhou Yuntang, who had just walked to the door, and then called others downstairs in the WeChat group of 7 people. Soon, there were bursts of footsteps on the stairs, and Lin Rui, Lei Hu, Shirlei, and Emoja went downstairs one after another. They looked at Jean Nan, who was already sitting on the long wooden table with a solemn expression, and slowly approached. What's the matter? Thunder Tiger asked curiously. Jean Nan nodded to the seat in front of him. Sit down first. Everyone sat down one after another with doubts. Something's wrong with you these days. Have you encountered anything in the room all day long? Lin Rui had long realized that something was wrong with Jean Nan. After he finished speaking, he said, if there is a shortage of money, I still have hundreds of thousands in my card. Let's use it first. I have it too. I have it too. Ma Dafei, Thunder Tiger, and others also said one after another, it shouldn't be about money. Zhou Yuntang didn't think things were that simple, don't guess. Jean Nan lit a cigarette, spit out a mouthful of smoke, and slowly said something. Someone came to me the day before yesterday. The specific identity is unclear. Anyway, it should be from the military. Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. The military knows about us? Lin Rui looked a little nervous. After all, what he did was not legal. Just the article of killing was sentenced in accordance with domestic law. Seeing that everyone was nervous, Jean Nan immediately calmed everyone. Don't worry, we would have been caught a long time ago. They not only knew about us, but also the whole process of the visit. I now suspect that the actions in the Yangon Park are temporary. Just because we destroyed the KK Park and let go of those people, the IT gave the country enough reasons and excuses to make Min Aung Lai unable to refuse to act. Of course, these things have nothing to do with what I'm going to say. They gave us 2 choices, either we won't touch a gun for the rest of our lives, or we will hold a gun for the rest of our lives until we retire, or we will be killed. Everyone frowned. Jean Nan's words were undoubtedly very informative to them, and they really couldn't digest it for a while. Either you won't touch a gun for the rest of your life, or you will hold a gun for the rest of your life. What does it mean? Lin Rui didn't understand it clearly. Not only him, but everyone didn't understand this sentence too deeply. Everyone looked at Jean Nan, wanting an accurate and clear explanation. Jean Nan didn't go around, and said bluntly, they want us to become the country's first private military company, which is specifically responsible for handling matters that are inconvenient for officials to deal with, including accepting the employment of overseas partner countries and overseas asset owners. Blackwater and Wagoner all know it. Just let us become this kind of company, but we are still an agricultural company. In name, but the upper echelons regard us as the local version of Blackwater. If you refuse, then from now on, we will not be able to perform overseas employment tasks. The things we did before will be written off and we will do agriculture well, but if we continue to do it, then follow the procedures. The sentence should be sentenced, and the one who should be shot should be shot. Holy shit, is there such a good thing? Really or not, can it be our turn for this kind of good thing? After everyone listened to Jean Nan's words, the expressions on their faces were all excitement and surprise. They didn't have Jean Nan's psychological baggage, just like Lin Rue. When Jean Nan didn't find him, he wanted to go to Russia to be a mercenary. Now he can become a legal mercenary in his own country. That's not too much. Cool, brother Nan, how did you reply to them? Ma Dafei asked. There is no reply yet. Jean Nan took a big puff of smoke. I've been thinking about this for 2 days. Now I want to think about your opinions. Don't worry about answering. You think about it first. Once you make a decision, the big guys will live with their heads in the future. He knew that Lin Rue and others were not cold or even yearning for the mercenary business, but he still wanted to remind everyone to think carefully. This is not a joke. It is no exaggeration to say that the current choice determines the future destiny, and there is no room for regret. The big guys fell into contemplation, and Jean Nan's words made them have to suppress the heat in their hearts first and think carefully about the pros and cons. Many people lit cigarettes, smoke began to fill the living room. Let me talk first. Lin Rue was the first to think about it. He said to Jean Nan with a serious expression, I don't know what you think. Anyway, what I think is that this is a profession specially tailored for us. All the skills we have learned in the army in this profession are counterpart. I won't say anything else. Since the profession is counterpart, why don't you do it? There was no state support before and it was illegal. This is a reason. Now that the state supports it, what other reason is there not to do it? If you insist on saying that it is dangerous, what kind of business is not dangerous? There are more dangerous businesses in the world than mercenaries. Moreover, I ask everyone, are you willing to be buried like this after you have practiced your killing skills for so many years? When Lei Hu finished speaking, he immediately agreed. People who live in the world want nothing more than to live worthily. The business of mercenaries allows us to live worthily and make money. It's legal, and there's no reason not to do it. Shirley and Emoja didn't speak, but they both agreed with what Lin Rue and Lei Hu said. Ma Depan thought for a while and said, Oh, I thought about Brother Lainan starting a business in forestry and farming. The main reason was that the days of working as a security guard were too boring and there was no future. I chose to start a business. Now the country is opening up the mercenary profession to us. I think it's interesting and promising. Think about it. Let's talk less about millions of commissions with one vote. One vote will allow us to eat for 2 or 3 years. The most important thing is that Brother Lin is right, his professional counterpart. Jean Nan leaned back in the seat and inserted the cigarette butt into the ashtray, then relit a cigarette and lit it. He spit out the smoke deeply, and he already had the answer in his heart. P.S. The Myanmar chapter is over, and a new chapter has begun. Spoiler alert, the protagonist's mercenary group will be completely formed, and it will also emerge in the global military field. Solicit the names of mercenary groups online and brainstorm ideas. Chapter 84 5C Mercenary Group is officially established. He stood up with his hands on the table, leaned over and looked at everyone with a serious expression and said, Since everyone has a unified opinion, then I have nothing to hesitate. From today on, we are a mercenary group. He stretched out his palm with his palm facing down. Lin Rue, Lei Hu, Shirley, Emoja, and Ma Dashang got up one after another and put their hands on each other. The palms of the 6 of them tightly fitted. At this time, Zhou Yuntang also put his hands on her, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. I will join one too. Everyone glanced at her, then looked at Jean Nan. Jean Nan didn't say anything, but said, Since we want to do it, then we will do it seriously, grow bigger and stronger, and create brilliance. Let's take a name. How about 5C? Moja blurted out, Western style. Lin Rue chuckled. The rest of them nodded in satisfaction. Jean Nan smiled slightly. Well, from then on, we will be called the 5C Mercenary Group. The scope of the strike will cover the whole world. The east wind is mighty, and the Megatron will surround the universe. The east wind is mighty, Megatron the world. Yeah. When everyone shouted these words, they all felt numbness on their scalps and goosebumps all over their bodies. At the same time, at this moment, they all felt a long-lost sense of belonging. Starting today, life is a member of the 5C Mercenary Group, and death is a ghost of the 5C Mercenary Group. Ha! Everyone couldn't help laughing happily, and then sat back in their seats one after another. After Jean Nan took his seat again, he said, "We are now an organization. If we are organized, we must have rules, especially in terms of money. I propose that in the future, no matter how much the commission is, everyone will receive a monthly salary, and the number of wages will be given according to the level, and the level will be evaluated according to the number of tasks performed in the position. How is everyone? Before I got the commission, I would divide it directly. If it was a temporary team, there would be no problem, but if it was a long-term team, especially now that I have to consider becoming bigger and stronger, I can't divide it directly, because if I divide it directly, the company will have no money, and it will not be able to develop for a long time without money. It is impossible for the 5C Mercenary Group to maintain this number of people all the time. Jean Nan plans to recruit more manpower to deal with future tasks. It's okay. No comment. Okay. Everyone has no opinion on the monthly supply of remuneration, and even likes this method, because everyone is not a person who can control it. If you give it at once, it may not take long for it to be spent. The monthly supply method can effectively ensure cash flow. To put it bluntly, if you are killed on the battlefield one day, the money you haven't received can still be left to your family members, and your family members won't die. The child doesn't have a penny. Jean Nan nodded in satisfaction. Okay, that's it. From now on, the company will send you 50,000 yuan a month. When there is more money on the account, I will mention it to everyone's level. It depends on the amount of money on the account. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard the words. Besides, we have developed. At present, we, as a group, have no problem going to some backward countries to do some tasks, but if we go to do difficult tasks, we are powerless. Do you have any retired special forces that you know? Try to contact them to see if they are willing to come. If they just come every time they come, 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 every to me a base salary of 30,000 a month, 5 insurance and 1 gold, mission awards, quarterly awards, half-year awards, and year-end awards are all the same. Jean Nan quickly assumed the role of the leader of the mercenary group, and he immediately formulated a summary of the benefits of newcomers joining the group. I know 2 of them. Lin Rue thought of 2 people after listening to it. Also raised his hand. I know 3 of them. I also know 3 of them. Shirley said afterwards, I know 4 of them. Thunder Tiger knows more. Ma Dafe and Zhou Yuntang did not speak in silence. The former wanted to break his head but couldn't think of the retired special forces he knew, let alone the latter. Jean Nan listened to everyone's words and patted his hands. Okay, let's do it directly, and contact everyone who should be contacted. The voice fell, except for Ma and Zhou. They all took out their mobile phones and got up to go through the address book. Jean Nan said to them, go clean up the empty room. After speaking, he also contacted some retired special forces soldiers he knew. Lao Bao, I haven't contacted you for a long time. Where have you made a fortune recently? Open a veteran barbecue shop? I can't come alive here. Rock, how are you doing? I have a job here with a monthly salary of 30,000, a mercenary, legal, and the first private military company in our country. Lie to you? Lie to you that you have food to eat? Oh, I'm working in a government unit now. Okay, that's good, so don't bother, I'll get together again one day. It's me, Lin Rue. Everyone in the living room was busy making phone calls. Some listened with excitement, some declined, because not all retired special forces soldiers take the same one-time retirement fee as Lin Rue and the others. Many choose an iron rice bowl or take the monthly retirement fee to start a family and start a business. Now I don't want to take my life to play anymore. Jean Nan contacted more than a dozen retired special forces soldiers. Most of them did not come, but some came, not without any gain. After contacting again, Jean Nan received a call. Strange call. Hello? Jean Nan answered the phone. Have you considered it? The voice on the phone is exactly the same as the voice of the man on the edge of the pier 2 days ago. Jean Nan took a deep breath and replied, after thinking about it, do it. Well, very good. Did your organization take a name? Listening to the tone, I can tell that the man is very satisfied with Jean Nan's choice. 5C. Jean Nan replied. The man was stunned for 2 seconds. You are plagiarizing. Don't let it? He. The man smiled bitterly. Okay, the 5C Mercenary Group is undeniably a good name. I hope you don't lose this name. After the man finished speaking, he turned around and continued, "Pay attention to the phone in the future. We will use methods to let overseas cooperative countries know about your existence. In addition, your fake passports and identities have been mailed." "Good." Jean Nan responded, "Just say that, goodbye." "Goodbye." After the call was over, Jean Nan walked to the door of the villa and looked at the mountains in the distance and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. From now on, he can be regarded as completely embarking on the path of mercenaries. I hope to retire alive. It is also hoped that the 5C Mercenary Group will become a prominent global presence. It's really exciting. The next day, the weather was clear and cloudless. 10 o'clock in the morning, a man walked more than 10 miles of mountain roads on foot and came to the door of the manor. This man is about 30 years old, tall, with a pointed chin and bulging temples. He is wearing a camouflage uniform, combat boots, and a colorful penny hat on his head. He glanced at the interior of the manor with sharp eyes, murderous self-expression. "I'm here." The man took out his mobile phone and sent out a WeChat message. Chapter 85 New member joins, Part 1. 2 or 3 minutes later, a group of people from the villa walked out, and Lin Rue trotted forward, beckoning and shouting, "Laoli, Laoli." A man named Laoli stepped forward with a colorful suitcase. When he collided head-on with Lin Rue, Laoli Bingling's face showed a little smile. The two hugged each other tightly and slapped each other on the shoulders. "Long time no see." "Long time no see." The two exchanged a few simple greetings, and Jean Nan and his party came over. Lin Rue immediately introduced Jean Nan to Laoli. "Jean Nan, the boss of our mercenary group." After this man joined the back arrow, everyone was overwhelmed and couldn't lift their heads. Laoli raised his brows and became a little interested. He stretched out his hand to Jean Nan and introduced himself, "Li Jianfeng." Jean Nan first saluted him, then stretched out his hand with a smile, "Hello, squad leader Li." Li Jianfeng, who served in the 1st Commando of the Army's Sharp Sword Special Forces, served as a pilot scout in a cross-border joint counter-terrorism operation. He sneaked behind enemy lines alone for 60 hours in extremely bad weather, accurately locating the hiding place of the terrorist leader, and providing laser guidance for precision aerial strikes, destroying the target in one fell swoop. After retiring from the military, I chose a job in the system, but I resigned not long after. I worked as a farmer and exercised in my spare time. Lin Rue finished talking loudly about Li Jianfeng's service in the army, his former glory, and his life after retirement, and then added, "He and I met during the army competition. He is a ruthless person who doesn't talk much and does a lot of things." "Hello, squad leader Li." "Hello, squad leader Li." "Hello, squad leader Li." After listening to Lin Rue's introduction, Shirley, Lei Hu, and others came over to salute Li Jianfeng one after another. In the process, Lin Rue also introduced everyone to Li Jianfeng one by one. "They are all masters, but..." The corner of Li Jianfeng's mouth was slightly raised, and he looked at Jean Nan with provocative eyes. "I just don't know if you are qualified as a captain." Everyone was taken aback when they heard this. Jean Nan smiled confidently. "I specialize in all kinds of disobedience." Li Jianfeng didn't have the slightest nonsense. He first threw the suitcase aside, took off his hat, and put on a fighting posture in place. Jean Nan took 2 steps back and stood steadily without posture. When the rest of the people saw this, they took the initiative to retreat and became the melon-eating masses. "Come on." Li Jianfeng slammed his legs and rushed towards Jean Nan like a cannonball. At the same time, he opened his bow and shook his fist with his left hand. Jean Nan remained motionless. When his fist was about to approach, he showed a contemptuous smile on his face, raised his hand and grabbed the fist from the former. Li Jianfeng was taken aback. At this moment, his arms seemed to be clasped by a large iron pliers. He reacted quickly and raised his leg to attack. Jean Nan did not hide at all, but also raised his leg and kicked, pop. With a sound, Li Jianfeng flew down a few meters and fell to the ground severely. Li Jianfeng, who fell to the ground, showed pain and disbelief. He obviously got out of his legs faster than Jean Nan, but the latter's legs rushed in front of him and kicked him. This speed. "Stop fighting, I admit defeat." He was convinced, and this kick let him know that Jean Nan was not an empty shelf, and his strength was far stronger than himself. It's no wonder Lin Rue would say that since this man joined Dark Arrow, everyone in Dark Arrow has been suppressed. Jean Nan walked up to Li Jianfeng with a light step, stretched out his hand to pull him up, and said with a smile, "I will be a brother in the trenches from now on. Welcome to join 5C." "My pleasure." Li Jianfeng looked with admiration, and Jean Nan successfully won his respect. Big spray, lend me your car. Jean Nan stretched out his hand towards Ma Dequan. Ma Dequan took out the Wrangler's car key from his pocket and threw it to Jean Nan. Where are you going? I'll pick up 2 people and buy a sheep by the way. When I come back, we will roast the whole sheep to welcome new comrades in arms. Jean Nan said with a smile, and after speaking, he took the car keys and walked to the parking lot at the door. Drive slowly. Got it. After Jean Nan drove the Wrangler out of the manor, everyone immediately brought Li Jianfeng into the villa and arranged a room for him to be placed. An hour and a half later, 12 o'clock noon, Shangrao High-Speed Rail Station. At the exit of the station, Jean Nan was wearing big-toed glasses, leaning on the trunk of the Wrangler, staring at the crowd at the exit of the station with his eyes obscured by sunglasses. At this moment, he keenly noticed that someone was looking at him. He looked for a feeling and saw 2 beautiful women looking at him in the square more than 10 meters away. Laughing shyly from time to time, the 2 women were talking about something, and as they were talking, one of the women pushed the other woman. The woman who was pushed lowered her head and walked towards her with a red face. Handsome guy, can you add a WeChat? The woman walked up to Jean Nan and said softly shyly. Jean Nan looked at her up and down. Well, she looks good, it's worth adding a WeChat. However, just as he was about to reach into his pocket and take out his mobile phone, a thunderous voice came from a distance. Jean Nan. Jean Nan turned his head and looked. A man with a round face of less than 1.7 meters tall and a round head was running towards him at the exit of the station. When he saw the visitor, he suddenly forgot to WeChat the beautiful woman, walked quickly to greet him, and hugged the man. After holding him for a while, Jean Nan smiled and hammered him on the shoulder. It's been a long time since I saw my brother. Wang Lei, a native of Ningbo, Zhejiang, is the former captain of the underwater blasting squadron of the Navy's Dragon Commando. During a major escort mission, he led a team to secretly board a giant freighter hijacked by pirates. In a silent battle, he used superb melee combat skills and tactical cooperation to subdue 4 people with his bare hands. The armed pirates successfully rescued all the hostages, and our personnel suffered no casualties. He has won the individual second-class merit 2 times and the collective first-class merit 1 time, and is a 2-time champion member of the Sea Landing Project of the International Military Competition. Jean Nan met him in a joint land sea operation. He was 13 years old and 34 years old this year. He retired 3 years ago at the request of his wife. After retiring, he chose an iron rice bowl. From yesterday's call, Jean Nan learned that he hadn't eaten this iron rice bowl for a year. The reason is that he divorced his wife, and the child was given to him but no one brought it. In order not to let the child lack love, he resigned to become a full-time dad. Now that the child is 5 years old, he just went to a managed kindergarten some time ago. He happened to be looking for a job during this time. Jean Nan contacted him just in time and agreed to come without saying a word. Brother, you are a real cow, the country's first private military company, I can only admire it. Wang Lei had already admired Jean Nan's 5 body drop to the ground. The latter has now become the first private military company, and he admires it even more. After all, it's not a lot of money to engage in this kind of company. It requires not only absolute strength, but also absolute trust at the national level. He has been a soldier for 13 years and has seen heroes in the world like Krushenkarp crossing the river, but none of them can achieve Jean Nan's current achievements. It is no exaggeration to say that Jean Nan will go down in history in the future, the gold content of the first private military company. Chapter 86 New member joins, Part 2, don't say anything, we will be good buddies carrying guns together again in the future. Jean Nan smiled with relief, and he didn't expect to be able to fight side by side with an old friend of the same unit like Wang Lei. After retiring, Wang Lei shook his fist and collided with Jean Nan's chest. Just leave it to me behind your back. Then give me a few more bullets. Jean Nan turned to the Wrangler behind him. Put your luggage in the car first, I'm waiting for someone. Who else? Half an hour later, a dark-skinned, thin but not short man walked out of the station with the flow of people. He looked around and saw a Wrangler and 2 people next to the car. One of them was the person he was familiar with. Jean Nan. He smiled, picked up his satchel and walked quickly. Jean Nan and Wang Lei also greeted him. Lao Lu, you are still as black as ever. Jean Nan teased his skin color before he stepped forward. Lao Lu, a native of Weifang, Shandong Province, his real name is Lu Pan. He is a former captain of the Army's Siberian Tiger Special Forces. He retired from the Army last year with a military age of 12 years. I learned from yesterday's call that after he retired, he was arranged to work in a local veterans office, 9 to 5, and he just started to enjoy it. It's been a long time, I find it boring. As soon as Jean Nan handed over the olive branch, he flew over from Shandong naked. I didn't expect you to retire too. I thought you were going to take over back arrow. Lu Pan couldn't help but look at Wang Lei. Who is this? Jialong, 1 year older than you, Wang Lei. Jean Nan introduced Wang Lei to him. Wang Lei saluted Lu Pan, and Lu Pan immediately put down his satchel to salute him. Jean Nan also introduced to Wang Lei at this time. This is from the Siberian tiger, Lu Pan. Oh. I got it. Wang Lei remembered all of a sudden. You are the second in the 21st Army competition, right? It's not just now, it's now. Lu Pan's face showed a touch of pride. My navy is the first in the competition. Wang Lei seemed a little unconvinced. Nice to meet you. Lu Pan stretched out his hand and did not continue to compare with him. Nice to meet you. The two shook hands. Okay, everyone is here, get in the car. Jean Nan didn't catch up here, so he greeted the two of them to get in the car. After the two got in the car, Jean Nan seemed to have thought of something, and turned to look at Wang Lei in the back seat. You pay me a wife. What the hell? A beautiful woman asked me about WeChat just now, and you yelled and ran away. Just kidding. Jean Nan drove away from the exit of the station intently and went to the vegetable market. I bought a live sheep and some barbecue skewers in the vegetable market, and returned to the manor after buying it. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he returned to the manor. Jean Nan first introduced Wang Lei and Lu Pan to Lin Roy and others, and then introduced Lin Roy and others to Wang Lei and Lu Pan. After the introduction, I started to catch up. My comrades in arms hadn't seen a lot of topics for too many years. After a chat, they talked until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then a group of people divided their labor, killing sheep to kill sheep, cutting vegetables to cut vegetables, and barbecuing barbecues. At night, everyone drank Mao-Tai and ate roasted whole sheep in the garden of the manor, laughing and laughing constantly. Brothers, let me say something. After 3 rounds of drinking, Jean Nan directly picked up a bottle of Mao-Tai and stood up. The rest of the people also stood up with a bottle of Mao-Tai one after another. Watching the leader, we officially welcome Li Jianfeng, Wang Lei, and Lu Pan to join 5C. Let's not say sensational things. In the future, let us rest assured that we will give each other a dry bottle. Dry bottle. Everyone touched the bottles and poured mouth-to-mouth-tai, and one night, the big guy drank a total of 40 bottles of Mao-Tai. Everyone was very drunk, and only the bones of a whole roasted sheep were left. Tonight was a painful night for everyone, and it also made the 3 newcomers Li Jianfeng, Wang Lei, and Lu Pan look forward to the future of 5C. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning. Just when everyone was still asleep, a man appeared at the door of the manor. The man is wearing a floral shirt, jeans, several rings on his fingers, and elegant hair. At first glance, he is a passionate kind. He is carrying 3 large and small bags. Looking at the empty manor and the deserted shooting gallery in front of him, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Maja's phone. However, no one answered. He hit another one. Someone picked it up this time. Hello. Emoja's lazy voice came from the phone. Your sister. I said it's 6 o'clock. Where are you? I'm at your door. The man yelled angrily. Damn it. I'll be right there. Emoja had a stimulating thought, and quickly woke up from drinking and woke everyone up. Then a group of people rushed to the living room and walked out the door. As soon as they arrived at the door, Jean Nan and others saw a man carrying a large and small bag standing at the door of the manor. Emoja ran away, beckoning and shouting at the same time, Lao Xiao. Xiao Ziang, a native of Chongqing, formerly served in the Electronic Confrontation Group of the Xinhua Information Special Forces of the Strategic Support Force, and an expert in electronic warfare and psychological warfare. During his service, he led the full band blocking and deception of enemy communication channels in a major border confrontation incident, and successfully sent it to the enemy's frontline commander. The forged retreat order caused a lot of chaos in his troops, and he won a total of 1 honorary personal first-class merit, due to tactical innovation and strategic effect, the Electromagnetic Sword Award of the Army-wide Electronic Confrontation Competition, and 3 third-class merit. Xiao Ziang is a playboy. He has no other bad hobbies. He likes to mess with flowers and grass. During his service, he talked about 3 girlfriends at the same time, but once he revealed it, his girlfriend reported it to the army. The army still protected him. He just criticized him and didn't remember his demerits, but he made another mistake like this half a year later. This time, he talked about 4 at once. It doesn't matter how much he talked about. The important thing is that one of them has a husband and is still the deputy director of a unit, but he doesn't know it himself. But the army doesn't care if you know it or not, because the nature of hooking up with a married woman is completely different. In view of the fact that he made mistakes twice and 3 times, this time it brought a bad influence to the army, humiliated his reputation, and directly made him a mandatory retirement decision. After he retired from the military, he let go of himself and became a time management master to fall in love every day. Emoja and he met in the army-wide electronic confrontation competition. At that time, Xiao Ziang won the 2nd place and he won the 3rd place. Dead old Emo. He doesn't pay much attention to Lao Tzu, so he's not waiting for me here. Xiao Ziang feigned anger on his face and threw the big and small bags at Moja. Emoja smiled embarrassedly while taking the big bag. We had 3 new comrades in arms last night, and we drank a lot at night. 3 came yesterday? Xiao Ziang was taken aback for a moment. It seems that you are really going to be bigger and stronger. That's necessary, especially if you are here. Our team is awesome. Emoja can praise people, and Xiao Ziang has become a cocked mouth in one sentence. Chapter 87 New Member Joins, Part 2, Hello, Old Xiao. Jin Nan came over at this time and stretched out his hand to Xiao Ziang with a smile on his face. Before Xiao Ziang came, Emoja had already introduced him to everyone. There is no doubt that the most lacking thing in 5C is an electronic talent like Xiao Ziang. After all, it is information warfare now. As long as electronic warfare is played well, it can top a group. This is the arrow front of back arrow and the captain of our 5C. Emoji introduced Jin Nan to Xiao Ziang. Xiao Ziang's eyes lit up. So you are Jian Feng. He grabbed Jin Nan's outstretched hand with both hands with a very excited expression. He had never seen Jin Nan, nor had he heard of the name Jin Nan, but he had heard of Jian Feng's prestige of the most perverted man in the army, Comrade Colonel, the youngest colonel in the Republic. Jin Nan was a little embarrassed by his enthusiasm, and said with a smile, 5C welcomes you to join. You will be brothers in the future, and our communication with the enemy will be handed over to you. Xiao Ziang released a hand and slapped his chest, smiling confidently. Don't worry, with my old Xiao here, your communication is unimpeded, and the enemy's communication is all noise. Good. Jin Nan took the opportunity to shrink his hand back and hammered Xiao Ziang on the shoulder. Let's go together. Xiao Ziang raised his fist in a fist-like gesture. Next, Emoja introduced Xiao Ziang to other members of the 5C mercenary group, and after introducing Wanho, Jin Nan asked him to take Xiao Ziang to the villa to settle down. But just as Emoja was about to walk to the door of the villa with Xiao Ziang, Jin Nan suddenly thought of something and shouted at him, how many people have not arrived there? Emoja turned his head and shouted, there is another one, he will arrive at the station at noon. Jin Nan nodded and looked at Lin Rui and the others. How many people on your side haven't arrived yet? I have another one, who came by high-speed rail, arrived at the station at 10 o'clock, and I will pick it up later. Lin Rui replied. Thunder Tiger then said, the 2 of me are also in the car around 10 o'clock. I only have one, and I will arrive at the station at 11 o'clock. Shirley said. After listening to their answers, Jin Nan said, I also have 2 here, from 10:30 to 12 in the morning. He looked at Shirley. Why don't you just drive your bus to pick it up by yourself, and pick up all the people at once? Shirley made an OK sign by hand. No problem. Depai, you go and buy a la carte, and by the way, buy a big freezer and come back. In the future, there will be more people eating and more dishes. Jin Nan turned to Ma Depai again and said, I will go with you. Zhou Yuntang looked at Ma Defa.ma-1 said OK, and soon drove the Wrangler to take Zhou Yuntang out of the manor and into the city. Soon after the 2 of them left, Shirley also drove his Toyota luxury bus and left to pick up people at the urban high-speed rail station. Lin Rui looked at the taillights of the Toyota bus that were drifting away, and couldn't help but sigh. When everyone is here, we are considered strong soldiers and horses. In addition to the 7 who have not come, the 5C mercenary group already has 18 members. Excluding Ma Dequan and Zhou Yuntang, who are not from special forces, the 16 members are all retired soldiers of the top special forces. Compared with other special forces, the number of the 5C mercenary group occupies a great advantage. Generally, the number of top special forces is 10 people, 11 people. This kind of person is also called a strong soldier and a strong horse. Jin Nan snorted and said, make the pattern bigger. When our mercenary group has a scale of thousands, it will be called a strong army. Damn it! Damn it! Everyone was shocked when they heard Jin Nan's words. Thousands, you want to be a brigade commander. Thunder Tiger smacked his tongue and smiled, I still want to be a commander. Jean Nan shrugged his shoulders, turned around randomly and walked in the direction of the villa with his hands in his pockets. Let's go, brothers, chat with the new comrades in arms. A few hours passed in a flash, and it was 2:30 in the afternoon. It was sunny in the morning and cloudy in the afternoon. The cold winter in the south was particularly cold. Shirley's Toyota Costa parked steadily at the door of the manor. The electric car door opened, and a group of people carrying bags and luggage got out of the car one after another. There are 7 men in total: Chen Mo, 32 years old, from Guangzhou, Guangdong, an old friend of Moja, and the former head of the Intelligence Investigation and Search Team of the Air Force Thor Special Forces, is proficient in multiple languages and hacking technology. During an emergency mission, he successfully infiltrated the encrypted communication network of an international terrorist organization, intercepted and deciphered its detailed plan to attack important facilities in our cooperative country 72 hours in advance, and the accuracy and timeliness of the information avoided major losses. He has won the honorary individual second-class merit once and the third-class merit twice, and won the first prize of the Army Science and Technology Progress Award. Technical Reconnaissance Category, Zheng Donghua, 34 years old, from Shijiazhuang, Hebei, an old friend of Jean Nan and the former head of the attack group of the Army Siefeng Special Forces, was the first attacker in a major anti-hijacking incident in a certain place. Under the cover of smoke and detonation bombs, he was the first to rush into the room. In 0.5 seconds, he was the first to rush into the room. The main gangster was identified and killed inside, and at the same time, the hostage was protected with his body, blocking the bullet fired by another gangster, blocked by a bulletproof flapper, and the situation was successfully controlled. He has won the nomination award of the top 10 Loyal Guards of Honor, one individual first-class merit, and the record holder of the obstacle cross-country competition of the Army's Warriors. Zhou Shua, 33 years old, from Changsha, Hunan Province, an old friend of Thunder Tiger, and the former captain of the long-range reconnaissance guidance team of the Army Taishan Eagle Special Forces, once led a team of 3 to carry out a 45-day secret lurking reconnaissance mission in the extreme environment of the plateau border. In the final stage of water and food cutoff, relying only on the extreme environment of the plateau border, Joshua led a team of 3 to carry out a 45-day secret lurking reconnaissance mission, collecting and hunting for survival, successfully drew important arming maps and logistics supply lines of the enemy's forward positions, which provided key support for our strategic decision-making. He has won the honorary individual second-class merit 3 times and the collective second-class merit 1 time. Xiao Junho, 29 years old, from Hefei, Anhui Province, an old friend of Jean Nan, and the former head of the Battlefield First Aid Group of the Army Shangjian Special Health Company, is not only a top tactical medic, but also an excellent sniper. During a rescue mission behind enemy lines, his teammate was seriously injured. Under the cover of enemy fire, he performed emergency battlefield surgery under artillery fire to stabilize his teammate's vital signs. Then he took the sniper's rifle, accurately killed 2 enemy troops who were trying to outflank, and held the position until reinforcements arrived. He has won a total of 1 honorary individual second-class merit, 1 third-class merit, and a gold medal in the Trauma Rescue Project of the International Military Medical Skills Competition. Zhao Jigang, 31 years old, from Pingdingshan, Hunan Province, an old friend of Shirley, former commander of the Blasting and EOD Squadron of the Army Phylon Special Brigade, explosive ordnance disposal expert and blasting master, has participated in 17 major temporary EOD missions, with a success rate of 100%. He has won the honorary personal first-class merit 1 time, the honorary title of EOD Hero, and the third-class merit 3 times. Yi Han, 34 years old, from Baoji, Shaanxi Province, an old friend of Lin Rui, a former sniper of the Army's Concealed Aero Special Operations Brigade. Chapter 88. All 18 members of the 5C Mercenary Group are here. During a long-range alert reconnaissance mission on the plateau border, in an extremely harsh wind and low oxygen environment, he used a 12.7mm anti-aircraft sniper rifle to successfully warn and first hit an enemy ultra-low-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft attempting to sneak across the border to deliver supplies at a long distance of 2,180 meters, effectively stopped the enemy's intelligence-gathering operations and seized key equipment. This move set a record for effective hits in ultra-long-range actual combat in the war zone. He has won a total of 1 honorary individual first-class merit, was awarded the honorary title of Patron Saint of the Plateau Sniper by the Army Group, won the Best Overseas Snipers Single Award in the International Blade Sniper Competition, and ranked first in the 19th Army Special Operations Sniper Training Comprehensive Results. Zhou Kai, 29 years old, from Kunming, Yunnan, an old friend of Thunder Tiger, and the former captain of the first-line commando of the Army's East China Sea Flying Dragon Special Operations Brigade. In a real combat exercise codenamed Thunder, he played the role of a Red Army commando. Before the general attack was launched, his sharp knife squad was tenaciously blocked by a reinforced platoon of the Blue Army. The attack was blocked. Under the cover of the firepower of his comrades, Zhou Kai crept in a low posture and rapidly the tactical leap forward, incredibly penetrated to within 50 meters of the heavy machine gun position on the flank of the Blue Army, using a rifle equipped with a silencer, cleared the main and deputy marksman and a commander with 5-point shots, instantly tore open the key gap in the Blue Army's defense line, and made a breakthrough for the main force of the Red Army in one fell swoop. He has won a total of 1 honorary individual second-class merit, the first place in the precision marksman subject of the Army's Special Forces Gun King competition, and the title of top 100 marksman in the Army group. Dongguo, Junho, it's been a long time since I saw you. Lao Chen, Lao Zhou, Kaizi, Lao Yi, Gongzi. Jean Nan and others in the living room heard the movement outside and immediately ran out to greet them, hugging their old friends. Good boy, I really didn't expect that Lao Tzu would have a day to eat with you. With a gratifying smile on his face, Zhang Dongguo bumped Jean Nan's chest with his fist. Jean Nan smiled and said, I have wronged you by mixing with me. It has to be my brother Nan, and the first private military company has been integrated. Xiao Junho gave a thumbs up and looked at Jean Nan with admiration. In addition to admiration, Jean Nan patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, our brothers will do well in the future. I'm looking forward to it. Xiao Junho said with a smile. Jean Nan raised his hand towards Zhang Dongguo and introduced Xiao Junho. This is Zhang Dongguo, Xiafeng's man. After speaking briefly, he introduced Xiao Junho to Zhang Dongguo again. This is Xiao Junho, the man with the hidden arrow, and the military medical officer. Zhang Dongguo and Xiao Junho looked at each other, stood at attention and saluted, and then shook hands. The former smiled and said, I like military medical officers the most. Don't worry, as long as you are not killed on the spot, I can keep you alive. Xiao Junho said confidently, his self-confidence stems from his own medical skills. Even if the aorta of the neck is pierced by a bullet, as long as he is there, he can still live. Lao Zhou, Kaizi, let me introduce you. This is our captain, the former deputy captain of the Back Arrow Special Forces, and the youngest colonel in our army before retiring. At this time, Lei Hu brought his 2 old friends, Zhou Zhuo and Zhou Kai, to Jean Nan's side to introduce them. The 2 of them have not been in the military for many years. They have heard of Jianfeng's reputation. They immediately straightened their waists solemnly and saluted Jean Nan. Jean Nan immediately returned the salute and shook hands with them. Zhou Zhuo, Zhou Kai, right? Thunder Tiger has already introduced you. You are welcome to join us. It's an honor. Honored. The 2 shook hands and smiled. Jean Nan then introduced Zhang Dongguo and Xiao Junho to them, including Thunder Tiger, and introduced the former to the latter. After these introductions, Shirlei, Lin Rui, and Emojo also brought their old friends to him to introduce each other. The scene became a large-scale introduction scene. Keep shaking hands with each other and saluting each other. After about 20 minutes, finally, everyone got to know each other, and Jean Nan immediately took them to the villa and set up a room for them. Fortunately, there are enough rooms in the villa. A total of 25, enough for everyone. This must not be praised by Ma Dabai. When the villa was built, Jean Nan's idea was to have 5 or 6 rooms, but Ma Dabai thought that in case it became a tourist attraction, he could still make some money for bed and breakfast, so he added a lot of extra rooms. After setting up a room for everyone again, Jean Nan, Lin Rui, and Lei Hu began to kill sheep. Well, Ma Dequan and Zhou Yuntang went to buy vegetables and bought another sheep. They came back and bought 10 boxes of Maodai.so. Tonight is another welcome banquet for roasted whole sheep.as. Last night, the garden of the manor was overflowing with meat, everyone was drinking and having fun, and some people were rendered by the atmosphere and took the initiative to perform programs, sing, and dance. It's a little more lively and happier than last night. 10 boxes of Maodai. Also at the end of the welcome banquet, there was not a bottle left to drink. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, when everyone woke up drunk, Jean Nan called all the big guys to the living room for a meeting, and the long wooden table was full of people on all sides. Jean Nan sat in the first place and took the lead in speaking solemnly. First of all, on behalf of the 5C Mercenary Group, I formally welcome Li Jianfeng, Wang Lei, Lu Pan, Xiao Ziyang, Chen Emo, Zhang Dongguo, Xiao Junho, Zhou Zhuo, Zhou Kai, Zhao Jigang, Yi Han, etc. 11 comrades in arms join. After speaking, he was the first to speak, and he also took the lead in applauding. Lin Rui, Leihu, Madaquan, Zhou Yuntang, Shirlei, and Emojo also applauded one after another, and the scene was thunderous. The 11 people whose names were read stood up in unison, each saluting everyone around with a serious face. Jin Nan raised his hand to signal them to sit down, and then continued to speak and said, "All of you here, except Yuntang, have been among the best masters in the army. However, the combination of masters may not be a strong team. We need to run in, especially some old comrades in arms who have been retired for many years, and more need to run in. So in the next time, no matter who it is, how many highlight moments there have been, and how many honors it has won, all of them will undergo 2 weeks of training, including me." After speaking, he looked at Ma Dafei. "When will the weapons from Nanchang arrive?" Everyone followed Jin Nan's gaze and looked at Ma Dafei. They still need a little time. We have too many weapons and ammunition this time, and they need some time to stock up. Ma Dafei replied, "There are a lot of weapons rented this time. There are a total of 36 national standard rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns, and pistols, and various types of ammunition add up to more than 100,000 rounds. The Nanchang branch simply can't get so many. It needs to be transferred from the headquarters." Jin Nan hummed when he heard the words, looked at the crowd and said, "When the guns and ammunition arrive, everyone will go and shoot and find their feelings." Everyone nodded one after another. Chapter 89, Running and Training plus Recovery Training. Yuntang, which million-level individual equipment we bought last time, you can buy 10 more sets. I will settle the amount to you when the time comes. Jin Nan looked at Zhou Yuntang and said individual equipment is essential, with 18 people, but now there are only 7 sets, and 11 sets need to be replenished. Okay. Zhou Yuntang responded, and immediately added, "I have paid for the equipment, so you don't need to settle it." She knew that the money on the company's account was simply not enough to buy 10 sets of equipment, and she also knew that Jin Nan wanted to make up for the equipment out of her own pocket, and she felt that as a member of the 5C Mercenary group, she was the only one who could afford it. The person who can afford it will not bear this expense. The big guy was taken aback when he heard Zhou Yuntang's words, and the 10 new comrades in arms looked at each other differently. They couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, does this little sister have a mine at home? 11 sets of million-level individual equipment just came out? Without hesitation, Jin Nan smiled and didn't speak, but thought in her heart, now Zhou Yuntang wants to go out, let her go out, and wait for the task to make money, and then return it to her. After all, she has already taken advantage of her once last time. You can't always take advantage of others and treat others as sheep. Next, in order to better command in combat, Jin Nan reorganized the C5 Mercenary group with 18 of his own. The first is the Electronic Information Support Group, which is composed of Maja, Chen Mo, and Xiao Ziang. It is responsible for drone, communications, and hacker support. Emoja is the team leader. The sniper team is composed of Lin Rui and Yihan. Lin Rui is the sniper, Yihan is the observer and sniper, responsible for ultra-long-range precision sniper support, and Lin Rui is the team leader. The blasting team, composed of Shirlei and Zhao Jigang, is responsible for artillery support, fixed-point blasting, and EOD support. Shirlei is the team leader. The first assault group, composed of Jin Nan, Ma Dequan, Li Jianfeng, Zheng Donghua, and Wang Lei, is responsible for the frontal assault, with Jin Nan as the team leader. The second assault group, composed of Leihu, Lu Pan, Xia Junhao, Zhou Zhua, and Zhou Kai, is responsible for the frontal assault, with Leihu as the team leader. Under the overall adjustment, there are 3 people in the Electronic Information Support Group, 2 people in the Sniper Group, 2 people in the Blasting Group, 5 people in the first assault group, and 5 people in the second assault group. As for Zhou Yuntang, considering that her comprehensive level is not suitable for high-intensity tasks, it is easy to give in vain, and considering that her family is in business and her university major is also business management, she is responsible for managing the company, including but not limited to personnel, finance, etc., ranking firmly in the rear after assigning positions to everyone. Jin Nan said to Zhou Yuntang, "I will take all the group purchase packages of the shooting gallery off the shelves later, and the shooting gallery will not be open to the public in the future." Good. Zhou Yuntang nodded heavily, not dissatisfied because Jin Nan assigned herself to the rear. One is that she herself is not very willing to go to the front line, and the other is that she also knows that if she is a few caddies or tails, she will not be able to make trouble on the front line. And the rear work is equally important, then you will recruit retired Special Forces soldiers and non-commissioned officers above the second phase to the whole society in the name of recruiting shooting hall coaches, requiring good health and good overall quality. Jean Nan arranged another task for Zhou Yuntang. He was not satisfied with the current size of the 5C Mercenary group, because he knew that as the country's first private military company, there would be a lot of tasks that need to be undertaken in the future. For now, people like this are simply too busy. He must plan ahead and recruit a large number of retired soldiers in advance in order to meet the needs of future missions. Okay, shall I come for an interview? You first submit the information, and let them stay after the information is passed. If I am there, I will interview them, and if I am not, let them wait for me here. Understood. Jean Nan looked at the others and patted his hand. All right, brothers, that's it today, starting tomorrow, Devil Week training. There was a sneer on his face that I haven't practiced for a long time. When everyone saw the smile on Jean Nan's face, they suddenly felt a bad premonition. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, before dawn, Jean Nan blew a whistle in the garden. With a whistle, the rooms of the villa lit up one after another, and Lin Rui, Leihu, and others quickly put on their clothes and came to the garden square to gather. After everyone had gathered, Jean Nan raised his wrist and looked at his watch. 3 minutes, not bad. Jean Nan looked up at the neatly standing team in front of him, frowning slightly. He found a loophole and did not buy a few sets of standard training uniforms for everyone. Everyone's current clothes are in a mess. All the clothes are taken off, the pants are taken off, except for the shoes and underwear. There is nothing left. Everyone is a veteran. I won't talk about the recruits. In 3 minutes, 20 kilometers off-road. The big guy was numb when he heard this. Although spring is now in full swing, the weather is still cold, especially in the morning. It's only 2 or 3 degrees, 2 or 3 degrees naked, and you still run 20 kilometers. This is not how special forces are trained. Ma Guema, everyone who was a veteran had no complaints, and immediately took off their extra clothes. So did Jean Nan. He didn't do anything special. After everyone was ready, he led everyone to start the 20-kilometer cross-country project. The 20-kilometer cross-country is equivalent to half a horse. Even if they were retired from the special forces, they were a bit unable to carry them halfway through the race. However, Jean Nan was like a farmer driving ducks, constantly driving everyone to run. Not if you run slowly, you will be kicked. In the training state, Jean Nan is not only the captain, but also a cold-blooded instructor who was not affectionate. In the end, under the spur of this cold-blooded instructor, the C5 mercenary group ran 20 kilometers in 1 hour and 40 minutes and returned to the gate of the manor. As soon as the run was over, except for Jean Nan, everyone was tired and out of breath. The few people who had retired for a long time, as well as Ma Dejie, collapsed directly to the ground, gasping for breath on their backs. Jean Nan forcibly pulled them up lying on the ground and asked them to sit against the wall and rest, because if you lie flat after strenuous exercise, it is easy to cause myocardial infarction. At this time, it was 6:50 in the morning, and it was already dawn. Jean Nan prepared a hearty breakfast for everyone, compressed dry food and a bottle of water. Everyone was resting and gnawing on dry food. When it was 7:30, Jean Nan pulled them to stand up in a military posture and bottomed out for 2 hours. After standing in a military posture, obstacle training and sprint training begin. Before lunch, each person will do an additional 200 push-ups, and they will not be able to eat if they don't finish doing them. After eating, Jean Nan took everyone into the more primitive forest area of Damo Mountain, where he carried out a 10-kilometer cross-country. As soon as this project was over, I went swimming and diving in the reservoir again. After 1 day, everyone was tossed out of shape, especially Ma Depai, who had a poor foundation, and the whole person felt lost. In the coming days, everyone will experience this kind of high-intensity training every day. P.S. After the run-in training, the task will start in tomorrow's chapter. Spoiler alert, the next chapter is the Middle East. Let's guess who 5C is going to give a little shock. P.S. I'm here for a free gift. Thank you for your support. Every reward is a motivation. Chapter 90 Middle East, Hamas Crisis. Tired is definitely tired, but the effect is also significant. After such a hard training, everyone's physical fitness has recovered visibly to the naked eye, and Ma Debai is also stronger. The most important point is that in the training process, the tacit understanding between everyone and each other is getting higher and higher. The physical exercise arranged by Jean Nan is secondary to the physical training, mainly for the run-in. Because everyone is physically from the special forces, even if they have been retired for many years, their physical fitness is much stronger than ordinary people, not to mention the retired special forces because they are used to high-intensity training. They will basically be able to do so after retirement, occasionally take the initiative to practice, so everyone can still exercise in terms of physical fitness. Exercise is only to restore the peak as much as possible, and the run-in is the main thing. On the fourth day of the Devil's training, Nanchang finally delivered the guns and ammunition rented by the shooting gallery. The C5 mercenary group also started the next day, and the training added shooting items and tactical shooting items. Also on the fifth day of Devil training, the million-level equipment and unified standard training uniforms bought by Zhou Yuntang were delivered to the manor. After these equipment and training uniforms arrived, the perverted instructor began cross-country training with a weight of 20 kilograms the next day. Heavily armed, everyone, every day, is squeezed dry by Jean and INA Flash for half a month. A news story made waves around the world. Under pressure from Israel and the United States, Qatar was forced to hand over the last founder of Palestine, the political leader of the Gaza Strip of Hamas, Ahmed Jamal. Qatar, in a certain basement, the leader went out for us and to save us. Layla Hassan, the number 2 figure in Hamas, slapped the table sadly. Damn Jews, they are going to kill us all. The third character, Umar Suleiman, looked sad and angry. The fourth character, Fatima Rashid, sighed, what's the use of saying this now? I don't seem to see it anymore when Palestine is independent. Layla Hassan got up angrily, grabbed Tima Rashid, and yelled at him with wide-open eyes, what do you mean, don't you fight anymore? Tima Rashid was sprayed with saliva. He pushed away Layla Hassan angrily, got up and cursed, what are you angry at me, you kind of go at Netta Hassa. Layla Hassan glared at him, but couldn't say a word. Umar Suleiman looked at the two people facing each other, his sad and angry face showing a touch of despair. When Ahmed was there, everyone could still unite as one. Now he is gone. Although he has not seen the division of Hamas, he has already seen the future division from the two of them. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. You can't lose Ahmed, you must rescue Ahmed. He slammed the table, and the loud noise attracted the attention of Tima Rashid and Layla Hassan, only to hear him say, let's save the leader. Tima Rashid and Layla Hassan were taken aback, and then looked at each other, what do you save? Tima Rashid said lightly, pouring a pot of cold water on Umar Suleiman's head, and he felt cold on the spot. He lowered his head in despair and muttered to himself, yeah, what can I do to save you? Although the Qassam brigades under the command of Hamas are not short of warriors, going to Israel to save people at their combat level is undoubtedly suicide, and, ridiculously, they don't even know where Israel is holding people. Hire mercenaries? It's useless for weak mercenaries to hire, and strong mercenaries can't afford to hire, and the strong may not necessarily take orders. After all, the opponent is the Israeli army, which is well known all over the world, as well as the world's top intelligence assassination organizations Mossad and Shin Bet. A deeply desperate Umar Suleiman sat down, dejected. Tima Rashid and Layla Hassan looked at him lonely, and had no intention of arguing with each other, each sitting with a sad face thinking about the future of Gaza. At this moment, a sound of light footsteps came from the door. The three of them looked up together, and saw an Arab man wearing a white cloth and a robe walking in. Seeing the man, Layla Hassan suddenly ran towards him, but before he could get in front of him, he was stopped by two AK-armed cartels. Soldiers stopped, but this did not prevent him from cursing, you betrayed us, you are traitors, traitors of shame. The Arab man is Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of State for National Defense Affairs Al Thani, Qatar's number 3 figure, and one of the top Qatari officials who advocated assistance to Hamas, but at the same time he was also the one who compromised with Israel and the United States. This time, Layla Hassan, Umar Suleimani, Tima Rashid, and other senior Hamas leaders all regarded him as a traitor. Betrayal? Al Thani pushed away the muzzle of the gun that the guards stopped in front of him, and walked step by step towards Layla Hassan, who saw that he was imposing and couldn't help but retreat. Your Excellency can ask the Prophet, how much aid does Qatar give you? Not less than $20 million a year, and what have you given us? There is nothing, but we still took you in during your most difficult time. Al Thani stopped, looked directly at Layla Hassan and asked, if it hadn't been for us to take you in, you would have died a long time ago, wouldn't you? Answer me. Layla Hassan's eyes flickered and she was speechless. Because of taking you in, our country has come to the verge of war. In order to save the people from war, we only handed over one of you. What else do you want? If it's really a betrayal, can you, and the two of them, still be here? Al Thani's words were heart-piercing and truthful, and Layla Hassan and others couldn't refute them. If I were you, it would be better to think about what to do next at this time, rather than who to blame here. Remember, the Palestinian independence movement can only rely on yourself. Just thinking about relying on others, you can't do anything. Al-Thani said again, with a little hatred for them. Iron is not made of steel. Umar Suleiman raised his head and said with pleading eyes, "We want to get the leader out, can you help me?" Al-Thani was taken aback for a moment, then gently shook his head and smiled. "You should find an American to do it." Suddenly, he thought of something. "Some time ago, I learned about a group of mercenaries. They seem to be very powerful. Several people have successfully rescued their employers from a cage with hundreds of armed protection. You might be able to try to find them. Maybe they can." As soon as Umar Suleiman's eyes lit up, he saw hope in his heart, and quickly asked, "Who are they?" "It seems to be called." Al-Thani recalled for a few seconds. "What's the name of the 5C mercenary group? I seem to still have their contact information. It's weird. I forgot who gave the contact information." His expression was a little puzzled. Chapter 91, Come Alive. $10 million? Not enough. 5C mercenary group. 5C mercenary group. Umar Suleiman whispered the name softly, and then he looked at Al-Thani with firm eyes. "Can you lend us a sum of money?" "What?" A few minutes later, Al-Thani came out of the basement and got into a bulletproof and explosion-proof Cadillac car. While sitting in the car, he was also talking softly about 5C mercenary group. He was surprised, because he really forgot who mentioned the 5C mercenary group to him. It seemed that it was at a cocktail party. Someone came over and said it when he drank too much. He stuck a note to himself. I can't remember the person's appearance. Involuntarily, he felt a little curious about the 5C mercenary group. What level of mercenary group is this? Can it really be rescued from the hands of hundreds of armed forces? DDDD. While he was thinking about this, the landline phone in the car suddenly rang. Al-Thani picked up the phone holder and put it in his ear to answer. "Hello? Your Excellency, the Israeli National Security Agency refuses to apologize and compensate for the attack." Hearing these words, Al-Thani's face was warm and angry. "Asshole, they said they were responsible for this incident, but they didn't apologize or compensate. We lost 6 civilians. Did we just die in vain? Not only did they not apologize and compensate, but they also said that we were harboring senior members of Hamas and did not hand over people cleanly. In this regard, they also urged us to hand over others as soon as possible. Damn it, they are so bullying." Al-Thani hung up the phone directly, his cheeks bulging with anger. Suddenly, the name of the 5C mercenary group appeared in his mind, and a bold idea suddenly emerged. He calmed down and thought carefully, and a cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After 10 seconds, he gritted his back teeth and whispered to himself lightly, "Give it a try, even if it fails, it's just a loss of a little money." 6,500 kilometers away, Damashan, God of War shooting hall, Chug. Boom. Boom. In the open-air shooting range, 16 members of the C5 mercenary group, including Lin Rue and Lei Hu, were conducting shooting training. Jean Nan stood aside and looked back at everyone's target with a monocular telescope. There was a look of satisfaction on his face. "When I first started shooting training, Li Jianfeng and others who had been retired for many years did not play very well. They were top-notch compared to conventional troops, but they were a little bit worse than special forces. Now after half a month of shooting training, everyone's marksmanship has basically returned to its peak state. Muscle memory is activated. Toot toot." At this moment, the mobile phone in Jean Nan's pocket vibrated. He put down his monoculars, took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. A look of consternation flashed in his eyes. The caller ID showed that the IP was Qatar. Is this the list? With anticipation, Jean Nan took the thumb of the phone and swiped the answer button and put it in his ear to answer. "Hey, this is 5C. He speaks fluent Arabic. Is it the 5C mercenary group?" The other party's tone was obviously a bit nervous and vigilant. "Yes." Jean Nan replied simply. The other party was silent for a few seconds, and then asked on the phone, "What kind of work do you all take?" A light smile appeared at the corner of Jean Nan's mouth. "Sir, as long as the money is in place, we will take care of everything." "Are you going to Israel?" The other party asked again. "Israel?" Jean Nan raised his brows. As soon as he heard about Israel, he knew that the money was not that easy to make. You must know that Israel is a country where all people are conscripted. It also has the world's top Mossad, Israeli intelligence and secret service, and Simbel, state security service. Two major intelligence, assassination, secret service organizations, and 10 elite special forces, such as the reconnaissance team of the General Staff, the 13th Commando of the Navy, the Kingfisher Commando of the Air Force, etc. They also have many high-tech technologies, which are not comparable to countries like Myanmar at all. However. So what, sir? As I said, as long as the money is in place, there is no place we can't go. Jean Nan replied with a calm smile. The other party fell silent again, as if thinking about something. After about 10 seconds, the other party finally spoke on the phone. We would like to ask you to save someone. His name is Ahmed Jamal. He is the leader of the Palestinian independence movement. 12 hours ago, he was handed over by Qatar to the General Administration of State Security of Israel. You rescued him. Jean Nan had read the recent news, and he really didn't expect that the first task of the 5C Mercenary group after its establishment was to save the world. It was really exciting. He also probably guessed the identity of the other party on the phone. It is 100% a senior member of Hamas. Jean Nan thought for a while and asked, "Do you know where he is locked up?" "I don't know." The other party's answer this time was very simple, "That's it." Jean Nan was embarrassed. If you don't know where you are locked up, you don't know where to go to save people. Although Israel is not big, it is not small. The loss of this information undoubtedly increases the difficulty of the task. You can't do this, can you? Jean Nan only hesitated for a while, and the other party mistakenly thought that he couldn't do it, and he could feel his loss through the phone. When Jean Nan heard this, he immediately asked, "How much do you pay?" "Whom?" The other party hesitated to say a number, $10 million US. "Not enough, I want $30 million US. Jean Nan reported his psychological expected price, 30 million. 1 point is not less. After all, this task is not to go to Myanmar to save people, but to Israel to save people. It is the leader of Hamas who was nailed in Israel's flesh and stabbed in his eyes. This task is worth $30 million. This is too much. We can't get it out at all. The other party was anxious when he heard the amount of $30 million US, and said in a pleading tone, "Let's be less, we don't have that much money." "Then think about it, and call me when you think about it." Jean Nan didn't bother to care if he had the money. If he didn't have the money, what kind of mercenary would you hire if you didn't have the money? He was about to hang up the phone, but suddenly thought of something, so he added, "Oh, by the way, let me tell you, the rule of our 5C is to check out the task first, and then contact me when you think about it." By the way, he also informed the other party of the rules for doing tasks after checkout, and the province would have to wrangle later. Although mercenaries all over the world first collect a deposit and finish the payment after working, Jean Nan doesn't follow the rules of this industry, because he understands it that way. After paying first, everyone is happy when things are done. If things are not done well, it means that the person who did the work is dead, and the person who got it is dead. The money is regarded as a pension. Reasonable, right? Jean Nan hung up the phone directly after speaking, and then continued to pay attention to everyone's shooting training as if nothing had happened. About 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. Chapter 92, live one after another. $100 million US. Jean Nan took out his mobile phone and took a look. He was still calling from IP, but the phone number was different from the previous one. He didn't think much about it. The other party immediately changed the number to call. He answered the call and put it in his ear to answer, "Have you considered it?" He is still fluent in Arabic. "What have you considered?" The other party's voice was completely different from the previous call. Jean Nan was taken aback for a moment, and immediately realized that this was a call from another person. He responded quickly and immediately said, "It's nothing, do you need any help?" The other party was actually taken aback for a moment at this time, but soon understood what was going on. He preached on the phone straightforwardly, "I heard that you are very good. I want to ask you to do one thing. Money is not a problem, as long as you can do it well." Jean Nan thoughtfully, he could be sure that the two calls came from different people, because the former obviously didn't have any money in his pockets, and the latter was full of local tyrants when he spoke. "What's the matter?" Jean Nan asked, and at the same time secretly wondered in his heart, what day is it today, and new orders of intent are coming one after another. Can you destroy the headquarters of the Israeli National Security Agency and kill Director Goldman? Jean Nan listened to the good guy. It's another dry order. As before, he did not ask the identity and reason of the employer, but directly asked the price. You can do it if the money is in place. How much can you pay? $50 million? I think this is a very sincere price. Jean Nan didn't even think about making a price directly, $70 million. In addition, my rule here is to pay first for the task. The other party was silent, but he spoke after only 3 seconds of silence. Yes, but you have to complete the task within 10 days. Hearing that the other party agreed, Jean Nan couldn't help scratching his head. Is it underreported? Complete the task within 15 days. He feels that 10 days is a bit tight, and this kind of big operation takes a lot of time to prepare. Okay, 15 days is 15 days. Report your bank card number and arrange a payment immediately. The other party agreed very neatly, and Jean Nan probably guessed the identity of the other party through his wealth and wealth. He should be a piece of cloth on top of his head, the richest oil tyrant in the world. Wait a moment. Jean Nan covered the sound hole of his mobile phone and shouted to Maja, who was masturbating not far away. Maja, come here. Maja, who heard the call, put down his pistol, turned around and trotted towards Jean Nan. What's the matter? Do you remember Shi Jijian's card number? No. Report it to me. 541. After remembering the card number that Maja said, Jean Nan reported the card number to the other party on the phone. The other party replied that he had received it, and then fell silent. After about 2 minutes or so, the other party's voice came out of the phone again. Okay, the money has already been called, and the 15-day countdown has officially begun. Jean Nan was about to say something good, but before he could say anything, the other party had already hung up the phone. Jean Nan didn't care, and said to Maja, go and see if the money has arrived on that card. Here comes the list. What is this? Maja's face showed joy. Go and see it first. Jean Nan said in a hurry, just make sure the money arrives. Okay. Although Jean Nan didn't say anything, Maja also knew that the list had not run away. He happily ran away from the open-air shooting range and went to the villa lobby to check the balance of his bank card on the computer. As soon as he walked out of the shooting gallery with his front foot, Jean Nan received another call with his back foot. The number displayed in this callback is the same as the first number. Jean Nan smiled faintly, knowing that the senior management of the company had already considered it. He immediately put the phone in his ear to answer. How is the consideration? Are you sure? The other party's voice was tense and uneasy. Jean Nan heard that customers had concerns, and instead of using his previous record to dispel customers' concerns, he said lightly, you will know if you have tried it. The other party was silent. Jean Nan didn't speak either, quietly waiting for the other party's reply. After about 3 minutes, he obviously heard the other party sigh, well, we can only trust you. Report your receiving account number and we will make a payment to you right away. Jean Nan immediately reported the receiving account number just now to the other party. After receiving the receiving account number, the other party asked, what if your mission fails? Jean Nan's answer did not hesitate, if you are not rescued, you will be refunded in full. There are also people who were alive during our operation, but if you die during the rescue, you will also be refunded in full, but if you are dead before the rescue operation, there will be no refund, but we will ask you to change the mission again. The other party was satisfied and dissatisfied with this answer, but the other party obviously had no right to decide. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, how long will it take you? 15 days at the latest. It's too late, 15 days. Sir, I'm talking about 15 days at the latest, that is, within 15 days, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow, as long as it is within 15 days. Jean Nan explained and dispelled the other party's concerns. Well, please, may the Prophet bless you. May the Prophet bless you too. The call ended quickly. Jean Nan put away his mobile phone, the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously, and he couldn't hold it down if he wanted to take 2 orders a day. $30 million per order, $70 million per order, a total of $100 million, equivalent to more than 700 million yuan. Isn't the speed of this money faster than robbing a bank? Brother Nan, another yellow one. At this moment, Zhou Yuntang came over, dejected. It's yellow again? Jean Nan lit a cigarette, a little melancholy. What he and Zhou Yuntang said was yellow again refers to the recruitment of retired Special Forces soldiers and retired non-commissioned officers of the second phase. Since the recruitment announcement was issued, many people have signed up, but as soon as they knew that they were not recruiting shooting hall coaches, but mercenaries, They did not reply to the news. I think the salary is too low. It's only 30,000 yuan. Of course, this is a high salary for ordinary people, but it's not high for people who have retired from special forces and retired officers. After all, such people can often give them a good placement when they retire. The salary may be not as good as us, but they don't work hard for 30,000 yuan a month. What do you think, Brother Nan? Zhou Yuntang summed up the reasons why the applicants turned yellow one after another. He felt that the salary was too low, 30,000 yuan, which may be tempting for 2-year conscripts, but for officers and retired soldiers of the special forces, it is not worth working for 30,000 yuan. Jean Nan smoked a cigarette with a thoughtful expression, and couldn't help but feel that what she said made sense. She was thinking about 30,000 a month because Li Jianfeng and Wang Lei both thought 30,000 was okay, so they habitually thought that 30,000 was okay for others. Chapter 93, Come on brothers, everyone gather in the living room of the villa. But now that I thought about it, Li Jianfeng and the others said yes, it might be because of the invitation of old friends and comrades in arms, and they were not satisfied with their current life, so they came thinking of this. He had an idea, then let's process the salary. The new arrivals will be paid 60,000 yuan a month and another 100,000 yuan for the placement fee. If they die, they will be paid a one-time salary for 2 years and their families will be paid full social security. He didn't believe that the monthly salary of 60,000 plus 100,000 placement fees and 1.42 million pensions were not attractive. This is okay. Zhou Yuntang endorsed nod, and then also gave a suggestion. I think you and they sign a contract for at least 5 years, in order to prevent them to take a placement fee will go. We also can be given a 5-year contract and the 8 years of the contract. If it is signed 8-year contract, a placement fee an additional 5 million salary plus a million. Jean Nan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help being taken aback by the idea, that is, to avoid someone taking money to run away, and to better maintain the size of the 5C mercenary group, just follow what you said. Okay, I'll change it now. Let's go together. Jean Nan said to her, turning to look at the dozen or so 5C members who were shooting. Stop, stop. The gunfire stopped one after another, and everyone's eyes focused on Jean Nan. Come to life, brothers, gather in the living room of all the villas. Jean Nan's expression suddenly became serious. Here comes the list? I'm finally here to live, damn it. When everyone heard that they had come to live, they were all excited. This was not because they liked to fight, but because they didn't need to train when they came to live. This half-month of training is getting harder and harder day by day. MADBI has been trained to cry once, come to live now equals now liberated. Everyone excitedly put down their weapons and ran out of the shooting range together, and went to the lobby of the villa to gather, while Jean Nan and Zhou Yuntang first collected the bullets, locked them in the safe, and went to the villa together. Brother Nan, what job did we take on? Where to go? On the way, Zhou Yuntang asked like a curious baby. Jean Nan didn't answer, just said, you'll find out later. He sold a Guanzi. A few minutes later, when Jean Nan and Zhou Yuntang arrived in the lobby of the villa, the rest had already sat down on the long wooden table, waiting for the two of them. Jean Nan and Zhou Yuntang took their seats one after another. Emoja turned to look at the former and said, I have received 2 transfers, one of $70 million and the other of $30 million. Everyone was taken aback and looked at Maja in unison, with disbelief in their eyes. Excuse me, a sum of $70 million, a sum of $30 million, a total of $100 million. Damn it, what kind of task is this, so much money? Lin Rue looked surprised and a little scared. The amount of money is amazing, but the task of so much money is definitely not a simple task. The expressions of the rest of the people were also a little solemn and curious. They were not carried away by the $100 million, but calmly analyzed the difficulty and risks of the task. Jean Nan, who was sitting in the first place, first glanced around at everyone, and then said slowly, this time we have received 2 missions. Let's start with a payment of $70 million. This is a plan to destroy the headquarters of the Israeli National Security Agency, which is the headquarters of the Simbel organization, and kill the director. Delan's mission. Hearing these words, everyone felt a lot of pressure. Israel is a world power. Although Simbet is not as famous as Mossad, it is also a professional intelligence organization. Go to a world power and destroy their intelligence organization headquarters on their territory. This is simply not too crazy. Who is the employer? Thunder Tiger asked curiously. Jean Nan shook his head. It doesn't matter who the employer is, and we didn't ask. We just need to collect money and complete the task, regardless of anything else. What is the second task? Made asked from behind Thunder Tiger. The mission of $30 million is a rescue mission. 12 hours ago, Qatar was under pressure to hand over Ahmed, a senior member of Hamas who was hiding in its territory, to Simbet. Our mission is to rescue him, but the employer doesn't know where he is being held. After listening to what Jean Nan said, everyone showed a look of contemplation on their faces. They were not thinking about whether to take this task, but how to complete these two tasks. Although Israel and Simbet have a prestigious reputation, they are not soft-footed prawns. What's more, this is $100 million, $100 million, even if it is a sea of flames, it has to be dry. Can these two tasks be connected in series? Shirley licked his lips. Let's hit Simbert first, and by the way, we can ask their location from their mouths. It coincides. Jean Nan also had this idea, but then he changed his words. But let's check the location of Ahmed's detention first, and then make the final plan. He looked at Maja, Chen Mo, Xiaoziang. You guys check it now. Okay. The three of them acted immediately, and one of them knocked on the keyboard with a laptop on the spot. Everyone was quietly waiting for the arrival of the three of them. The living room was extremely quiet, with only the sound of the three of them tapping on the keyboard. About half an hour later, I hacked into the information base of the Israeli Ministry of Defense and did not find any relevant information about Ahmed. I also looked for it in the Mossad information base. No. Neither is Simbert here. In half an hour, Chen Mo, Xiaoziang, and Emoja hacked into the information databases of the Israeli Ministry of Defense, Mossad, and Simbet respectively. They are indisputably world-class in terms of hacking technology, but they have not found any relevant information. Chen Mo gave his own guess about this. They should also be worried about Ahmed being rescued. They used an encrypted channel to communicate about Ahmed, or created an encrypted channel. Emoji and Xiaoziang nodded in agreement. Regardless of Chen Mo's guess, Jean Nan was slightly disappointed after listening, and asked, "Can you crack this encrypted channel and get the information we want?" "We don't know the communication number of this encrypted channel, and even if we do, according to my experience, this kind of encrypted channel leaves no trace." Xiaoziang replied, "Okay." Jean Nan could only give up. It seems that if we want to get the location of Ahmed, we can only go to the Simbert headquarters in person. Jean Nan tapped the desktop lightly with his fingertips, and after a moment of deliberation, he continued, "That's it. First attack the Simbert headquarters and save people. The three of you are now looking for the location of the Simbert headquarters, the building layout, and the city map of the location, including the layout of the sewer pipes and natural gas pipelines. Find out, and the locations of all arsenals in Israel." After speaking, he looked at Zhou Yuntang. "You are now placing an order to purchase DJI drones, 30 of them, as well as laptop computers, outdoor power supplies, and radio blockers." Chapter 94 Target Israel. Let's go, good. Zhou Yuntang immediately took out his mobile phone and started purchasing Maja, Chen Mo, and Xiaoziang also continued to tap on the keyboard. "Don't you buy bullets?" Shirley asked. Jean Nan smiled faintly. "Guess why I want the location of the arsenal?" Shirley was taken aback, and the rest of the people were also taken aback. Everyone laughed dumbfounded and understood Jean Nan's intentions. Israel's land is small and its borders are tightly controlled. It is a bit difficult to bring in more than a dozen people's weapons and equipment, but it is much easier to get weapons in it, and there is enough ammunition and no money. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuntang raised his hand. "I bought it. 30 DJI U-3T drones, 6 DJI 4T infrared thermal imaging drones, 6 alien computers, 5 2-degree outdoor power supplies, and 10 radio blockers will be delivered within 2 days." Jean Nan nodded in satisfaction, and at this time Chen Mo also said, "The location of the headquarters and the building plan of the headquarters have been sent to the group. The city map and the underground pipeline system have also been sent to the group." Emoja said immediately. Xiaoziang is still checking the location of the arsenal, but there is no news. Without waiting for him, Jean Nan and the others picked up their mobile phones and clicked into the WeChat group of the C5 Mercenary group to view the electronic pictures sent by the two of them. According to the picture information, Simbet is located in the southern city of Tel Aviv, the capital of Israel, next to the National Park and Natural History Museum, and the Ramakan Safari Park. There are no high-rise buildings within 2 kilometers of its headquarters, only 3 or 4-story flat low-rise houses. The headquarters building is a modern one-piece low-rise building that resembles a mouse. covering an area of more than tens of thousands of square meters. There is also an open area with a diameter of 300 meters around the building, with unobstructed views of the grassland. The role of the open area is similar to that of the moat of an ancient city, except that it is a grassland, and if people appear on the grassland, they will attract extra attention. Tesla's urban underground pipeline system is densely packed and crisscrosses each other, but there is no urban underground pipeline system in the Simbert headquarters area. The nearest pipeline to it is a natural gas pipeline, which is 500 meters away. It almost surrounds the Simbert headquarters, forming a ring pattern. After everyone had read the headquarters information and underground pipeline information, Xiao Ziyang sent the location information of various Israeli arsenals in the group. As a fully armed country, Israel has a small land area and a dense arsenal. There are 12 districts in Jerusalem, 16 in the northern district, 21 in the Haifa district, 14 in the central district, 12 in the Tel Aviv district, and 19 in the southern district. Jean Nan began to think about the action plan, and the rest of the people also thought silently in their hearts: how to enter Israel, hit that arsenal, how to hit Simbert, how to rescue it after that. These issues must be carefully considered. First, think about how to enter Israel. Israel is the country with the most powerful border prevention and control. One is that the country is small and there are many soldiers. The other reason is that the relations with the surrounding countries are very poor. Jews are afraid of death. They enter the country to engage in things, so the risk of crossing the border from land to Israel is extremely high, and if you take the sea route, it won't work either. Although the Israeli Navy is not large in size, its coastline is short, with only more than 100 kilometers. The 9,000-person Israeli Navy and 1,000-person Israeli Maritime Police are enough to cover the coastline for 24-hour uninterrupted patrols. Not by land, not by sea, take the air route, that's even more unrealistic. Israel is a country with a very powerful air defense force, and its air defense missile system is absolutely desperate. That road is not working. Is there no way to get in? It's not that there is no other way. The ancients, by me, will eventually be sparse. If illegal entry is not possible, then enter the country legally, holding a fake passport. He swaggered and flew to Israel. However, there is a drawback to legal entry. Equipment and drones cannot be brought in, which is a bit troublesome. Thinking of this, Jean Nan's face became sad, and he couldn't help but light a cigarette and smoke slowly. But when the cigarette was halfway through, his eyes suddenly became firm, and he decided on a bold idea. He first looked at everyone and asked, "What are your ideas?" He hopes that everyone is smarter and has better ideas than themselves, but everyone bowed their heads and said nothing. They also have no clue. Seeing that they didn't speak, Jean Nan said what he thought: "Well, let's enter the country legally. First take a plane and land in Haifa, gather in Haifa, and talk about the rest." Legal entry? Zhang Donghua said with a slight hesitation, "I have also thought about it, but if we enter the country legally, our drones and individual equipment will not be able to be brought in. The Israeli customs will definitely not allow these things to enter the territory." Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard the words. They all thought of the way to enter the country legally. After all, they had fake passports, but considering that they couldn't bring drones and individual equipment, they vetoed it. If you can't bring it, you can't bring it. Without these equipment, we can't fight. Jean Nan's bold idea is that since he can't bring it in, he won't take it. The equipment depends on grabbing it, and he will do it if he steals it. This. The big guy was obviously stunned by Jean Nan's words. The first thought in his mind was that he couldn't do it. He couldn't fight without equipment, but the second thought was, why can't he fight? Equipment is only an aid, and talent is the main thing. Then do it. Thunder Tiger patted the table and expressed his support. Agree. Madafe immediately agreed. Naturally, the rest of the people didn't say a word, and they all agreed with Jean Nan's ideas. Then am I going to return the things? Zhou Yuntang looked at Jean Nan and asked to know, "You can keep it for later use." Emoja rushed to answer, and Jean Nan also nodded. Zhou Yuntang was motioned not to speak again. Jean Nan stood up at this time, looked at everyone with a serious expression and said, "Brothers, this is the first battle of our 5C mercenary group, and it is also a battle whether we can gain a foothold in the mercenary world. We must show 120% of our strength to complete this battle. Mission. I also hope that as many of us will go and as many will come back." Thunder Tiger got up and stretched out his fists to everyone, shouting loudly, 5C will win. Must win. Must win. Jean Nan and the others all stretched out their fists and collided with each other. At this moment, everyone is awe-inspiring. This battle is not only for $100 million, but also for the honor of the 5C Mercenary Group. This is a battle that only allows success and not failure. After the meeting was over, everyone started to prepare. Zhou Yuntang contacted the visa agency for everyone and used 17 fake passports and ID cards to apply for an Israeli tourist visa. The next day, before the visa was issued, Emoja, Chen Mo, and Xiao Ziang of the Electronic Information Support Group took the high-speed rail from Shanghai to Beiping first, although it is possible to enter the country legally. In order to avoid suspicion from the Israeli intelligence services, the C5 mercenary group went to Israel in groups. Chapter 95. The whole team has arrived. The Electronic Information Support Group is the vanguard force. They will be responsible for renting a house in Haifa and buying necessary equipment and transportation, including but not limited to computers and cars. For this, Jean Nan gave them $1 million in funding. On the third day, under the influence of money, at a cost of 200,000 yuan, the tourist visa of the C5 mercenary group was granted in advance. On the day they came down, Maja, Chen Mo, and Xiao Ziang boarded a direct flight from Beiping to Islamabad, Pakistan. Plane. After flying for 10 hours, across 4,000 kilometers of mountains and foreign countries, the Electronic Information Support Group arrived in Islamabad, and then took a non-stop flight from Islamabad to Haifa, Israel. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the fourth day, the three-person group finally arrived at their final destination, Haifa, Israel. When they arrived at the place, the three of them, like normal travelers, ate and drank everywhere, photographed the scenery, booked 3 presidential suites in a 4-star hotel for half a month, at a cost of $63,000, and bought 3 Ford Raptors, at a cost of $350,000. In fact, I originally wanted to rent a car to save money, but considering that the rented car has GPS positioning, I bought a brand new car. But what people didn't expect was that even if they were so careful, they were still subject to door-to-door inspections by the Israeli police while resting in the hotel at night. The reason for the inventory was that the Simbet branch of Haifa found that the three of them had obviously come on the same flight, but they had booked 3 presidential suites and bought 3 cars of the same model. It was too problematic, so the police were sent to investigate. Fortunately, the passport information of the 3 of them was very real, and no suspicious items were searched in the room. In addition, Chen Mo is a top psychological warfare expert, and a few words dispelled the doubts of the police who were investigating him. Although Emoja and Xiao Ziang are not top psychological warfare experts, they have good psychological quality and are not red-faced. The police who questioned them did not become suspicious and withdrew in just 1 hour. After the police withdrew, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, and they also saw the power of Israel's counterintelligence capabilities. The 3 of them then transmitted their own encounters back to the country through a specific encrypted communication, the King of Glory chat board. Jean Nan, who learned the news, told them not to overreact recently. Don't buy anything on the computer. When the time comes, they will wait for their large army to come and let others buy it. On the morning of the 5th day, a total of 4 people from the sniper group and the blasting group set off from Beiping. In the afternoon, Jean Nan led the 5 members of the first assault group to also set off from Beiping. On the morning of the 6th day, the 4 members of the sniper team and the blasting team arrived in Haifa. In view of the lessons of the 3 members of the Electronic Information Support Group, Lin Rui and the other 4 arrived in Haifa without their own presidential suites. They didn't know each other. They stayed in a hotel and slept in an ordinary king room, and then went shopping with ordinary tourists and consumed. He didn't go to meet Emoja and others. At the same time as they arrived, Thunder Tiger led the second assault group to set off from Beiping. At this point, all members of the C5 mercenary group except Zhou Yuntang left the country. At noon that day, Jean Nan and 5 members of the first assault group arrived in Haifa. Like the sniper group and the blasting group, they didn't know each other and played their own games. Anyway, their passport information didn't show people from the same city. At 5 o'clock in the morning on the 7th day, the second assault group arrived in Haifa, and all the staff were here. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after the Thunder Tiger and the 5 members of the second assault group were placed in Haifa, 17 people went online one after another, using the chat system of the King of Glory to communicate their plans. After discussion, everyone decided to start with an arsenal. Located in the southern city of Amafam in northern Israel, there are 3 reasons for choosing it. First, it is closer to Tel Aviv. Compared to Haifa, which is 140 kilometers away from Tel Aviv, it is only 50 kilometers away. Second, Amafam is a city on a ridge. This mountain is called Mount Amafam. The mountain is vast and covered with dense evergreen oak forests. If an accident occurs here, you can drill into the woods to avoid Israeli chasers. Third, and most importantly, it is not a Jewish city. It is a city of Israeli Arabs. It is also the core gathering place of Israeli Arabs, and it is also a politically sensitive area. It has often become the focus of political conflicts between Jews and Arabs in Israel. Starting here, not only can you avoid the scene of the Israeli military and civilian encirclement, but you can also sneak into Tel Aviv as quickly as possible. If you are really surrounded by the Israeli military and police, you can also hide in the woods and escape the pursuit, advance or retreat. There is no place in the whole of Israel that is more suitable for starting than this one. All the good men of the 5C Mercenary group just do what they say, and agree to meet at the entrance of the highway at 10 o'clock in the evening, after the agreement was made, taking advantage of the fact that there is still a lot of time before 10 o'clock in the evening. Everyone went back to their respective hotels to rest and replenish their spirits. 10 o'clock at night, the breeze is cold and biting. In the heart of Haifa, on the second floor of the police station, is the office space of the Simbird Haifa branch. In the hall of more than 300 square meters, the four walls are covered with thousands of densely packed surveillance screens. More than 60 Simbird agents are meticulous, sitting in chairs, glancing back and forth at the surveillance screen they are responsible for. Suddenly, an agent noticed an abnormality in one of his surveillance screens, and he immediately called his team leader. Morid, in a suit and leather shoes, was sitting in his office looking at stocks. When he heard his subordinates calling for him, he immediately turned off the stock screen and walked out of the office to the agent. Next to him, team leader, the three yellow people you asked me to monitor a few days ago were abnormal. The agent pointed to one of the surveillance screens on the wall in front of him. Morid raised his eyes and saw that in the surveillance screen, 3 Ford Raptors were parked at the entrance of the Southern Expressway in Haifa. This is not suspicious. What is suspicious is that someone got into the car one after another. Well, scan the people in the car with a facial recognition system. Morid is not slow to give instructions. The agent immediately put his hands on the keyboard and started operating. In less than a minute, the information of the 14 people who got on the bus was identified, and passport information, check-in information, and consumption information were exposed to the computer at a glance. Morid discovered something all at once. Each of the 14 people came from different parts of China. After entering, they lived separately. They never spent money in the same place. Now, they gather in the middle of the night and get in the vehicles of 3 other suspicious people. This is simply too strange. I thought they had a problem a long time ago. Morid said softly as if he was sure enough. Although he noticed an abnormality last time and asked the police to investigate, there was no problem. The other party's explanation was also very reasonable, but as an old agent of Simbird for 20 years, intuition told him it was not that simple. So he was fine on the surface, but in fact he asked his agents to monitor the travel of the 3 of them 24 hours a day, and now I really found the problem. Chapter 96. The action begins, but it starts off badly and we are being targeted. At this moment, the 3 Ford Raptors in the surveillance footage started and approached the toll booth. Morid subconsciously took out his mobile phone and wanted to call the people at the toll booth to stop the 3 Ford Raptors, but after thinking about it, it's too late to call now. The other party can punch the card at any time. Now the call not only can't catch anyone, but it will also scare the snake. After thinking for a few seconds, he quickly made a decision: contact the branch directors of Caesarea and Amafam and tell them that there are 3 suspicious Ford Raptors heading south at high speed, most likely to one of their cities. Let them arrange manpower at the high-speed entrances and exits of their respective cities. Remind them to bring more people, the other party 17 people. Also contact Tel Aviv. It is very likely that they went directly to Tel Aviv to engage in destruction, but it is important to remind them not to scare the snakes before they get off the highway. Just guard them and avoid unnecessary losses. The agent got up and responded, "Yes, team leader. Feel free to contact me if you have any information." Morid returned to his office. The agent quickly contacted the relevant branch after he left, and then continued to monitor the movements and routes of the 3 Ford Raptors along the way. At the same time, the Caesarea, Amafam, and Tesla Simbet branches/general bureaus that received the alarm received the news and immediately organized agents and police to go to the high-speed entrances and exits of their respective cities. 10 minutes later, at 10:15 in the evening, the night is like ink. 2 kilometers north of the city of Amafam, the police lights are spinning and flashing, frantically casting the dazzling red and blue light on the icy asphalt pavement and metal railings. Like a silent siren storm. A huge convoy of 25 Toyota Corolla police cars and 8 Mitsubishi Pajero special vehicles, like a pack of wolves who have found their prey, with palpitating warning lights on, the engines roared and hurriedly arrived and completely blocked the high-speed entrance and exit of Amafam. The tires screamed briefly when they rubbed against the ground, and 35 cars rudely lay across each passage, forming an airtight steel barrier. The door slammed open, and the footsteps were rapid and messy. .30 Simbird agents in black suits and 65 Amafam police officers in navy blue uniforms rushed down, and the air was instantly filled with a mixture of cold metal and nervous sweat. Whether it is an elite agent or a local police officer, they have a clenched M4 carbine with a sharp muzzle, and a loaded Jericho 941 9mm pistol in the holster on the side of their thighs. The tactical vests on their bodies were hung all over, with rows of flash bombs, tear gas, and smoke bombs. The Israeli police, with their world-class equipment level, are on full display at this moment. There were almost no superfluous instructions, and the 30 well-trained agents and 65 police officers quickly dispersed to form a semi-curved tactical wall of people. There was a neat click, which was the fatal sound of the bolt being pulled and the bullet loaded. The muzzles of nearly 100 black holes were all raised, steadily pointing to the dim exit of the ramp 200 meters ahead, like the raised heads of poisonous snakes, waiting for the appearance of their prey. The air solidified, leaving only the monotonous and sharp neighing of sirens and the suppressed breathing of people. Time passed minute by minute, and the silence of this confrontation was more suffocating than the hustle and bustle. Finally, the low roar of the engine came from the end of the ramp, and 2 dazzling white lights split the night like sharp swords. There is a car coming down. A sharp-eyed agent growled. Everyone's fingers subconsciously tightened the trigger guard, and their muscles tightened. The outline of the vehicle gradually became clear. It's a Ford Raptor. David, the head of the arrest team of the Sambita Mafam branch, shrank his pupils and yelled loudly to confirm the target, breaking the silence. This command was like a stone thrown into a quiet lake, instantly raising the spirits of all agents and police to the highest point. The knuckles turned white due to force, and the cold trigger conveyed a deadly touch. Amafam Police Chief Ben Ami personally stepped forward, raised a huge fluorescent stop sign, and waved his arm vigorously at the 3 oncoming steel behemoths, while the other hand was pressed on the handle of the gun around his waist. What should I do? In the first Ford Raptor, Emoja, who was driving the vehicle, scanned the battle in front of him sharply, and asked Jean Nan, the co-pilot, in a calm voice. Jean Nan's face was uncertain in the flickering light outside the car. His eyes quickly assessed the situation coldly. The crossfire of more than 90 automatic weapons would only be instantly torn to pieces if he broke in. His lips moved slightly and he spit out 4 words: pull over and stop. Emoja did not hesitate, tapped the steering wheel lightly, and the huge Raptor body slowly leaned towards the side of the road obediently, and finally stopped steadily at a safe distance of about 100 meters from the toll road. The next 2 Ford Raptors were also like a flock of geese who had been instructed, following in turn, parked neatly in a row. Everyone in the car. Get out of the car immediately. Put your hands where we can see them. Immediately. A tall policeman raised an electronic loudspeaker and shouted sharply in English with a strong accent. His voice echoed in the empty exit area, full of unquestionable threats. At the same time, the rest of the agents and police did not wait still. They covered each other in a standard tactical formation, cautiously advancing from both wings and closing the encirclement. The muzzle of the gun remained firmly locked on the 3 cars. Jean Nan calmly observed the approaching encirclement through the car window, knowing that any rash action would mean disaster. He took a deep breath and handed Lei Hu and Lin Rui an extremely short but meaningful look in the rearview mirror. It contained signals of patience, timing, and counterattack. Immediately, he took the lead in opening the car door. Officer, did something happen? We are just tourists. Jean Nan raised his hands and responded loudly in deliberate, stumbling and even a little frightened English, trying to squeeze out a confused and harmless expression on his face. Following his movements, 16 people from the other 2 cars, including Thunder Tiger, Lin Rui, and Chen Mo, also got out of the car in turn. All of them behaved extremely cooperatively, raising their hands high without the slightest sign of resistance. Seeing that the target was so obedient, the agents and police relaxed their vigilance a little, but they advanced faster. They rushed up like wolves and tigers, in groups of 2, and roughly pressed all 17 people, including Jean Nan and Lei Hu, on the cold and hard body. The metal handcuffs made a cold click sound, firmly locking everyone's wrists. There was a tingling in the arm behind the reverse cut. Chapter 97, Israeli version of road counterattack. After confirming that everyone was completely under control, the tight nerves of the agents and police officers relaxed slightly, and they lowered their muzzles one after another, but their fingers still did not leave the trigger. The atmosphere is still tense, but there is a hint of control over the situation. David, the head of the arrest team of the Sembita Mafam branch, walked forward slowly with a haughty look on his face. He glanced contemptuously at the subdued crowd, and finally his gaze fell on Jean Nan, who seemed to be the leader, and asked in English with a stern voice and color, "Who are you taking the lead of? Which is the leader?" "It's me, officer." Jean Nan raised his head without hesitation and responded, his eyes deliberately showing ingratiation and fear. David looked at Jean Nan up and down, as if trying to find flaws in his seemingly obedient face. "I now formally inform you that you are suspected of engaging in illegal espionage activities in Israel, and I am now going to take you all back for a rigorous investigation." "I don't understand, officer." Jean Nan continued to play his role, trying to justify, "We just want to drive here for sightseeing. This must be a misunderstanding." Before he finished speaking, David's eyes flashed with hostility. Thinking that this was a low-level provocation, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Jean Nan's cheek with a fierce slap in the face. This slap was full of strength, but for Jean Nan, it was far from enough to cause substantial damage. However, he staggered exaggeratedly and fell to the ground with a scream, looking embarrassed. "Let me tell you." David took a step forward, stepped on Jean Nan's chest with his shiny leather shoes, looked down at the latter condescendingly, and said coldly, the spitting star almost sprayed on Jean Nan's face, "You don't understand. It's not what you said, it's what we said. Understand, is it? You monkey who doesn't understand the rules." "I see, officer." Sorry. Jean Nan lay on the cold ground, enduring the pressure on his chest, with flattering and horrified smiles on his face, and nodded again and again. David looked at his slave-faced and servile appearance, his eyes flashed with deep disgust and disdain, and he couldn't help muttering in his heart, "Is Haifa a mistake? Can a cartilage-headed person like this be that kind of dangerous spy? Forget it, I don't want to do so much, so I'll be clear when I take it back and interrogate it carefully." He snorted coldly, moved his foot away from Jean Nan's chest, and waved hard at the subordinates behind him. "Put them all in the car. Escort separately, one person and one car. Keep an eye on me." "Yes, sir." The agents and the police responded in unison, shaking the night sky. Soon, Jean Nan was rudely dragged from the ground by two burly policemen and shoved into the back seat of a Toyota Corolla police car. The remaining 16 people, including Lin Rui, Emoja, Chen Mo, Lehu, etc., were also taken into different police cars. The trunk of each car is equipped with two heavily armed police officers, one left and one right, holding the prisoner tightly in the middle. Although the muzzle of the M4 carbine is facing up, the finger never leaves the trigger guard. There is also a policeman in the front driver's seat who is responsible for driving. It can be called the highest specification escort configuration. A police car escorts only one prisoner and is equipped with 3 police forces. The 4 Mitsubishi Pajero special vehicles started their engines first, serving as the leader of the escort convoy. Then, the police cars carrying Jean Nan and 17 others started in turn and slowly followed. After that, 8 unaccompanied police cars filled the middle of the convoy, and finally 4 Mitsubishi Pajero special vehicles calmly followed. The huge convoy of escorts flickered with disturbing police lights, driving mighty but fast on the road leading to the city of Mafam. Like a train of moving steel cages, Jean Nan was sitting in the back seat of the numbered police car, his body shaking slightly with the vehicle. The policemen on his left and right sides were like sculptures, their eyes like torches, staring at his every move, and the atmosphere in the car was suffocating. The body of the M4 carbine was held warm by them. "Hey!" Jean Nan sighed suddenly without warning, his voice full of exhaustion and helplessness. The moment when the aftertaste of this sigh had not fallen, he moved. "It moves as fast as a pounced cheetah." Without warning, he suddenly turned his head and slammed his hard forehead into the jaw of the policeman on the left. "Gotcha!" There was a crisp sound that made the teeth sour, obviously the sound of dislocation or fragmentation of the mandible. The policeman's eyes on the left side protruded instantly, and the severe pain and suffocation caused him to let out a muffled snort. His consciousness was instantly blurred, his body was limp, and his nerve reflex pulled the trigger. Boom! The M4 carbine burst into a deafening roar. The bullet came out of the bore and penetrated the lining of the car, but more importantly, the hot warhead refracted in a small space, just penetrating the neck of the policeman on the right, who was panicked by the sudden situation and was about to turn the muzzle. The blood sprayed like a broken water pipe splashed out, splashing the car windows and front seats. The policeman on the right made a ho-ho sound in his throat, his eyes quickly blurred, the rifle in his hand slipped, and his body tilted weakly. The policeman who was driving was frightened by the sudden gunfire behind him. He instinctively slammed on the brakes, the tires clung to death, and let out a piercing scream. He untied his seatbelt in a panic with one hand, and hurriedly touched the Jericho pistol holster around his waist with the other, but Jean Nan's speed is faster. While knocking down the policeman on the left, his hands were handcuffed behind him, but this did not affect the flexibility of his body. Using the twisting power of his body, his handcuffed hands accurately penetrated into the waist of the policeman who was knocked unconscious. He opened the holster buckle with his thumb, and instantly pulled out the Jericho 941 pistol. The movements are flowing in clouds and water. Without the slightest hesitation, the policeman in the driver's seat had just pulled out his pistol and turned his head in horror. Before he even had time to see the situation in the back seat, Jean Nan's handcuffed hands had already raised the Jericho pistol with difficulty but steadily, and with feeling and amazing wrist power, he pulled the trigger. Boom! There was another gunshot. The bullet penetrated accurately from the temple of the policeman in the driver's seat, and a cloud of blood exploded. His body trembled suddenly, his head slammed heavily on the steering wheel, and the shrill car horn blared. The entire convoy instantly fell into chaos because of the first sudden gunshot, and the sharp braking sounds followed one after another, and the vehicles collided rear end with each other. Jean Nan didn't pause at all, and didn't even look at the results. He turned the muzzle of his gun, aimed at the forehead of the policeman on the left side who had just begun to regain consciousness and groan in pain, and coldly patched it up. Boom! Brains and blood spattered. Immediately afterwards, he quickly fumbled on the policeman, quickly found the key to the handcuffs, and with difficulty untied the shackles on his wrist with his backhand. The cold metal touch disappeared, and his hands were free again. Chapter 98, Crushing Counterattack. At this moment, the doors of the vehicles in the front and rear of the convoy were being slammed open, and the agents and police in charge of escorting and guarding were jumping out of the car in a panic, trying to figure out the situation and organize a counterattack. Jean Nan picked up the M4 carbine that had fallen next to him, feeling the cold and heavy weight of the metal. He didn't even choose to open the door, but directly turned the muzzle and aimed at the agents who had just got out of the car and whose figures were still slightly blurred through the front windshield that was already covered with cobweb cracks. Chug chug. Chug chug. The M4 spewed out a deadly tongue of fire, and the high-speed 5.56mm bullet easily penetrated the brittle glass, completely smashing the already cracked windshield into pieces, and the glass slag splashed inward like a torrential rain. Outside the car, 3 Simbird agents who had just landed and hadn't had time to find the bunker fell down in response, bursting into bloody flowers, screaming and falling to the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, Jean Nan turned around quickly, kneeling on his knees in the back seat, and the muzzle of the gun went through the blood-stained rear window and fired violently at the policemen who were getting out of the car behind. The muzzle of the M4 beat, and the hot shell casings jingled on the seat and floor of the car. It chug chug. Another short shot. The 4 MFAM police officers who were trying to find cover next to the car were caught off guard and instantly knocked down. The bullets penetrated the car door and the human body, making a dull puff. Almost at the same time that Jean Nan fired his gun, the entire convoy was like a barrel of ignited explosives. Lin Rui, Lehu, Emoja, Chen Mo, and other 16 other 5C team members heard the first gunshot from the front car, as if they had heard the starting gun of the attack. They were almost at the same time. Trouble. Every police car has become an independent and cruel arena. Although the Israeli police were on high alert, they were facing a group of war machines crawling out of the sea of corpses and blood. The handcuffed hands of the members of 5C are their most deadly weapons: elbows, headbands, strangulation. Use all possible ways to launch a thunder counterattack in a small space. Disarm, seize weapons, shoot and shoot. A series of actions are completed in the electro-optical flint. The muffled noise in the car was repeated again and again, mixed with short screams and desperate sobs. Soon, more gunshots sounded like beans from different locations in the convoy. Chug chug. Boom. Boom. Day. The originally quiet highway instantly turned into a killing hell, with dense bullets whizzing through the air, drawing a dazzling line of fire, hitting the iron sheet of the vehicle, making a crisp sound of crack, 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 or drilling into the human body, bringing a dull puff and a stern scream. The car window glass shattered in pieces, the sirens made weird and distorted chirps because they were hit, and the air was quickly filled with a strong smell of smoke and disgusting blood. It seemed to be a gunfight with equal numbers of people, but almost all of them were Israeli police and agents who felt each of the members of the 5C mercenary group as a master marksmanship and tactical expert who was one in a million. Even technical personnel like Chen Mo, Emoja, and Xiao Ziang have shooting standards and psychological qualities far beyond ordinary people. In this kind of close encounter, their reaction speed, shooting accuracy, and tactical movement are top-notch. Almost no bullets were fired, the gun bit the flesh, and every short shot was bound to be accompanied by the opponent's fall to the ground. They use the car doors and hood as temporary bunkers, and they don't even need language to communicate with each other. They can carry out simple tactical cooperation, crossfire, and precise roll calls with just their eyes and gestures. In just 1 minute, not even half a cigarette burned, the 65 policemen and 30 Simbird agents who had the advantage had already suffered casualties. The highway was full of corpses, blood stained the asphalt road, moaning weakly and hopelessly. Only David, the leader of the arrest team, is left. David was hiding behind the driver's seat of a police car when he was hit by a stray bullet in his thigh. The severe pain made his face pale as paper and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He leaned back on the seat, hurriedly took out his satellite phone, his blood-stained fingers trembling to dial a distress number. At this moment, the desire to survive and the great fear overwhelmed him. Suddenly, boom! Wow! The glass of the car window above his head was instantly smashed to pieces by a huge external force, and countless pieces of glass smashed at him with their heads and faces. Before he could react, a powerful hand slammed in from outside the broken car window, accurately grabbed his expensive black suit collar, and slammed his hair. Force! David screamed, and his whole body was abruptly dragged out of the car window by an irresistible force. The broken glass stubble cut countless deep bloody wounds on his face and neck, and the blood immediately gushed out, making him look extremely hideous and embarrassed. He fell heavily on the cold and hard asphalt road, and the severe pain almost made him faint. He struggled to get up, and a high-top shoe covered with dust and blood slammed on his back. The heavy force of the mountain pushed him back to the ground again. His cheeks were forced to stick tightly to the rough and cold ground. Smelling the weird smell of asphalt and blood mixed, he turned his eyes with difficulty and was horrified to see that the prisoners who should have been escorted by them were at this moment like the god of killing who had returned from hell. Slowly surrounded from all sides expressionlessly, they were carrying the seized M4 or Jericho in their hands, with wisps of blue smoke at their muzzles, and their cold eyes focused on him. In an instant, a bone-chilling despair and chill that had never been felt before grabbed his heart in an instant, making him fall into an ice cave. I have 4 children, please. He was incoherent, his voice trembling violently with extreme fear, tears and blood mixed together, flowing into his mouth, tasting salty and bitter. Jean Nan walked slowly to David's side. He squatted down and turned David, who was limp as mud, over with force, leaving him on his back facing the sky. When David's blurred vision clearly saw Jean Nan's indifferent face, he immediately and clearly recalled in his mind how he slapped the opponent's cheek humiliatingly less than 10 minutes ago, and how he stepped on his chest with his feet and called him a monkey. Monkey, I have 4 children. Let me go. With a crying voice, he repeated hopelessly again, begging for the slim vitality. Jean Nan didn't speak, but stepped silently and sat directly on his stomach. The weight of more than 160 kilograms was suddenly suppressed, causing the air in David's abdominal cavity to be forcibly squeezed out. His face instantly turned fuchsia, his eyeballs were exaggeratedly convex, and he couldn't make any sound. Chapter 99, Attack the Arsenal. Jean Nan took out a pack of cigarettes that were somewhat deformed by compression from his pocket, took out one, held it in his mouth, took out another lighter, lit it with a click, and took a hard breath. The orange-red fire illuminates his expressionless face and icy gaze. He slowly exhaled a thick white smoke, and then, unexpectedly, stuffed the cigarette, but that was still burning straight into David's trembling lips that were slightly opened by suffocation and fear. The burning sensation of cigarette butts made David's body twitch, but he couldn't break free because he was pressed tightly. He could only make a painful whimper, his eyes full of pleading and extreme pain. Jean Nan slowly raised the newly captured Jericho 941 pistol, and the icy muzzle directly hit David's blood-stained cheek scratched by glass, and the metal chill of the muzzle stung his skin. You slapped me in the face. Jean Nan's voice was horribly calm, as if stating a fact that has nothing to do with him. I'll give you a shot in the face, fair. The moment the voice fell, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom. The gunfire was crisp and short-lived. The bullet pierced David's left and right cheeks at close range, leaving 2 symmetrical, hideous, and terrifying blood holes, and blood gurgled out. The indescribable pain caused David to burst into inhuman screams, his body twitched violently, and his hands tried in vain to cover the wound on his face, but he did not dare to touch it. Jean Nan seemed to be tired of his harsh screams and stood up blankly. He looked condescendingly at David, who was rolling and screaming in pain on the ground, raised his hand and pointed a Jericho pistol at his chest. Boom. Boom! 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 The gunfire that emptied the magazine was dense and cold, mercilessly interrupted his screams, and completely ended his life. Jean Nan put away the Jericho pistol that had just executed David, and the barrel was still slightly hot, and his cold eyes swept across the corpses and smoke-filled vehicle wrecks on the highway. The smell of smoke and blood was too strong to melt away, and the siren occasionally let out a dying twisted chirp, which made it even more terrifying to be silent at this moment. Clean the battlefield. Replenish ammunition and evacuate immediately. Jean Nan's voice was not loud, but it spread clearly in the night sky, with unquestionable determination. The next target, the arsenal. Yes. Everyone roared in unison in response, their faces as cold as iron, without the slightest fatigue or relaxation after the battle, only the absolute focus on performing tasks efficiently like the most sophisticated machine parts. They spread out in an instant and pounced on the corpses of Israeli police and agents who fell to the ground. The brief silence was broken again. Boom! 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 The sound of the replenishment gun sounded coldly and rhythmically, ensuring that there was no living mouth left behind. At the same time, the team members moved quickly to search for all available materials. They pried open the buckle of the tactical vest, pulled out the magazine with residual temperature, and took off the grenade hanging on the body. They moved quickly and meticulously. In about 3 minutes, the efficient cleaning like a robbery was over. The 17 members of the 5C Mercenary Regiment are all armed with a new look. They are armed with an M4 carbine, equipped with holographic or red dot sights, and 2 Jericho 941 9mm pistols filled with bullets are inserted in the holster on the waist. Everyone's tactical vests are stuffed full, at least 6 rifle magazines filled with 5.56mm bullets, 3 pistol magazines, 3 cylindrical smoke bombs, 3 shock flash bombs, and 2 tear gas bombs. The weight has increased a lot, but there is no doubt about the sense of security it brings. They also all put on Kevlar bulletproof vests stripped from the Israeli police with bloodstains and bullet holes. Although they are not military grade, they are enough to deal with most light weapons. Finally, it is no longer in the state of streaking. After everyone was assembled and checked with each other to confirm that the equipment was correct, Jean Nan scanned the convoy and quickly selected 4 Mitsubishi Pajero special vehicles that were still intact, but with a few bullet holes in the body. Get in the car. Go! The roar of the engine sounded again, and the 4 Pajeros left the slaughterhouse-like road like ghosts. Before setting off, Lehu and Lupin neatly climbed onto the roof of the car, roughly removed the conspicuous siren on the roof with daggers, and threw it into the grass on the side of the road. The vehicle returned to its low-key darkness and quickly merged into the Israeli night. About 15 minutes later, somewhere halfway up a remote mountain in the Emafam area, a small arsenal is crawling in the shadows like a sleeping behemoth. Its structure is simple: a huge underground oil tank outlet, a reinforced rectangular warehouse, and 6 white bungalow barracks surrounding it. Approximately 1 company of IDF soldiers is usually stationed here to guard the reserve. In the silent night, there was only the rustle of the mountain wind blowing through the bushes. The sentry post at the entrance of the arsenal, the faces of the 10 nightwatch sentries were indescribably tired. Some yawned against the sandbag bunker, and some paced back and forth in boredom to dispel drowsiness. They did not hear the short and fierce exchange of fire more than 10 kilometers away, and they were even more unaware of the coming catastrophe. Suddenly, on the dim winding road winding from the bottom of the mountain, several unusually dazzling high-beam lights shot out. The beams penetrated the night and hit the outpost area straight, shaking the sentries unable to open their eyes. Hey! Turn off the high beam! The squad leader with the class covered his eyebrows with his hands and scolded in dissatisfaction. At the same time, he frowned and narrowed his eyes, trying to see the incoming car clearly, but the light was too strong, and they barely saw clearly until the 4 cars drove to a place only about 20 meters away from the post. These were 4 Mitsubishi Pajero, and the side of the body seemed to be affixed with their familiar Simbert logo. The sentries looked puzzled and exchanged glances with each other. In the middle of the night, what did Simbert's agents come to this remote arsenal for? Routine inspection, or is there an emergency? The squad leader put down the hand on the pistol around his waist, but still remained vigilant, stepped forward, ready to make routine inquiries and check documents. However, as soon as he walked to the driver's seat of the first car, the window glass fell silently. The windows of the 4 cars were all lowered at almost the same time, and what stretched out behind each window was not a friendly face, but a black hole with the faint light of death. Muzzle, enemy. The squad leader's pupils shrank suddenly, and only half of the horrified warning was shouted out. Chug, chug, chug. The dense and suffocating gunfire suddenly broke out, breaking the tranquility of the mountains, and the scorching rain of bullets poured out like a metal storm in an instant.